Chapter 1 Showdown. I am a genius. Time has just entered August 2020, and a sudden news shocked the entire Longway internet. Shocked. Microsoft is about to stop supplying the operating system. Countless netizens who saw this news immediately jumped in their eyelids and clicked on this news. It turns out that a few days ago, Microsoft quietly revised the user agreement. Its latest clause stated that in compliance with the requirements of the US ban, it may cut off the supply of domestic operating systems and assume no responsibility. Most people are familiar with Microsoft. After all, most of the computers in the world are based on the Win system developed by it. Its market share is in an absolutely dominant position. Once the supply is cut off, whether it is a genuine or pirated system, it will be cut off. It cannot be used after supply. Such a blow can be said to have a great impact on Longwa, so the exposure of the matter caused an uproar, and Microsoft was pushed to the forefront on news about the domestic operating system has also made a splash, attracting great attention. Shanghai Science and Technology Park, inside a building. After closing the news page, Luo Yang looked at the busy traffic outside the window and realized that this was an opportunity for the rise of domestic operating systems. After keeping a low profile for such a long time, it's time for a showdown. It has been more than 2 years since he traveled to this world. Not long ago, Luo Yang had just graduated from the Department of Computer Science at Fuzhou University, and where he was at the moment was the software company he founded, Reborn Technology. As a time traveler, Luo Yang was a talented programmer before time travel. He was once selected into an official confidential project and participated in the development of a series of heavyweight software, including a fully Chinese compilation of domestic operating systems. Just when he finally conquered all the projects, Luo Yang accidentally traveled back to the current Blue Star, a sophomore student with the same name and surname as him. Luo Yang's souls in the two worlds merged into one. His memory became extremely powerful, and the memory of his previous life became extremely clear. This gave Luo Yang the capital to change his destiny in this world. After resurrecting his life, Luo Yang decided to take a different path from his previous life. He wanted to use the valuable experience in his mind to lead the dragon kingdom of this world to the world and dominate the world. Reborn Technology is Luo Yang's starting point. A message was sent to the enterprise group, and 10 minutes later, an impromptu meeting was held. I believe everyone can guess the reason for today's impromptu meeting. Luo Shang glanced around and saw very young faces. These people were the technical team who started his business with him. Mr. Luo, it must be related to the news about Microsoft cutting off supply. The speaker was He Siyuan, the vice president of Reborn Technology Company, one of the co-founders of Reborn Technology, Luo Yang's college roommate and best friend. Yes, the original plan was to release the system on National Day, but now is a better time. The right time, the right location, and the right people are all in one, so I plan to release the Reborn system in advance. There is no problem in releasing it in advance. All aspects of the Reborn system are already very complete, but the Office software project will take at least 2 months to complete. Han Feng, another company vice president, said that Han Feng is the second co-founder of Reborn Technology and the person in charge of the Office software project. He is also Luo Yang's university roommate and best friend. There is no rush for Office software. We should seize the time to release the system first and ask colleagues from the Public Relations Department to contact the conference venue. The publicity plan will be as planned and the system will be released in 3 days. Good. After the 3 founders of the company made the decision, the following departments immediately ran at full speed, while the System Development Department seized the time to conduct a new round of testing of the system, and the Public Relations Department quickly launched publicity. Soon all the major media outlets in Shanghai received invitations from Reborn Technology, inviting them to attend the all-Chinese compiled domestic operating system press conference to be held 3 days later. Domestic Operating System Launch Conference? More importantly, this operating system is actually compiled in Chinese? Zhou Hai, the head of the Shanghai branch of a well-known media, looked at the invitation letter in his hand with a thoughtful expression on his face. He is no stranger to Reborn Technology. He interviewed its founder Luo Yang as early as 2 years ago. Zhou Hai was deeply impressed by this founder who became famous at a young age. Yes, for Luo Yang, becoming famous at a young age is the best portrayal. During the college entrance examination, Luo Yang studied in the Department of Computer Science at Fuzhou with excellent results. He and his 2 roommates, He Siyuan and Han Feng, were known as the Golden Triangle of the Department of Computer Science at Fuzhou. The 3 are both roommates and best friends. During their sophomore year, they teamed up to defeat other opponents in the school, represented Fuda in the ACM competition, and eventually won the Asian Championship and the World Championship. After the competition, Luo Yang learned from the strengths and weaknesses of several domestic open-source Chinese assembly languages and released his own Chinese assembly language, Luo language. Later, Luo Yang established the Luo Language Interest Group, and many interested computer science students at Fu University joined the group, including of course Han Feng and He Siyuan. During his junior year, Luo Yang participated in a paid bug hunting activity organized by Microsoft, and found a total of 5 extremely critical vulnerabilities. He received a $2 million bonus from the organizer Microsoft, and also received a scholarship from Microsoft. Offer not only Microsoft, but also Google, Wagwa, and Beast Bone Script also extended an olive branch to Luo Yang and invited him to study at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States. They also expressed their willingness to apply for a green card in the United States and offered him extremely generous offers, with a salary of 100,000 yuan. Luo Yang suddenly became a famous figure in Fuda. The successive moves by foreign giants have also attracted the attention of several major domestic companies. Internet giants such as Alibaba and Penguin have also extended invitations to Luo Yang. Let me tell you, can Long Country retain its talents? It's hard to say. A few years ago, a top student at a certain university chose to immigrate overseas when faced with the same choice. Why? Advrtisment. The entire internet is talking about this matter, and everyone is waiting for Luo Yang's reply. In the end, Luo Yang lived up to expectations and refused invitations from all companies at home and abroad, choosing to continue studying at Fuda. From this time on, Luo Yang became the leader of the computer department of Fuda. In his senior year, Luo Yang used the $2 million he earned previously as entrepreneurial capital to found Beichen Technology Company Limited. Han Feng and He Siyuan also joined as co-founders, each holding 3% of the original shares of Beichen Technology. Therefore, they are known as Luo Yang's right-hand men. According to rumors, hundreds of members of the Luo Language Interest Group have secretly joined Beichen Technology. You must know that all these team members are top students in the computer science department of Fuzhou University. The proudest man among his peers. At this moment, these people are all impressed by Luo Yang and willingly join Beichen Technology to work for Luo Yang. There is even a fortune teller commenting, Beichen is Ziwei, the main emperor star, and he must be protected by all the stars in the sky. The North Star is the well-known purple star. It has been a symbol of the imperial aura of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, and Luo Yang is the most conspicuous purple star. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, but because members of the Luo Language Interest Group refused media interviews, the authenticity of the news was never confirmed, and the popularity dropped. Zhou Hai also paid attention to Beichen Technology in the future. Apart from regularly updating the Luo language version, there was no other news from Beichen Technology. And just when everyone thought Luo Yang was exhausted, Luo Yang quietly broke a shocking news. An all-Chinese compilation of domestic operating systems. By suddenly holding a press conference at this critical moment, Beichen Technology obviously came with bad intentions. Microsoft will probably be in trouble. Zhou Hai has been around the world for many years, so he naturally knows that most of the so-called domestic operating systems are modified from the kernel of the open-source system Linux. At most, the operating interface is redesigned, which is typical of changing the soup without changing the medicine. This time, Beichen Technology launched an all-Chinese assembly operating system. Although it was unclear whether the system kernel was self-developed, Zhou Hai felt that it should not be that simple. As a media person, Zhou Hai is very sensitive to news. He realized that Beichen Technology and Luo Yang might be causing trouble. This is interesting. I must go to this press conference. Coincidentally, there are many people who have the same idea as Zhou Hai, as several major companies that have invited Luo Yang have also agreed to attend the press conference. Of course, some media sneered at the invitation, thinking it was just sensationalism, and directly sent the invitation to Luo Yang. Throw it aside. In their view, instead of wasting time attending press conferences, it would be better to continue digging into scandals between celebrities to gain more traffic. Chapter 2 Undercurrents surge. Beichen Technology is targeted. At the same time, after Beichen Technology released the news, Luo Yang's information was immediately placed on the tables of major venture capital institutions for influential figures like Luo Yang. Venture capital institutions have always been paying attention and are ready to enter the market for financing at any time. Unfortunately, Luo Yang's founding capital was $2 million. which was enough for Beichin Technology to get through the startup stage when the company was most short of funds. Therefore, it never conducted angel round financing from beginning to end, and also rejected acquisitions from major companies. Faced with such a piece of fat at this moment, how could a venture capital institution, known for its speculation, miss it? Microsoft Corporation, Longhua headquarters. John, the senior executive who just took office not long ago, slammed the table heavily and said angrily, "Who can tell me why this genius from the Dragon Kingdom who was supposed to join us and who was the focus of the company's talent pool ended up missing out on us? What's more important is that this genius actually developed an operating system that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it is a pseudo-system based on the Linux kernel or not, the important thing is that he launched a charge against us." On the PPT in the conference room, it was Luo Yang's photo and public information about him. The person in charge of the Human Resources Department quickly said, "Our boss, it's not that we didn't try our best. In fact, we offered very generous conditions at the time, including a starting annual salary of tens of millions of dollars, a green card in the United States, and a recommendation for him to attend MIT, and even stock pool options, but he still refused." John frowned. Is it because others offer better conditions? Beast Bone Inscriptions? IDM? Or the Fruit Company? No, Luo Yang rejected solicitations from all companies and then chose to found Beichin Technology. According to the analysis of the company's think tank, Luo Yang is probably a typical nationalist, so he would rather stay in Longhua to develop operating systems than don't want to join us. John's face was solemn and he knocked on the table rhythmically, while other subordinates remained silent. What about the think tank analysis of Beichin Technology? The person in charge of the think tank immediately handed over a piece of information. John's brows gradually smoothed over as he looked through the information, and his face gradually became calmer. "Boss, Luo Yang used the money to found Beichin Technology after receiving $2 million in remuneration from our company 2 years ago. At the same time, members of the Luo language interest group he formed at school joined as a technical team Beichin Technology. The $2 million allowed Beichin Technology to get through the company's startup stage. There was no angel round financing, so venture capital funds have not yet entered the market, but after so many people join, the company will spend money in all aspects. According to comprehensive calculations by the think tank, this money has almost been spent, and Beichin Technology is about to fall into a financial crisis, so Luo Yang is rushing to release the operating system to save himself." According to the investigation, the current equity structure of Beichin Technology is that Luo Yang holds 84% of the shares. His two teammates Han Feng and He Siyuan, who participated in the ACM competition with him, are also co-founders of Beichin Technology, each holding 3% of the shares. In addition, there are 10% reserve stock pool options, held by Luo Yang on behalf of the company. No matter whether his self-rescue measures are successful or not, the financial problem cannot be solved in a short time, so Beichin Technology will have to conduct a round of financing in the near future to survive the crisis. Even if Luo Yang refuses our solicitation, we can still directly or indirectly control Beichin Technology through financing, so we still have a chance to eliminate this opponent. The head of the think tank made a summary. John was quite satisfied with the result and it was not too late to make amends. Okay, let us wait and see in the coming time to see how far this Dragon Kingdom genius, who has been listed as a key focus by the talent pool, can continue to go. It is not just Microsoft that is taking action. After professional evaluation, many venture capital institutions have received a report with similar results. In summary, it is one sentence: Beichin Technology is about to run out of money, and starting a round of financing is an inevitable choice. Most of the venture capital institutions have made similar choices to Microsoft, waiting for Beichin Technology to open its A-round financing window. By then, the competition between the two powers will inevitably be a battle between dragons and tigers. At the same time, thanks to the popularity of Microsoft, Beichin Technology has successfully appeared on the hot searches for scarves for free, and many voices have different opinions on Beichin Technology. One thing to say is that the all-Chinese compilation has attracted a lot of attention. I hope Beichin Technology is not playing word games and using the Chinese English compilation to fool laymen. You don't need to look at it. It must be based on the Chinese version of the Linux kernel. If it is really a self-developed system kernel, I will live broadcast eating and weighing 3 pounds. Good guy, we're here again to cheat you with food and drink. Brothers, I just checked online. The founder of Beichin Technology is Luo Yang, the computer genius who was competed for by several giants of Microsoft a year ago. What you said made an impression on me. I remember that Luo Yang gave up his green card in the United States, his annual salary of tens of millions of dollars, and the opportunity to be admitted to MIT. This incident even made the news. Good guy. I'm so cool. Are top academics so comfortable? Did you get an offer from an international giant before you even graduated? Real geniuses emerge early and don't waste time in school. Regarding Luo Yang's achievements, I, Madara, would like to call Luo Yang the strongest. Although I also think it is very likely that it is a Linux magic modification, I still hold on to a little hope in my heart. What if it is really a domestic self-developed system kernel? By the way, I laughed and touched the dog's head on the second floor, ha. I don't know why, but after reading your discussion, I suddenly felt that there might be a fight on the second floor. Second floor, stop talking, my mentality has already collapsed. Come on, don't be a coward, a real man has to move forward bravely, give it to Ali on the second floor. Amid the discussion among Shidao netizens, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the center of the Shanghai Science and Technology Park venue, where the press conference was held, was already buzzing with people. In the center of the entire Science and Technology Park venue, promotional posters were hung everywhere in line with Baichen Technology's promotional plan. The Polaris logo showing a cross-radiating light can be seen from any angle. Not long after, a black Maybach drove into the venue. The media who had not yet entered were stunned when they saw the license plate. That car is Jack Ma's car. I don't know who shouted, but I heard a buzz, and the media reporters rushed towards the black Maybach like a swarm of bees following the black cars on both sides of the Maybach. The bodyguards who quickly got out of the car skillfully formed a human wall to intercept the frantically approaching media reporters. Mr. Ma, are you also invited to attend this press conference? Hello Mr. Ma, I heard that Ali once invited Luo Yang but he rejected it. What are your thoughts on this matter? Mr. Ma, please wait a moment. The person who got off the car was none other than one of the most well-known double horses in the country. I don't love money, Jack Horse. Facing many questions from the media, Jack Ma simply answered 2 questions and then entered the venue under the escort of bodyguards and the Science and Technology Park security team. Jack Ma's arrival seemed to be a signal, and one famous big shot after another appeared one after another, causing waves of media frenzy. Rebus, a well-known figure in the ghost zone of a certain station, CEO of Rice Technology, a senior executive of Penguin Company, Mr.Yu, a senior executive of Warwick Company, and senior executives sent by overseas companies such as Gyujin Fruit Company, are the only ones who were at the forefront of the storm. Microsoft did not send anyone to attend the conference. Of course, as the base camp for Luo Yang's rise, the leaders of the computer science department of FUDA also attended the press conference. The media who originally received invitations but did not attend the press conference felt regretful after learning that many big names appeared at the press conference. After being angrily yelled at by their bosses, they rushed to the conference site as soon as possible. I hope to find an opportunity to interview these big guys after the show. Chapter 3: The Storm is Gathering. Hold a technical conference. At 9:50 a.m., the entrance to the venue was closed and the security team began to clear the venue. Many big guys nodded to each other after taking their seats. At this moment, most of the seats in the venue are full, and everyone is talking in low voices. Media organizations have set up cameras and recorders. On the stage in front of the auditorium, the logo of Baichen Technology is displayed on a large electronic screen. After the company's publicity department in Huya reached a temporary cooperation, Huya opened the official live broadcast room of Baichen Technology and gave it a promoted position on the homepage. At this moment, the live broadcast screen has been opened simultaneously, but the popularity of the live broadcast room is not too high. The barrages are also sparse, mainly because the morning is not the prime time for live broadcasts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the press conference officially started. The entire venue suddenly went dark, with only a beam of light shining down from the top of the stage. Everyone in the audience stopped talking in a tacit understanding. As the founder of Baichen Technology, Luo Yang walked onto the stage under everyone's gaze. Different from when he was in the office, Luo Yang is now wearing a gray plaid shirt, washed jeans, and Converse sneakers. He has a tall and slender figure of 1.87 meters, refreshing black broken hair, and a handsome face that reveals a strong sense of confidence. It's hard to look away. In the live broadcast room, assassins all barraged across the screen. Wow, Mr. Luo is so young and handsome. Mr. Luo and I are both programmers, and we both wear plaid shirts, so I equals Mr. Luo, so I'm handsome. Get out of here upstairs. I declare that from now on, Mr. Luo is my husband. Get out of here upstairs, don't steal my husband. Luo Yang's appearance left a deep impression on many people who saw him for the first time. Technology tycoons often have their own unique dressing sense, such as the classic look of Qiao Busi, the founder of the fruit company, with a black turtleneck and jeans. For example, the founder of Facebook, Xiao Jia, has a gray t-shirt that remains unchanged forever, such as the leather jacket of Invista founder Huan, Jack Ma's yellow sweater, etc. Luo Yang's plaid shirt is the most popular style among programmers, which is related to his previous experience as a programmer. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Yang. After a brief self-introduction, Luo Yang began to talk. Before this, many media may have never heard of Beichin technology, and they were even confused when they received the invitation letter. At this time, there was a burst of chuckles from the audience. Indeed, except for the media that had paid attention to Luo Yang, many media had never heard of the name Beichin technology at all. But none of this matters anymore, because from today on, just like the brightest star at dawn is always the North Star, the name Beichin technology will enter everyone's field of vision. With Luo Yang's voice, the Polaris logo behind him became brighter and shimmering, making everyone present deeply remember this lesson of shining stars. The internet has been developing for 50 years. During this period, many great companies have risen or fallen. The development process of the internet has also gone through stages from the traditional internet to the mobile internet. During this period, a variety of internet applications. Today, as a modern person, it is difficult to live without the internet in daily life. The way most people communicate with the internet is mainly through personal computers and mobile phones, and of course other internet-connected devices. But personal computers and mobile phones are definitely the main means of communication. The thing that connects us with computer and mobile phone hardware is our topic today, the operating system. The pre-made PPTs were constantly playing on the big screen, and familiar pictures flashed by one after another, symbolizing the development of the internet, and finally stopped at a certain famous computer system interface. What we are going to talk about today is mainly computer operating systems. I believe everyone is familiar with the Win system of our friends. In addition, there are also the Fruit computer system of the Fruit company, as well as the famous open source system Linux and the commercial system Unix. These four major operating systems, it occupies almost the entire computer system market share. For some well-known reasons, the rise of domestic operating systems is imminent. We have collected several mainstream domestic operating systems in the domestic market and found that most of them are adapted from the Linux kernel. According to domestic netizens' opinions on domestic systems, by definition, this cannot be regarded as a truly domestic operating system. Luo Yang's face became serious at this moment, and the atmosphere in the venue was also a bit depressing. The so-called reasons are very clear to everyone present. They are the technological blockade of the United States and the threat of supply cuts by Microsoft. But we are different. From the beginning, we designed a brand new system kernel, which adopts a hybrid kernel approach and combines the advantages of macrokernels and microkernels. Of course, developing a brand new system kernel is not the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is to be able to overcome various bugs and run it normally. My idea at the time was very simple. As a young man, I had plenty of time to try and make mistakes. So with this in mind, I started to develop a new system kernel during my freshman year. After that, there was a long process of testing bugs and it was fixed, and the boring process almost made me give up on the spot. So in my sophomore year, I temporarily shifted my focus and started developing the unfinished Luo language. After the Luo language was developed, I tried to apply it to the development of the kernel, and a miracle happened like a match made in heaven. The Luo language and this newly developed compatible kernel unexpectedly matched up, and the endless bugs that originally appeared in the C language disappeared. It's as if it never existed. So I realized one thing. Chinese assembly is the real key to unlocking domestic operating systems. Programming in your mother tongue has natural advantages. Not only is the learning threshold for programming lower, the learning speed is faster than English, and it is also more convenient to fix bugs when they occur. The most important thing is that many bugs that will appear in English assembly are not found in Chinese assembly. Doesn't exist. The attention of everyone present has been deeply attracted by Luo Yang's narration, because before Luo Yang, no one tried to use Chinese assembly to develop operating systems, but in the end they all failed. Therefore, before Beichin Technology held a press conference, no one thought that anyone would succeed. So from this moment on, I decided to use Luo language instead of C language to achieve the goal of developing an operating system. In fact, I did so. During this period, like-minded partners continued to join my team, and he is a member of the Luo language interest group. Things became much simpler after that. The entire team performed its own duties and was responsible for developing different modules. In addition, the Chinese programming was performed in the native language of Longwa, so the progress of system development was rapidly advanced. After 3 years and the efforts of hundreds of people, plus programming with better Chinese assembly, this domestic operating system that we have high hopes for has finally been developed. Luo Yang's voice became louder now, and the atmosphere in the entire venue became more enthusiastic. And today is the day it comes out. On the big screen, an operating system interface appeared that was quite unfamiliar to everyone. Chapter 4 Beichin Computer System released. All Chinese assembly language. What is certain is that the interface of this operating system is different from most systems on the market. Its desktop wallpaper is a deep starry sky, and the brightest star among them is the star directly opposite the Big Dipper, the North Star. It is the logo of Beichin Technology. Although Luo Yang has not introduced it in detail, in terms of UI design, the interface design of this system looks extremely simple, which can be described as beautiful and refreshing. There are only 3 icons on the desktop: computer, recycle bin. The most distinctive thing about the browser is that it uses the Polaris logo as the start menu logo, located in the lower right corner of the desktop. We named this system, which took 3 years to develop, Beichin Operating System, in English PolarisOS, Polaris Operating System, or in English abbreviation POS. Beichin System provides 2 usage modes, Chinese and English, and is also working hard to develop other language versions, which will take some time. When designing the GUI, graphical user interface, in order to avoid the graphical interface patents of Schooler, Microsoft, and Fruit Company, we adopted a new design element and placed the start menu in the lower right corner of the desktop. In fact, despite years of usage habits, having the start menu in the lower right corner is more suitable for most people's daily use. After all, most people are accustomed to using their right hand. At the same time, because the domestic software page patent applied for by a friend has not been approved, the 3 buttons of the domestic version, namely Reduce, Enlarge, and Close, are still placed in the upper right corner of the interface, while the overseas version is located in the middle. Luo Yan pressed the remote control in his hand, and each interface of the system was displayed on the screen, and he compared it with several common systems on the market. Next, I will show you the Beichin system. Luo Yang signaled, and the assistant quickly pushed a card from the audience. On it was a common domestic brand computer on the market, a very ordinary assembly machine. The computer is directly connected to the large screen through a data cable. With Luo Yang's control, the screen becomes the interface of the operating system. The system power on self-check is very fast. Because there is no password set, the system desktop is directly entered after booting. The desktop wallpaper is the same bright starry sky as the PPT, which is very beautiful. All of this is clearly displayed in front of the audience on the large screen. At this moment, there were a lot more barrages in the live broadcast room, and there was a lot of discussion. Oh my god, this wallpaper is even more beautiful than the PPT. Just looking at the interface is useless. Other domestic modified Linux systems also have fancy operating interfaces, but they are not very useful in practice. Judging from the response speed of on-site operations, the performance of the Beichin system is pretty good. It is said upstairs that the domestic system card is probably a problem with the processor. Official institutions and enterprises all use domestic chips, and their performance is on par with Intel on the market. There is a big gap between chips and cannot be generalized. Luo Yang continued to demonstrate some daily operations of the system. It was very smooth from beginning to end, without any lag, and the overall performance was very good. Luo Yang then showed the hardware configuration of the computer. What excited everyone was that the computer used a major domestic chip purchased by official organizations. It's actually a domestic chip. I love it. Didn't you say that the performance of domestic chips is not good? The Beichin system has something good. Just because it does not lag on domestic chips, I have the desire to buy it. The marketing strategy of Beichin system seems to be very conservative. Like other domestic systems, it is prepared to win orders from officials and state-owned enterprises first. Judging from the comparison just now, it is also the main domestic chip, and the running speed of Beichen's system it is much faster than several other domestic Linux systems. Is this the advantage of an all-Chinese compilation? Click on the browser that looks like a colorful silk logo, and what comes into view is the website navigation that comes with the browser. The interface is very clean and refreshing, the specially designed UI is very comfortable to look at, and the background skin is a beautiful colorful aurora. Luo Yang randomly clicked on several mainstream websites, and the web page response speed was very fast, and there was no incompatibility caused by plugin problems. The web browser that comes with the Beichen system is called Aurora. It's mainly because the name is easy to pronounce, the North Star and the Northern Lights. Aurora browser also uses our self-developed Aurora kernel different from the common mainstream kernels on the market. The Aurora kernel puts more emphasis on compatibility and stability, which greatly reduces compatibility issues such as web page freezes and crashes, and provides a better experience. In the middle position at the top of the Aurora navigation is the search bar. This is a strange search engine that no one has seen before. Luo Yang clicked on the search and also jumped to the search interface with the deep starry sky as the background dot. On the right side of the search bar there was only Aurora.2 big characters. This search engine is also independently developed by us, and its name is also Aurora. Aurora search uses a unique new algorithm, and the search results are more accurate and can better meet the needs of users. The current Aurora search function is still relatively simple. Only the most basic. The search function has no ads, no hot searches, and no fancy family buckets. For example, we searched for Beichen technology. After entering the keywords, the search engine jumps instantly. The first one is the official website of Beichen technology, which is named after Beichen's English Polaris. Aurora Search has registered the English Aurora as the domain name. The official website of Beichen technology also uses the starry sky as its background, which is deep and tranquil. Luo Yang randomly searched for a few other keywords, and the search results were very accurate and fast, and unlike a professional advertising search engine, Jiguang Search does not have those messy bidding rankings. The search weights of websites and pages such as false medical advertisements have all been reduced. The top rankings are the results obtained by Aurora Search based on unique algorithms and network big data, and they are all regular professional hospitals. Obviously, Aurora Search is targeting Being Search, a subsidiary of Microsoft. Being Search has the second largest market share in the world, second only to Google. Since it wants to challenge Microsoft, search engines are naturally where Beichen technology wants to compete. There was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. The browser seems very easy to use. Isn't anyone paying attention to Aurora Search? I just tried it online. The overall search results are relatively accurate and the speed is very fast. If I don't like a certain advertising search engine, I will use Aurora Search in the future. +1. Plus 10,086. Qiandu? I think you are dissing me. Chapter 5. The old king is old and the new king is on the throne. Advertisement. After showing all aspects of the Beichen system to the audience, Luo Yang randomly invited the audience below to test the computer on stage and personally verified that what he said was true. Several reporters from the state media were blinded after using it. Bright.as, the mouthpiece of the Dragon Kingdom, the computer system purchased by the official media, is of course a domestic system. Several reporters are also veteran employees and have used several brands of domestic systems, but it is obvious that the Beichen system is definitely the most comfortable for them to use. Whether it is fluency or basic functions, the performance of the Beichen system is several ways ahead of other domestic systems. After this press conference, it is estimated that Beichen's system will soon participate in the official system procurement bidding. If there are no other factors, Beichen's system will definitely be able to win the official order. The reporters from the state media quickly made a judgment in their minds. Reporters from other media paid more attention to Aurora browser and Aurora Search. After experiencing it in various aspects, they found that its usage experience is no worse than the mainstream products on the market. As a product that Beichen technology has been honing for 3 years, these two bring the surprise given to them is not much weaker than the Beichen system. Some media outlets with a keen sense of smell have even thought of the title of the report. Shocked. The 1,000 degrees throne is in danger. Qiandu, will you become the second Yahoo? Due to time considerations, Luo Yang did not invite more people to try it out, and everyone expressed their understanding. After the experience, Luo Yang took the stage again to give a concluding speech in the first stage of the press conference. The Beichen system is completely independently developed by the technical team of Beichen Technology. It does not refer to the code of any existing systems on the market, including the system kernel, and it has completely independent property rights. Not only that, except for the underlying assembly, all codes of the Beichen system are all written in the Luo language. This means that the Beichen system is the first all-Chinese assembly operating system in history. Luo Yang's eyes were blazing and he exuded extremely strong confidence. Real Gold is not afraid of fire. After the press conference, we will provide computers with Beichen system installed for everyone to use. You can experience it to your heart's content. The system has both domestic chips and mainstream chips in the market. At the same time, we also welcome professional institutions at home and abroad. Conduct a reverse compilation test on the Beichen system code to verify whether what I said is true. Behind Luo Yang, lines of complex system codes appeared on the screen, but without exception, these codes were all in Chinese, a full Chinese assembly operating system. These words were like thunder, ringing in the ears of everyone in the venue. Whoosh whoosh. After a moment, warm applause erupted in the venue. Everyone stood up and applauded wildly, their hands turned red, and the huge sound seemed to lift the entire roof. Jack Ma and other big guys also stood up and took the lead in applauding with smiles on their faces. If what Luo Yang said is true, then from this moment on, Beichen technology has emerged from its cocoon and become a butterfly, taking off with wings. In the Microsoft conference room, John, who was watching the live broadcast, was already livid, and the think tank analysis record in his hand was torn into pieces. Shat. The throne of the Wind system has been faintly shaken by the challenger Beichen system. The audience cheered loudly, while the media pressed the shutters frantically to record this historic moment. There is no doubt that this is a moment worth remembering in history. The global internet will undergo an unprecedented transformation due to the emergence of Beichen technology, and everyone present is a witness to this change. The old king is getting old, and the new king is about to take the throne. Microsoft is about to face a huge crisis. As for the live broadcast room, it has already exploded. Full Chinese assembly operating system. Damn it! Mr. Luo is so powerful. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. At this moment, I don't know what to say except F asterisk CK. As a programmer, at this moment I have nothing but worship for Mr. Luo. No, from this moment on, Mr. Luo is no longer Mr. Luo, he is God. God Luo. God Luo is mighty. God Luo is mighty. God Luo is mighty. The dense barrage all turned into Luoshan mighty. Many local tycoons hidden in the audience were excited and offered rewards. Suddenly, rockets flew together, and the spaceship flew across the entire live broadcast room, and the entire live broadcast platform could watch it. Thick banners flashed by. The heavy rain has rewarded Beichen technology with 10 rockets. Come and collect the treasure chest. Densely packed treasure boxes were scattered in the official live broadcast room, immediately attracting countless unsuspecting viewers, and the popularity of the entire official live broadcast room skyrocketed again. At this moment, the popularity of the official live broadcast room instantly surpassed a certain popular female anchor in the entertainment area and became the most popular of all channels in Huya at the same time, although one of the reasons is that there are no big anchors on the air at 10 o'clock in the morning. You can still feel the terrifying popularity of Beichen technology at this time. The entire live broadcast room was filled with dense barrage, the screen became laggy, and Huya's server could no longer hold up. Quick, switch to the second line urgently. The person in charge of Huya platform broke into a cold sweat and immediately launched an emergency backup plan. If the server crashes at this historic moment, the person in charge feels that he can just resign and leave. Beichen technology is so terrifying. Whoosh! The applause at the scene continued. Luo Yang was smiling and waiting for everyone to calm down. After a few minutes, the applause finally stopped. At this time, the air in the venue was several degrees hotter. Many people's faces were red with excitement. The air exchanger in the corner of the venue was working hard. At this moment, Luo Yang has already gained the aura of a technology tycoon in their eyes, and Jack Ma and other tycoons have already placed Luo Yang on the same level as them. No one has any doubts about the rise of an operating system that is fully programmed in Chinese and is completely self-developed and has independent property rights. Especially when Microsoft announced that it may cut off supply once the Beichen system passes official testing and enters the purchase order. It will be a moment of soaring into the sky. Even if you don't consider overseas markets, there are hundreds of millions of computers in the domestic market alone. which is enough to make Bachin technology a supergiant. The rising North Star strongly announces its rise to the entire internet. The new king ascends the throne and is unstoppable. Chapter 6, Microsoft Corporation with explosive mentality. After the applause fell, Luo Yang continued to talk while facing the gazes of the big bosses. Although the development of a domestic operating system has been completed, is this enough? The answer is negative. Everyone present looked at each other. Isn't this enough? That's an operating system. Dear, don't be too greedy. Luo Yang continued, complete system development does not mean success. Whether it can survive the fierce market competition is the most important. Our friends' systems were launched more than 40 years earlier than ours, forming a huge software ecosystem. It will take a long time for the Bachin system to replace our friends' systems. Everyone present in the audience in the live broadcast room calmed down, because this is indeed the case. In the more than 40 years of development of Microsoft, it is no longer a one-person battle. Countless software vendors and hardware vendors rely on this industry chain to survive, and it cannot be replaced by just one sentence. The only thing that everyone can be sure of is that Microsoft's self-destructive behavior has given Bachin system room to develop rapidly. No way, we started too late in this area. Fortunately, Dragon Country has its own national conditions here. Although it cannot be said to defeat Microsoft, at least it will have no problem surviving in the domestic market. If it is promoted by the government and all software vendors in the country develop Bachin system version software, it is still possible to complete the establishment of the domestic software ecosystem. It is indeed possible, but the manpower and material resources consumed are too great. Officials will probably not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. I understand, it's the same as Warwick's Hongming system. It's a spare tire. Luo Yang and everyone else understand this truth, and it is obvious that the United States will not leave the Bachin system more time to develop, so he can only choose to take the initiative. Luo Yang opened Jiguang browser, and while everyone present was full of questions, he came to the official website of a certain national essential chat software, chose to download the Win system version of the client, and clicked to install it. That's the client for the Win system, right? Can the Bachin system be installed and run? What does Mr. Luo want to do? As we all know, most software is not universal between different operating systems due to different system environments, so there are many versions of clients. Then, with everyone at the scene looking confused, the Win version of the chat client was successfully installed on the Bachin system and opened smoothly. WTF? What happened? John, the director of Microsoft Corporation, was no longer calm and looked shocked, because Luo Yang made it clear before that the Bachin system is completely programmed in Chinese, while the Win system uses C language and C++ language, as well as part of assembly language. The system environments and programming languages of the two are different, and Luo Yang has not been seen opening the emulator. So how is the Win version of the chat client opened in the Bachin system? Amid everyone's confusion, Luo Yang continued to download other software, including several industrial software that only had Win system versions, and still ran perfectly on the Bachin system. This dreamy scene made everyone think they were dazzled except for some game clients, which are difficult to run because of the domestic chips. There are no problems. In the end, it was Luo Yang who revealed the answer himself. Actually, many people have already guessed that. Yes, it is a simulator. The Bachin system is fully programmed in Chinese, but it does not mean that it can only run programs programmed in Chinese. In order to build a software ecosystem faster and better, we chose the simulator as a breakthrough. Through this simulator, the Bachin system can perfectly run the vast majority of Win software on the market, which means that the Bachin system is an excellent product that can be replaced at any time and can be seamlessly connected to the use of Win software. I was not satisfied with the effect of the initial version of the emulator. Later, I developed a set of optimization algorithms specifically for the emulator. After optimizing this set of algorithms, the emulator can perfectly open and run Win software at a speed that is imperceptible to the user. At the same time, this simulator is embedded at the bottom of the system and does not require users to manually open it. When users download and install the Win version of the software, the system will automatically recognize it and load and run it under the emulator by default. That is to say, as long as the user is willing, he only needs to install a Bachin operating system on the computer, and he can directly and seamlessly switch to the use environment of the Win system, for office, games, and entertainment, to meet all your daily uses. Because we use a new Chinese assembly language, this means that most Trojans and viruses are ineffective on the Bachin system. Viruses and Trojans developed for the Win system actually run on this simulator and will not any harm to the Bachin system. At the same time, we have also developed a new type of firewall, which also uses Chinese programming and adopts a new security protection method to better protect user information security. Not only that, the Time Machine simulator also has a time retrieval function. When a virus breaks out in the simulator, you can use this function to reverse the simulator time, restore the virus to its pre-outbreak state, and then eliminate it. Of course, in order to protect user information, it will not be leaked. Turning on this function requires the user's authorization. In the Microsoft Office, John's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, all aspects of the Bachin system's publicity are aimed at the weaknesses of the Win system. For example, looking back in time, the same Win version software running on the Bachin system is actually more secure than the Win system. Can you believe it? We codenamed this simulator Time Machine because through it, the Bachin system has directly transcended the long stage of software ecological accumulation and can directly inherit all the legacy of the Win system. With John's shocked expression on his face, Luo Yang concluded. The Win system has become a thing of the past, but Bachin is the future. Crash. The applause was even stronger than before. At first, everyone thought that what Luo Yang threw was just a small firecracker, but who thought it was a missile? Shocked the whole audience again, the simulator codenamed Time Machine will become the wings for Bachin system to take off. Times are really changing. Chapter 7 Ultra Low Price, Breaking the Limit. After dropping several big news in a row, Luo Yang finally left the stage, and other technical team members began to take the stage to talk about other features of the Bachin system. At the same time, other versions of operating systems were also displayed, such as versions compatible with MIPS and ARM architectures. The x86 architecture was previously shown, as well as embedded operating systems developed for some devices, such as ATM machines. By the time the technical team had fully demonstrated the Bachin system, 2 hours had passed and the press conference was coming to an end. Luo Yang took the stage again to make the final summary. This time he was going to announce the price of the system. Not only the audience, but many netizens in the live broadcast room are also very concerned about this issue. Because Microsoft has no rivals, the prices of operating systems and office software are getting higher and higher, so that many individual users still choose to pirate. So what is the price of such a computer operating system that can perfectly replace the Windows system and is completely domestically produced? Everyone in the audience held their breath. Luo Yang stopped being pretentious, and 3 numbers instantly appeared on the screen behind him. 299 yuan. Boom. The audience once again let out huge exclamations, and the live broadcast room was already in chaos. Such a powerful operating system only costs 299 yuan? It's 700 to 800 yuan cheaper than Microsoft. Damn it, I'm going to buy a set anyway. Suddenly I felt like I was buying a rice phone. The price is really impressive. Love, love, love. Mr. Luo is so awesome. Everyone's reaction was as expected by Luo Yang. He continued, Bachin system is divided into 3 versions. The regular version is 299 yuan. The flagship version is 699 yuan, and the professional version is 1,699 yuan. The regular version can meet the daily use of most users. The flagship version is suitable for high-end players and will open up more functions. The professional version is designed for business users and professional users, with richer functions, more security and stability, and we will follow up. More professional software will be developed to make the professional version system more powerful. Because the Bachin system was released 2 months in advance, and the Bachin Office software is still undergoing follow-up testing according to the original plan, and is expected to be released during the National Day. Before the release of Bachin Office software, users who need to work can use other Office software, as long as it is a Win system version. The Bachin system uses an activation code to activate. You can download the mirror version of the system from the Bachin official website. After installation, each user has a 3-day free trial period. After the experience expires, you need to activate it with an activation code to continue using it. The activation code can be purchased on Bachin's official website. It currently supports various mainstream payment methods such as Weixin, payment package, online banking, and credit card. Now the official website has enabled the functions of downloading system images and purchasing activation codes, so everyone can enjoy the experience. The people who had been waiting in front of the live broadcast room quickly clicked on Beichen's official website and began to download the mirror version of the system. The price of the regular version is only 299 yuan, which is very conscientious compared to Microsoft's starting price of 1,000 yuan. Coupled with Luo Yang's previous introduction, many viewers have already been eager to try it. The only regret is that Beichen Office software was not released together. The press conference has officially ended here. We have prepared a prototype in the exhibition hall next to the venue. Friends from the media can go to the exhibition hall to use it. Applause resounded throughout the venue again, and all the lights in the center of the venue were turned on. Mr. Luo, please stay. Mr. Luo, can you be interviewed? After the press conference, Luo Yang was directly surrounded by many media. After answering some questions from the official media and other major media, Luo Yang and several other big shots walked aside to talk. Other small media and self-media can only look at Luo Yang with envy on their faces, only daring to watch from a distance but not daring to come forward to talk. After the press conference, Luo Yang was no longer the young college student who had just graduated, but the founder of an upcoming giant unicorn company, even though they could not interview Luo Yang. These small media and self-media did not disperse. Instead, they went to the exhibition hall to experience the Beichen system in person. Beichen Technology arranged more than 20 computers with different configurations and chips to display Beichen in an all-round way system superiority. Wow, 3M masterpieces can run smoothly, so it must be no problem to play other online games. A self-media anchor started a live broadcast and chose a computer equipped with a mainstream chip in the market for testing. He tried several standalone masterpieces and experienced several popular large-scale online games. All of them were able to run smoothly without any problems. Unexpected occurrences caused by incompatibility, such as lags, delays, exits, etc. It seems that the Beichen system is indeed excellent. As long as the computer performance is up to standard, I can basically play all mainstream games. I decided to change to another operating system. The flagship version is obviously more powerful than the regular version. As a streamer, I think the flagship version is more suitable for me. I'm testing the professional version. It will take some time. The exhibition hall was very lively, and many media did not want to leave. They opened their notebooks in their seats and began to write reports quickly to strive for the first release. After getting to know a lot of business tycoons and exchanging some opinions with the leaders of the computer department, I saw them off. When Luo Yang walked backstage, the enthusiastic technical team threw him up. God, Luo is mighty. Luo Gu NB. Mr. Luo is domineering. Mr. Luo, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Ha 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 ha. Laughter spread throughout the backstage, making people in the front stage look at each other. It's no wonder that from the day everyone from the technical team joined Beichen system development, they signed an extremely strict confidentiality agreement. On the one hand, they would have to pay huge compensation and even bear criminal liability after the secret was leaked, and on the other hand, the system development was completed. After the huge bonuses, including stock pool option rewards, it goes without saying how to make a choice. After nearly 3 years of low-key dormancy, Beichen Technology finally made its grand debut today, and the confidentiality agreement signed by everyone was officially declassified. We can finally talk about the Beichen system publicly. I've been holding it in for 3 years just for today. To be honest, I'm a little confused now. I always thought I was dreaming, so I'm thinking about whether to keep it a secret. Luo Yang, who was thrown up and down, felt a little weak in his legs after he was put down. Han Feng and He Siyuan supported him and joked, "How are you? Are you scared? Do you want to change your pants? Old Han, your bonus this month is gone." Han Feng waved domineeringly, "If it's gone, it's gone. It's not a loss anyway." He and He Siyuan are both co-founders of Beichen Technology, each holding 3% of the original equity. Judging from the popularity of Beichen Technology today, it is only a matter of time before the two become billionaires. Today is a good day. In the evening, except for the technical team who will stay in the computer room on duty, everyone in the company will have a banquet today. Please arrange it and choose a better place, yeah. A group of young people cheered again. At night, in a 5-star hotel, Beichen Technology directly booked the entire hotel floor. A team of more than 100 people arrived except for the technicians and security personnel who stayed in the computer room. Luo Yang raised his champagne and looked around. The young faces were full of excitement and anticipation. Brothers, if you sharpen your sword in 3 years, you will know it all over the world. From today on, the name Beichin Technology will be heard all over the world. Let's drink to Beichin's system together, cheers. More than 100 people raised their glasses together. This scene has become an eternal memory in the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 8. After 3 years of sharpening a sword, the whole world will know it by the next day. News about the Beichin system had swept the country. Next scarf hot search, living up to expectations, the domestic operating system is finally released. Penguin News, becoming famous at a young age, with a long history of success, shocked the world again. Shocked department, shocked. The great genius of that year actually fell into silence for several years because of this incident. Tomorrow's headlines: the end of Microsoft. The tragedy of Chengdu? It's all because of him. Since the end of yesterday's press conference, the topic of domestic systems has reached its peak, and news with similar titles has blasted the entire Longway internet, regardless of whether you are an office worker, teacher, student, worker, or in any other occupation. Anyone who can use smartphones and computers has been bombarded with waves of news. Even the news channel of the state media reported the news about Beichin's system. Overnight, Beichin Technology has become the media's most popular darling, and Hoya's stock price has increased by 3 percentage points because of its cooperation with Beichin Technology. Of course, there will be ups and downs. The stock market can be said to be extremely sensitive, and any disturbance will cause fluctuations. On the Big A Science and Technology Innovation Board, Inshan office, which was still rising yesterday, was affected at this moment. The rising momentum suffered a heavy setback, and the stock price took a sharp turn. This is the result that Beichin Office software will not release until 2 months later, otherwise Inshan Office will fall even worse, because most companies that develop computer systems will release supporting Office software, such as Microsoft's Win System plus Office software series, such as Fruit and Gyuj, as well as several domestic system companies based on the magic modification of the Linux kernel. They also have their own supporting Office software. Inshan Office mainly operates Office software business, and its parent company's antivirus software market share is also shrinking year by year, so after this impact, it's no surprise that the stock price took a nosedive. In addition, Chengdu's stock price also suffered a heavy fall. Aurora Search, which was released together with Beichin Systems, received praise from many users as soon as it appeared and was considered to be very likely to replace Chengdu. As a result, Chengdu's share price evaporated by $10 billion overnight, and its market value fell directly below the $100 billion mark. As for Microsoft, which suffered the most, its stock price began to plummet after the press conference. Because there is no limit system for the US stock market, it plummeted directly from $1.8 trillion to $1.6 trillion, and $200 billion evaporated overnight. This is equivalent to directly evaporating the market value of 2 Chengdu companies. Microsoft has held an emergency meeting overnight to discuss how to deal with Beichin Technology's strong invasion. Overseas media giants such as Taiwusher Daily and Nyoyu Times also reported news about Beichin Technology. At the same time, they also sent reporters to block the door of Microsoft, trying to dig out more exciting news. The sudden emergence of Beichin Technology attracted attention from all over the world overnight. As a client, Luo Yang and his team went back to their homes after the dinner last night. Han Feng rushed out as soon as he arrived at the company in the morning. Lao Luo, our Beichin Technology has become popular. Calm down, this is only the first day. Similar situations will only happen more and more in the future, and you will soon become numb. Luo Yang was very calm about this. He had already experienced a similar scene in his previous life, and he and Han Feng went directly to the technical department to check the background data. Brother Luo. After greeting colleagues from the technical department, they started reporting data directly. It has been exactly 24 hours since yesterday's press conference. During this period, the system image downloads on the official website have exceeded 1.2 million times. In terms of activation codes, 300 sets of the regular version, 500 sets of the flagship version, and 700 sets have been sold. Pro version. Because the Beichin system has a 3-day free trial period, it is normal for the activation volume to be low in the early stage. The first peak will be reached after 3 days. Most of the 1,500 systems currently activated are the first batch of early users, peers, testing institutions, etc., and are mainly used for experience and testing. Because the free trial is limited to the regular version, you can only purchase an activation code if you want to test the flagship and professional versions. Where's the Aurora search data? He Siyuan came over with a yawn and handed a report to Luo Yang. He Siyuan was drunk by everyone at yesterday's dinner, and now he still has a headache. In terms of Aurora search, the 24-hour daily average IP has reached 2 million, and the daily average PV has reached 12 million. However, this data can only be used as a reference. After all, after the popularity of the press conference has passed, the number of visits will gradually drop. Don't worry, Aurora search has just been launched for a day, so it would be great to have this data. Luo Yang has high hopes for the Aurora search. Long before the system was released, Beichin Technology had formulated a plan for steady development. At present, the company has 3 core business departments, namely operating system, office software, and search engine departments. As the core business of Beichin Technology, the operating system is directly managed by Luo Yang himself. It also includes secondary departments such as the Luo Language Development Department and the Information Security Business Department. As the second core business, Office Software is headed by Han Feng, who is mainly responsible for the development of Office Software series. It has several project groups under its jurisdiction. Each group is responsible for the development of a piece of software. And the subsequent development, the product line will continue to be added. As the third largest business, the search engine is headed by He Siyuan. IT mainly takes Aurora search as its core business and focuses on the internet. At the same time, Aurora browser and a series of subsequent software named after Aurora will be affiliated to the Aurora search department, make up the Aurora family bucket. Compared with the behemoth of Microsoft, which has several business divisions and dozens of secondary departments, Beichin Technology can really be said to be traveling lightly. Continue to proceed as planned. We will not consider advertising until Aurora search becomes the largest search engine in the country. Okay. At this time, Shui Xiaoshan, the head of the Information Security Department, stepped forward and said solemnly, "Brother Luo, since yesterday's press conference, the frequency of network attacks on Beichin's official website has increased dozens of times. Data flows are attacking the server almost every second. Thanks to the powerful firewall you developed, it has not been attacked. Breakthrough." Everyone looked a lot more serious. As a technology company that has developed an operating system, information security must be done well. Luo Yang nodded. Information security protection must be done well. At Beichin Technology's reputation has now been established. Since we want to compete with Microsoft, we must differentiate ourselves. Blind imitation will only lead to a dead end. When we are strong enough, at this time, there is no one to imitate. At this time, we must come up with our own characteristics. The Beichin system can ignore most Trojan viruses, so security is a very good publicity point, and this is something we must maintain. Everyone agreed. Unlike the Win system, which is as secure as a sieve, the Beichin system has focused on security from the beginning. This is also the brand differentiation that Luo Yang wants to create. When people mention Beichin system, the first thing that comes to mind is the word safety. Moreover, Beichin's system is sold at a lower price, while Microsoft's is expensive and full of loopholes. Due to the ebb and flow of one and the other, Microsoft will fall from the altar sooner or later. As for the computer system of Fruit Company, although it is very secure due to its closed nature, its feature of being bound to Fruit computer hardware is destined to be impossible to promote on a large scale. Therefore, Beichin Technology has only one opponent from beginning to end, and that is Microsoft. Chapter 9, Earn 360 million in 5 days. Horrible profit speed. In the next few days, the Beichin system spread rapidly at an extremely terrifying speed. On the third day after the system was released, the number of downloads of the official website system image exceeded 3 million units, and the number of officially activated units reached 20,000. On the fourth day after the release, the system downloads exceeded 5 million units, and the number of activations showed explosive growth, directly reaching 300,000 units. The reason for the explosive growth is mainly that the free trial of the first wave of users who downloaded and tried Beichin system has expired. 300,000 of the 1.2 million download users directly chose to renew and activate. Even if users of the flagship and professional versions are not taken into account, all calculated based on the 299 yuan of the regular version. These 300,000 users instantly brought 90 million yuan in revenue to Beichin Technology. 4 days, 90 million. What is this concept? The total annual turnover of most small and medium-sized companies in Longwa cannot even reach this figure, let alone annual profits. It's just a little short of breaking 100 million. This data is already perfect. Luo Yang is very satisfied with this data. This does not mean that all users will buy the new system. After trying out the Beichin system, many users have lost the sense of novelty and continue to use Microsoft's pirated system. It is impossible to spend money and live in vain. Luo Yang has already been mentally prepared for this. In fact, in his estimation, the ratio of downloads and activations for the first batch of users can reach 10 to 1. The activation volume of 300,000 units has far exceeded his expectations. It was on this night that the Beichin system ushered in its second breaking point. At 7 o'clock that evening, Beichin Technology, conference room. Everyone in the conference room was staring at the big screen, which was showing the evening news. Recently, Beichin Technology Company, Limited, located in Shanghai, officially released a full Chinese compilation operating system. According to our understanding, this system was independently developed by Beichin Technology over a period of 3 years, and a press conference was held in Shanghai on the morning of the 8th meeting. After a professional technical team composed of professionals from the Academy of Sciences and major universities conducted preliminary tests on the important codes of the Beichin system, it can basically be determined that the core technology used by the Beichin system has full self-research and independent property rights. The emergence of Beichin system means that Longwa has truly achieved zero breakthrough in the field of computer operating systems. From now on, Longwa will no longer be controlled by others in the field of computer operating systems. Whoosh whoosh. There was warm applause in the conference room. Just now, Beichin Technology was officially on the evening news. Luo Yang and everyone looked at each other with excitement on their faces. Haha, now the Beichin system is completely stable. Finally, I can rest assured. As the official mouthpiece, the evening news plays an extremely important role in the hearts of the people of Dragon Kingdom. The fact that Beichin Technology can appear on the evening news this time means that it is officially endorsed, which is extremely important for the promotion of the Beichin system. How can an operating system even officially recognized by the government be fake? The reason why it was reported 3 days later was because the official media needed to investigate whether the Beichin system was fake. Otherwise, once the news was cracked down after being logged in, it would be an extremely serious accident. So under the leadership of the government, professional and technical personnel affiliated with the official Academy of Sciences, as well as personnel sent by several domestic universities with top computer departments, formed a large professional team. Over the next 3 days, this professional team conducted a comprehensive and rigorous test on the Beichin system. It was finally determined that the kernel and key code of the Beichin system are different from any existing operating system. It is not copied from other English codes and then translated into Chinese. It can basically be confirmed that it is self-developed and has independent property rights. It was only after receiving the appraisal certificate issued by this technical team that the official media felt relieved, and the report on Beichin Technology appeared on the evening news tonight. As expected, when the Beichin system was officially launched on the evening news, the number of activations ushered in a terrifying explosion. The next day, which was the 5th day after the system was released, Luo Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief after getting the latest data for the first time. 1.2 million units activated, compared with the amount of activations the previous day, it had quadrupled. The official action was indeed extraordinary. Do the simplest multiplication, multiply 299 yuan by 1.2 million units, rounded to 360 million, 5 days. 360 million, this means that there is nearly 360 million in cash lying in the company account of Beichin Technology. Of course, the online payment fee will be deducted from this money, and taxes will have to be paid at the end of the month, so the money you get is not that much. In addition, after the technical team issued the appraisal report, Xincheng took the initiative to identify Beichin Technology as a high-tech enterprise, and can enjoy the 2-year exemption and 3-year half-off discount. This means that Beichin Technology can be exempted from paying corporate income tax for the next 2 years, which can be said to have saved a lot of money. After making more than 300 million in 5 days, the entire Beichin Technology was going crazy with joy because the current employees of Beichin Technology were all recruited by Luo Yang from the computer science department of Fuda, and they are among the first batch of veteran employees. Everyone has subscribed for a part of the employees from the 10% stock pool options reserved by Luo Yang in advance. Stock. This also means that every penny earned by Beichin Technology has their dividends, and they have already earned 360 million in just 5 days, even if we do not take into account the further surge in subsequent activation volume. Based on this activation rate alone, we can reach a pre-tax profit of 26.2 billion in 1 year, 26.2 billion, which is equivalent to $4 billion at today's real-time exchange rate. Luo Yang did the math himself and was shocked. High-tech companies are indeed extremely profitable. No wonder in the previous world, so many skilled people were unwilling to engage in scientific research. Money is so attractive, hiss. Han Yong took a breath after seeing this data and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that no matter how popular the ordinary media is, in the end they can't compare to the official media. Of course, as an official organization, the authority of the evening news is absolutely unquestionable. In fact, according to the research reports of the marketing department in the past few days, although we have released the Beichin system, there are still many people who have doubts. Luo Yang spread his hands. Actually, if it were me, my thoughts would be similar to most people's. And this time the official media report is an endorsement of the Beichin system. With the official credibility guarantee, it is normal for the system activation volume to explode. The ratio between the number of downloads and the number of activations was very low before. This does not mean that most people are used to pirated copies, but they still have a skeptical attitude towards Beichin technology. Even those users who have been activated come here purely for the idea of self-sustaining domestic products and do not care about losing some money. There are also some young users who worship Luo Yang and pay for their idol. This time the official media officially reported it, which completely stabilized the morale of the military. If nothing else happens, the number of activations will explode in the next few days, and many users who were skeptical before will switch to Beichin technology. These are just small amounts of money. Luo Yang's last sentence made everyone present burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, yes, probably no one except Jack Ma doesn't like small money. Chapter 10, Dissatisfied with the Giants Sucking Blood. Get ready to acquire a payment license. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since the press conference. During this week, the download volume of Beichin system reached a new high, exceeding 15 million units. The number of system activations has reached 3 million units. After logging into the evening news, the number of system activations experienced a surge, but those were all users who had been waiting and watching. The new data in the following days was not that much. On average, the number of new activations was about 450,000 units per day. This means that Beichin technology is guaranteed to receive 130 million yuan every day. We can't keep going like this. The fixed handling fee of 0.6% is too expensive. Can't it be lowered? Although Beichin technology has been making a lot of money these days, Luo Yang is very unhappy at the moment because domestic mobile payment is too developed. Most users now pay through mobile payment. This is why Beichin technology has launched Weixin, a payment package. This is where the problem lies. The two giants charge merchants a unified price of 0.6% this week. Beichin technology has earned 900 million from operating system business alone, which means that the handling fees paid to these two giants alone are as high as 5.4 million. Standing in front of Luo Yang is Linya, assistant to the president and director of the finance department. She is a junior from the finance department of Fuda. She joined Beichin Technology when it was established and has now completed her credits and graduated 1 year ahead of schedule. Linya said she was also helpless. The public relations department has negotiated with Weixin and payment package, and the other party is only willing to give up 0.55% at most. Luo Yang closed his eyes and meditated. He had contact with Jack Ma twice. The first time was when the other party invited him to work at Alibaba, and the second time was when they communicated at the press conference. However, the relationship between the two can only be regarded as acquaintances. Linya continued. Not just Weixin and payment package, the third-party handling fee for domestic mobile payment is basically 0.6%. A few third-party payments with lower market shares can make concessions, but the frequency of user use is very low. It doesn't matter if the frequency of use is low, the important thing is to save the handling fee. Now Beichin Technology has the qualifications to talk to other giants. Since Weixin and payment package are unwilling to give in, let's create our own third-party payment. Luo Yang made the final decision. At the same time, He also understands why today's internet companies are keen on making mobile payments themselves. Avoiding handling fees and completing business layout are part of the reasons. Another big reason is that the user data and flow of the company are all exposed to third-party payment without any guarantee if it is a peer. Third-party payment can easily analyze many important data of the opponent, which is absolutely unacceptable for an enterprise. It was for this reason that Jingxi Mall tried its best to get rid of the payment package and make its own online payment. Unexpectedly, the protagonist of this matter soon became Baichen Technology itself. It is imperative to create your own online payment. I also have the same idea. Because the issuance of payment licenses has been stopped, it can only be obtained by acquiring existing third-party payment companies. I sorted out the information of all domestic mobile payment companies and removed companies that have been acquired or controlled by other internet companies. In addition, there are more than a dozen neutral third-party payment companies. But the payment licenses of these companies are different. Among them, online payment business is the largest, and the licenses are relatively cheap, but the comprehensive business licenses are more expensive. According to the current market price, the comprehensive payment license with the widest business scope has been speculated to more than 3 billion yuan. While investigating, I also discovered something interesting. Linya smoothed the hair around her ears and continued. One of the third-party payment companies has secretly reached an equity acquisition agreement with ByteJump. This means that the top 10 internet companies in the country already have their own payment licenses, directly or indirectly. Although Baichen Technology has been established for a short time, and its current profit points mainly come from the operating system business, we also have a search engine business, so competition with Qiandu is inevitable. And Baichen Technology is also an internet company, and as rapidly it is only a matter of time before it rises and ranks among the top 10 domestic internet companies. So it doesn't matter to us whether Weixin and payment package reduce the handling fees, because mobile payment is where Baichen Technology has to get involved. Luo Yang smiled. Linya had been with him since graduating from school and grew up very fast. Yes, as you said, mobile payment is something we must get involved in. Microsoft is a step late in this regard. Although there were rumors a few years ago that Microsoft was going to develop its own mobile payment. But there has been no movement for several years. Are there any suitable acquisition targets? There are a total of 11 companies that are most suitable, but apart from platform thunderstorms and bad business, only 5 are the most suitable. Linya immediately handed over several documents and introduced them one by one. First of all, Baichen Technology will definitely become a giant in the future, and it will be the world's top giant. Then our vision cannot be too narrow. A payment license with 2 single business is not suitable for us in the long run. My opinion is to get it right in one step. Obtain a comprehensive business license. Although the price is a bit expensive, it is still worth the money as long as the official is not planning to continue to issue new licenses. Luo Yang took the document and looked at the information carefully. The 5 companies were all involved in mobile payments earlier and were among the first to obtain licenses. Their businesses vary, however. Only 2 of them have comprehensive business licenses, and their business scope is very large, basically covering the business scope of Weixin and payment package. If Baichen Technology wants to achieve success in one step, it can only choose one of these 2 companies, and of course the price is not low. The first company has no other valuable assets. The only valuable thing is this payment license. The price is quoted at 3 billion yuan, but it does not accept shares and will only be packaged and sold. The second company has more assets. It has also opened an overseas payment business, and is involved in ticket purchase, hotel, and other businesses. The business is relatively complicated, with a comprehensive quotation of 3.5 billion yuan. It currently only accepts shares. What's more important is that the second company has an official investment background. Once you take a stake, you are likely to get involved in some unnecessary trouble. Luo Yang has a headache. The cripples who choose generals are talking about the current situation. Of course, there is also a second option, which is to only obtain licenses with online payment services. The price is cheap, and the cheapest one can be obtained for more than 100 million. But in this way, if the mobile payment business expands in the future and wants to expand its business scope, it will need to reacquire a company with a richer license business. Judging from the current situation of saving huge handling fees, the second method is more suitable for the newly emerging Baichen Technology. Chapter 11 Baichen system is very popular. Layout cloud computing. Luo Yang finally made a choice and decided to acquire a comprehensive business payment license worth 3 billion yuan. Either do nothing or do your best. This is Luo Yang's life rule. Other internet companies may have to consider retaining a certain amount of cash flow to ensure the company's normal operations, but this is not a problem for Beichin Technology. Since the release of the Beichin system, Beichin Technology has ended the cash-burning stage and officially started to make profits, and the profit growth rate is extremely terrifying. It only takes 1 month for Beichin Technology to earn 3 billion acquisition funds. After finalizing the acquisition, Linya began to prepare for the acquisition. In order to prevent other companies from interfering and deliberately raising the price, the acquisition and payment license was completely carried out in secret. After get off work, Luo Yang returned to his residence after having dinner in the restaurant of the Science and Technology Park. The residence is very close to Shanghai Science and Technology Park, less than 10 minutes walk away. There are high-rise buildings with more than 20 floors in the community. Luo Yang rents a 3-bedroom apartment with fine decoration, located on the 10th floor. After graduation, he rented this place. Because Beichin Technology had been burning money before, he had no plans to buy a house. After all, the housing prices in Shanghai are so terrible. Luo Yang invested most of his wealth in Beichin Technology, and he didn't have much money except rent.at this moment. The company has just started to make a profit, and it has to prepare to acquire a payment license. If it wants to rely on dividends to buy a house, it will have to be postponed. After putting on his pajamas and grabbing a can of beer from the refrigerator, Luo Yang lay on the large sofa and started brushing his scarf. The hot searches for scarf these days have been dominated by Beichin Technology, and Luo Yang is also happy to read the comments and understand the feedback of external users on the Beichin system. I have been using the Beichin system for a week and have not found any problems so far. All major games can be opened normally. I have uninstalled the Microsoft system. This is from a certain game user. I run a company and purchased several sets of professional versions for my employees to try out for a few days. The employees said they felt very good and many of the professional functions are no worse than the professional versions of the Win system, but in terms of cloud business, Beichin Technology only provides us for the cloud backup business. Other services such as cloud computing and cloud servers have not yet been launched. After all, Beichin Technology has just started. Even if it wants to compete with Microsoft, it is impossible to launch so many projects at once, right? We have to give Beichin Technology time to develop. Users of the flagship version said that the overall experience is excellent and the overall performance is much stronger than that of the regular version. The money is well spent. Luo Yang takes note of all these comments. Among them, the cloud computing business must be launched, and together with mobile payment, it will be the company's second-stage strategic planning direction. Similar to the strategic consideration of acquiring a payment license, Beichin Technology is inevitable to establish its own large-scale data center, which is also the basis for the layout of cloud computing. The cloud storage business currently provided by Beichin Technology is to rent Huawei cloud servers. Once it has its own cloud computing department, Beichin Technology will no longer need to store data on Warwick servers. However, whether it is purchasing servers or data center site selection, planning, construction, and maintenance, a large amount of money and time are required, as well as the recruitment of relevant technical talent. Dai and Luo Yang's plan, direct acquisition of existing cloud computing companies, is the most suitable choice, which can greatly shorten the time to deploy cloud business.at. Present, the company's first month's profit has been determined to be used to acquire payment licenses, and the development of cloud business will not be carried out until at least the second month, unless Beichin Technology starts its round financing now. It can only develop step by step, but obviously, Luo Yang would only dilute his equity for this reason unless he was crazy. After brushing his scarf, Luo Yang called home. "Hey, Mom, are everything okay at home? You don't have to worry at home. Your dad and I both watched the evening news. Your dad was very happy and drank a lot that night. My son is really good." Luomu sounded happy. Luo Yang's parents are both university teachers, and they usually control Luo Yang very easily. Luo's father and Luo's mother have long been accustomed to their son's precocious maturity. In addition, Luo Yang became famous at a young age, and they are very satisfied with his achievements in all aspects. That's good. Now the company has started to make a profit. When the company pays dividends in a while, I will buy 2 big houses in Shanghai and bring you here to live there. Your company has just started to develop, so don't waste money. Luo Yuyu warned her earnestly. Your father and I are used to living in the work unit, so there is no need to change to a bigger house. If you really want to make your mother happy, then hurry up and let her have a grandson. Ahem, why are you urging me again? I'm only 22 this year. We should wait a few years to have grandchildren. What's wrong with 22? My old sisters have already given birth to their grandsons, and they are complaining in front of me all day long. If you don't hurry up and seize the time, how will I lose face in front of my old sisters? Luo Yang was sweating. Every time he called since graduation, Luo Yang's mother began to make arrangements to find a wife for him. She looked forward to having a grandson all day long, which made Luo Yang Alexander, knowing that once his mother brought up this topic, she would be unable to finish it in 3 days and 3 nights. Luo Yang quickly gave a few more instructions, such as not to go abroad in the future, and then hung up the phone. The reason why I specially told my parents this is naturally because of the lessons learned from Warwick Company. Because of this incident, Luo Yang has become more vigilant about protecting his family. Fortunately, his parents are enlightened people and understand this. After developing the Beichan system, Luo Yang completely gave up his plan to go abroad. After all, he had touched the cake of Microsoft Corporation, and also helped Longhua break through the blockade of the United States. Due to various factors, I don't know how many people abroad wanted him to disappear on the spot. That is to say, it was in Dragon Kingdom that Luo Yang could rest assured of his own safety. With experience in participating in national-level projects in his previous life, Luo Yang knew very well how strong Dragon Kingdom was in protecting top talents. At present, Luo Yang is the main developer of the Beichan system. Whether it is Luo language, self-developed system kernel or simulator algorithm, he is the core figure. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, Luo Yang can guess that under his own, even around his parents, Longhua has secretly strengthened the security. Of course, if Luo Yang wanted to, he could directly hack into some key special servers to investigate, but this was not necessary for him. He deliberately showed his potential as a top white hat during his junior year, just to tell everyone not to underestimate him. It is impossible for Longhua not to know this. Chapter 12: The Giant Collapses. Unbreakable encryption algorithm. Some people are happy and some are worried. While Beichan system is frantically conquering cities and making a lot of money, some people are going crazy. Microsoft Corporation, Longhua headquarters, the conference room was already filled with smoke. Senior executive John's eyes were red and bloodshot, and the ashtray on the table was filled with cigarette butts. Fark. This is the first time I have cursed him angrily this week. He basically didn't take a few breaks and stayed in the technical department waiting for a certain result. As early as after the Beichan Technology Conference, Microsoft's technical team immediately downloaded 3 versions of the Beichan operating system and quickly tested them. However, comprehensive data from all aspects show that Beichan systems are excellent and have fully reached the standards for commercial use and large-scale promotion. Moreover, Beichan's system is indeed seamlessly compatible with Win system version software. In order to solve this problem, the technical team has been working on it overnight just to decipher the time machine simulator code. John knew very well that the biggest threat to Microsoft was not the all-Chinese assembly system, but the time machine simulator. Without the simulator, the rise of Beichan's system will be much slower. In the domestic market, Microsoft may be losing ground, but in overseas markets, Microsoft is absolutely confident that it can overwhelm Beichan systems. But with the time machine simulator, things are different. The moat that Microsoft spent decades building was completely broken through by Beichan system overnight. The time machine simulator has become a poisonous nail in the heart of Microsoft. However, a week later, Microsoft's technical team still could not decipher the outer encryption shell of the emulator, because they were surprised to find that the emulator's encryption shell used a disordered array encryption algorithm. What did you say? Unordered array encryption algorithm? John's eyes were red. He grabbed the head of the technical department by the collar and angrily shouted, "Then decipher this damn encryption algorithm for me." The head of the technical department shook his head in frustration. "I'm sorry, boss. Beichan Technology's encryption technology far exceeds ours. According to our calculations, it will take more than 10 years to decipher this encryption algorithm even with IBM's Ocean Blue supercomputer. What's even more frustrating is that this algorithm automatically changes the encryption sequence every once in a while, which also means that the calculation needs to be started from scratch. Because it is a disordered array, no one knows what the next encryption sequence will be. It may take 10 years or even more before a second identical encryption sequence appears. So except for the developers of the encryption algorithm, no one knows what the core password of the algorithm is. And since we can't decipher the disordered array, we can't even talk about deciphering the simulator algorithm inside. I'm sorry, boss, we have tried our best. John's vision suddenly went dark, and the surrounding scenery became blurry. Will Microsoft become the second Yahoo? Boss, John's sudden fainting immediately caused everyone present to scramble and call an ambulance, and this matter quickly spread throughout the Longwa Microsoft headquarters, and well-informed reporters got the news immediately. Shocked. Microsoft executives fainted on the spot because of him. United States, Microsoft Corporation headquarters. After John fainted, the news was reported to the public at all levels. Jessai, who had just fallen asleep not long ago, was urgently awakened by the nanny and held a meeting at the company headquarters overnight to discuss how to respond. Jessai's face was serious. Although he had already resigned from the company's management, it did not mean that he had lost control. In front of Geiji, the head of the technical department also looked frustrated and came to the same conclusion. Unordered array encryption algorithm cannot be cracked. As the richest man with a technical background, Geisai is naturally aware of the value of this encryption algorithm, which means that Microsoft will not be able to rely on cracking methods to attack the Bachin system and strangle it in the cradle, because not only the shell of the Time Machine simulator has this encryption algorithm, but also many key modules of the Bachin system use this encryption algorithm. If Bachin technology had not taken the initiative to revoke the encryption of some modules to allow other institutions to conduct reverse compilation code tests to verify whether the Bachin system used relevant codes from other systems, they would not even be able to break into these modules, and not just Microsoft, but all the giants who are paying attention to Bachin technology have discovered this shocking fact. Fruit, Google, IDM, Beast Bone Inscriptions, all companies that have tried to crack the Time Machine simulator have failed. The disordered array encryption algorithm stands in front of everyone like the towering Himalayas. Unbreakable, the report on the disordered array encryption algorithm has even been placed on the table of the U.S. intelligence agency. The importance of this encryption algorithm has exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Even the encryption algorithms of the intelligence department have not reached this level. According to the news, this disordered array encryption algorithm and simulator algorithm were all independently developed by Luo Yang. This young and famous genius has amazing talent in this area. In a comprehensive evaluation by the U.S. intelligence agency, Luo Yang's talent in computers has been placed on the same level as the world's top hacker Kaiwan Mitnick. There is a sentence at the end of this report that is placed on the desk of the intelligence agency. This is a supercomputer genius, but he does not belong to the United States. Chapter 13, US $5 billion acquisition of Bachin systems? Sorry, I have to pay more. Facing the menacing Bachin system, Microsoft was obviously blindsided and did not know how to resist. In the end, Geisai, as the founder, made the decision decisively. First, make an all-out bid to acquire Bachin system. As long as we can acquire Bachin system from Luo Yang, then Microsoft's status will still be unchallenged. Second, if Bachin technology refuses to sell the system, then as long as Bachin technology opens the financing window, it will invest in Bachin technology at all costs. Third, if the first two fail, I will personally visit Congress and prepare to impose sanctions on Bachin technology. Although we are mentally prepared to give up on the Longwa market due to the ban, but for overseas markets we must not give in even a step. Bachin's system will never let him leave the Dragon Kingdom. The world's operating systems can only be controlled by Microsoft. As a big boss who has gone through ups and downs, Geisai's appearance immediately stabilized the morale of the army, and Microsoft, which has adjusted its rhythm, has also revealed its sharp fangs and is preparing to launch a strong counterattack against Bachin technology. The Battle of Tianhuang Mountain for computer operating systems is inevitable, so Luo Yang was a little surprised when he heard Linya's report. You said that Microsoft offered $5 billion to fully acquire all the technology and related patents of Bachin system? Yes, George, the deputy director of Microsoft's Longwa headquarters, contacted us privately this morning. Why is it that George, the deputy director, came forward, but where is the new director, John? I heard that I was hospitalized due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage after staying up late for a week. Linya shrugged and said that she was also surprised. Well, Luo Yang was filled with admiration. Are there such dedicated people in the United States? Then just refuse, and remember to tell Mr. George that the Bachin system is not for sale of our company. God is not for sale. Linya couldn't help but rolled her eyes, saying that Luo Yang's cold joke was not funny at all. Don't think she doesn't understand football. Those football clubs that have stars keep saying that their stars are not for sale, and then turn around and sell the stars for wealthy clubs waving a lot of money. The so-called not for sale actually means 3 words. You have to pay more. All kidding aside, Luo Yang has never considered selling the Beichin system, but if Microsoft is willing to use half of its net worth in exchange for it, it is still possible. After all, it is $900 billion. Of course, this was the price before the Beichin system was released. It has now fallen to the price of $15,000. After reaching this price, it no longer fell, but rebounded. First of all, because the market panic has passed, unless Beichin technology can grab half of Microsoft's users, Microsoft will still be the world-class giant. The second reason is Microsoft's self-rescue. At the same time, Wall Street cannot just sit back and watch Microsoft collapse. Therefore, after the short sellers who were shorting Microsoft got out in time, Microsoft's stock price has stabilized. According to the market research report, the market of Dragon Kingdom alone is no less than 500 million computers. This is the data from a few years ago. Now Dragon Kingdom's economy continues to take off. Last year, the number of smartphone users reached 1.3 billion. As for the latest number of computer users in Longwa, apart from Microsoft and the telecommunications industry, it is estimated that not many companies can have specific data. However, according to Luo Yang's speculation, the latest data should be no less than 700 million units, accounting for almost half of Microsoft's 1.5 billion users, assuming that half of these 700 million users have switched to the regular version of Beichin system. That is a huge pre-tax income of 104.6 billion, equivalent to $15.8 billion. This alone is enough to make Beichin technology a fat man. Faced with Microsoft's $5 billion offer, it's no wonder Luo Yang looked down upon it. Faced with an acquisition price of $5 billion, Beichin technology actually refused? This is impossible. Faced with Beichin Technology's refusal to sell the operating system, George was a little surprised, but thinking of the supervisor John who had just fainted not long ago, he was very keen on the position of this supervisor and decided to increase the acquisition price again, this time raising the offer to acquire Beichin Systems to $10 billion. This time, Luo Yang thought for 3 seconds and then continued to refuse. Beichin system is not for sale of the company. WTF? Are all these Dragon Country people so rich? They don't even want to sell for $10 billion? George went a little crazy. The instruction given to him by the US headquarters in Gai CI was to acquire Beichin system at all costs, and a maximum limit of $50 billion was given, but George felt that a mere Beichin system was not worth that much money. In his opinion, it would only take up to $5 billion to satisfy Luo Yang and pack up the Beichin system. However, it turns out that there is a reason why some people can only be deputy supervisors throughout their lives after being rejected. By the $10 billion bid, George suspended the bid. He felt that Beichin Technology was fishing to lure him to quote a higher price. So he decided to let Beichin Technology calm down for a while, and then drove to the golf course. It's not for sale. Obviously, faced with the not for sale stimulation from Beichin Technology, George has gone crazy. As for the acquisition at all costs instruction from Gai CI, he had already forgotten it. Chapter 14: The Strong Rise of Beichin Technology. The most powerful unicorn company. This morning, Luo Yang was having breakfast at the breakfast shop downstairs when he heard the person next to him say something mysterious. Old Lu, do you know about Beichin Technology, which is very popular recently? You know the domestic light of our Dragon Kingdom. The middle-aged man with a big belly looked around and whispered, do you know how much this company is worth now? I really don't know about this. It should be hundreds of millions, right? Old Lu, who was also nearly middle-aged, stepped on his slippers, took a bite of Xiaomai and mumbled. I'm scared to death if I tell you. I saw on the news that Microsoft wanted to acquire it for $2 billion. Put. Cough cough cough. Luo Yang, who had been eavesdropping with his ears pricked up, spat out a mouthful of hot porridge. Oh my god, $2 billion. Sorry. Luo Yang quickly apologized to the diners around him. Fortunately, he didn't spray directly on anyone, but he didn't plan to continue having breakfast. If he continued, he didn't know what more exciting news the two uncles could tell. Just scan the QR code, pay, and leave. The payment package has arrived, 20 yuan. Under the shade of the trees in the morning, Luo Yang strolled slowly, scanning his surroundings while digesting. Shanghai Science and Technology Park has a large area and good greening. Buildings of different heights are scattered around. What Beichen Technology is leasing is a 4-story office building. It was newly built in recent years. It has a unique shape. The overall office area reaches 2,400 square meters. The monthly rent is 360,000. Beichen Technology has rented it for 1 year. Good morning, Mr. Luo. Good morning, Brother Luo. Morning. The ladies and security guards at the front desk greeted Luo Yang enthusiastically. The security team is called Mr. Luo, and the ladies at the front desk are called Brother Deluo. As for the employees in the technical department, they are called by various names. Luo Yang has no rules about this, just do what you like. Unlike the top students in the technology department, who mostly come from the computer science department of Fuzhou University, most of the front desk ladies are recruited from outside. They are all very good looking and attract the attention of the singles in the technology department. However, since Beichen Technology became a blockbuster a few days ago, these young ladies looked at Luo Yang differently. How should I describe it? It's like it's about to eat itself. Luo Yang felt uncomfortable with the hot eyes of the young ladies. He didn't feel much about his changes, but in the eyes of others, he was already the most popular Diamond King in the country. Especially last night, Microsoft's offer to acquire Beichen Systems was unexpectedly exposed, causing a nationwide sensation. Although the specific price has not been disclosed, it has aroused the curiosity of the outside world. Many media have speculated on the price. There are all news about the price ranging from tens of millions to billions, which has also led to the previous embarrassing case of the middle-aged uncle. At the same time, the outside world has also developed strong interest in the valuation of Beichen Technology. Everyone is thinking about one question, that is, how much is Beichen Technology worth now? Beichen Technology has never announced the specific number of installed machines. After all, making a fortune silently is the way to go. Once people learn about Beichen Technology's huge profits, it will inevitably attract jealous people. Although the data is not completely confidential, for example, the number of users who purchased activation codes through Weixin and payment packages is recorded in the backends of the two giants, and there is a risk of leakage. However, Beichen Technology had already signed a confidentiality agreement when it reached cooperation with the two giants, and was not allowed to leak relevant sensitive data, otherwise it would pay huge liquidated damages. So there has been no definite news from the outside world. Although there is no exact information on the installed capacity, some third-party non-professional institutions have given Beichen Technology a preliminary valuation of $5 billion after integrating some of the data collected. Of course, this data is not accurate at all. Among other things, Microsoft's purchase price for the operating system alone has reached $10 billion. The so-called Beichen Technology is only worth $5 billion. It is a complete joke, but despite this, the $5 billion valuation caused a huge stir. Everyone knows that Beichen Technology is underestimated. If nothing else, there are no less than 500 million computer users in Longhua. Beichen Technology can reach 1/3 of the size of Microsoft with just these 500 million users. Based on Microsoft's peak market value of $1.8 trillion, Beichen Technology only needs to win these 500 million users, and its overall valuation will already be as high as $600 billion. Of course, this data can only be used as a reference, and at most it shows the potential of Beichen Technology. No matter what, the only thing that is certain is that Beichen Technology has become a newly emerging unicorn company in Longhua Internet. Chapter 15, offering an acquisition of $50 billion. The major giants are taking action one after another. When Luo Yang arrived at the CEO's office on the 3rd floor, Linya was already waiting for him. Luo Yang's office decoration is relatively simple, mainly in black and white. After all, too fancy decoration will affect the image of Beichen Technology. Linya, on the other hand, was wearing a moon-white suit today, with her long wavy hair hanging on her shoulders. Her gentle and elegant temperament made Luo Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. What's going on today? Luo Yang was referring to the news in the morning. Microsoft's offer to acquire Beichen Systems was done in private. It's unclear what went wrong. I have investigated and found that a foreign employee of Microsoft disclosed the information to reporters and has now been suspended. Luo Yang nodded. He did not want the source of the leak to appear in Beichen Technology. After the news of the acquisition was exposed, other major companies also sent us acquisition offers. I compiled the information and put it on your desk. Let me take a look first. After checking the information carefully, from last night until early this morning, a total of 16 companies issued quotations for Baichin Technology at the same time. The world's largest database software supplier, Beast Bones Company, has officially offered to acquire Baichin Technology for $30 billion. Big Blue IDM Company has officially offered to acquire Baichin Technology for $30 billion. The king of search engines, Google Company, has officially offered to acquire Baichin Technology for $40 billion. Sequoia, SoftBank, and Goldman Sachs, three of the world's top investment banks, have jointly quoted $45 billion to fully acquire Baichin Technology. They also require Luo Yang to remain the chief technology officer of Baichin Technology after the acquisition is completed, and he will not be allowed to do so within 10 years. Resign. An official investment institution from a certain desert oil country has offered to fully acquire Baichin Technology for $50 billion without any additional conditions. He is even allowed to continue his own business, as long as he is not engaged in operating system-related industries. A hunting feast for the world's top giants has begun. Call. After letting out a breath, Luo Yang felt his scalp numb. He was just a programmer in his previous life, and it was only in this life that he began to explore entrepreneurship. At this moment, facing the acquisitions of tens of billions of dollars by many giants, it would be a lie to say that you are not shocked, Luo Yang calculated in his mind. The current highest offer is $50 billion. Excluding stock pool options, I currently hold 94% of the shares. If the transaction is completed, I will receive up to $47 billion in pre-tax income. Even if the 20% transaction tax is deducted, it is still $37.6 billion. Equivalent to 248.1 billion yuan at the real-time exchange rate. Who was the richest man on the Hurun list last year? Luo Yang quickly searched the 2019 Hurun Rich list, topped by Jack Ma, has a net worth of 275 billion yuan. The second person on the list, Pony Ma, has a net worth of 260 billion yuan. Su, the third boss on the list, has a net worth of 210 billion yuan. If this transaction is completed, Luo Yang will instantly surpass Mr. Su and directly become the third richest person in the country. Hiss. Luo Yang couldn't help but gasp, although he said before that he would never sell the Baichin system unless Microsoft used half of his net worth in exchange for it. That was just a joke. Unexpectedly, Microsoft has rebounded quickly after plummeting by $200 billion, and has now climbed back to the $1.6 trillion price point, and the potential of Baichin Technology is indeed great, but it will take time to grow, and it will become a thorn in the side of many people and a thorn in the flesh, but at this moment, as long as he nods, he can throw away the hot potato of Baichin Technology, escape unscathed, and at the same time directly become the third super rich man in the country. To be honest, faced with such a choice, he really began to waver. He is only 22 years old this year. If the deal is completed, he can continue to invest in other industries with more than $200 billion. Internet, real estate, energy, medical care, biology. Countless markets are waiting for him to explore. Even if he wants, he can immigrate abroad and become the overseas tycoon most envied by public intellectuals. But if you want to obtain this wonderful life, you need to pay the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has been established for decades, and has gone from poverty to today. The economy has continued to take off, but many technical fields have been blocked by foreign countries. The Dragon Kingdom has completed technological breakthroughs little by little through bloody exploration. However, the operating system and lithography machine have always been a pain in Longgua's heart. Because of the emergence of Luo Yang, Longhua finally completed a breakthrough in the domestic operating system not long ago. People across the country were excited about it, and the evening news also specially reported it. The internet has even praised Baichin Technology as the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. However, once the transaction is completed, Baichin Technology, which is regarded by the people across the country as the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, will directly become a company controlled by foreign capital. The breakthrough that Dragon Kingdom just completed will be instantly knocked back to its original shape. Not long ago, Microsoft's supply cuts were still fresh in our minds. Once Baichin Technology is acquired, it is almost certain that the second wave of supply cuts will come immediately. Luo Yang hesitated. There were two roads before him. The road is full of flowers and sunny, but it only belongs to his rich life. The other road was extremely desolate, filled with violent storms, and countless voices roared angrily, trying to knock Luo Yang to the ground and eliminate him. Linya stood quietly by the side, waiting for Luo Yang's choice. Her delicate eyes looked at Luo Yang quietly. The boy she had secretly admired during college had now grown to the point where he was being crazily competed for by the world's giants. She still remembers the first time the two met on campus. The sky was filled with peach blossoms. While admiring the flowers alone, she stepped on a stone and almost fell down. At the critical moment, a pair of warm hands held her. "Hello, my name is Luo Yang." In the peach blossom forest, looking at the boy named Luo Yang, Linya felt as if something had broken into her heart. That thing that breaks in is called love. Chapter 16: The Fruit Company's Strategy. These offers, reject them all. In the end, Luo Yang made his choice. As long as a person lives, he only fights for one breath. After traveling to this world, Luo Yang made up his mind to lead the dragon kingdom of this world to the world, not only to repay the training of the country in the previous life, but also for the passion in the bones. If young people don't have the spirit to dare to fight and fight, what kind of young people are they? When he founded Beichin Technology, hundreds of top students from the computer science department of Fuzhou University joined without saying a word. Why was this? One of the reasons is that he rejected the solicitations from major giants. In the early years, many top students from the Dragon Kingdom chose to abandon their Dragon Kingdom nationality and join the United States, which made many people feel resentful. Longwa spent a lot of effort cultivating these people, but in the end they never returned. Read for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. It seems to have become a joke. A top student in the Dragon Kingdom shouldn't be like this. As a result, Luo Yang, who remained true to his heart in the face of temptation, became the idol of the entire computer science department of Fuzhou University, and thus became the leader of the computer science department. Only then did he raise his voice and many top students responded. "Okay, Mr. Luo." Linya smiled. Luo Yang is still the Luo Yang in her impression. After making this difficult decision, Luo Yang suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. At this moment, seeing those quotations that easily exceed tens of billions of dollars is no longer so shocking. Continuing to look at the offers from other companies, he found that the acquisition targets of these companies were different. Most of the previous offers worth tens of billions of US dollars were to acquire the entire Beichin Technology, while the following companies only aimed to acquire Beichin Systems, but the quotes were much lower, with the lowest being $1 billion US from an overseas investment bank. The highest price was quoted by stock god Buffett, which reached $30 billion US. Far more than what Microsoft was offering. When it comes to investment vision, there really aren't many people who can match Buffett. The name of the stock god is not just blown away. The price of $30 billion US alone directly equals the price quoted by IDM and Beast Bone Inscriptions. This proves that stock gods are very optimistic about Beichin Technology. Continuing to look through the information, Luo Yang found that not all giants were interested in the operating system. For example, Facebook, the world's largest social giant, did not make a bid. If Facebook rarely gets involved in unfamiliar fields. Judging from the current investment structure of Facebook, most of the investment and acquisition targets are related to the social field. This is different from Penguin in China. Musk, the Iron Man of Silicon Valley, who is obsessed with building rockets and electric cars, did not focus on this aspect and only gave a tentative offer of $10 billion. The ambitious Amazon has also made an offer for Beichin System, with the price as high as $20 billion. For Amazon, its main investment areas are still e-commerce and cloud business, and the operating system is more for commercial layout. Consider, except for these major companies, none of the other companies' quotations exceed $5 billion, so there is no need to list them. Continuing to scroll down, what these remaining companies are most interested in is not Beichin Technology or Beichin System, but the simulator algorithm and the disordered array encryption algorithm. Well-known security software vendors Symantec and Kaba have each offered $2 billion to acquire the disordered array encryption algorithm alone. For these companies, information security business is the highlight, and the disordered array encryption algorithm developed by Luo Yang aroused their strong interest. At the end, Luo Yang finally saw another familiar name, Fruit Company. This company with the highest market capitalization in the world is also the most famous internet technology company in the world. Its Fruit phone can be said to be well known by everyone. Fruit Company officially offers $30 billion to separately acquire all technologies and related patents for the time machine simulator optimization algorithm, as well as the disordered array encryption algorithm. At the same time, Fruit Company promises that after the completion of this acquisition, Aurora Search will become Fruit Company's strategic partner in Dragon Country. All Fruit phones, computers and other hardware devices sold in Dragon Country will have Aurora Search set as the default search engine, hiss. Luo Yang took a breath. He immediately realized what the Fruit Company was planning. The strategy of Fruit Company this time is very smart. Although it has spent $30 billion, it is not worth mentioning its huge cash reserves. As the world's second largest personal computer operating system vendor, once Fruit Company gets the emulator, the algorithm is definitely capable of quickly capturing most of Microsoft's users. After losing the simulator, Baichen System lost the ability to quickly plunder the market, and also lost the possibility of entering overseas markets. However, even so, Baichen System still has a competitive edge in the domestic market. Because of Microsoft's supply cutoff incident, Longwo will never give up its support for Baichen System. The Fruit Company is also very aware of this, so their main target should be overseas markets. In order to achieve this goal, the Fruit Company does not hesitate to use Aurora Search as a bargaining chip to seduce Baichen technology. Judging from the share of mobile phones owned by Fruit Company in China, the effect of fully promoting Aurora Search will definitely be significant. By then, when it exceeds 1,000 degrees, Aurora Search will become Baichen Technology's second profit growth point. In this acquisition, Fruit Company is the winner, Baichen Technology is also the winner, and the only loser is Microsoft. Baichen Technology and Fruit Company will jointly divide the big cake that belongs to Microsoft. This trick of the Fruit Company is like taking out a sweet poisonous apple. If you eat it, you will feel uncomfortable but you will not die. If you don't eat it, you will become hungry. What a vicious plan, what a Fruit Company. Even though Luo Yang didn't plan to sell, he couldn't help but be shocked by the Fruit Company's generosity. Compared with the slow responsive Microsoft Corporation, Fruit Company has truly shown its edge as a giant. Chapter 17 Baichen System goes overseas. Hong Kong Island branch established. It deserves to be the company with the highest market capitalization in the world. The Fruit Company's vision is really vicious. It can be said to have hit the nail on the head. I also think that in this acquisition, the Fruit Company is most likely to achieve its goals. Linya also spoke at this time, but Mr. Luo, if you don't plan to sell, then the acquisitions of these companies will naturally fail. Luo Yang nodded. No matter which way he quoted, he had no intention of selling. At present, because these giants still believe that it is possible to complete the acquisition or purchase shares, they have a certain tolerance for Baichen Technology. Once Baichen Technology rejects acquisitions from all giants, it will inevitably face a severe blow. Take a step and see what happens. There is no statement on the acquisition of Baichen Technology by many giants. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many overseas professional appraisal institutions released reverse compilation test reports on the Baichen System code, officially confirming that the Baichen System was completely self-developed and independently owned by Longwa. After the news spread to China, it once again aroused heated discussions. Now those who are slandering the Baichen System can shut up. Domestic and overseas institutions have issued appraisal reports. There is no doubt that the Baichen System is 100% domestically produced. A few days ago, there were public intellectuals jumping up and down, angrily complaining about the Baichen System. Why can't anyone see it now? A bunch of banana people are shaking in the cold all day long. What's wrong with this country? They've already become displeased. The scarf should have banned these people directly. For some public intellectuals, this report from an overseas professional organization completely shattered their illusions. At this point, domestic voices questioning the Baichen System have basically ceased to exist. At the same time, the download volume of the English version of the Baichen System began to soar. Previously, the number of system activations of the overseas version had not been high, because even the domestic people did not fully believe in the Baichen System, let alone abroad. After the professional organization released the code appraisal report this time, it immediately attracted the attention of many overseas netizens. On oil pipelines, Baichen System triggered a craze. It turned out that a well-known video blogger posted a video of himself testing the Baichen System on YouTube. In the video, he skillfully explained various functions of the Baichen System to his fans, which finally caused quite a stir. Foreign netizens expressed their disbelief. It's incredible. Longwa's operating system is actually comparable to the Win system. I've tested it, and except for the code, which is all in Chinese and can't be read, other aspects of usage are completely in English. A system written entirely in Chinese? As a programmer, I think it is necessary to go to the Confucius Institute to learn Chinese. It turns out that besides TikTok, there are such powerful software companies in Longwa. I heard that Microsoft has made an offer to acquire Beichin Technology. After TikTok, Beichin system became the second software to be hotly discussed by overseas netizens because the code of the Beichin system is compiled entirely in Chinese. Many foreign programs directly show their black question mark faces when faced with dense square characters. Not only them, but the previous professional code appraisal agencies also wiped away their tears. In order to find out whether the Beichin system referred to other system codes, these institutions had to recruit many Chinese programmers to participate in this testing work, because foreign programmers cannot understand Chinese. During this period, the registration rate for Confucius Institutes abroad increased rapidly, leaving many schools confused. I used to promote it every day, but I never saw so many people sign up. What's more, many of the people who signed up this time are programmers. After investigation, they found out the cause of the incident. It turned out to be because of the Beichin system. Shocked. The Beichin system has brought glory to the country, and foreign programmers are learning Chinese one after another. Faced with the invasion of Hollywood and the animation culture of the Neon Kingdom, the Beichin system completed the output of the Dragon Kingdom culture. News with similar headlines quickly spread back to the country. Overseas, many Chinese, overseas Chinese, and overseas Chinese who are studying or living abroad have downloaded and activated the Beichin system. The familiar Chinese language has brought tears to many people's eyes. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would be able to use a Chinese operating system abroad. This is amazing for my country. I installed the Beichin system overnight yesterday and tried it myself. It is indeed as advertised by Beichin Technology. It can be seamlessly compatible with most Win system software and there are no incompatibility issues. The operation interface of the Beichin system is very simple, and the UI and wallpapers are also very beautiful. It is much easier to use than the Windows system. Have you ever used Aurora Search? It's very easy to use. There are no false advertisements. It's more comfortable to use than Google. Unfortunately, it only has a Chinese mode. I tested Aurora browser and downloaded several other mainstream browsers for comparison. Some mainstream browsers crashed after frequent use and were prone to freezes. Aurora browser has never had a web page crash. No more installation. I have shown my cards. I have decided to use the Beichin system, the activated flagship version. Online payment screenshot.jpg. Hiss. There's a Versailles upstairs. I'm holding on to silk. I couldn't bear to activate the flagship version, so I only bought a regular version. I run an advertising company, and I'm letting my employees test the professional version. If it works well, I'll switch to the Beichin system from now on. Driven by this wave of enthusiasm, Beichin System's overseas installed capacity has experienced a wave of explosive growth. Previously, in order to facilitate overseas users to make payments, Beichin Technology has reached cooperation agreements with several internationally renowned credit card giants. Overseas users can pay through credit cards at the same time. Due to domestic foreign exchange control and system issues, it is difficult to collect relatively large amounts of foreign exchange. Beichin Technology can only register a subsidiary in Hong Kong Island and open an offshore account in Hong Kong Island to be responsible for foreign exchange business. As for the person in charge of this subsidiary, Luo Yang directly poached a teacher from the finance department of Fuda with a high salary. Through his connections at Fuda, named Zheng Yi, his personal resume is very rich and he has worked in China and Hong Kong. I work in several professional financial institutions and am quite familiar with Hong Kong Island. As of the 23rd, half a month after the Beichin system was officially released, the installed capacity of overseas systems has reached more than 2 million units. Among them, the number of activations of the regular version has reached 1.7 million, the flagship version has exceeded 250,000. And the professional version has 50,000. If this data were released, it would shock many people, because the price of the overseas version is different from the domestic version. The price of the overseas version also needs to add the tax rate of each country to the basic price, and the actual price is even higher. Even so, in this half-month period, Overseas markets have brought revenue of $116 million to Beichin Technology. Chapter 18. Prepare to acquire Feihai Financial. Develop server systems. Not only are sales in overseas markets impressive, but the domestic market is also performing strongly. The installed system capacity in the domestic market has officially exceeded 6 million units, more than 5 million of them are the regular version, 700,000 are the flagship version, and the installed base of the professional version system sold to enterprises has exceeded 300,000. As of now, the profit contributed by the domestic market has reached $377 million. And including the $116 million from the overseas market, it has reached $493 million. That's 3.25 billion Dragon Yuan. This means that even if Beichin Technology does not raise funds, it can achieve subsequent growth solely by relying on its own blood transfusions, like paying for a license plate. I originally thought it would take a month to save enough money, but half a month was enough. Luo Yang no longer hesitated and quickly started preparations for the acquisition. For the two mobile payment companies previously selected, Luo Yang chose the first one as the acquisition target, and then convened some departments for a strategy meeting. This will be the first company acquired by Beichin Technology since its establishment. The company's information was displayed on the big screen in the conference room, and Zhang Yang, the head of the Public Relations Planning Department, was making an introduction. Xincheng Feihai Financial Company, Limited was established in 2006. It was initially engaged in web games, and several of its web games were active for a period of time. Then it switched to mobile payment in 2008 and won the first prize in 2011. Batch Payment License. When the Internet Thousand Groups war broke out in 2010, this mobile payment company also opened a group buying platform business and joined the Thousand Groups war. However, due to poor management, the group buying business was officially closed in 2014, and the original group buying business team was also disbanded. Zhang Yang pushed up his glasses with his index finger. He was also born in Fuda and had a cheerful personality, which made him suitable for public relations. In the following years, Feihai Finance has also been making other business arrangements, but there has been little improvement. At present, except for its online payment business, all other scattered businesses of the company have basically been sold or closed. Feihai Finance has tried to go public several times, but has been unable to do so due to various reasons. The company's founder Tian Feng graduated from Peking University and is 42 years old. He currently holds 52% of the company's equity and still retains a relative controlling rights. The other major shareholders have nothing to pay attention to, and they are already planning to leave the market. Currently, the most valuable thing about Feihai Financial is this mobile payment license. The external quotation is 3 billion yuan, but the price can be negotiated. We were not the only ones who were interested in them before, but there were also several other internet companies. ByteJump had been in contact with this company. In the end, the two parties could not agree on the price. In the end, ByteJump took control of another company by taking a shareholding. A mobile payments company. After the introduction, Zhang Yang returned to his seat, and Luo Yang looked at each other. The price can still be pushed down further. Internet companies have the strongest demand for mobile payment licenses, and the top domestic internet companies have already had their own payment licenses, so Feihai Financial has room for choice. Very small. Everyone is talking about it. Now Beichin Technology has more than 3 billion in cash in its account. After paying taxes at the end of the month, there will be about 3 billion left. Buying Feihai Finance is not a problem. After final discussion, everyone agreed that the price of 2.7 billion was relatively reasonable, and of course it would be best if it could be lowered. Please make an offer to Feihai. The first offer is 2 billion, and then you can slowly counteroffer. Lao He, Lao Zhang, you are responsible for this matter. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can consult Lao Zhang. He Siyuan and Zhang Yang nodded. As for Lao Zhang, he refers to Zheng He, who was the president of Beichin Technology Hong Kong branch not long ago. We must seize the time. It is best to get it done within a month. After the meeting dispersed, Luo Yang went directly to the technology department on the 4th floor. After the computer operating system, Beichin Technology began to work on other aspects, such as server operating system. In Microsoft's operating system product line, there are both computer system Win Series and mobile device systems WinPhone and WinMobile, but now the mobile system department has long been closed. In addition, there is the server system WinNT, which is specially developed for servers. In conjunction with its cloud business and Win system platform, it has many users in markets. After Bachin Systems gained a foothold in computer systems, it also began to develop server systems. Relatively speaking, the server system has stronger performance than the computer operating system, and also has very high stability requirements. Customers will never use a server system that crashes frequently. Unlike many computers and mainframes, which mostly use Unix and Linux systems, servers have lower requirements than these two. After some modifications to the computer operating system, it can be used as a server system. The Bachin server system, codenamed Polaris Server in English, has been developed to its third version, development version number 3.12. After optimizing some bugs, there are no longer any problems. However, further testing is required before it can be officially commercialized. Chapter 19: Huipu comes to visit. Seeking strategic cooperation, in addition to server systems, Bachin Technology is also developing database software. Database, operating system, and middleware are the three major pieces of basic computer software. In order to solve the domestic problem of lack of core and lack of soul, the Basin Longwa's nuclear high-end project promoted by the official project refers to its basic software. The most difficult one to break through is the operating system, but it has been overcome by Bachin Technology. With the long development of the Internet, database software has developed to three stages. The first stage was a centralized database. After a series of competitions, a pattern was finally formed, led by the three major companies, BeastBones, Microsoft, and IBM, followed closely by Sybase, Siping, and Sunshine. These companies almost occupy the vast majority of the market share. In the early days, the Oracle database of BeastBones Script dominated the telecommunications industry, while IBM's DB2 dominated the financial industry market. Microsoft's SQL Server and Sunshine's MySQL were the most commonly used databases for ordinary websites. After Sunshine Company was acquired by BeastBones Script, MySQL also joined the BeastBones Script camp. The second stage is distributed databases. With the development of the Internet after the 21st century, centralized databases can no longer meet the development of the Internet. The most typical one is the database system originally developed by BeastBones for Alibaba, which frequently appeared during Double 11. Problem, because the BeastBones Script never imagined that there would be tens of millions of people shopping at the same time during Double 11. After Double 11, Alibaba chose to abandon animal bone inscriptions and decided to develop its own database. Later, with the exposure of the US eavesdropping plan, Alibaba proposed the concept of DIOE. State-owned enterprises such as telecommunications, finance, and electric power have also promoted the development of self-developed databases, and other domestic databases have also begun to develop. However, the core business of each major enterprise is still the product of a few major overseas giants. The third stage is cloud database. The most typical one is Amazon.as, the world's largest e-commerce platform. Amazon's cloud business ranks first in the world. After that, it began to use cloud computing to develop databases. IT has now basically getting rid of the dependence on the animal bone inscription database. Faced with this situation, BeastBones Script also changed its resistance and began to work on cloud databases. In his previous life, Luo Yang developed a series of software that included enterprise-level databases, so this was not a problem for him, but it would be too shocking to release it together with the system. While he was busy, an uninvited guest came to the door. "Hello, Mr. Luo, I am Xiao Feng, the business department manager of Huipu Longwa branch." "Hello." After being polite, the business department manager, who had nothing to do with gang leader Xiao in the novel, expressed his intention. "After this period of investigation, we at HP are very interested in the Bachin system and want to talk to Mr. Luo about joint promotion. The scope of this joint promotion is limited to Longwa.by. Then, every personal computer sold by HP will be pre-installed with the Bachin system. With HP's strong brand influence, the promotion of the Bachin system is absolutely self-evident. I don't know what kind of preferential conditions Mr. Luo can give." Xiao Feng's words made Luo Yang smile. After waiting and watching for so long, these computer hardware sellers finally couldn't hold it any longer. It has been half a month since the Bachin system was released, but no computer dealer has come to discuss cooperation because they still doubt the authenticity of the Bachin system and are still waiting to see it. It was only in the past few days that overseas institutions released the Bachin system code identification report that they made up their minds. Of course we can talk about cooperation, but the scope needs to be larger. I hope HP can jointly promote the Bachin system on a global scale. This is impossible. Xiao Feng refused without thinking. Mr. Luo should know that our major computer vendors have signed exclusive agreements with Microsoft. This time, in order to promote the Bachin system within the Dragon Kingdom, we have to pay a liquidated damages. If it is promoted globally, this loss will be too big. Luo Yang became even less anxious after hearing this, as if he said casually, "It's the back-to-school season soon, and it should be the peak sales period for major computer vendors, but I've heard some rumors recently. Many students and parents have expressed their refusal to buy branded computers with the Win system pre-installed." The cold sweat on Xiao Feng's head fell instantly. This, Mr. Qiao, you and I are well aware of the current situation. The losses caused by the binding between your company and Microsoft during this period have probably exceeded the liquidated damages, right? Under Luo Yang's coercion, Xiao Feng had to reveal the truth. Indeed, as Luo Yang said, because of Microsoft's threat to cut off supply half a month ago, many Dragon Kingdom citizens expressed angry protests. It was expected that the storm would soon pass without a replacement, and Microsoft and HP did not take this protest seriously. As a result, the emergence of Bachin technology directly disrupted the entire situation, especially after the appraisal reports from professional institutions at home and abroad were released. The domestic people gave up their doubts and expressed their refusal to use the Win system when purchasing computers. Why can your HP computers only have Win system pre-installed? If you don't switch me to the Bachin system, I will take my children to buy earphones. A woman dressed in expensive clothes is buying a study computer for her son who has just entered college. The female salesperson at the HP store apologized helplessly. "I'm sorry, madam. There is an agreement between HP and Microsoft that HP computers can only be pre-installed with the Win system. Even if you go to a Daier store, it will be the same. All major computer companies have this agreement." The female customer showed a helpless expression, glanced at the tall son next to her, and asked tentatively, "Son, how about we give in and use a Win system computer?" The son's face was full of resistance. He was young and energetic, and he raised his head with enthusiasm. "Then I'll buy and assemble a computer. Flash the Bachin system myself." The woman couldn't resist her son, so she had no choice but to leave the HP store and go directly to other stores in the computer city to buy and assemble computers. Not only in HP stores, similar scenes have been staged in stores of other brands of computers. Chapter 20. Several major computer brands are anxious. Huipu, Daier, Lianxiang, almost all well-known brand computer manufacturers have encountered this situation. As for Fruit Company, it is well known that it is not suitable for ordinary users, so this problem does not arise. In the past, August, as the last period before the start of the school year, was often the peak period for computer sales. Win systems and major computer vendors would also offer various levels of student discounts. Of this year, due to various changes, the sales of major computer brands plummeted. On the contrary, the computer assembly stores in Computer City were full of people, and many stores were sold out. In addition, it is less than a week before the official start of school for freshmen. Some schools with earlier start times will start in 2 days, so anxious parents have chosen to buy assembled computers. Many computer stores are getting goods from suppliers. Unlike the inventory of brand-name computers, computer assembly generally involves temporary transfers of goods, or they are assembled according to customer needs and then picked up, so that suppliers are also very busy. According to HP's sales department statistics, the losses caused by these reasons have far exceeded Microsoft's liquidated damages. Faced with this situation, Huipu made a decisive decision and immediately sent someone to visit Bachin Technology. The situation at this moment is not that Bachin Technology is begging Huipu for promotion, but that Huipu has to ask Bachin Technology for help in order to stop losses in time. After losing his disguise, Xiao Feng no longer concealed it, and had a fierce confrontation with Luo Yang on cooperation. The main difference between the two parties was whether to promote the Bachin system on a global scale. No, unless Bachin Technology is willing to pay up to $80 million in liquidated damages, absolutely not. It's impossible to pay for it, not even a penny. Luo Yang's attitude is very determined and he won't give an inch of ground. Finally, after Xiao Feng consulted the board of directors of HP, HP made concessions. HP agreed to promote Bachin computer operating system globally, but Bachin system must give in on system discounts. The two parties have reached an agreement that a 2.5% rebate will be left to HP for the Bachin system pre-installed on every HP computer. This means that for every 299 yuan regular version system sold, HP will receive a sales rebate of 7.475 yuan. the price of Win system is higher, so the profit margin given to Hewlett-Packard is large. In this regard, Bachin system cannot be calculated according to the standards of Win system, or for this reason, Bachin Technology has also made concessions. While HP is selling Bachin systems, it will not give up selling Win systems. The final sales volume depends entirely on the market. Users can choose whichever they are willing to buy, at least in the domestic market. Bachin Technology is confident that it will kill Microsoft. For example, for a 5,000 yuan HP computer, users who pre-install the regular version of the Win system need to pay an additional 1,088 yuan, and the final price is 6,088 yuan. But what about the cost? HP purchases OEM serial numbers from Microsoft. One serial number can be loaded onto multiple computers, and the average price of each computer is less than 100 yuan. What a huge profit! The pre-installed Bachin system only costs 5,299 yuan, a full saving of 789 yuan. In addition to computer operating systems, HP has also agreed to purchase a batch of Bachin server systems and use them on its own entry-level servers, but they will need to be adapted and adjusted before they can be officially launched. If the performance and stability do not meet HP's standards, HP will remove the Bachin server system from the shelves without hesitation. Luo Yang agreed. He was very confident in the Bachin server system. In order to prevent regret, both parties also set the amount of liquidated damages, which is slightly lower than Microsoft's, but still reaches $50 million regarding the determination of liquidated damages. Under the compulsory request of Bachin Technology, HP included the reason termination of cooperation due to ban into the scope of breach of contract. This means that if the United States issues an injunction requiring HP to terminate its cooperation with Bachin Technology, HP will compensate Bachin Technology for liquidated damages of $50 million. It was already evening after the two sides exchanged words. After the Ministry of Justice finalized other details, the two sides formally signed a cooperation agreement. HP was not willing to wait any longer, and immediately held an impromptu press conference in the headquarters building of HP's Xincheng branch. Luo Yang attended on behalf of Bachin Technology, under the attention of several major media who arrived at short notice. HP and Bachin Technology jointly announced that the two parties have officially reached an agreement on global strategic cooperation. HP and Bachin Technology will jointly promote the Bachin system globally. Bachin system will enter thousands of households. It immediately caused a sensation again. After the news was announced, other computer vendors immediately became anxious. Why did Huipu start so quickly? Originally, they also planned to cooperate with Bachin Technology, but Huipu took the lead. Major computer vendors immediately held an emergency meeting, and then immediately sent people to Bachin Technology for negotiations. However, Bachin Technology had already got off work at night and could only wait until the next morning. Early the next morning, the HP store was packed. I want this $69.99 desktop computer with Bachin system pre-installed. I want this model of laptop, pre-installed with Bachin system. I was here first, brush it for me. The Huipu store, which had been empty before, was now crowded with parents and children. For these ordinary users, buying assembled computers was purely helpless before, otherwise they would still be willing to buy branded machines. The better compatibility of branded machines and complete after-sales maintenance services make these ordinary users feel more at ease. At the same time, people from major computer brands who came to negotiate were already having fierce exchanges in the conference room. Several well-known computer sellers in China, including Lianxian, Dell, Hongji, Huashua, and Xinchuan, were all present. In addition, mobile phone hardware manufacturers such as Warwick, Rice, Apu, and Vayu, which are involved in notebook computers, also attended the event. But there are also a few brands that did not come, such as Samsung from Bangzi Country, Jip from Neon Country, etc. Mr. Luo, this profit is too small. You only earn this amount by selling one set. Can you increase it to 5%? In the conference room, many computer business representatives formed a temporary alliance, trying to force Bachin Technology to make more profits. Luo Yang glanced at everyone. Everyone, the Bachin system follows the route of small profits but quick turnover. It is impossible to make as much profit as the Win system. I believe that you have tested the Bachin system during this period, and its performance is definitely no worse than the Win system. While the performance is close to or even more powerful, the price of the Bachin system is only half that of the Win system. I believe users will be happy to buy computers with the Bachin system pre-installed. The current situation is obvious. Computer vendors are seeking help from Beichin Technology. The arrival of Huawei was a bit surprising to Luo Yang, because after it launched the spare Hongmeng system, Huawei obviously planned to rely on the Hongmeng system to completely open up Huawei's hardware platforms and cooperate with Huawei Cloud to complete the ecological closed loop. If the Beichin system were not too popular, Huawei might not be willing to join in, because the rise of the Beichin system would squeeze the share of the Hongmeng system. The negotiations between the two parties were very fierce. This was the first time since Luo Yang founded Beichin Technology that he started to argue with everyone in this area. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. Facing the alliance of many established giants, the negotiation team of Luo Yang and Beichin Technology performed very strongly. In the end, the temporary alliance of computer vendors chose to retreat. Even the conscience of the United States, the world's #1 computer seller, can only lower its arrogant head at this time. HP is already the second largest computer company in the world, second only to Lianxiang. If Lianxiang misses this opportunity, it is very likely to lose its #1 spot in the world. Although Luo Yang himself hates the conscience of American imperialism, he has no choice. After all, Lianxiang is still a dragon state enterprise. The cooperation with HP is to open up Beichin systems, but it does not mean that he will support HP to the world's #1 position. This is a game. In the final cooperation agreement, Beichin Technology gave a 2.5% rebate price to all participants, and other aspects of the promotion agreement and default conditions were the same as HP. At this point, excluding Fruit Company, the top 6 computer sellers in the world, the 5 major computer giants, Lianxiang, HP, Dell, Acer, and Huashua, have all reached strategic cooperation with Beichin Technology and will jointly promote Beichin globally. Operating system. The combined global computer sales of these 5 major computer vendors exceeded 200 million units last year. There is no doubt that Beichin system will continue to experience explosive growth under the promotion of the 5 major computer vendors. Mobile phone giants such as Warwick have accumulated a lot of notebook sales, which will also bring huge revenue to Beichin Technology. In addition, companies such as Dell and Warwick will also simultaneously purchase Beichin server systems. If they pass the test, they will be launched into the market together with their own servers. After officially signing the cooperation agreement, many giants held a press conference directly in the lobby on the first floor of Beichin Technology to announce the cooperation news. At the same time, many physical stores owned by giants have immediately put up billboards that can install the Beichin system. Huipu's good time only lasted for half a day. Major computer vendors immediately obtained their own secret keys. Through this secret key, activation codes can be generated in large quantities. The secret key itself has an algorithm to record the activation codes. Every once in a while, it will connect to Beichin Technology's server to update the latest data. Every computer sold by major computer vendors with the Beichin system pre-installed will have a corresponding record in the secret key, and Beichin Technology settles the fees with the major computer vendors once a month. In the next few days, the installed capacity of Beichin operating system showed a volcanic eruption. Parents originally planned to buy brand name computers. After major computer vendors began to pre-install Beichin systems, these parents immediately chose brand name computers. Because the back-to-school season has arrived, due to the epidemic, this year's college entrance examination was postponed by 1 month, and the corresponding start time was also extended. From early September to early October are the start times of major universities. As of mid-September, the global installed base of Beichin systems has exceeded 50 million units. Of the 50 million installed units, 20 million units come from pre-installed systems by computer vendors, and the remaining 30 million units come from activation codes sold on the official website. Because the cooperation between several world-renowned computer manufacturers and Beichin Technology has completely dispelled the doubts of other users who were waiting to see it, many Win system users have chosen to switch to Beichin systems. There are 43 million users of the regular version, 6 million users of the flagship version, and 1 million users of the professional version. After deducting other tax rates, these 50 million users brought Beichin Technology a huge profit of $2.7 billion, or 17.8 billion Dragon Yuan. After getting the latest statistics, the entire Beichin Technology was filled with joy. Yuan also announced another good news at the right time. This is not the only good news. After several rounds of negotiations with Feihai Financial, we have successfully lowered the final purchase price to 2.63 billion yuan, which is 70 million yuan lower than the 2.7 billion yuan we previously expected. This price is already very low compared to the 3 billion average price of similar business payment licenses on the market.
It also touches the bottom line of Feihai Financial.
Feihai Financial refuses to continue to lower the price, otherwise it will cancel the acquisition. At the same time, Feihai Financial requires a one-time payment of the entire amount and refuses to acquire other assets through mortgage exchange. Several of their major shareholders can't wait to leave. Good. Everyone applauded, and Luo Yang was also very satisfied with the result. Then don't delay any longer and sign the contract directly, otherwise they will suddenly change their mind. In the afternoon of that day, Beichen Technology and Feihai Finance formally signed an equity acquisition agreement. Beichen Technology will fully acquire all the assets of Feihai Financial at a price of 2.63 billion renminbi. After the acquisition is completed, Feihai Financial will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Beichen Technology, and all the original founders and shareholders will withdraw. After the news was disclosed, the entire Dragon Kingdom internet exploded. Penguin and Ali immediately noticed Beichen Technology's ambitions.
Beichen Technology is preparing to launch mobile payment.
The outside world was initially surprised by Beichen Technology's move, but it makes sense after thinking about it carefully.
Beichen Technology is a technology company as well as an internet company.
Its Aurora search has been very popular in recent times, and its intention to target the internet is clear. At present, the top 10 internet giants in China have already launched their own mobile payments, so for Beichen Technology, it is only a matter of time before it enters the field of mobile payments. What we should pay more attention to is that Beichen Technology actually has 2.6 billion in cash. An organization in the industry gave its own interpretation, which was recognized by many people, because from beginning to end, Beichen Technology has not announced the specific installed capacity of the Beichen system. However, after counting the monthly sales of major computer vendors, it is predicted that the installed capacity of Beichen Technology's system should not be less than 10 million units. This data alone has made many people jealous. Beichen Technology's generous spending has annoyed many venture capital institutions, because Beichen Technology is even less likely to start financing after having money. The original plan to take advantage of the A-round financing to invest in Beichen Technology has become out of reach. The outside world continues to talk about it, and Beichen Technology quickly made personnel adjustments after taking over Feihai Finance. Beichen Technology will send its financial team to Feihai Finance and adjust the personnel arrangements of various business departments. There are currently more than 300 people in the team left by Feihai Finance. Beichen Technology has conducted a round of assessments for all employees without affecting its payment business. Those who passed will be retained, and those who fail will be dismissed. Feihai Financial has been in business for more than 10 years, and there are many veterans and backdoor people in the company. These people were the first batch of people to be dismissed by Beichen Technology. A week later, Mr. Luo, the personnel adjustment of Feihai Financial has been completed. 103 people who failed the assessment have been dismissed, including several senior executives. After the reorganization, Feihai Financial has completed the change procedures with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and officially changed its name. Aurora Payment Company Limited also launched a new brand image. Linya was wearing a small black women's suit and high heels, and was reporting the latest situation to Luo Yang. The original Feihai wallet has been officially renamed Aurora Payment. The technology department has redesigned the app for Aurora Payment and strengthened information security protection on its servers. The mobile payment business has been reopened to the outside world after adjustments. The new Aurora Payment adopts dark cyan as the brand's theme color, and the brand logo has been redesigned with the simplified Aurora as the symbol. At the same time, Jiguang Search has also completed the change of the new logo. Jiguang Search, Jiguang Payment, and Jiguang Browser will jointly create the Jiguang brand strategy. Luo Yang searched on his mobile phone and found that the Aurora Pay app has been logged into the app stores of major mobile phone companies. Users can download the app through the app stores or the official websites of Beichen Technology and Aurora Pay. Open the Jiguang Payment interface. After entering, you will see an interface similar to the payment package, but more concise. Some advertisements and messy insurance and financial management services have been cleaned up. Basic functions commonly used by people such as online payment, QR code scanning function, and ride code are all available. Businesses such as phone recharge, ticket purchase, and hotel reservations have also been reopened. The original credit business is temporarily closed and is being adjusted. Follow-up will depend on the situation. Open on an optional basis. In order to attract more customers, Jiguang Pays individual and merchant users are free of charge for transfers and withdrawals. Beihai Finance's market share has been declining in recent years. Currently, there are approximately 30 million registered users, but less than 5 million active users.
That's it.
At the same time, we will terminate the cooperation with third-party payments such as Weixin and Payment Package. From today on, Beichin Technology's products only support Aurora Payment.
These giants can no longer take blood from Beichin Technology.
Okay. The mobile payment department was assigned to Aurora Search and became an important secondary department, with He Siyuan serving as president. Subsequently, Beichin Technology held a temporary press conference and informed the media of the launch of Aurora Payment. After the cooperation was terminated, Weixin and Peibao immediately came to try to renegotiate cooperation and offered extremely low price concessions. For these two giants, this period of time can be said to be lying down and counting money. The number of activations of the Beichin system has increased dramatically, and the handling fees they charge are also as high as tens of millions. Sorry, Beichin Technology will no longer cooperate with other third-party payments.
The negotiators from the two major companies who came to visit again did not even meet Luo Yang.
He Siyuan directly rejected them. When Beichin Technology wanted to reduce handling fees before, the two giants ignored it.
Now Beichin Technology has directly spent 2.6 billion to buy a payment license.
How can they continue to cooperate? This is just a small disturbance. At the moment, Luo Yang is focused on two other things, namely the relocation of the new headquarters and the company's dividends.
Currently, the company has more than 400 employees. As the business expands, we will continue to recruit people. The relocation of the company's headquarters will be put on the agenda.
At this moment, Beichin Technology is no longer as poor as before, but already has tens of billions of funds. Money sitting in a bank account is a huge waste. Only when it is circulated can it produce greater benefits. So for Beichin Technology at this time, there are only two words: spend money. The current 4-story office building is already a bit crowded, especially because the technical department needs more space. The most important question regarding the new headquarters is whether Beichin Technology will leave Shanghai. After all, the housing prices in Shanghai are really terrifying. Luo Yang hasn't thought about this yet, but for Shanghai, they definitely don't want to see Beichin Technology move out of Shanghai. There is a saying in Longhua that Shanghai does not believe in the internet, but it believes in chips. This sentence refers to the fact that Shanghai's policy preferences and support for the chip industry are very strong. But if you carefully study the internet in Halong, you will find that the vast majority of internet companies have their headquarters in the capital, and even many giants spent their time in the capital from their establishment to their rise. As a domestic internet giant, Penguin is headquartered in Pengcheng, but it has also invested heavily in building a second headquarters in Beijing. Another internet giant, Alibaba, has also created a Beijing plus Hangzhou dual center strategy. When Beichin Technology continues to grow, it will also launch plans to establish a Beijing headquarters. The operating system is a basic software, and like chips, it is a nuclear high-end project. It is an industry promoted and supported by Longwei officials. From this point of view, the discount offered by Shanghai to Beichin Technology is definitely not much smaller than that of the chip industry. For example, the previous high-tech enterprise certification was initiated by Shanghai City. Moreover, operating systems are different from physical industries such as chips. They will grow very fast. When the preferential period ends, the tax revenue contributed by Beichin Technology alone will make Xinjiang feel soft. After careful consideration, Luo Yang has no plans to move out of Shanghai for the time being and plans to rent a building as his new headquarters. Luo Yang is going to have formal talks with the relevant departments in Shanghai to see how much discount Shanghai can offer. If the conditions are acceptable, Beichin Technology will not consider moving out of Shanghai, and will also invest in building its headquarters in Shanghai. Building and Technology Park, of course, if the conditions offered by Shanghai City are not satisfactory, then Luo Yang will immediately start a move plan. After giving the task, the Public Relations Department soon sent over the previously compiled reports, which recorded the vast majority of office buildings in Shanghai that were to be rented or were vacant. Luo Yang was ready to select a target among these buildings. First of all, the new headquarters must have a large office area. Later, Beichin Technology will acquire several companies in succession, and these companies will also move into the new headquarters. Buildings below 20 floors will basically not be considered. Luo Yang directly screened out office buildings below 20 floors, and then carefully compared the advantages and disadvantages of other buildings that before this. Luo Yang had inspected the office buildings around the Science and Technology Park and was quite satisfied with Fangxiang Building. Fangxiang Building is located in the east of Shanghai Science and Technology Park, with a height of 20 floors. After its completion, it became the tallest building in Shanghai Science and Technology Park. It is currently open for rent, and some companies have already settled in it. It is very close to major chip companies. It is nearby, and the supporting living facilities are relatively comprehensive. As a technology company that operates computer operating systems, Beichen Technology will have to deal with chip companies in the future. After moving to Fangxiang Building, it will be very convenient for Beichen Technology to carry out related business in the future. Taking Fangxiang Building as the comparison target, Luo Yang quickly screened the list on the report. When selecting, Luo Yang unexpectedly saw a familiar name: Qianghong Building. And on the note next to Qianghong Building, it says that Qianghong Building is not only continuing to be rented out, but is also seeking to be sold. Luo Yang became interested instantly. Qianghong Building is a great place. For Luo Yang, who has studied in Shanghai University for 4 years, Qianghong Building is no stranger to him. In his previous life, he had been working in a certain city in the north. He had been to Shanghai several times, but he had not had much time to play. After traveling through this life, he had a few days of fun in Shanghai with his two best friends, Han Feng and He As a national level new district, Shandong New District. Its carefully built Xincheng CBD already has the style of an international metropolis. It is surrounded by office buildings of well-known companies, and not far away are the famous Thompson Epine and Kofco Ocean View. Luo Yang and the others could only look at these places from a distance to enjoy themselves. In his previous life, Luo Yang was engaged in scientific research. Although his salary was quite high, he was single. After buying a house for his parents and himself, the rest of his salary was invested in the stock market. As a result, the stock market went through time without even seeing the rise or fall. In this life, Luo Yang is just a sophomore, and his parents are just ordinary university teachers. If Luo Yang hadn't changed his destiny after time travel, it would have been too difficult to buy a house in Shanghai, unless he bought a house in a remote suburban area. The housing prices in Shanghai are definitely no joke. 10 million can buy a 40 square meter house in the core area of the city, which is pretty good. Want to know more about the 360,000 square meter mansion? This is also the reason why he has never bought a house before. After Luo Yang traveled through time, all the first pot of gold here and went to Beichen Technology, in order to incubate the Beichen system project under relatively reasonable circumstances, and now, the Beichen system has successfully brought him tens of billions in revenue. Salted fish will eventually turn around, and I finally have the money to buy a house. After taking over Feihai Finance, Beichen Technology finally got rid of the days of being sucked by mobile payment giants such as Weixin and PayPal. Among the remaining income, Luo Yang is going to use part of the money for the company's first dividend. So it's time to put buying a house on the agenda, but what we need to consider now is the issue of the new headquarters. He quickly searched the internet and considered the possibility of directly acquiring Qianghong Building. Qianghong Group is familiar to most people in China. As the only private enterprise among the 4 major airlines, Qianghong Group can be said to have attracted countless attention. Its peak market value has exceeded 1 trillion yuan, and it has entered the world the 500 strongest. A few years ago, Qianghong had a lot of money. He was buying everywhere, and his footprints were all over the country and abroad. In the words of the boss, except for TT's companies, he bought everything else he could buy. However, the good times did not last long. With the tightening of policies, Qianghong Group's capital flow had problems. Later, with the impact of the epidemic, Qianghong Group suddenly fell into a cold winter. Qianghong now has more than 700 billion in debt. Originally, when Luo Yang was reading novels in Feilu, he read a novel that started with a debt of trillions. At that time, he thought the author was really imaginative, but now Qianghong is an extremely real example. Once this behemoth falls, it will cause a large number of people to lose their jobs, and various negative impacts can be said to be widespread. Qianghong is also actively carrying out self-rescue, and has begun to sell off assets continuously. Among them, the business that is relatively easy to sell and maintain value is naturally the real estate business. The Qianghong Building in Shanghai was among the businesses that were sold off. The location of Qianghong Building is very good, with a core area and a first-line river view. It is surrounded by mostly high-end living areas, and the supporting parking lots and living facilities are also very complete. Walking straight north from the building is the busiest CBD in Shanghai. You will also pass by the luxury residential area where Thompson Epine and Kofco Ocean View are located. At night, you can also see the beautiful river view of the Bund.so. Luoyang was instantly moved. If we can directly capture the Cheonghang building, not only will the problem of the new headquarters be solved, but it will also add a good asset to Beichun Technology. Even if Beichun Technology builds a new headquarters one day, the Cheonghang building can still be rented out. Real estate in this location is very valuable. If rented out, the annual rent alone can reach several hundred million. In comparison, the Fangshan building located in the Science and Technology Park instantly fell into disrepute. Do you have a river view? Do you have a luxury first-tier location? No? Then break up. At this moment, Cheonghang building looks like a voluptuous beauty with a sexy figure in big waves, while Fangshan building looks like a girlfriend who has just been abandoned by a scumbag. Fangshan building, bah! Scumbag! According to information on the internet, Cheonghang building has been seeking sale since 2018, but has not found a suitable buyer. The biggest problem should be the transaction price. The price exposed online stated that Cheonghang valued the overall assets of the building at 3.7 billion, while several other interested buyers wanted to lower the price to less than 3 billion. It's no wonder that the deal has been unable to be negotiated. The price has been lowered by hundreds of millions. It is obvious that he wants to take advantage of others' danger. Luoyang understands the trick. He carefully checked the data attached to the report, which showed that Cheonghang Group purchased this land for 1.8 billion yuan in 2009, with a total land area of 20,800 square meters. The total construction area of the Cheonghang building that has been completed is 87,400 square meters, of which Cheonghang owns the property rights for the 1st to 5th floors and the 12th to 20th floors of the building. The combined commercial area of these floors is 5,895 square meters, and the property rights area is 34,500 square meters. Its annual rental income last year was approximately 140 million yuan. Due to various reasons this year, many tenants have moved out of here. The remaining tenants are mainly companies under the Cheonghang Group. The property rights of the 6th to 11th floors in the middle are in the hands of another real estate company. The other party has publicly stated that they can all be sold as long as the price is right. The outside world estimates the property rights of these layers to be around 500 million yuan. In other words, if Beichun Technology intends to acquire the complete property rights of the entire building and the land where it is located, it will have to pay a price of about 4.2 billion. Of course, this is only a preliminary estimate based on the current price, and it will definitely be lower during actual negotiations. As for Shanghai City's positioning regulations for this land and building, it is not a problem. Beichun Technology, as an internet technology company that operates computer operating systems, has business all over the world. Once it settles in, it will become a highlight of the Bund. Luoyang closed his eyes and rested, thinking about the possibility of acquiring Cheonghang building. In terms of funds, Beichun Technology has no problem. It has settled with several major computer vendors at the beginning of the month. After completing the acquisition of Feihai Financial, there is still 7.3 billion yuan in cash in the accounts of domestic companies. In addition, there are also a lot of funds in the foreign exchange account of the Hong Kong Island branch, which will be transferred to the domestic account during the settlement at the end of the month. But this deal cannot be won with money. Shanghai is one of the most economically developed cities in the country, with various forces intertwined. It is impossible to survive for a long time with only money. Of course, Luoyang also has his own advantages. That is, Beichun Technology is an important breakthrough for Longwei in the field of computer operating systems, and many messy things will not come to his door at all. As written in the novel, it is impossible for the second-generation ancestor to come and force him to purchase Beichun Technology at a low price. You must know that Luoyang created a persona for himself as a genius academic master when he was in college, and later became the pride of the computer department. Fu De was Luoyang's first parent. The calf who lets outsiders bully his family is still a golden calf who is famous all over the country, brings glory to the school, and becomes the idol of countless young people across the country. Do you think the resumption of the conference will take action? Never underestimate the power of a top university. For talents who go out from these top universities, their deep network of relationships and connections are the most important. Of course, people with different statuses cannot get together. Now Luoyang, as the founder of Beichun Technology, already has this qualification. For example, a few days ago, he had received an invitation from a well-known boss who graduated from Fuzhou University and invited Luo Yang to attend a private reception at his residence. Although Luo Yang declined in the end because of his busy schedule, he also left the other party's personal mobile phone number. The so-called cocktail party is just a reason for the two parties to talk. Luo Yang also heard a piece of news revealed by the other party. This year's top 10 young talents are likely to have Luo Yang's name. Faced with the boss's advice, Luo Yang understood it clearly. Top 10 Young Heroes. With this title you can avoid a lot of trouble. After the three major problems of capital, connections, and relationships are resolved, the acquisition of Qianghang Building is no longer so far-fetched. After deciding to acquire, Luo Yang convened everyone to hold a discussion. Everyone was familiar with Qianghang Building. After hearing that Luo Yang was interested in acquiring it, there was a lot of discussion. Most of them agreed. Then the Public Relations and Planning Department began to collect more detailed information and prepare to make a quotation for Qianghang Group at an optional date. 3 days later, Beichin Technology reached an internal consensus, and then officially launched the acquisition of Qianghang Group. Beichin Technology was prepared to offer 3.3 billion yuan to fully acquire the property rights of Qianghang Building from Qianghang. This time, Luo Yang personally led the team to initiate acquisition negotiations with Qianghang Group. For Qianghang, buyers with ordinary backgrounds are not interested in dealing with it, but Beichin Technology makes Qianghang's eye shine. As the most popular internet upstart in China, Beichin Technology just acquired Feihai Financial in a high-profile manner a few days ago and paid out 2.63 billion yuan in cash at one time. I have also paid attention to Beichin Technology Qianghang. Although the businesses of the two parties have no overlap, anyone would be interested in such a unicorn company. Hello, Mr. Luo. The person in charge of receiving the Beichin Technology negotiation team was a person in charge of Qianghang Building. He politely invited Luo Yang into the reception room. Luo Yang looked around when he came in. The exterior of the Qianghang Building is in a cool gray color, which looks more serious and solemn. The exterior is a full glass curtain wall, which is a highlight of Shanghai City. There is a surrounding light strip on the outside of the building, which is very beautiful when lit up at night. Looking from the Huangpu River or the old city across the street, you can recognize Qianghang Building at a glance. In the interior design of the building, the exposed steel structure is also a major feature, but the most eye-catching ones are the girls wearing Qianghang uniforms, shredded meat and long legs. Eternal God. Among the uniforms of the four major airlines, Luo Yang thinks Chong Airlines' Chongsam uniform is the most beautiful. While waiting in the conference room, Qianghang's ladies brought tea to Luo Yang and the negotiation team. Most of the negotiation team were singles, and their eyes were wide open at this moment. Thanks. Luo Yang expressed his gratitude to the ladies. At the same time, Qianghang Group attached great importance to Beichin Technology's acquisition offer. Not long after, an executive from Qianghang Group came here with a negotiation team. For Qianghang, the debt of the building group can be reduced if it can be sold early, but it is impossible to sell at a lower price. For Qianghang, it is actually very difficult to determine the scale of the selling price. If the asking price is too high, the buyer will be dissatisfied, because the other party can just sit back and wait for Qianghang to have no choice but to buy it at a low price. The asking price was too low and Qianghang was not satisfied. Mr. Luo, I don't think anyone doubts your company's profitability, but the price of 3.7 billion is really not high anymore. Qianghang executives argued hard. The location of Qianghang Building is very good. If Mr. Luo misses this acquisition opportunity, it will definitely be a very wrong decision. This was not because he was being alarmist, but that Qianghang had indeed reached a preliminary consensus with a certain buyer and was wrangling over the price at this time. But it's just that the other party's offer was 3.2 billion yuan, which was 100 million yuan lower than Beichin Technology. This is why Beichin Technology was received grandly. Although Beichin Technology is rich, it does not come from strong winds. Every money is used in a planned way. To be honest, we did not consider acquisition at first, but just planned to rent a building as a temporary office address. Even the address has been chosen. It's in Fengshan Building. We will invest in building a new headquarters designed by ourselves in the future. The price of 3.7 billion is enough for us to design a larger and more perfect headquarters. Luo Yang's words immediately made the executive hesitate. If you think about it carefully, as Luo Yang said, if it weren't for the right timing, Beichin Technology could have used the money to build a brand new headquarters. He said he would leave temporarily, and then called Cheong Airlines headquarters for instructions.
He received opinions from Cheong Airlines headquarters half an hour later.
Mr. Luo, how about we both take a step back, 3.5 billion. At the same time, Cheonghong will help you complete the property acquisition of the 6th to 11th floors.
The final transaction price will definitely not exceed 450 million.
Cheonghong executives stated the base price given by the headquarters during Beichun Technology's internal discussions. The lowest transaction price given was 3.6 billion, and this goal has been achieved at this time.
Okay, we don't want to waste more time.
As long as you can complete the above conditions, then Beichun Technology agrees to the transaction, but these conditions must be written into the contract. If the final price offered by the other party exceeds 450 million, then Cheonghong will make up the difference, make a deal. Witnessed by the teams of both parties, Luo Yang and Cheonghong executives each signed the acquisition agreement as representatives. After signing the agreement, Cheonghong couldn't wait and went directly to the official department to prepare for the transfer procedures. Then, under the witness of the president of Cosmos Bank, Beichun Technology transferred 3.5 billion yuan into Cheonghong's company account. Of course, Cheonghong still has to pay taxes on this money, but it has nothing to do with Beichun Technology. Cheonghong Group worked very quickly and reached a consensus with the real estate company that night.
The next morning, Beichun Technology completed the property rights transfer agreement with the real estate company and paid another 450 million yuan. So far, after spending 3.95 billion yuan, this piece of land located on the front line of the Huangpu River and this huge Cheonghong building all belong to Beichun Technology. At noon that day, Beichun Technology, Cheonghong Group, and the real estate company jointly held a press conference in the lobby on the first floor of Cheonghong building. From today on, Beichun Technology will own all the property rights of Cheonghong building. At the same time, Cheonghong building has also been officially renamed Beichun building.
Whoosh!
The media present were shocked again. After the face-saving applause, many media outlets interviewed Luo Yang.
Beichun Technology has made continuous moves during this period, directly investing a huge sum of nearly 6.6 billion.
Is this all based on your business layout?
Yes, Beichun Technology is no longer a startup, but a rapidly emerging technology company.
For what reason did you acquire Cheonghong building?
One reason is that Beichun Technology's original office building is too small and increasingly crowded, so a new headquarters is needed. The other reason is that for the purpose of balancing asset allocation, Cheonghong building is a very good asset in my opinion. Beichun Technology has no reason to miss it.
Hello, Mr. Luo, can you reveal the installed capacity of the Beichun system? The outside world is very curious about this. Sorry, no comment. Mr. Luo.
Mr. Luo, after the press conference, major media outlets immediately released the news. The outside world once again caused a stir. In just half a month, Beichun Technology made 2 acquisitions in a row, spending 6.6 billion.
Oh my god, is Beichun Technology so profitable? It has already earned 6.6 billion in less than 2 months? You upstairs know nothing about high technology.
But any high-tech company with core technology is basically a representative of high profit margins. Look at Microsoft. Its annual revenue last year reached $125.843 billion. The annual profit reached $39.24 billion. 6.6 billion is $1 billion according to the real-time exchange rate. It earned $1 billion in 2 months. According to this calculation, wouldn't Beichun Technology's total revenue in the 4th quarter exceed $1.5 billion? His high-tech companies are really scary. Beichun Technology has once again become a favorite for people across the country. At the same time, employees working at Beichun Technology have become the envy of the entire network. I don't know who leaked the news, revealing that Beichun Technology will pay its first profit dividend early next month, which immediately attracted sour looks from countless people. Beichun Technology is already so rich, will its dividends be less? After the transaction was completed, Beichun Technology moved into Cheonghong building immediately due to various reasons. The overall occupancy rate of the building is now less than 12%, which is very deserted.
More than 400 employees, including Feihai Financial, immediately became lively again after moving into the building. I really didn't expect that we would be able to work in Cheonghong building one day. Now it's time to change the name to Beichun building. This building is so big inside. The space of tens of thousands square meters is certainly huge. At night, when the lights outside are turned on, the night view is so beautiful. Everyone was very excited. When they were crowded into a 4-story office building, they thought it was pretty good. Now, when compared with the Cheonghang building, they suddenly realized that it was not a little bit worse. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Luo Yang's office has also been moved to the 16th floor. Looking out directly is the mighty Huangpu River. Listening to the occasional whistle sound while working, Luo Yang feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. TSK, it's a huge and luxurious office with river view. I just need a glass of red wine now. Sitting on the large boss chair and spinning around, Luo Yang finally felt like a successful person. Sure enough, if you have money but don't spend it, you won't be able to experience this feeling at all. The entire 16th floor belongs to him. In addition to the office, there is also a large private bedroom for resting, the president's secretary's office, entertainment and leisure area, fitness area, and VIP reception room. Above the 16th floor is where the company's servers are stored. The space on the 4th floor is completely reserved. Luo Yang is considering purchasing a supercomputer for the company in the future. Except for server maintenance personnel, no one else is stationed on these floors. On the floors below the 16th floor, there are the company's major technical departments: Information Security Business Department, Server Maintenance Department, Luo Language Development Department, and Software Development Department. Pushing this way down, below the 10th floor is the Internet Department, where Jiguang Search, Jiguang Payment and other departments work. The lowest floors are office areas for non-technical positions, and are also equipped with public leisure and fitness areas, public restaurants, etc. The lobby on the 1st floor is where the front desk reception and the company's security and property teams are located. General posts such as cleaning and drivers are also basically on the 1st floor. After everyone moved into the Beichin building, Luo Yang sent people to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete the address changes of the two companies. At the same time, the logo above the Cheonghang building was also officially changed, becoming the cross-polar star logo of Beichin Technology, with Beichin Technology and the company next to it, English name Polaris. At this point, Cheonghang building has officially been renamed Beichin Building. The property and security of the building were officially taken over by Beichin Technology. Luo Yang found that he had to expand his staff. The previous security team was no longer enough. At the same time, the companies that were originally affiliated with Cheonghang and leased here have also started to move out. Beichin Building will only be occupied by its own companies for a long time in the future. The original office building in the Science and Technology Park was rented out directly, and the remaining 2 months' rent was returned. Feihai Financial also moved out of the original office building in the old city. These things took a few more days. When Luo Yang was busy in the technical department, Linya appeared here. Her expression was a little solemn, and she gave Luo Yang a wink. After Luo Yang left the technical department, she whispered, "Mr. Luo, someone from J is here, call." Luo Yang let out a sigh of relief. The long-awaited customer finally arrived. "Take people to the VIP room first, I will come later." After returning to the office and tidying up his appearance, Luo Yang came to the VIP room and immediately saw a middle-aged man with straight short hair sitting there. With this standard sitting posture, simple short hair, and the sharp eyes of the middle-aged man, even though he is wearing casual clothes, his identity is still obvious. In addition to the middle-aged man, there is another person Luo Yang is familiar with. He is a leader of the computer department of Fuda named Lu, who also attended the Beichin System launch conference before. "Hello, Director Lu, why don't you say hello before you come so I can pick you up?" Director Lu, who is also middle-aged, smiled and waved his hands. "I know you are a busy man, so I won't cause you any trouble. Today I was asked to be a go-between. I would like to introduce you to you. This is Yang Ming, from the General Strategy Department." General Strategy Department. Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat. This is the number 1 department of Dragon Kingdom J. "Hello, Mr. Luo. Just call me Yang." Yang Ming stood up and shook hands with Luo Yang. His hands were covered with calluses. Luo Yang realized that Yang Ming was not a civilian employee. "Okay, you can talk about the rest of the matter, and I won't be involved. I just want to visit your newly purchased building." After introducing both parties, Director Lu took the initiative to leave. "Xiao Ya. Take Director Lu around the company." Okay, Director Liu, please come with me. Linya turned around and left with Director Liu. Director Liu had attended the last press conference and she knew him. After there was no one in the conference room, Yang Ming directly expressed his intention to come. During this period, Party J's technical department has been testing the security of the Beichen system. Now Party J is very satisfied with the results, so it sent me to talk to Mr. Luo about cooperation. What Yang Ming said was true. National defense security was definitely a major matter. As soon as the Beichen system was released, J Party convened teams of experts from all walks of life to conduct all-round testing. During this period, the computer experts from the J side used various methods to attack the test computer where the Beichen system was installed. In the end, the Beichen system lived up to its responsibility and withstood all the attacks. Data from all parties show that the security of the Beichen system, which is written in all Chinese assembly language, is absolutely top-notch in the world, and most computer viruses are ineffective against it. Its stability is also very good. Even if it processes a large amount of data in an instant, there were just some lags, and not a single downtime occurred. The system core has been confirmed to be self-developed by Longwei with independent property rights and fully meets Party J's requirements for domestic systems. The only thing to consider is the backdoor left by Beichen technology in the system. Everyone is well aware of system backdoors. Any software company in the world will leave a backdoor in its own software. Otherwise, how would Microsoft make the pirated system black out? But this is not a big problem. Once cooperation with Party J is reached, the backdoor of Beichen system will definitely be removed. After receiving the report from the top technical team of Party J, the boss of Party J made up his mind and prepared to deploy the Beichen system in Party J. What is Party J thinking? Luo Yang looked at Yang Ming. Luo Yang is almost certain that Party J will not directly adopt the Beichen system. To be honest, Party J previously considered jointly developing a new system with Beichen technology, but it was rejected by the superiors for security reasons. Party J hopes to obtain part of the source code of the Beichen system kernel, and then use the original system kernel to adapt it and develop a brand new operating system based on it. Luo Yang frowned slightly. Just the system kernel source code? That's right. Beichen technology is an important breakthrough for Longwei in the field of operating systems. J's side will not do anything to bully others. Yang Ming looked at Luo Yang sharply. We know that the reason why the Beichen system can expand rapidly is not because it is a domestic operating system, but because of the time machine simulator and the disordered array encryption algorithm. The operating system used by Party J does not need to be considered for commercial use, so Party J will not touch the simulator and encryption algorithm. After all, this is the trump card that the Beichen system relies on for its survival. Therefore, Party J has to settle for the next best thing. As long as it gets the kernel of the Beichen system part of the source code can complete the design of a new kernel. After all, we are also worried that the original kernel will have backdoors. At the same time, Party J will not take your source code for free. You can make a price. As long as it is not excessive, Party J will accept it. Luo Yang considered the pros and cons after the Beichen system was developed. Luo Yang knew that sooner or later it would be selected by the J Party and the government as a procurement target, and as Yang Ming said, the Beichen system can kill everyone, and the reason why the Win system is losing ground is not the domestic system kernel, but the time machine simulator. Luo Yang has absolute confidence in the disordered array encryption algorithm he developed, because this encryption algorithm was developed by Luo Yang in the previous life. After a long period of testing, it can be said to be foolproof. Being able to establish a connection with the third party will be a great help to Beichen technology. In the future, it will be regarded as a semi-private supplier. Even some official departments do not dare to put any obstacles on Beichen technology. However, it is absolutely not advisable to collect money. This means that the transaction between Party J and Beichen technology is just a transaction. On the contrary, if the money is not collected, Party J will owe Beichen technology a huge favor. Free favors are the most expensive things. Luo Yang made a decision. I agree in principle with Party J's conditions, but we do not intend to collect money. We support national defense. Everyone is responsible. We will authorize Party J to use some of the core source codes of the Beichen system kernel for free. Of course, this is only for personal use. The third party cannot leak the code to other companies or official departments, let alone use it for commercial purposes. Ouyang Ming's eyes flickered, and he understood Luo Yang's thoughts in an instant. Luo Yang wants Jay to owe him a big favor. This favor is absolutely huge. Once the system kernel source code self-developed by Beichen Technology is leaked, competitors can rely on it to rewrite a brand new operating system. I need to ask my superiors for instructions. Luo Yang temporarily left the VIP room. Ouyang Ming came out of the VIP room a few minutes later and nodded to Luo Yang. The superiors agreed to this cooperation plan. The big stone in Luo Yang's heart finally fell to the ground. After reaching a consensus, Ouyang Ming was no longer so serious, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. When Luo Yang was about to sign the agreement, his heart moved and he looked at Ouyang Ming. Mr. Ouyang, I wonder if Party J is interested in doing a deal with Beichen Technology? What deal? Luo Yang rubbed his hands, acting a little vulgar. Every year in the Dragon Kingdom, there are many elites from the special forces who retire from the army for various reasons, right? In one sentence, Ouyang Ming knew Luo Yang's purpose. You want to recruit them? Yes. Luo Yang admitted directly. Although I don't know how much subsidies Jay Fong and Long Country give them, there must be an upper limit. I'm afraid it will be difficult for these elites to adapt to the life of ordinary people after they retire, right? Yes. Ouyang Ming nodded. Indeed, in addition to some people joining the police force, there are also many people who choose to find jobs on their own. However, living in the army for a long time has created a huge separation between them and ordinary people's lives. In particular, some people suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome, are easily stimulated and may accidentally injure others. Mr. Ouyang, you also know that Beichen Technology is now a thorn in the eyes and flesh of many people. I don't know how many people want me to disappear. Considering my own personal safety, I want to cooperate with Party J to recruit a group of special forces to retire. The next elite personnel will join Beichen Technology. Beichen Technology will set up a new company, called Beichen Security, which will specialize in security business and implements semi-military management internally. In addition to Beichen Technology, the client range will also expand externally and provide security targets for some customers. With the backing of Beichen Technology, there is absolutely no problem with the various benefits of these security personnel. The salary will be increased by 50% according to the highest level in the industry, and 5 insurances and 1 fund are provided, including food and accommodation. In addition, there are holiday subsidies and year-end bonuses. If there are casualties during the mission, Beichen Security will also provide huge compensation to protect the normal life of their families. If the deceased has children, Beichen Technology can advance all basic expenses for their children from kindergarten to college to ensure that they have books to study. Of course, we don't intend to compete with Blackwater for business. The security scope is limited to the country. In addition, if special circumstances occur in the future, Beichen Security may apply for a gun license. Luo Yang expressed his thoughts directly. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a big problem for Beichen Technology to set up a security company, but the level of the personnel it recruits is uneven. Even after the real elite retires, they still need to keep records with the government, and the government, without the approval from above, it would be impossible for Luo Yang to recruit these people. Instead, it might cause more trouble. At this moment, with the help of Ouyang Ming, Luo Yang directly connected with Party J and decided to give it a try. Ouyang Ming was also swayed by Luo Yang's ambition. Good guy, this is obviously a simplified version of Blackwater Company. Are you still planning to apply for a gun license? Ouyang Ming's eyelids twitched and he felt a little dizzy, so he decided to leave this problem to his superiors. The waiting time was a bit long this time. It took more than half an hour before the superiors responded to Ouyang Ming. Can. This one word is more important than Mount Tai. The establishment of Beichen Security will take some time. Ouyang Ming left his personal contact information with Luo Yang, and this call will only be answered within the designated time. Party J also needs to select suitable personnel, and some real elites will not be introduced to Beichen Technology at all. Even if the strongest group retires, the country will support them. There is no need to worry about these people. Luo Yang. After finalizing the matter, the two parties formally signed the cooperation agreement. Downstairs of Beichen Technology, a black car was waiting. After getting in, Ouyang Ming nodded to Luo Yang and then disappeared into the traffic. Director Lu was picked up by the driver. Before leaving, Director Lu patted Luo Yang on the shoulder and said sincerely,
"You've done a great job, keep up the good work." Luo Yang nodded. After returning to the company, Luo Yang began to work on the company's dividend distribution.
As of October 1st, the global installed base of Baichen system has exceeded 90 million units. Among them, the number of overseas version users has reached 15 million units and the domestic users have reached 75 million units.
There are 78 million regular version users, 10 million flagship version users, and 2 million professional version users. Since the release of the Baichen system on August 8, as of October 1, after settling the September income with major computer vendors and deducting taxes, foreign exchange transfers, other handling fees and other expenses, the company's current total profit of 31.3 billion Dragon Yuan, equivalent to $4.73 billion. The acquisition of Feihai Financial cost 2.63 billion yuan, and the acquisition of Qianghong Building cost 3.95 billion yuan. After deducting these two items, the current remaining profit in the company's account is 24.72 billion yuan. Crash. In the larger conference room, all the executives of Baichen Technology were gathered, and they were all applauding vigorously at this moment. 24.72 billion yuan, an enviable number. The company's second phase strategic development plan will be announced below. After the funds are reserved for the company's strategic plan, the company will use part of the remaining profits to distribute dividends. Luo Yang, who was sitting at the top of the conference table, stood up and walked to the big screened eye in the conference room, which is far more spacious and bright than the previous 4-story office building. The projector clearly projects the content on the screen. It has been 1 year and 3 months since the establishment of Baichen Technology on July 1, 2019, during which we have made remarkable achievements. According to the first phase of the strategic development plan formulated when the company was founded, most of the goals have been completed. The Baichen Computer Operating System project has been successfully incubated and has brought a lot of profits to the company. The Aurora search engine has also been launched and carried out. Commercial promotion is developing steadily. Although the Office software project is 2 months late, it has now been developed and will be released this month. In this way, all 3 goals of the first phase have been completed. Luo Yang pressed the remote control, and the content on the screen changed accordingly. The second phase of the development plan is based on the premise that the first phase can bring huge profits to the company. If the first phase of the plan fails or does not achieve the expected situation, Baichen Technology can only survive by opening a round of financing. Subsequent crises. However, the goddess of luck favored us, and we successfully did it. Baichen's system has achieved great success. The future development direction of Baichen Technology is mainly oriented towards the 2 major industries of software development and internet applications. IT will also develop other businesses depending on the situation. Software development includes 4 major categories, namely operating systems, computers, mobile phones, servers and other types of operating systems, office software, enterprise-level databases, industrial software. Currently only industrial software we have not yet entered. Internet applications are based on the 3 major businesses of search engines, mobile payments, and cloud computing, and complete the layout of a comprehensive business landscape through investment, holdings, and acquisitions. In the internet field, our first opponent is Qiandu. When Jiguang Search officially defeats Qiandu and becomes the largest search engine in China, it is the moment when we declare war on Beiying and Gugu. Everyone present listen carefully to Luo Yang's story, which is related to the future development direction of Baichen Technology. The combination of Aurora Search plus Aurora Payment will form the 3rd largest faction in the future Longwei Internet. The Aurora faction, or the Baichen faction, the current Qiandu is no longer worthy of the status of the 3 BTA giants. Its position it will inevitably be replaced by Baichen Technology, and the title will then become PTA. After having sufficient capital, Luo Yang finally revealed his ambition. He wants to be the Internet King of Dragon Kingdom. It is promising for Aurora Payment to rise and become the top 3 mobile payments in China. First of all, with the rapid expansion of the Baichen system, Aurora Payment has added 40 million registered users, and the total number of registered users has reached 70 million people, and the number of active users has also increased to 20 million. It is relatively easy for Aurora Payment to add new users. Everyone who uses the Baichen system will be a potential user of Aurora Payment. However, if users want to stay and continue to use it, they need to do a good job in syncing the usage scenarios. With Aurora Payment as its core, Bachin Technology will make large-scale investments and acquisitions in e-commerce, life service platforms, movies, travel, ticketing, hotels, etc., to enrich the functions of Aurora Payment and thereby increase user stickiness. Aurora Search is working in the three major directions of search engines, culture and entertainment, and Information.it will also make large-scale investments in mergers and acquisitions. Cloud computing will provide support for the two core businesses, when Aurora Search and Aurora Payment respectively. When the ecological closed loop is completed, it will be the day when Bachin Technology's internet business landscape will be completed. Everyone present was shocked by Luo Yang's ambition. In terms of software, the three-piece set of operating system plus office software plus cloud business will become the most common choice for most users. The five-piece set of operating system plus office software plus database plus industrial software plus cloud business will be the most popular choice for enterprises level user choice. Cloud computing has a very heavy task. On the one hand, it provides support for major software businesses so that users can easily call data on any terminal. On the other hand, it also provides comprehensive support for internet businesses. Part of the second phase of the plan has already been carried out, which is Aurora Payment. In the coming days, we will complete another important acquisition and officially enter the cloud computing business. The current domestic cloud computing market is led by the three traditional internet companies BTA. At the same time, Huawei Cloud is also rapidly rising with its own hardware platform. The planning department showed me a piece of information. In addition to the above four companies with the largest market share in the cloud computing business, there are several other domestic cloud computing companies that are weaker and have not been listed. There are 3 companies in total, all of which are under our investigation and acquisition targets. Among them, I will hold another special meeting later to determine the acquisition target. At this point, Luo Yang suddenly changed the topic and mentioned another news. Just today, I heard an interesting piece of news. It is said that Warwick Company is in contact with a third-party payment company and is preparing to acquire a payment license. Obviously, Warwick and Bachin Technology have the same idea, and they both rely on operating systems to drive traffic for their own mobile payments. If this acquisition is completed, the mobile payment landscape will be changed again. Bachin Technology and Warwick Company are deploying mobile payment services at the same time, which will inevitably have a certain impact on the two giants, Weixin and Payment Pack. Luo Yang looked at the crowd and said earnestly, "Time waits for no one." Not only Bachin Technology is rising rapidly, but other companies are also constantly catching up. We must speed up the pace of progress. Don't forget, there are still many overseas giants eyeing Bachin Technology. With the growth of Bachin Technology, Microsoft's market share will continue to shrink, and severe sanctions against us may come at any time. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The rapid expansion of Bachin Technology during this period made them feel a little elated. "Mr. Luo, we understand. It's really been a bit crazy these days. Many employees have been bragging all day long, thinking that Bachin Technology can sweep the world. It seems that a meeting will be held to correct this trend." Everyone opened their mouths to answer. Luo Yang nodded, as long as everyone can listen to their opinions. "Okay, we'll follow up on the acquisition of cloud computing vendors later, and let's continue talking about dividends." Luo Yang's words made many people look excited. When I first founded Bachin Technology, I had limited funds, and I had to save every penny, so I couldn't give everyone a generous salary. After all, everyone is a top student in the computer department after graduation. I can just get a job in an internet company. An annual salary of hundreds of thousands is easy. Since you can give up your high-paying positions and start a business with me from scratch, I will naturally not treat you badly. According to the agreement when we started the business, except for the 3 founders, myself, Han Feng, and He Siyuan, other veteran-level initial employees will have the right to purchase the company's original shares at one time. Everyone knows that if nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time before Bachin Technology grows into a trillion-dollar giant. According to the agreement at the time, the company must give up 0.05% of the original shares as a reward to the initial employees. This ratio was negotiated by everyone, based on the peak market value of $1 trillion in the future. The overall value is $500 million. Of course, the current valuation of Bachin Technology by the outside world is $50 billion. This 0.05% of the original shares is the current value is $25 million. And now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Following Luo Yang's words, everyone's breathing became heavier. Original shares of Beichin Technology worth $25 million. Any veteran level initial employee who started my business with me and has worked at Beichin Technology for 1 year and still has not resigned will be eligible to subscribe for original shares. The specific number will vary according to their position and contribution to the company. The current registered capital of Beichin Technology is 12 million yuan. Based on the total share capital of 12 million shares, 0.05% of the share capital is 6,000 shares, with a face value of 1 dragon yuan per share, and net assets per share of $4,166/27,499 dragon yuan. The value of net assets per share is calculated based on the $50 billion quoted price for Beichin Technology from the outside world. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. Everyone looked at each other and expressed no objection. Beichin Technology is currently growing rapidly, and the price of $50 billion will continue to rise. Everyone is very confident in this. Okay, since no one has any objections, it's settled. These 6,000 original shares are the company's exclusive rewards for veteran employees. Except for our 3 founders, the founding team of Beichin Technology has reached 150 people, and these 6,000 shares were jointly subscribed by these 150 people. It doesn't matter if you don't have money to buy now, the company can provide interest-free loans to buyers. The loan will be deducted from the employee's salary and year-end bonus according to a certain percentage. Theoretically, as long as a P5 level employee works enough in the company, the loan can be paid off in 5 years. If you're a higher level employee, it's even faster. Luo Yang gave a solution. After employees took out loans to purchase original shares, they were bound to Beichin Technology before the loan was repaid. When the loan was repaid, Beichin Technology would continue to launch other incentive plans for core employees and senior management talents, thereby attracting the majority of employees. Some talents stay in the company. The specific plan will be adjusted later. The most important thing now is to complete the distribution of original shares. Considering that everyone may leave their job midway, we have relevant restrictions on this. The original shares are prohibited from being sold within 10 years. If the holder still insists on leaving his job, then Beichin Technology will repurchase the original shares subscribed by him at a price equal to the original shares. Initial offering price. If the holder has worked for Beichin Technology for more than 10 years, the equity restrictions will be lifted. At that time, employees can choose to sell the shares freely at the prevailing market price. At the same price, Beichin Technology will still have the priority to repurchase the shares. If the employee's loan has not been repaid before he leaves the company will take back the original shares at the original purchase price, and all fees paid by the departing employee will be refunded. The employee can leave the company after the remaining loan is paid off. This article was set up to prevent Luo Yang from causing trouble to the company's equity after the original stockholders resigned midway. Although Beichin Technology has a bright future, it cannot be ruled out that competitors may poach employees with high salaries. The specific number of original shares subscribed is based on position and contribution to the company. You can check it yourself. Boom! The conference room suddenly exploded. As for whether to subscribe for the original shares, everyone has a unanimous opinion, that is, buy. Although these 6,000 original shares are only worth $25 million now, when Beichin Technology fully grows, it can skyrocket to $500 million or even higher. If 150 people jointly subscribe, even if each person can subscribe for 40 shares on average, they will have to pay approximately $166,000, which is a cost of 1.1 million dragon yuan to get it. If Beichin Technology really reaches a valuation of $1 trillion, then the value of these 40 shares will surge 20 times to $3.32 million. That's about 21.92 million dragon yuan. Wouldn't it mean that everyone in our founding team of 150 people has become a multi-millionaire? F***K. I don't know what to say, Mr. Luo and B. The entire conference room was completely boiling. 150 multimillionaires. If it were any other company, it would have been hard work for more than 10 years before it managed to get to the point where it was listed on the market. However, when it went public, it broke the market and directly lost the family fortune. Even if it were another internet company, it would only create a large number of multimillionaires when it goes public. But after the excitement, everyone calmed down. If you think about it carefully, there is actually nothing to be excited about. Bachin Technology is not short of money, which means that Bachin Technology will not be listed, and the original shares are not allowed to be liquidated within 10 years. The current price is not even if it is speculated to the sky how useful it is, and the company has the priority to repurchase it. The only benefit is that you can get dividends within 10 years, plus sell it to the company for a large amount of cash after 10 years. Everyone is very satisfied with this, whether this 1.1 million Dragon Yuan is placed in the bank or used for financial management. Its 10-year profit is completely different from the original stock profit. On the one hand, there are stable but very low interest rates, and on the other hand, there is a valuation that is very likely to skyrocket 20 times. There is no need to worry about such a simple multiple-choice question, just buy. If they had not followed Luo Yang to join Bachin Technology, they might still be working in other companies now, but their annual salary would only be a few $100,000. There have been too many changes in 10 years, and no one can guarantee that their net worth will exceed tens of millions long yuan. And if we don't consider the problem of cashing out now, just relying on these original stocks, they will most likely have a net worth of 20 million in 10 years. Will Bachin Technology fail and eventually retire sadly? Of course it's impossible. Everyone has no doubt about the huge potential of Bachin Technology, and more importantly, after subscribing for the original shares, they can also participate in the company's dividends. Although it is only a 0.05% ratio, no matter how small the original shares are, it still means that they are half the owners of Bachin Technology. Of course, despite subscribing for original shares, it does not mean that they can join the board of directors. In order to ensure control of the company and reduce redundant institutions, Luo Yang stipulated in the agreement when he started his business that small shareholders with less than 1% of individual shares would not join the board of directors. These 150 small shareholders will jointly elect a shareholder representative who will join the company's supervisory board together with the employee representatives elected by the employees. Although in most companies, the board of supervisors has no rights, it is an indispensable institution. Even a one-person limited company needs a supervisor. This 0.05% original share ratio was allocated from Luo Yang's personal shares, which was also agreed in advance in the agreement. As a result, the latest equity ratio of Bachin Technology is as follows. Luo Yang, founder of Bachin Technology and the company's largest shareholder, has reduced its shareholding ratio from 94% to 93.95%. Han Feng, co-founder, is the company's second largest shareholder, holding 3% of the shares. He Siyuan, co-founder, is the second largest shareholder of the company, holding 3% of the shares. Original shareholders composed of 150 initial employees, holding a total of 0.05% of the shares of Luo Yang's 93.95% equity. 10% of the reserve stock pool options were originally reserved. However, now that Bachin Technology is no longer short of money, it should not consider the issue of listing financing in the future, so this 10% stock pool option was directly withdrawn by Luo Yang himself. As for future stock futures and other incentive measures, the proportion of the stock pool that needs to be allocated will be shared among all shareholders. Everyone expressed no objection to this point. After the original stock subscription is completed, the next step is to pay dividends. Luo Yang continued, according to the company's second phase strategic development plan, at least a budget of 22 billion yuan must be reserved for a series of subsequent investment acquisitions. In addition, the company needs to retain a certain amount of cash flow to prevent accidents. So I decided to use 1 billion to distribute dividends. After deducting the 20% dividend tax, everyone will jointly distribute the remaining 800 million after-tax dividends, 800 million in after-tax dividends. The whole conference room was in an uproar instantly. The most excited people were not Luo Yang, but Han Feng and He Siyuan. After all, it was Luo Yang who proposed the dividend plan, and they had already had psychological expectations. Han Feng and He Siyuan are different. They are co-founders and each hold 3% of the shares. According to the proportion, each of them can receive 24 million in after-tax dividends. According to the shareholding ratio, I personally will receive an after-tax dividend of 751.6 million yuan. Han Feng and He Siyuan each received an after-tax dividend of 24 million yuan, while the holders of the original shares will jointly distribute 40 million yuan. And based on the shareholding ratio, with an after-tax dividend of 10,000 renminbi, each person will receive at least 2,666 renminbi on average. Whoosh! Applause resounded throughout the conference room. From this moment on, Luo Yang became a real billionaire with hundreds of millions of dollars, and Han Feng and He Siyuan became multi-millionaires. Although Beichen Technology will not sell any more original shares after the original stock subscription is completed, employees who join later should not be discouraged. The company will launch a more complete incentive system in the future, so stay tuned. Luo Yang concluded the meeting and also appeased a wave of employees who did not receive original shares. At this moment, these new employees are all envious and jealous. Most of them came from Feihai Financial. Don't envy them. After I work for a few years, I will definitely be rewarded with stock futures. They comforted themselves in their hearts, because they are considered the second batch of employees of Beichen Technology. It is foreseeable that Beichen Technology will continue to expand rapidly. When the company launches a new employee incentive plan, they will be the first batch of beneficiaries. In short, if you want to obtain higher income and status, you must take root deeply in Beichen Technology and continue to attack higher job levels. Everyone present was a company executive, and they all began to study the reports in their hands. The number of original shares subscribed by employees will be determined based on their personal position level and contribution to the company. The company implements the P sequence for technical positions and the M sequence for management positions. P positions are divided into levels from 1 to 14, and M positions are divided into levels from 1 to 14. At level 10, the two can be converted into each other. The position of supervisor M1 is equivalent to a senior engineer at level P6. And the other levels are calculated in accordance with the rules. The specific calculation method for the subscription of original shares for each position is, Luo Yang referred to Alibaba for the setting of technical positions and management positions. If you are interested, you can search it. I won't go into details here. The first batch of initial employees who followed Luo Yang to start a business started at the P5 level. After reaching the P5, senior engineer, level, you can already subscribe for up to 25 original shares. And you only need to pay 687,000 Dragon Yuan to obtain it. P6 is equivalent to the position of M1 and can be transferred to each other. At this level, you can subscribe for up to 35 original shares. The higher the level, the more original shares can be subscribed. Most of these 150 people are at the P5, P6, and P7 levels. As for some senior executives, their highest positions have reached the P11 level. At present, the core management of Beichen Technology mainly includes Luo Yang, founder, chairman, president, chief technology officer, head of the operating system department, and director of the technology development department of Beichen Technology, Linya, director of Beichen Technology, assistant to the chairman and assistant to the president, head of the finance department and audit department, and concurrently head of the human resources department, Han Feng, co-founder, director, executive vice president, head of the office software department, and deputy director of the technology development department of Beichen Technology. He Siyuan, co-founder, director, executive vice president, head of search engine department, and head of Aurora brand strategy of Beichen Technology. Among the core management, only Linya is qualified to subscribe for original shares, and as a core management member. Linya is also the one who subscribes for the largest number of original shares among this group of employees. Other non-core executives include other first-level department heads of the company, some second-level department heads, and presidents/general managers of subsidiaries. The first-level departments include the Public Relations Planning Department and the Legal Department, while some second-level supervisors include the Information Security Department, Luo Language Development Department, Aurora Payment Department, etc. First of all, the first-level departments and the second-level departments are not fixed and will be adjusted according to the company's business changes. According to Luo Yang's development plan in the second phase, Aurora Payment will eventually be upgraded to a first-level department, including the cloud computing department to be acquired later, which is also a first-level department. At present, due to limited manpower, the company has a situation where high-level positions are underrepresented. After the business expands in the future, Luo Yang will start to change the department settings and establish the company's business divisions and business groups. At that time, the personnel will be further adjusted. For a company, human resources and finance are top priorities. Both are currently in charge of Linya, who is considered Luo Yang's most trusted confidant. As for the human resources department, it was relatively easy to manage because the company only had more than 100 people before.
Now it is constantly expanding, and it is difficult for Linya's attention to take care of both sides. This means that one of the human resources or finance departments must be separated, considering that Linya is from the finance department and is in charge of Bachin Technologies' financial affairs. She cannot easily adjust her position, therefore, the position of the person in charge of the human resources department needs to be given up, so that Linya can be in charge of the company's financial affairs with peace of mind. Among the company's current senior executives, only Zhang Yi, the president of the Hong Kong Island branch, and Gao Yunhai, the head of the legal department, have relevant professional experience. The others are all school graduates. The company is currently expanding too fast, and will continue to recruit employees in the future. Whether it is recruiting or managing talents, it is very necessary to introduce a professional manager to serve as the head of the company's human resources department. Zhang Yi, 41 years old, graduated from the finance department of Fuda. He has worked in many financial institutions in China and Hong Kong Island and has rich industry experience. He was later employed as a teacher in the finance department of Fuda. Not long ago, he was poached by Luo Yang with a high salary. He is currently the president of the Hong Kong Island branch and is mainly responsible for the company's foreign exchange business and some international businesses. However, because he only joined a month ago, he did not get the opportunity to subscribe for the original shares. Gao Yunhai, 43 years old, graduated from Fuda Law Department. He has been working as a lawyer since graduation and has worked in several well-known law firms. When he started his business, Luo Yang was worried that his team did not understand the law in order to prevent others from exploiting loopholes in contracts and other aspects. Luo Yang specially visited Gao Yunhai and finally recruited him to Bachin Technology, becoming the first batch of initial employees. Gao Yunhai is currently the head of the company's legal department. He is responsible for some of the company's previous contracts, changes in various procedures, and the acquisition of Feihai Finance in Xianghang Building. He is responsible for the relevant contract terms, which Luo Yang values very much. One of the people, Bachin Technologies' first dividend meeting is over. The company's initial employees were busy subscribing for original shares, and most of them chose interest-free loans. A few employees bought it in one go with their own money. Some were from relatively wealthy families, and some raised their own money. After all, not everyone is used to borrowing money for consumption. After the original stock subscription was completed, everyone also received their first dividend. At the same time, Luo Yang also received his own dividends, with more than 700 million in cash lying in his personal bank account. Luo Yang has his own arrangements for the use of the money. The first thing is the house. You must have at least 2 permanent houses in Shanghai, one for your parents and one for yourself. You must buy a house. I have been starting a business before, and my funds have been planned accordingly and cannot be tampered with. Now I have finally achieved financial freedom. When considering buying a house, Luo Yang naturally prefers a private villa. There are many villa areas in Shindong New District, such as Jujiantang, one of the most famous villa areas. This villa area is located near the official institutions of Shindong New District, surrounded by green water. Not far away is the Century Park, which covers a large area, and there is a golf course nearby. There are also mostly villa areas around the villa, and the residents are either rich or noble. Jack Ma bought a property here, and the others who live here are also well-known domestic bosses. At present, there are no new houses in the villa area, only second-hand houses are for sale. The current house price is 250,000 yuan per square meter, and the area of most units exceeds 600 square meters. A house costs at least 150 million yuan. TSK. At his desk, Luo Yang browsed the pages of the real estate transaction website. Now the website provides VR house viewing, which allows customers to understand the house type in the most intuitive way. Luo Yang hadn't decided on a purchase target yet, so he just searched for well-known villa areas online. Then I saw a piece of news about Jack Ma. After clicking on it, it listed 10 houses purchased by Jack Ma around the world. After taking a closer look, Luo Yang's favorite is a suite in Suzhou, Taoyuan, developed by Lecheng. He likes this Hui-style architecture very much. In the future, you may consider buying a property in Sioux City as an investment. Luo Yang wrote down the name, and then continued to look at other villa types nearby: Royal Green Garden, Huazhou Junting, Thompson Golf. For the real wealthy people, the best and most comfortable way is to ask professionals to design a house for themselves. The next best thing is to buy a house, and most wealthy people are willing to buy new houses. Many rich people believe in feng shui and think it is unlucky to buy a second-hand house, even if it is renovated.
And Luo Yang has even experienced time travel, so he feels a little confused if he doesn't believe in feng shui. In the end, Luo Yang decided that, just like the company's strategy of first buying the Qianghang building as its headquarters and then investing in building a new headquarters and technology park, he decided to buy a house to live in first, and then invest in building a brand new luxury house. Even if you are buying, you must choose a new house. These villa areas are relatively far from Beichen building. After all, most villa areas are located in low-density, quiet and green places. Most of the luxury houses on the Bund are high-rise buildings: Tomsonipin, Kafko Ocean View, Jolie on the Bund, Huangpu Bay, and other high-end residential areas not listed here are among the most famous luxury homes on the Bund. Most of them are high-rise buildings built along the river. Luo Yan plans to buy a new house in these luxury homes. House prices have fallen in recent years. For example, Tomsonipin has dropped from 360,000 yuan per square meter at its peak to 250,000 yuan per square meter. Even so, the price of most 430 square meter apartments is around 100 million. For a few duplex units, housing prices start directly at 200 million. Luo Yang prefers a duplex apartment. He has no problem with funding. His only requirement is a new house. When in doubt, go to Linya. As the assistant to the president, Linya can be said to be Luo Yang's housekeeper. Mr. Luo wants to buy a brand new duplex mansion? Linya did not express surprise. She guessed that Luo Yang was going to buy a house after Luo Yang paid dividends. Well, my current thinking is this. I will first have a place to stay in Shanghai, and then I will buy a house for my parents in the future. Then I may consider the villa area. Please help me pay attention to both of them. Okay, I will contact you as soon as possible and let you know if there is any news. Linya turned around and left. Luo Yang looked at Linya's background and suddenly felt an urge to give it a T or Y.as the assistant to the president. Linya can be said to be the woman Luo Yang has the most contact with. It is impossible for Luo Yang not to feel anything at all. The two have known each other for almost 3 years. Luo Yang remembers that the first time they met was in the peach blossom forest at school. Linya accidentally fell down and was saved by Luo Yang, and the two got to know each other. Linya has a very beautiful appearance and a very elegant temperament. She was the star of the finance department in school, but it's just that Linya kept a low profile during school and had never been rumored to be in love with other boys. After Luo Yang founded Beichen Technology, when the Department of Finance recruited accounting and finance department employees, Linya was the first to apply. After that, Linya held many positions. In addition to finance, she was also responsible for human resources. Finally, she became Luo Yang's assistant and has been with Luo Yang until today. Linya handles many affairs around Luo Yang by herself. It is definitely not an exaggeration to call her a housekeeper. Han Feng and He Yuan also hinted at Luo Yang that Linya had a crush on Luo Yang and hoped that he would not miss this relationship. For Luo Yang and Linya, many initial employees of the company thought they were a pair of golden girls. One was a leader in the computer department, and the other was a beauty in the finance department. At the moment they were working in the same company, many people looked at them with their eyes. Let's look at the two of them with the idea of a love idol drama. When will Mr. Luo and Assistant Lin make the official announcement? I'm so confused. Mr. Luo is obviously a straight man with a head full of codes. Assistant Lin has a very quiet personality. It is too difficult for her to take the initiative. This is simply like a real domineering president falling in love with me. If it is made into a TV series, it will be a sweet love idol drama. I will definitely follow this drama. I hope it won't turn into a bloody family ethics drama, ending with all kinds of abuse. Bah, bah, bah. Who wants to watch a bloody drama? I hope Assistant Lin will seize the opportunity quickly. Those old women at the front desk look at Mr. Luo and want to eat him. Several ladies in the finance department were whispering in their spare time about the scandal between their immediate boss and the big boss. If they hadn't already had a boyfriend, they would never give up the opportunity to pursue Luo Yang. In 3 days, the basic framework of Beichen security has been set up. After Ouyang Ming greeted him, Xincheng passed the registration process with extremely fast approval speed. Ouyang Ming has contacted him and handed him a list of 18 people in total, all of whom are at the elite level. 18 people have reached the number of 2 classes, and Party J is not allowed to recruit more. In Luo Yang's plan, these 18 people will become the instructor team of Beichen security. With the expansion of Beichin Security, other ordinary security guards will join later, members will receive their training. Luo Yang received them specially. What surprised Luo Yang was that if he hadn't read the information Ouyang Ming gave him, he would never have seen that these people in front of him were retired elites. Unlike Ouyang Ming, most people in Ouyang Ming can guess his professional identity when they see him. However, at first glance, these people in front of him look like ordinary people, the kind who cannot be found if they blend in with the crowd. They have all received professional training and are more suitable to engage in the security business. These people have been carefully selected by Ouyang Ming. The 18 people were divided into 6 groups, with 3 people in each group and 3 teams in each group. The captain of the first team was called Li Chang, who had the highest position among all the people. The captain of the second team was called Zhou Ruihua, who was not good at speaking. Both of them were senior non-commissioned officer. The 2 were captains voted by others, and they worked very neatly. After reading the treatment agreement, they signed it directly and then started arranging other things. At the suggestion of the 2, Beichin Technology rented a compound in a nearby community. It used to be a factory that made hardware. The compound has been vacant since the factory moved away. After renting this place, the open space and warehouse behind the yard were transformed into a training ground. Beichin Technology purchased a lot of fitness equipment. From now on, this place will be used as a training ground for the security team. When Beichin Security becomes stronger, a new training base will be built separately. The 18 people moved here directly with their luggage, and then began to arrange cameras and other professional equipment. Luo Yang kept smacking his lips as they watched. Professionals really make the difference. After preparing the residence and training venue, Li Chang led the team directly into work. The company's original security team was taken over by them, and a series of follow-up training and background checks would be carried out. Unqualified people would be fired. What if they don't pass? Then fire them all. I will ask our comrades to come over and supplement them. Your character and professional quality will definitely put your mind at ease, Mr. Luo. Li Chang made a guarantee. Of course, these comrades are definitely not able to reach the elite level like them, but they are comrades before they entered the special team. In addition to these, Li Chang led his team to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the entire building. With some special professional equipment, he conducted a careful search for various aspects such as eavesdropping. The final result was quite satisfactory, and no problems were found. Then Li Chang conducted a comprehensive assessment of the building's safety, and even found the building's design drawings. After looking at them carefully, he directly marked out some possible hidden dangers, including some monitoring blind spots have been subject to a series of modification measures. Regarding the glass curtain wall, Li Chang specifically tested the strength. At the same time, he also investigated the height of the surrounding buildings from the perspective of Luo Yang's office and made preparations to prevent sniping. When Li Chang explained the reason to him, Luo Yang was shocked. Beware of snipers? Captain Li, is it necessary to be so careful? No one dares to use powerful firearms in urban areas, right? Mr. Luo, we are all professionals. Since you have hired us, we will naturally take preventive measures according to the highest standards. We will not be in a hurry if we are prepared. Okay, I trust your professionalism, so my personal safety will be left to you. Among the 18-person team, 3 groups of personnel will be divided separately to protect Luo Yang in batches. They will also take on the work of drivers, bodyguards, and some assistants. There are also 2 groups that will be stationed in the company to lead the original security team, are respectively responsible for the company's daily security and the safety protection work of the technical department, and the remaining group is responsible for the training of Beichin Security. To be honest, Luo Yang feels much more at ease now. At least he doesn't have to worry about a car suddenly popping out when he goes out one day, causing him to encounter an accident directly. After thinking about it, Luo Yang planned to arrange a group to go to his parents after the manpower was increased. Li Chang's team quickly integrated into the company. After all, among the more than 400 employees, the addition of a dozen new people was not noticeable at all. In addition to Beichin Security, Luo Yang is also busy with talent recruitment. First of all, Beichin Technology has launched a large-scale job fair to recruit undergraduate, master's, and doctoral students from major universities across the country. It also welcomes other qualified people to change jobs. During this period, Beichin Technology reached entrustment agreements with major headhunting companies across the country to recruit various urgently needed talents. One of them is the professional manager Luo Yang is looking for. The target is HR with working experience in large multinational companies. Beichin Technology wants to recruit people All the well-known headhunting companies heard the news and took action. After all, peers are enemies. Maybe the two major headhunting companies are eyeing the same target at the same time. Whoever wins the target in the end will get the final commission. Quick, hurry up and find the right person. In just a few days, the human resources departments of almost every well-known multinational company in the country were poached by headhunting companies. After screening out those who did not meet the standards, the headhunting company handed Luo Yang a list. After making a preliminary selection, Luo Yang began to invite each party one by one for interviews. After interviewing several people in succession, none of them met Luo Yang's requirements until a target named Zhou Hao appeared and Luo Yang's eyes lit up. The information shows that Zhou Hao is 37 years old and has extensive overseas work experience. He has worked for a fruit company, Microsoft, and IBM. During this period, he also worked in the domestic branch of a company for several years. Zhou Hao started from the lowest level. I started as an employee in the HR department and was promoted to the position of head of the HR department. However, I suddenly resigned from IBM 3 years ago. Can you tell me why you resigned from IBM? And what are your views on Beichen technology? Luo Yang was very interested in his resume. Why would such a talented person who studied abroad and worked for 3 major international giants give up a high-paying position at this age and choose to return to China? There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that IBM is no longer the blue giant it used to be. IT has become lifeless and its thinking has become more and more rigid. Although it still has the most patents in the world, it cannot change the fact that it has become decayed, which is inconsistent with my pursuit. The second reason is even simpler. Before I resigned, I heard relatively accurate news that the United States was preparing to sanction Zhongting. I realized that the United States would continue to suppress the Dragon Kingdom. As a Dragon Country person, I felt it was necessary to return to China to do my best. After considering 2 reasons, I decided to resign and return to China for development. Zhou Hao was dressed in a neat black suit and his tone was very calm. Although he was basically unemployed for 3 years due to the non-compete agreement, it did not erase his self-confidence. The subsequent development was as I expected. The only thing that exceeded my expectations was the emergence of Beichen technology. As a technology company with core technologies, Beichen Technology's rise is inevitable. As a new giant, now is the most dynamic time. But this also means that Beichen Technology will become one of the key targets of the United States. As the saying goes, fighting with others is endless fun. I think this will be very challenging. In addition, the non-competition agreement restriction period is over. I needed a job to support my family, so when the headhunter came to me, I agreed. Zhou Hao didn't mean to hide anything and directly told the truth that he needed a job. His straightforward attitude won Luo Yang's favor. At present, the average age of Beichen Technology executives is no more than 26 years old. They are typically young people, not afraid of setbacks and full of energy, but there is also a problem, that is, there is no experience, and professional managers are needed to make up for it. Luo Yang was very satisfied with Zhou Hao's personal resume and personal interview. He is a person who knows his position very well. I like your honesty, and at the same time, all your conditions are very consistent with our needs. If you don't intend to refuse, then Beichen Technology welcomes you to join. I have no reason to refuse. Zhou Hao, who was originally very calm, now also showed a happy expression. The 2 parties hit it off immediately, and then Luo Yang consulted the other party about his salary needs. Like Zhang, it was a combination of high salary plus stock futures. For this kind of talent, Luo Yang also planned to bind him for a long time, so he did not refuse, and offered a salary that was 50% higher than the industry standard, which was already more than Zhou Hao's salary before his resignation. After signing the agreement, Zhou Hao officially joined Beichen Technology and directly served as the deputy director of the Human Resources Department. After Zhou Hao was fully familiar with all aspects of the Human Resources Department, he will succeed Linya as the supervisor of the Human Resources Department. Luo Yang handed over the recruitment of manpower to the Human Resources Department, and it was a good time to take advantage of this incident to take a look at Zhou Hao's abilities. Luo Yang is responsible for the acquisition of cloud computing vendors. At present, in the domestic cloud computing market, in addition to BTA, there are also cloud computing launched by 3 giants, Amazon Cloud, Warwick Cloud, and Longhua Telecom. There is only one listed company that started based on cloud computing alone, and another one is seeking to list it. The target of this acquisition is a cloud computing vendor other than these 8 companies, called Egret Technology, which was established in 2014.
The name of Egret Technology is very interesting. Its name comes from the Tang Dynasty poem A Line of Egrets Climbing the Blue Sky.
There are no clouds in the whole poem, but it just fits the positioning of its cloud business. Compared to other companies, Egret Technology is slightly smaller and its market share is not too high.
Its current cloud computing market share ranks among the top 15 in China.
Its business scope is mainly domestic, and it is also considering overseas expansion.
Layout.
Egret Technology has been building data centers in the past few years, and has now built 12 large data centers across the country, mainly in Guizhou, Mongolia, and other places. At the same time, there are also small and medium-sized data centers under construction in Suzhou and other places. Egret Technology has been losing money since its establishment last year. It lost 120 million yuan. The company has already conducted angel round, A round, and B round financing. It will soon prepare for C round financing. The specific financing amount has not been disclosed. The outside world has not disclosed. Egret Technology's current valuation is 2 billion yuan. Luo Yang selected Egret Technology among the 3 acquisition targets given by the Public Relations Planning Department. The main reason why Beichin Technology entered cloud computing through acquisition is to shorten the time. Building an IDC, Internet Data Center, requires site selection, approval, construction, completion acceptance, server acquisition, equipment maintenance, and labor recruitment. It takes a long time to wait for multiple procedures. The installed capacity of Beichin systems has been increasing rapidly. If we build it ourselves, it is estimated that when Beichin Technology defeats Microsoft, the data center may not be completed.
This is the main reason for acquiring Egret Technology. The negotiation team understood what Luo Yang meant.
Beichin Technology only took a fancy to the 12 large data centers built by Egret Technology, and did not have much interest in it itself.
Okay, let's make a quote to Egret Technology next. The first quote is 1.5 billion yuan.
This job fair lasted for a week, and a total of 220 people were recruited, the vast majority of whom were technical engineers, specializing in different fields. A week later, the job fair ended, and on this day, Luo Yang and Egret Technology also reached an acquisition agreement. The two parties formally signed an acquisition agreement. Beichin Technology invested 1.87 billion yuan to fully acquire the assets of Egret Technology. After the acquisition was completed, Egret Technology became a wholly owned subsidiary of Beichin Technology, and the original founders and shareholders all exited. Egret Technology's technical team of more than 200 people will be retained. Afterwards, an assessment will be conducted at the same time as the remaining executives. Those who fish in troubled waters will be fired. The remaining employees will have their original salaries increased by 5% and will be included in Beichin Technology. In the internal employee promotion system, you can enjoy various employee benefits of Beichin Technology. After the news was announced, Beichin Technology, which had just lost popularity due to the end of the job fair, once again made the headlines. After mobile payment, Beichin Technology took action again, spending 1.87 billion yuan to enter the field of cloud computing. There are changes in the field of cloud computing. Another giant has entered the market. Judging from the two acquisitions, Beichin Technology is trying to create an ecological closed loop of the Beichin system. Similar news once again bombarded people's horizons. Today, many people are no longer unfamiliar with cloud computing. Cloud disks, cloud storage, and other cloud services are all related to cloud computing. The major cloud computing giants immediately raised their vigilance. The strong entry of Beichin Technology, a catfish, is bound to cause a new storm. At the same time, Beichin Technology also officially announced that it will hold a product launch conference in a week. What is completely different from 2 months ago is that this time, after Beichin Technology released the news, major media outlets across the country directly came to visit, hoping to get invitations to the press conference. You ignored Beichin Technology back then, but you can't reach Beichin Technology now. As the saying goes, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. After 2 months, Zhou Hai, the head of Shanghai, a well-known media outlet, was invited again and felt very complicated. In just 2 months, too many things have happened. Now Beichin Technology has been completely transformed. Before the acquisition was completed, Luo Yang had already conducted an inspection and valuation of the data center through a professional third-party agency. At this moment, the acquisition was completed. Luo Yang directly led part of Beichen Technology's technical team and the newly recruited cloud computing employees to settle in eGrid Technology. Together with eGrid Cloud's technical staff, they formed a huge team of nearly 300 people to prepare for eGrid Cloud. Optimize. There is nothing wrong with the hardware equipment of major data centers and they are fully capable of supporting the development of cloud services, but the underlying software architecture is far behind. As the developer of Beichen system, no one questions Luo Yang's opinions on software. In the end, Luo Yang simply waved his hand and directly led the technical team to redesign the underlying code. At the same time, he also used the Beichen system and the soon-to-be-released Beichen database to complete the transformation of Bailuyan. It only took a week. On October 21st, the product launch conference was held on time. The location of this press conference was directly placed in the auditorium on the first floor of Beichen building. After having a new headquarters, Beichen Technology finally did not need to borrow other people's venues to hold press conferences. An interesting scene appeared. The media who didn't show up last time were all present this time. Those who couldn't get invitations also squatted outside Beichen building to interview and report on the scene. In particular, some self-media broadcast the whole process directly on their mobile phones, enjoying the popularity of Beichen Technology. On the contrary, none of the business leaders who attended Beichen Technology last time showed up. Because now Beichen Technology has become one of their biggest and most difficult opponents, time flies and changes occur. 2 months ago, probably no one would have thought of today's scenes. Although there are no big bosses like last time, there are new big bosses coming to support us. First of all, Director Luo Fuda, who attended the last press conference, also attended this time. After all, the executives of Beichen Technology are almost all from Fuzhou University, and they are all sons and daughters of their own family. Director Lu must support him no matter what he says. The 6 major computer vendors, Lianshan, Hupu, Dell, Hongji, Huashua, and Xinchuan, each sent their heavyweights to attend the press conference. As the global strategic partners of Beichen Computer Systems, it is necessary for the 6 major companies to attend the press conference. What's more, this conference is also related to computer manufacturers. Warwick and Rice did not send people to participate this time, but Vayu and Apu did. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that Warwick is due to the competition between Hongmeng System and cloud computing, and Dami is due to the sharp decline of Yinshan Office. Especially the theme of this conference is the office software developed by Beichen Technology. It is conceivable that Yinshan Office's stock price will fall further after the press conference, and Rebus's mentality is about to explode at this time. Yujin Guogui had previously made offers to acquire Beichen Technology, but had not received a reply, so the 2 giants did not send anyone to participate. In short, this press conference can be said to show the various aspects of life. Li Chang leads the security team and is responsible for the security issues of the press conference. It was also 10 o'clock in the morning, and the press conference officially started. Hello everyone, we meet again. Still wearing the familiar attire, plaid shirt plus jeans plus sneakers, the audience who attended the last press conference felt a little dazed when they saw the young Luo Yang again. This day, they still feel a little incredible. It was this young man in front of me who created a miracle. He successfully developed a domestic computer system, solved Microsoft's supply cutoff crisis, in just 2 months. He went from a freshly graduated college student to a billionaire. Beichen Technology also grew rapidly like a balloon, becoming the most eye-catching company in Long Country during this period. None of them. Whoosh whoosh. Warm applause broke out instantly and resounded throughout the entire press conference. Thank you for your applause, thank you everyone. Luo Yang smiled and thanked everyone for their applause. Also in Huya's official live broadcast room, sand sculpture netizens gathered together again. I, Huhan-san, am back again. Wow, Mr. Luo is still so handsome, and he feels calmer than last time. +1, from the last press conference to this press conference, I felt like a dream in the 2 months. It's not just you, I feel the same way. By the way, does anyone still remember the man who wanted to eat Xiang? Is there any follow-up? It's been a long time ago, but there are still people who remember this. The barrages of joy are densely packed. After the applause fell, Luo Yang continued to speak. When the last press conference was held, everything was in a hurry. At that time, Beichen Technology actually didn't have much funds, and releasing the Beichen system was a helpless choice. But luckily, we succeeded. The major venture capital institutions who were watching the live broadcast, as well as many giants trying to acquire Beichen Technology, were all excited at this moment. Damn it, Luo Yang, everyone was already heartbroken, but now he actually wanted to pull them out to whip their corpses. After dissing a wave of venture capital institutions that missed financing opportunities, Luo Yang continued. Beichin Technology has undergone great changes in the past 2 months, and more like-minded partners continue to join us. With the efforts of more people, Beichin Technology is getting better and better. We are also working hard to develop better products and provide better services to everyone. Having said this, Luo Yang pressed the remote control, and the large screen behind him displayed the standby interface of the Beichin system. After this period of use, everyone must be very familiar with the Beichin computer system. More and more users are using our Beichin system, and their footprints are all over the world. Even at the scientific research station in Antarctica, there are users of Beichin computer system. Of course, we are able to achieve today's results without the help of our partners. It is they who provide excellent hardware services that help promote the Beichin computer system. The camera cut to the audience in the audience. Representatives from the 6 major computer vendors and Vayu and Apu were displayed on the big screen. Several people stood up and waved politely to the audience behind them. Applause started again. In addition to the computer system, our Aurora searches have also achieved very good results. The Aurora search interface was displayed on the big screen in a timely manner. We have launched a new theme and color design, and also optimized the search engine algorithm to make the search results more accurate. We have added more servers to improve the speed and stability of the search. So far, Aurora Search's average daily IP visits have reached 15 million, and its average daily PVs have reached 90 million. Aurora Search's user visits have surpassed most domestic search engines and become the second largest in the country. Applause started again. In the past 2 months, Aurora Search has always had a very good reputation. Except for its relatively monotonous functions, it can be said to be no worse than Xiandu in other aspects. The most important thing is that Aurora Search has no ads. Aurora Browser has also won the favor of most users. I think all users who have used the Beichin system will understand its superior stability and compatibility. This sentence won the approval of everyone present. Many people are already talking about it on the internet. Many people believe that if Aurora Browser is unbound from the Beichin system, the current share of Aurora Browser will be enough to defeat any domestic computer web browser. Products produced by Beichin must be high-quality products. After reviewing the products we released last time, let's introduce the protagonists of our launch today. Following Luo Yang's voice, new content was displayed on the big screen behind him. What you see now is Beichin Office software independently developed by us. This series consists of multiple software, such as the 3 most commonly used Office suites, Documents, Forms, and Slides. Beichin Office has them all. This series of software development is also written in the Luo language, and all aspects of functions also have self-developed independent property rights. For this reason, we have applied for more than 50 related patents, and Beichin operating system has applied for global. There are more than 300 patents. Currently, most of the domestic office software only has a basic 3-piece set of functions, and the functions are relatively single. In addition, there are also situations where the format is disordered due to incompatibility with the OFF series. There are also problems with software crashes and too many advertisements. In response to these problems, Beichin Technology has specially developed a new version of the software. Beichin Office, developed with full Chinese programming, can solve the problems well. In terms of software functions, we support most of the functions of the OFF series, and also solve the problem of formatting disorder after opening in other Office software. Various documents of Beichin Office software can be seamlessly switched between the OFF series and the OFF series. Luo Yang's narration resonated with many users in the live broadcast room. Microsoft's OFF series software is too expensive, you can only use pirated versions. One thing to say, Inshan Office is okay to use, but the free version has too many ads. The official has now phased out all the OFF series and replaced them with domestic software such as Inshan Office, Yamawa Office, and Longbiao Office. The functions are indeed inferior. In addition to the basic 3-piece suite, we have also developed other suites, such as the Aurora Mailbox Client, which provides private and enterprise-level email services in multiple languages. The email server is developed and maintained by Beichin Technology's Information Security Department, the security definitely the top level in the world. Beichin Notepad is a very easy to use software. We have collected opinions from many other users of similar software and added these improvements to Notepad. Beichin Notepad is very suitable for use on tablets, laptops, mobile phones, and other devices. By using it on any device, the data on any device can be logged into the cloud through the user's personal account and used seamlessly on each device. Beichin Web Editor, Polaris Web, a web design software developed by Beichin Technology, is very suitable for beginners to develop and design web pages. Beichin Meeting, Polaris Meeting, is a professional multi-person video office conferencing software. Due to the epidemic this year, video office software has risen rapidly. We will definitely not miss this rapidly expanding market. For this reason, Beichin Technology has specially developed this software. Through the underlying support of the Beichin system, the Beichin conference software has excellent stability and security. For this reason, we have expanded the dedicated network bandwidth and added servers, which can accommodate tens of millions of people online at the same time. Beichin Chat, Polaris Talk, is an instant messaging software developed for enterprise users. In addition to having most common messaging software functions, Beichin Chat also supports Beichin Office Family Bucket data calling. You can easily on this chat software, you can check, download, upload, and organize your data in other Beichin Office software. Beichin Publishing, Polaris Publish, is a professional-level publishing application software specially developed for the publishing industry. When developing this software, Beichin Technology specially hired a development team from a domestic professional software company to be responsible for this project development. The software has two versions, professional level and desktop level. The former is suitable for professionals with higher requirements, while the latter is suitable for entry-level small and medium-sized enterprises and is easier to get started. Beichin Database Simple version, Polaris SQL Simple, is a desktop-level domestic database with completely self-developed and independent property rights. For some small and medium-sized enterprises and websites, Beichin Database Simple version can be used to complete most data processing. In addition to the above-mentioned software, there is also Beichin Cloud Disk 2.0 version that we launched after optimization. Now Beichin Cloud Disk has larger free space and more functions. It also breaks through the technical barriers with many Beichin Office software and so on. Users can, by logging into your personal account, you can easily store data for calling any Beichin software. As Luo Yang narrated, everyone in the audience was almost stunned. Damn it, this has too many functions, right? Counting the basic 3-piece set, Beichin Office provides a total of 11 Office suites with different functions. You must know that even Microsoft's Office has continued to accumulate over a long period of development before it has grown to such a rich product line, and more importantly, these software are all domestic Office software that is self-developed and has independent property rights. Whoosh whoosh. Warm applause directly burst into the audience. Damn it, Luoshan secretly used his big move again. This is the rhythm of fully defeating Microsoft. Other domestic Office software, we agreed to fight like dogs together, but you quietly came out. We actually even created a domestic database. It's still a purely Chinese independent property code. As a senior engineer, I suddenly feel that my life has been in vain. The company has been busy for several years without a representative product. If I quit, I will change my job to Beichin Technology. The barrage in the live broadcast room is dense at the moment. This time we are well prepared. We have applied for 2/3 of the company's servers. There will definitely be no crash in the live broadcast room. I bet my hair on it. The person in charge of Huya looked at the background data with satisfaction. Almost from the moment it started broadcasting, Beichin Technology directly became the most popular among all channels on the Huya platform. At the same time, the server almost crashed during the last press conference, which made the person in charge really sweat. Now that Beichin Technology has grown into a behemoth, it is natural to be more cautious. Outside the live broadcast room, Penguin, Alibaba, Inshan, Microsoft and other companies all look serious at this moment. Beichin Technology once again released its ultimate move, making them all prepare for it. Microsoft and Inshan Office are the top 2 companies in the country in terms of Office software. The emergence of Beichin Office will definitely have a huge impact on both Penguin and Alibaba. Pay more attention to the instant messaging software and video office software developed by Beichin Technology. Aurora Search has become an opponent that Xiandu attaches great importance to at the moment. We cannot rule out the possibility that Beichin Chat will become Penguin Chat's opponent. Any buds must be extinguished immediately. The opponents targeted by the Beijing conference include our Penguin conference, Alibaba's Thumbtack conference, and Microsoft's Team software, and the battlefield of video office software is about to be reshuffled. In a mansion somewhere, John, who had just been discharged from hospital a month ago and went home to recuperate, saw Luo Yang in the live broadcast room and suddenly felt the urge to be stunned again. 2 months ago, he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage because he was so angry that he stayed up late for a week. He was finally rescued by medical staff, but before his body recovered, he might have to say goodbye to his position as supervisor when he saw the Office software series released by Beijing Technology. John became furious and smashed the remote control to pieces. Fark! John roared angrily, and the attendant next to him hurriedly stepped forward to turn off the TV, but John angrily stopped him. Don't turn it off. I want to see all this with my own eyes. I want to see his final rampage before the disaster strikes. I want to watch Beijing Technology be destroyed bit by bit. Ha ha ha, a severe crackdown on Beijing Technology is coming. At the press conference, Luo Yang demonstrated various Office software to everyone one by one, which aroused great enthusiasm from everyone. After the 11 Office software were displayed, Luo Yang concluded. Currently, these are the only Office software products currently launched by Beijing Technology. We will continue to develop more software in the future. Thank you all. What I want to show next is a very important member of the basic software, the database. For most ordinary internet users, databases are relatively unfamiliar. After Luo Yang briefly introduced the database to everyone, he began to show the Beijing database. Beijing database also adopts Chinese programming, which greatly simplifies the number of codes. In contrast, the number of codes of ancient databases with a lifespan of several decades has reached a daunting level for any programmer. When you see these codes, you often have the urge to collapse. Ha, I know who Luoshan is talking about. I also know about the beast bone inscriptions. It is said that a programmer resigned less than a week after joining the job, and was directly destroyed by the huge code of the beast bone inscriptions database. Ha ha ha. Outside the live broadcast room, the staff such as Beast Bone 1 and others who were watching the live broadcast looked at each other in confusion. They didn't say anything, but they were crazily giving Luo Yang likes in their hearts. Luo Yang is so damn right. Not only the Beast Bone script database, but almost any huge software that has lasted for decades has such a problem. For example, Microsoft's Win system had about 40 million lines of code in the XP era, reached 50 million lines in the 7 era, and now reaches the terrifying hundreds of millions of lines in the current 10 version. Because the technical development team of a software is constantly changing from its launch to the present. Maybe when the original development team developed the software, they never thought of setting aside a unified standard for latecomers. After the latecomers joined the development team and added a certain function to the software according to the company's requirements, they discovered that other bugs had appeared and then repaired them urgently. However, when repairing, faced with countless codes left by the predecessor, most of them were modified without changing the main body, because a lot of code affects the whole system. Bugs will only get more and more correct unless it is completely overturned and started all over again, but that's impossible. Software companies also know how difficult it is to redevelop a product that is popular in the market, not to mention that there are countless users using it. Therefore, the possibility of tearing it down and starting over was directly rejected. As time goes by, similar situations continue to play out. Updates, bugs appear, fixes, bugs are fixed, updates again, bugs appear again. The efforts of generations of programmers have directly created a terrifyingly huge software. With tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lines of code, any new programmer will feel numb. I can't do this job anymore. It's my hair. I don't know how many programmers encountered this situation. They grabbed their hair with both hands and roared almost to the point of collapse. Programmers' hairlines are not without reason. In contrast, software written in Luo language has greatly slowed down the situation. First, software programmed entirely in Chinese is much more convenient and faster than English in fixing bugs. Second, as we optimize the Luo language, the effective code of the Luo language now far exceeds that of other high-level languages. Judging from the products of rival companies with hundreds of millions of lines of code, if we recompile with the Luo language, we can save at least half of the code. This is why Beijing Technology develops products so quickly. In the near future, it is conceivable that more and more people will use Chinese programming.
At least in Dragon Kingdom, English programming language will gradually withdraw from the stage.
After receiving another wave of applause, Luoyang continued to introduce new products. I have shown you the simplified version of Baichen database before, which is desktop-level software. It is launched as a suite of office software.
What I want to introduce now is the enterprise-level database.
As one of the three basic software, the database is very important. Since Baichen technology has conquered even the operating system, it is not surprising that it will turn to developing databases. Baichen database, Polaris SQL, is developed for enterprise-level users. At the same time, corresponding versions can be developed according to the needs of users in different industries. After testing, we can tell you very solemnly that Baichen database has the ability to perfectly replace the products of our friends. For example, our friends' Animal Bone Script database and DB2 database. Customers can directly import all data into Baichen through the supporting software developed by Baichen.ai in the database. In addition to its unique functions, Baichen database also supports the working environment of mainstream databases in the simulated market. After all, considering that many programmers engaged in the database industry have studied these mainstream databases before, in order to reduce the unemployment rate and reduce the number of new databases for customers in the time it took to train programmers, we developed this feature. So far, Baichen technology has reached cooperation agreements with some business partners. They will be the first batch of users to trial Baichen database. If the trial results are satisfactory, Baichen technology will officially become the other party's database software supplier. Following Luoyang's words, the names of rows of companies were displayed on the big screen. At the top are the three giants in Longwa's telecommunications industry. It turns out that long before the press conference, Luoyang secretly invited the heads of the technical departments of the three giants to Baichen technology and secretly showed them the power of the Baichen database. As the three giants in Longwa's telecommunications industry, their desire for domestic databases is extremely strong. After the US eavesdropping incident a few years ago, all state-owned enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom began to implement plans to get rid of foreign databases. In the telecommunications industry, the database of animal bone inscriptions occupies the vast majority of shares. In the early years, it even reached a monopoly status of more than 90%. The three giants are also developing their own databases. However, the database can be listed as one of the three major basic software components along with the operating system. It is not so easy to develop. If it were not for the humanoid plugin Luoyang, it would be difficult for Baichen technology to complete the development of a domestic database. Breakthrough. Moreover, most of the current domestic databases are developed based on the code of MySQL, an open-source database owned by Sunshine Company, which was acquired by Beast Bone Script a few years ago. This means that these domestic databases that use MySQL code are still unsafe. This is the same as the domestic system developed based on the Linux kernel. The emergence of Baichen technology is a ray of light for Longwei in terms of basic software. Baichen computer system, which has a self-developed system core and is compiled entirely in Chinese, has become Longwei's breakthrough in the field of operating systems, and today, Baichen technology once again presented a National Day gift to Longwei. A domestic database with self-developed independent property rights and all Chinese assembly code has officially arrived, he roared angrily at the foreign database entrenched in the Dragon Kingdom. This is a battle without gunpowder. Domestic databases have appeared, and a war between the two sides is inevitable. Whoosh! Applause resounded throughout the audience again. Luoyang can't remember the first time he was applauded. He enjoyed this feeling very much, looking at the pairs of excited glasses in the audience and the familiar faces from the Dragon Kingdom. A feeling called national pride was rising in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom of this world has risen. The basic software field, which has always been a shortcoming, will be completed by Luoyang. Below the three telecom giants are another series of blockbuster names: Dragon Kingdom Bank, Dragon Kingdom Cosmos Bank, Dragon Kingdom Establishment Bank, Dragon Kingdom Commercial Bank, Dragon Kingdom Farmland Bank, Dragon Kingdom Post Office Bank, Dragon Kingdom Transportation Bank. The atmosphere at the press conference was already a little crazy. The 9 well-known state-owned banks in Longwei are all on this list, and behind these banks, there are a series of densely packed names of local banks: Shanghai Development Bank, Rongqing Bank, Pengcheng Bank. There are more than 20 people. In addition to banks, there are other heavyweight companies. For example, Longwei Electric Power Company, a state-owned enterprise ranked third among the Fortune 500 companies. There are also some other companies below, basically all state-owned enterprises of Dragon Kingdom. This is a return gift from the mother of Dragon Kingdom. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Party J, Luo Yang contacted Ouyang Ming and showed the Baichen database to the other
party. Then Ouyang Ming left with the test floppy disk of Baichen database. A few days later, Luo Yang received a call from Ouyang Ming. On the phone, Ouyang Ming only mentioned a few words, and that afternoon, Baichen Technology received cooperation invitations from several giants. Ever since, Luo Yang directly invited some giants and secretly went to Baichen Technology to experience Baichen database. Obviously, these giants were recommended by Party J. For several giants, the performance of Baichen database is amazing. Ever since, there has been subsequent cooperation. After the three giants reached a cooperation agreement, many other giants also came to the door. I am honored to tell you that after reaching cooperation agreements with the three major telecommunications giants, Baichen Technology went out again and reached cooperation with Longwei Electric Power Company and most of the domestic banks. Baichen database has achieved important breakthroughs in the three major industries of telecommunications, finance, and electric power. Partners in these three major industries will fully promote the Baichen database after the test is completed. This time, the entire audience stood up. Representatives sent by several giants who had been staying in the audience officially stepped onto the stage and delivered speeches about cooperation with Baichen Technology. It was only then that the other audience members realized that these middle-aged people who had been sitting in the audience turned out to be representatives sent by major giants. Hiss. My scalp feels numb right now. I feel like half of the Dragon Kingdom is here. In fact, it's almost the same. These three major industries are basically state-owned enterprises, and their influence is huge. It would be awesome if Longwei Tobacco came too. Well, Longwei Tobacco's demand for databases doesn't seem that strong. But after this press conference, I think Baichen database will spread to most state-owned enterprises in a very short period of time. I think so too. These three major industries value data security the most. If it can pass the audit standards of the three major industries, Baichen database definitely has the potential to dominate. At the same time, major media at the scene have immediately issued reports. The domestic database is born. Baichen Technology has another victory. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. Baichen Technology declares war on overseas giants again. Following Microsoft, Beast BoneScript, IDM, Giuseppe, and Sybase will also usher in a strong counterattack from Baichen Technology. What kind of legendary experience does this 22-year-old young billionaire have? Shocked. Those things about me and Luo Yang. In major reports, most people first learned about the importance of databases, and then the content of the press conference. At the same time, the state media who were recording and broadcasting interviews at the scene also received instructions from their superiors. After the press conference, the first-hand information from the scene will be sent back to the station as soon as possible. Today's evening news conference will report on Baichen Technology. Good guy, in just 2 months, Baichen Technology will be on the evening news again. The state media reporters who participated in the last press conference couldn't help but be amazed. Last time, he was selected as a lucky audience and went on stage to experience the Baichen computer system. This time, because of his experience with Baichen Technology, the interview task fell on him again. On the other side of the ocean, in the United States, a supervisor of the Beast BoneScript turned livid and slammed the table in anger. We can't give Baichen Technology any more time to grow. During this period, we have been patiently waiting for Luo Yang's reply, but it is obvious that he has no intention of selling Baichen Technology. We're all in the palm of his hand. Like a clown. When he released the Baichen computer system before, we didn't feel worried. Instead, we felt that we had a chance to defeat Microsoft. But now, they have already started to attack the database. This is absolutely not allowed. The board of directors will not allow us to allow Baichen Technology to continue to grow. Call IDM and Microsoft. It's time to fight back against Baichen Technology. We want the people of Longwei to know who has the right to speak in the industry. Baichen Technology, which they have high hopes for, is in our hands, vulnerable in front of me. After receiving a call from the director of the Animal Bone Text, Bob, the head of IDM, looked uncertain. To be honest, IDM still hopes to acquire Baichen Technology, but unfortunately, the ambition of the boy from Long Kingdom is too great, and he has provoked too many enemies. IDM is very concerned about Baichen Technology.
Especially not long ago, Zhou Hao, the head of the Human Resources Department who once worked for IDM, joined, making IDM even more interested in Beichin technology. At Microsoft, after receiving calls from Beast Bone Script and IDM, founder Guy Ci showed a confident smile. It seems that the intentional indulgence during this period has achieved the desired effect. Now Beichin technology has aroused the anger of global software giants. It's a pity, I gave you a chance. Guy Ci was also a little regretful. He had always believed that it was possible for Microsoft to acquire Beichin technology. As a result, the news that came from Longwa headquarters some time ago directly made his mentality explode. What are you talking about? That idiot George only quoted $10 billion? Geiji was stunned at that time. What is this guy thinking? I don't know that the board of directors and I personally issued an order. Is it okay to offer Beichin technology as long as it does not exceed $50 billion? Boss, it is said that George thinks that Beichin technology is not worth the money. Instead, he thinks that Beichin technology is deliberately fishing, so what? So he went golfing and lost. Tell him that he is fired. Then the person on the other end of the phone heard the sound of something being smashed. Compared to George, who was doing all kinds of amazing things, John, who had a cerebral hemorrhage because he worked too hard, was more satisfied with Guy Ci. I hope John can recover as soon as possible. The conference site. After introducing the Office software and database, the press conference is actually coming to an end. At this moment, Luo Yang is introducing Egret Cloud Computing. We are very optimistic about Egret technology. This is a company with great potential. Beichin technology does not care about temporary losses. The future of Egret technology is what we value most. Egret Cloud will become an important link between Beichin Computer System and Beichin Office software. In the future, Beichin Computer System plus Beichin Office software plus Egret Cloud will become the most commonly used choice for most users. After Egret technology joined Beichin, the technical team and I redesigned the underlying software architecture of Egret Cloud. Now Egret Cloud has been completely reborn. At present, Egret Cloud has reopened its business to the outside world. We welcome everyone to come for consultation. This press conference ends here. Thank you everyone. The press conference ended with warm applause. The reporter from the state media came directly to Luo Yang, with only Li Chang between him and Luo Yang. Luo Yang nodded, and Li Chang gave up the position in front of him. The reporter wiped the cold sweat from his head. Luo Yang's bodyguard is definitely not an ordinary person. After all, Luo Yang is also a billionaire now. It is normal to have a few bodyguards around him, but it is a bit strange not to have one. Hello, Mr. Luo, I am a reporter from the official media. The leader hopes that I can interview you for a few questions, which will be broadcast on the evening news today. After interviewing a few questions that outsiders were most curious about Luo Yang, the official media reporter interviewed Director Lu and representatives sent by several other giant companies before leaving, and then immediately sent back the news of the interview. In Tailai.in Taiwan, the director, who had already received the order from the leadership, immediately started preparing with the team. After the press conference ended, Luo Yang sent away all the big guys who came to support him, and then went directly back to his private bedroom on the 16th floor, where he simply took a shower and changed his clothes. The press conference was so frenetic that Luo Yang was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. Not only Luo Yang, but also the more than 1,000 employees of Beichin Technology are also very excited at this moment and have no thoughts about work. The entrepreneurial team of Beichin Technology, the Feihai finance team, the team of engineers who joined the job fair, and the technical team of Egret Technology total more than 1,000 people. The headquarters of Egret Technology has also been moved to the 7th floor of the building. Beichin building is getting more and more lively. That night, the evening news was played on all the big screens inside the Beichin building. According to our news, this morning, Beichin Technology, a well-known software company in my country, held another product launch conference and released Beichin Office software and Beichin Database. These two major software products are both products carefully built by Beichin Technology, and they also have self-developed and independent property rights. Among them, the emergence of Beichin Database has made up for Longwa's shortcomings in domestic databases. It is reported that Beichin Database Enterprise Edition has reached the world-class level. At present, several well-known domestic companies have reached cooperation agreements with Beichin Technology and are testing Beichin Database. After passing the test, Beichin Database will become one of its a replacement for core databases. The data security of these three major industries, telecommunications, finance, and electric power, is related to the lives of people across the country, and Beichin Technology's products have always been known for their security. It's time to get off work, but no one in the entire Beichin building wants to leave, especially the new employees. Their faces were flushed with excitement at this moment, and a feeling of pride came to their hearts. This is Beichin Technology. Almost all employees of Beichin Technology have this kind of pilgrimage-like idea, especially the younger employees, who have not yet been smoothed out by society. One of the reasons why they are attracted to join Beichin Technology is because they are passionate. In the office, Luo Yang stood with his hands behind his hands, facing the mighty Huangpu River. Today's weather is not very good, it is overcast. Last week's weather forecast predicted that a typhoon would hit Shanghai tomorrow. While everyone was very excited, Luo Yang looked solemn. Computer systems, office software, and databases, Beichin Technology's continuous breakthroughs in basic software have probably caused dissatisfaction among many giants. Looking at the Huangpu River in the distance, Luo Yang had a strong premonition: this time tomorrow will definitely not be peaceful. The storm is coming and the wind is filling the building. The night is getting darker, and the typhoon has approached the vicinity of Xinjiang. Dazzling lightning burst out from the thick clouds, the wind howls, the big floor outside has reached level 8 at this moment, and all the trees in Shanghai are rustling. Even so, the carnival moment for night owls continues. In a certain apartment, a young man who was playing games took off his headphones and took a satisfied sip of Fat House Happy Water. After struggling all night, I finally won a set. Listening to the thunder outside the window, the young man shrank his head and decided not to wear headphones. He casually opened the browser, and when he was about to search for novels, he suddenly realized that the Aurora search could not be found. Huh? Where's Aurora search? Who touched my computer? The man scratched his head. He was the only one in the apartment. He couldn't be the snail girl, could he? Since the release of Aurora search, the man has been using Aurora search. There are no chaotic advertising rankings and very accurate search results. After using Aurora search, the man cannot live without it. He is now using a pirated version of Win 10, and the browser is the system's default Edge browser. The man usually searches Aurora as the browser's default search engine, but he can't find it now. It's okay. It may have been tampered with by other advertising plugins. Entered directly from the website address. Enter Aurora's domain name and click to jump. Sorry, the URL you entered is invalid. The pop-up prompt shocked the man. Check the URL carefully, there is no error. The man didn't believe in evil, so he still couldn't open it after trying several times, so he was going to report it to the official website of Beichin Technology. Through Qiandu search, the man clicked on the official website of Beichin Technology. Sorry, there is an error in the web page you opened. The Aurora search page could not be entered, and the official website of Beichin Technology could not be opened. As an old internet bug, the man instantly thought of a possibility. Could Beichin Technology's server be hacked by someone? This is big news. You must know that from the release of the Beichin system to the present, the number of pirated copies of the Beichin system has been installed at 0. Because no one can crack the outer encryption shell of its underlying code, the disordered array encryption algorithm is so scary. Not only is there no piracy, Beichin Technology has always been a safety brand, and its server has never been hacked or crashed. However, now that the web page cannot be opened, the man has to suspect that Beichin Technology has overturned. Not only him, but also many users of Beichin Technology discovered this problem. They spread the word to tens and hundreds of people, and many people knew the news in a short time. However, after comparison, everyone found that it was not the official website of Beichin Technology that had a problem, because among these people are users of the Beichin computer system. On his computer, Jiguang search, Beichin official website, and Jiguang payment pages can all be opened normally. Really hammered. There is no problem with Beichin Technology's server, but the problem is with the Win system. Everyone immediately realized that Beichin Technology had been blocked by Microsoft. Boom, a loud thunder tore through the sky in Shanghai. It suddenly seemed like daylight. The howling wind became even louder, and at the same time, heavy rain poured down, directly covering the Beichin building next to the Bund in a thick curtain of rain. 7 m. After a night of venting, the impact of the typhoon has been much lessened. The strong wind has passed, but the rain has not abated. People going to work along the way saw the trees on both sides of the road withered branches and leaves, and several trees were directly uprooted and fell on the road. The road administration and transportation departments were busy at the moment. Drop. After punching in, the employees who had just entered Bachin building found that everyone around them looked solemn and in a hurry. What happened? He couldn't help but ask the security team next to him. It had only been a week since he joined Bachin Technology, and he was still unfamiliar with many things. The security guard glanced at his work badge and said something happened. Starting from midnight this morning, all users of the Win system will be unable to open the website of Bachin Technology. Mr. Luo and the others are holding an emergency meeting. The server was hacked? No. The security guard's voice had a chilling air. It's not that it was hacked, but Microsoft announced that it will completely block Bachin Technology. Total ban. The 4 characters were like Hong Zhong de Lu, which shocked the new employee. In the conference room on the top floor, many executives from Bachin Technology had already gathered here, and the atmosphere at the moment was very serious. The TV next to him was playing news from an overseas TV station. It is now US time, 7 p.m. sharp. After receiving the news that Microsoft held a press conference, major well-known media giants sent people to attend. At this moment, in the headquarters building of Microsoft Corporation in the United States, a Microsoft executive was announcing a piece of bombshell news to reporters with a serious face. Microsoft has been in business for more than 40 years and has always strictly abided by the laws and market orders of various countries, and has a good reputation and image. However, since the emergence of Bachin Technology, it has been using various unfair competition behaviors to seize users and the market from Microsoft. Its Bachin computer system deliberately adopts low prices that are far lower than the average market price to compete maliciously. At the same time, the Time Machine simulator developed by it provides the function of simulating the Win system environment without our permission, and also infringes the rights and interests of our Win system products. In view of the unfair competition behavior above Bachin Technology, which has seriously disrupted the normal order of the market and seriously damaged our legitimate rights and interests, we have officially made the following decision after a joint vote by the board of directors. From now on, Microsoft will completely block Bachin Technology on a global scale. The scope of the ban includes Bachin Technology's websites, software products, various businesses, and its subsidiary businesses. If Bachin Technology has not given us a satisfactory solution, the ban will continue until you reply. Microsoft has never been afraid of any opponent, and will never allow its opponents to do whatever they want. Thank you all. The media at the press conference were instantly in an uproar. Microsoft Corporation officially starts tearing up Bachin Technology. Luo Yang turned off the TV. The atmosphere in the conference room at this moment was so gloomy that one could hold water in one's hands, even though they had been mentally prepared. When this day actually arrived, everyone still felt very heavy. Everyone, please be patient. Aren't we mentally prepared for the day of the ban? Luo Yang clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. His face looked very calm. But, Mr. Luo, that's Microsoft. Wang Hai, an executive from Egrid Technology, had a trembling voice at the moment. After the internal assessment, Wang Hai stood out from the team left by Egrid Technology and became the new company director. At the same time, he also entered the senior management system of Bachin Technology. Yes, it was Microsoft that announced the ban, a super software giant that has been in business for more than 40 years and dominates the global internet. Its product range covers almost all countries in the world that use the internet. What about Microsoft? From the moment we started developing computer operating systems, we knew this day would come. Xiaoya, how is the situation now? Linya looked calm and said, early this morning, the company's customer service department was flooded with calls. Many people reported that they were unable to use Aurora Search and Aurora Payment. Because Bachin Office software was just released yesterday, many people were planning to log into Bachin's official website to download and try it today, but found that the official website could not be opened. Everyone also knows the market share of the Win system. After the ban started, basically all genuine and pirated systems in the country, none of the websites owned by Bachin Technology can be opened. Microsoft has once again declared its strength to everyone. The pirated system has also blocked Bachin Technology, which is not too surprising. As early as a few years ago, Microsoft Corporation repeatedly issued blue screens, black screens, and pop-up warnings to pirated users, forcing them to switch to expensive genuine systems. The pirated system is under Microsoft's control from beginning to end. My colleagues in the technology department and I have tested it. Microsoft's blocking is done by monitoring the background and network traffic. Any data flow that attempts to access Bachen Technologies' website will be directly intercepted by the Win system, or forced jump to Microsoft's official website. Currently, apart from the fact that there is no impact on users of the Bachen computer system, the fruit company's computers can still access the Bachen Technology website normally. He Siyuan spoke at the right time. Luo Yang shook his head after hearing this. Don't put too much hope in the fruit company. The fruit company has also made offers to Bachen Technology before, trying to acquire simulators and encryption algorithms. When the situation becomes anxious, it may not end up in person. Don't forget, Fruit Company launched a graphical interface computer system earlier than Microsoft. The reason why we are not quitting at the moment is just to consider the interests involved. After all, it is still an American company. In short, in the worst case, we must be mentally prepared for Apple's end. Everyone's hearts are beating crazily. The behemoth Microsoft Corporation has already made it difficult for Bachen Technology to withstand. If the fruit company also ends up fighting hand-to-hand, who knows what kind of bad situation it will turn into. The impact of Microsoft's ban on us is not as big as imagined. First, although the official website is blocked, users can still install and activate the system through brand computer dealers and major computer repair shops. Including Bachen Office software, we have currently reached cooperation agreements with 6 major computer vendors. Users can freely choose whether to pre-install Bachen Office software. Because the installation and use of the Bachen system is all done by installing the image version of the system, and then logging into the official website on the installed Bachen system and purchasing the activation code to activate it.so, you only need a USB disk with a backup of the mirror system to solve the problem. Any computer store or repair shop in the streets will provide the service of installing the system. Second, thankfully, Microsoft only occupies a dominant position in computer operating systems. Currently, users can still log into Bachen's official website through mobile phones or apps. Everyone felt a lot more at ease after hearing this. Mr. Luo, what should we do next? Facing everyone's gaze, Luo Yang told his arrangement. He had already made various plans for being banned a long time ago and was ready to respond at any time. We are going to hold a press conference to announce our response to Microsoft. If Microsoft announces that it will ban us, then we will ban them back. We want Microsoft to know that Bachen Technology is not easy to mess with. Blocking Bachen Technology will not gain any benefits. Instead, it will make them bloody. At 10 a.m., Luo Yang held an impromptu press conference in the lobby on the first floor of Bachen Technology. I had just received the news that Microsoft had announced the ban in the morning, and while major media outlets were publishing articles one after another, I received the news that Bachen Technology was holding a press conference, even though it was pouring with rain. The major media quickly sent people to Bachen building. Most of the media came to Bachen Technology to attend the press conference yesterday, and only one night later, everyone gathered here again. Luo Yang is no longer dressed in a plaid shirt, but in a crisp black suit, exuding a sharp aura. Behind him, senior executives such as Han Feng and He Siyuan were all present. First of all, on behalf of Bachen Technology, I would like to thank everyone for coming. This morning, Microsoft announced a complete ban on Bachen Technology under the ridiculous excuse of disrupting market prices and harming the interests of Microsoft. Luo Yang glanced at the media present with a serious expression. This is all nonsense. The so-called average market price is actually what Microsoft says. As the owner of more than 90% of the personal computer system market, Microsoft's pricing is the so-called average market price. Rather than saying that Bachen Technology is disrupting the market order with low prices, it should actually be said that Microsoft is using its monopoly position to forcefully raise prices just to make huge profits. This excuse from Microsoft is just a fig leaf for itself. I think the majority of users have the most say in who is right and wrong. Hiss, the media at the scene gasped, this is a hard attack on Microsoft. Luo Yang is going to completely break his face. The second reason is even more nonsense. The emulator has appeared many years ago. The original intention of its development is to enable users to use other software across platforms, in order to break the rules set by major software giants. The chasm below. The Time Machine simulator itself was developed to provide users with more convenient functions. The simulation environment developed has nothing to do with Microsoft. After all, the simulator itself is just a translation between assembly languages. At the same time, we also very much welcome Microsoft to develop an emulator that simulates the Bachin computer system. Don't worry, we will never use this as an excuse to attack. I believe everyone understands now that the so-called reasons for the ban by Microsoft are just excuses. The real reason is that they are afraid. They are afraid of the rise of Bachin technology. They are afraid that their monopoly will be broken. Without their monopoly, no one will pay the high prices for their computer systems and office software. So, the emergence of Bachin technology does not disrupt the market, but restores the market to true order. At this moment, Luo Yang's eyes were like daggers, and his aura was so sharp that everyone who saw him couldn't help but shrink their eyes. Incredible energy. Here, on behalf of Bachin Technology, I officially announce that Microsoft will be completely blocked. From now on, Bachin Technology will completely block all businesses of Microsoft Corporation. On the Bachin computer operating system, all websites, products, and businesses of Microsoft Corporation will be blocked indefinitely. Microsoft's official website, Office software, Bing Search, Microsoft Cloud, its subsidiaries, etc. are all included in the ban. Taking into account users' usage habits, Bachin Technology will leave a period of time for users to transfer data. When the reserved time passes, Bachin's system will close the entrance to all Microsoft's businesses indefinitely. From today on, Bachin computer system will complete its own software ecological closed loop. Bachin Office software will completely replace Office software. Bachin database will completely replace Microsoft's SQL Server. Egrid Cloud will fully replace Microsoft Cloud and provide a full range of cloud services for ordinary users and enterprise users, covering cloud storage, cloud computing, cloud servers, IaaS, infrastructure services, SaaS, software as a service, most cloud business areas such as PaaS, platform as a service. For other middleware software, Bachin Technology will also provide corresponding replacement products. When Luo Yang left the press conference, the media present had not yet recovered. The scene just now shocked them deeply. Completely ban Microsoft. Bachin Technology's crazy move exceeded their imagination. Although they missed the opportunity to interview Luo Yang, the major media did not regret it, but published the news as quickly as possible. Soon, the entire Dragon Kingdom knew about this. Bachin Technology and Microsoft began to completely block each other. This is a fight between gods. Many people watching the excitement were frightened. Although both are software companies, Microsoft, the party involved, is too large and has dominated the internet for more than 40 years. Its influence is extremely terrifying. The official media's midday news program even released the relevant news immediately. In the United States, when he heard that Bachin Technology announced a reverse ban on Microsoft, the smile on Jesai's face suddenly froze, and then he shook his head. Young people will always be young people, and they still can't calm down. Microsoft's ban is just the beginning. Just like the fission equation, once it starts, it can never be stopped. The news that the two sides blocked each other has become fodder for many netizens. The impact of mutual blocking is also gradually emerging. As of October 22, the global installed base of Bachin computer system has exceeded 150 million units, and it has won 1/10 of Microsoft's number of users, including 25 million overseas users and 125 million domestic users. Currently, due to the ban, the number of new users has begun to slow down, but the impact is not significant. Aurora search has been greatly affected. First of all, overseas markets are Microsoft's home market. In addition, due to Google, the leading search engine, Aurora search's share of overseas markets is declining rapidly. Domestically, with the support of 125 million users, Aurora search still maintains its second place. As Bachin computer systems share increases, the number of Aurora search users will also increase. The number of registered users of Aurora Payment has exceeded 120 million, and the current number of daily active users has reached 50 million, which is in a stage of rapid growth. Bachin Office, Bachin Database, and Egrid Cloud are expected to experience explosive growth due to this ban. After getting the latest statistical data, Luo Yang felt relieved. It's no wonder Microsoft is so anxious. 1/10 of the users of the Win system have been lost in just 2 months. At this rate, Beichin technology can steal half of Microsoft's users in just 1 year. Another reason why Microsoft banned it was because of Beichin Office software. At present, among the core businesses of Microsoft, Office software is the biggest profit point, and the profit has far exceeded the operating system business. In addition to these two, the cloud business is the fastest growing area of Microsoft. It currently ranks third in the world, second only to Amazon Cloud and Google Cloud. In comparison, eGrid Cloud, which has just started, is worse. Not even a little bit. After comparing the pros and cons of both parties, Luo Yang began to consider subsequent arrangements. This day is very lively. Microsoft and Beichin technology blocked each other from this supergiant, which was enough to keep everyone talking for several days. Many users were not used to it at first, especially those who used Jiguang search on the Win system. After being blocked, users could only continue to use Chengdu or Bing search. Mobile phone users don't have to worry about this, as Anzua and Fruit are not affected. Aurora Payment's current business direction and its users are mainly on the mobile phone, so the impact is relatively limited. Microsoft is a bit uncomfortable after Beichin technology announced a complete ban. As many as 150 million Beichin users were no longer able to use Microsoft's services. The number of users of Beichin search and Office software plummeted rapidly. On the Nasdaq stock market, today's stock price can be said to be full of twists and turns. First, with the announcement of Microsoft's ban, the market reacted immediately. After the stock market opened, Microsoft's stock price rose sharply, and the overall market value soared from $1.65 trillion to $1.70 trillion. Not long after that, with the anti-blockade of Beichin technology, the market value dropped again to $167 million in just one morning. The stock price fluctuated so much that I don't know how many investors were frightened. The aftermath of this incident, known as the computer system war by the outside world, is still spreading. The first is the stock market. In addition to Microsoft, the stock prices of several domestic companies have also experienced huge fluctuations. After the release of Beichin Office software yesterday, Silver Mountain Office's stock price plummeted. In November 2019, Inshan Office was listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. The opening price was as high as 140 yuan per share, a 205% increase from the issue price, and it has been climbing ever since, especially under the impact of this year's epidemic. The demand for cloud office has grown rapidly. As a leading domestic office software company, Inshan Office's stock price has skyrocketed again. The peak stock price in August has climbed to 340 yuan per share, and the total market value has reached 1,567 yuan. 100 million. After the launch of Beichin computer system, the stock price plummeted and finally remained at 285 yuan per share. After that, it recovered slightly and broke through the 300 yuan mark again. However, yesterday, after the official release of Beichin Office software, Inshan Office's stock price fell to the limit, and it fell to the limit again after the market opened today. After analysis, financial institutions believe that Inshan Office's share price may eventually fall below 200 yuan per share, and its market value will eventually shrink to less than 90 billion yuan. The reason is also very simple. Office software without the support of its own operating system is like a drifting fish without roots. The bubble blown up by the market will eventually burst. The main reason for the rise of Microsoft's Office is not its powerful functions, but the fact that it relies on the Win system. The Office software of Guagua, Guge, and other domestic system companies are all matched with their own systems, but these Office software have never been able to pose a threat to Inshan Office. But Beichin Office is different. The momentum of the rise of Beichin's system has been irresistible. It is killing everyone everywhere at the moment. Even the Win system is retreating step by step. However, Beichin Office has the support of Beichin system and will definitely be able to achieve success in a very short time. Rise rapidly, especially at the press conference. The 3 telecom giants, the 9 banking giants, and the electric power giant personally stood up for Beichin technology, which directly caused investors to lose confidence in Inshan Office. And today, with Beichin technology and Microsoft Corporation blocking each other, the stock market is even more chaotic. The first is Chengdu, which is sandwiched between the 2 giants, and its stock price is volatile. There is a relatively optimistic sentiment in the market that Beichin technology will not be a rival to Microsoft, but it will not fall. Chengdu can take advantage of this opportunity to stabilize the Win system's search engine market share. The more pessimistic people believe that the battle between the 2 giants Beichin and Microsoft will only lead to the rapid rise of Beichin series software. Just like after Warwick suffered a blow, it launched a series of backup plans, the most typical of which is the Hongmeng system as a spare tire. If Beichen's system had not emerged, Hongmeng's system would have had a great chance of rising. After Beichen technology encountered the ban, it decisively and sharply launched a reverse ban. Many people in the industry speculated that Beichen technology had more big moves that it had yet to unleash.
And Longwei will not let Beichen technology fall.
Coupled with the support of several major state-owned enterprise giants, Beichen technology has great hope of winning comprehensive orders from these enterprise giants.
Beichen computer system plus Beichen database plus Beichen office software will completely replace the products of Microsoft, Beast BoneScript, IDM and other giants.
Coupled with eGrid Cloud providing support for these three major software businesses, the rise of Beichen technology has become unstoppable. As the market share of Beichen computer system increases, the user base of Aurora Search will also expand rapidly, just like Microsoft's Win system plus Bing Search, Google's Android desktop plus Google Search. Beichen system, the combination of plus Aurora Search will rule the internet in Dragon Kingdom. There are not a few people who hold this idea. In addition, the stock prices of cloud computing manufacturers have also experienced significant fluctuations. Because of the strong support from Beichen technology, eGrid Cloud suddenly attracted the attention of many people. With the huge user market of Beichen family bucket, eGrid Cloud definitely has the potential to grow into a unicorn company. Some outside institutions have even given eGrid Cloud a valuation of $1 billion. A week ago, the overall price of Bailuyan, which had just been acquired, was only 1.87 billion yuan, or about $280 million. In just a few days, Bailuyan's valuation soared 3.5 times. Beichen building. After the press conference, everyone began to work on their own. Han Feng led the technical team of Beichen database to process the data feedback sent back by major companies. Judging from the feedback, most major companies have expressed recognition of the performance of Beichen database, and are already carrying out plans to eliminate core databases of overseas brands. After Luo Yang led the team to conquer the database project,
he no longer needs to intervene in the remaining post-maintenance and development.
The new database technology team has gradually matured. Currently, in terms of software matters, Luo Yang has begun to gradually delegate power to Han Feng. Han Feng and He Siyuan are among the people he trusts most, and Luo Yang is also deliberately delegating power to cultivate and train their abilities in all aspects. Both of them are technical backgrounds, so there is no need to worry about the problem of laymen commanding experts, but they must be completely challenged. The burden on Qi. Beichen technology is still quite difficult. Beichen technology has more and more businesses, and its size is also expanding at an extremely fast speed. Luo Yang, who has to shoulder all the big and small things, already feels a little overwhelmed.
It's better to do things sooner rather than later.
We must seize the time to train our own team. The software business, including operating systems, office software, databases, and subsequent industrial software businesses, will gradually be transferred to Han Feng in the future to form a huge software business group. Han Feng will serve as the president of the software business group. Internet businesses, such as Aurora Search, Aurora Payment, eGrid Cloud, and other internet businesses, will be transferred to He Siyuan to form the Internet Business Group, with He Siyuan serving as the president of the Internet Business Group. The two are responsible for taking charge of different business groups. Under the business groups, business units are set up according to the core businesses, and under the business units, other departments are divided. In this way, Luo Yang can lighten his burden and focus on technology development and controlling the company's macro strategic development direction. Linya will continue to be in charge of the financial and audit departments of Beichen Technology, and will also be responsible for managing the financial teams of its subsidiaries, and will continue to serve as the steward around Luo Yang. As the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhou Hao is a professional manager hired by Luo Yang with a high salary. Luo Yang also values them very much. If Zhou Hao performs well in all aspects in the future, he can enter the core management. He is still at Luo Yang under comprehensive investigation. Zheng Yi, president of the Hong Kong Island branch, will become the head of Beichen Technology's international business and Asia-Pacific region in the future, and is also one of the preparatory personnel for the core management. The director of other overseas market businesses, Luo Yang, has not yet been determined. In view of the full-scale war with Microsoft and the confrontation between Longhua and the United States, overseas business may be devastated at any time, so Luo Yang is not ready to expand other markets for the time being. Overseas business. As for the existing overseas markets, just continue to maintain them. Qiao Yunhai, head of the legal department, is not a core management member, but he is Luo Yang's highly relied upon legal advisor. His position is also very important. He may hold other positions in the future, and may also be promoted to core management. These 6 people are all the main generals under Luo Yang. In addition to the above 6 people, the heads of other first-level and some second-level departments of Beichin Technology have also been included in the list of key training teams by Luo Yang Zhanyang, Director of the Public Relations Planning Department, Shui Xiaoshan, Director of the Information Security Department, and Wang Hai, the newly added Acting President of eGrid Technology, are all on this list.
Any large company has an urgent need for senior management talents.
The people selected by Luo Yang have their own specialties and cover most positions.
When Beichin Technology fully rises, these people will hold important positions.
Luo Yang put down the list of senior executives in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. There was a whistle outside the window. Luo Yang stood up and looked into the distance through the full glass curtain wall. The clouds in the sky still haven't dispersed, but the heavy rain has become much lighter. A layer of white mist floats on the broad river surface, making the surrounding scenery hazy. Luo Yang found that he liked watching the river view more and more. Every time I look at the mighty river, the depression in my chest will be swept away and my heart will surge.
People cannot set their horizons too low. Only by looking high enough and far enough can we achieve greater achievements.
As it is with people, so it is with companies.
The establishment of Beichin Technology has been on thin ice from the beginning. With its subsequent rise, more and more enemies will launch a strong attack on Beichin Technology. Microsoft is just the first opponent.
Luo Yang has a very thorough understanding of the current situation. Previously, Microsoft temporarily gave up after making an offer to Beichin Technology.
Apparently, it felt that Beichin Technology was still under its control.
But now, after noticing that 1/10 of the computer system users had lost, it decisively launched a strong attack.
However, this is not what Luo Yang is most worried about. What we should be worried about most is the sanctions from the United States. The background of the current era is that the Dragon Kingdom's economy will take off in an all-round way, and it is expected to surpass the United States and become the world's largest economy. For this reason, the United States will definitely obstruct it in every possible way and use all means to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Zhongtang and Huawei are just the United States. It's just one point in an all-round attack. It can be said with certainty that when Microsoft shows its decline, the United States will definitely take action personally and launch all-round severe sanctions against Beichin Technology. This is no joke. Warwick's 5G communication technology has already caused such crazy sanctions from the United States, not to mention that now, Beichin Technology has made a breakthrough in a more important computer operating system. The field of operating systems has always been the exclusive preserve of the United States. Whether it is computers, mobile phones, or servers, most companies that develop operating systems are all in the United States, and now, a Longwa computer system has appeared that does not borrow any other codes at all. Like a set of dominoes, breakthroughs in computer systems have a series of impacts. Through Beichin computer system, Beichin Technology can continue to deepen and develop systems in other fields based on Beichin computer system. For example, the Beichin server system has been launched, as well as the vehicle-mounted system that is still under development, and the next stage of strategic killer that Beichin Technology is carefully preparing, mobile operating system. Computer systems already exist, so how can we miss out on mobile operating systems?
The mobile version of the Beichin system was officially launched half a year ago. At that time, the Beichin computer system had been initially developed and was undergoing follow-up testing. Luo Yang had already led the R&D team and secretly started the development of the mobile operating system project. Just like computer operating systems, members of the mobile phone system development team have also signed extremely strict confidentiality agreements. At present, the confidentiality agreement of Beichin computer system has expired and there are no restrictions. However, the mobile phone system department is still keeping the entire process confidential. Even Luo Yang has not disclosed to the outside world that he is building a mobile phone system. From the outside, it seems that Beichin Technology will not turn to the development of mobile operating systems until it has completely established itself in the computer operating system market, because Luo Yang knows very well that once the news leaks out, Beichin Technology will attract the most severe blows from the other two giants, Google Company, Fruit Company. These two giants will never allow anyone else to challenge the status of the mobile phone system. By then, Beichin Technology will face the joint attack of Microsoft, Google, and Fruit Company, the three top technology giants in the world, let alone counterband. By then, it will be great if Beichin Technology can survive.
The mobile operating system will be Baichen Technology's trump card. But the mobile operating system must not be released before the time is right. Luo Yang's eyes were profound, as if he had already seen the future of Baichen Technology. In order to solve the obstacles to the release of mobile phone systems, Baichen Technology still needs to complete a breakthrough in an important direction, that is the semiconductor industry. The operating system and the semiconductor industry can be said to be inseparable, because a move by IDM back then directly created the two giants today, namely the famous Winter Alliance, Microsoft and Intel. Luo Yang is naturally familiar with the history of the rise of these two giant companies. In 1911, in the distant United States, a company called CTR was established. In 1924, the company announced a name change. Its new name is IDM. This century company can be said to have witnessed the growth of the internet, and its influence is extremely far-reaching. This company not only manufactures personal computers, but also many computers, mainframes, and supercomputers. It also manufactures computer chips, develops computer and server systems, manufactures hard drives and servers, and has also manufactured arms. During the second station, IDM manufactured the famous M1 carbine and Browning automatic rifle. The official name of the personal computer we are currently using should be called a personal computer, PC, abbreviated as PC, and its compatibility standard was formulated by IDM. During its century-long life, IDM's business continued to transform, and some of its hardware businesses were abandoned. Its hard disk business was sold to Neon Guodongzi Company, its personal computer business was sold to Lianxiang of Longhua, and Lianxiang became the largest personal computer seller in the world. At the same time, in order to retain overseas customers, Lianxiang's overseas prices were far lower than those of Longhua, and it began to use the profits earned by Longhua to subsidize overseas markets. Netizens called it the conscience of American imperialism because of various magical operations. Warwick Company once followed IDM to learn server manufacturing, and then began to manufacture its own servers. Such a legendary enterprise also created the Winter Alliance. In 1975, Gates founded Microsoft. In 1980, Jesai's mother served as a director of IDM. Through this relationship, IDM selected Microsoft to develop operating system software for its PCs. Because time was tight, Microsoft purchased the right to use the CDOS operating system from a programmer for $50,000, partially rewritten it and handed it over to IDM, and this rewritten system is Microsoft's MS-DOS system. Yes, I bought the early DOS system from Microsoft. In 1981, IDM selected the 8066 chip developed by Intel as the chip used in its PCs. In this regard, the two major members of the Winter Alliance gathered together for the first time. In the 1980s, IDM was at its peak. With the widespread popularity of IDM PCs, the MS-DOS system also became a great success. Other PC manufacturers wanted to be compatible with IDM machines. Later, IDM formulated PC compatibility standards for this purpose, and a series of indicators such as PC components and interfaces were standardized and universalized, which promoted the great development of PCs. In order to be compatible with IDM PCs, Microsoft's MS-DOS system was licensed to many companies. In the 1980s, MS-DOS became the standard operating system for PCs. Similarly, the x86 chip architecture used by Intel's 8086 chip also expanded rapidly with IDM's PCs, and eventually became the mainstream architecture of the entire chip market. In 1985, Microsoft launched the first-generation Win system, which was a graphical interface system based on the Fruit Company's MAD system. After several generations of development, the Win system that everyone is now familiar with came into being. By 1990, Microsoft and Intel had grown into a behemoth, and IDM's control over them was gradually declining. The Win system plus x86 chip architecture has become the mainstream standard for global PCs, and is called the Winter Alliance by the outside world. The Win system only supports PCs with x86 architecture chips, and the x86 architecture is only perfectly compatible with the Win system. The two companies have reached an unbreakable business alliance that continues to this day. After IDM realized that it had lost its right to speak, it began to abandon its two younger brothers and make its own operating systems and computer chips. However, in the end, it failed to do both. After that, IDM fell into a business crisis and decided to transform its business. Then it officially gave up the PC business. Sold it to the ideals of American imperialism. The hard drive department was sold to Dongji Company. The Winter Alliance continues to grow, reaching absolute monopoly status in their own fields. But during this period, there was another miracle belonging to the Chinese that shone briefly. This person's name is Wang Jiandai. In 1955, Wang Yuan Computer Company was established in the United States. In 1964,
Wang Yuan Computer Company created the world's first commercial desktop computer. At that time, IDM was at its peak, and Wangxian Computer Company wanted to compete with IDM and began to expand its business. However, it was heavily in debt and later had to issue stocks to go public. As a result, it soared, and Wang Jian himself became the richest Chinese in the world. For a long time afterwards, Wang Jian Computer Company was synonymous with legend.
The fruit company founded by gang leader Qiao successfully poached some of Wang Jian Computer's engineers.
Microsoft and IDM also frequently poached people. By the end of the 1980s, Wang Jian suffered from cancer. Later, due to a series of mistakes, a large number of company executives resigned, and they switched to IDM, Fruit Company, and Microsoft. Wang and Computer Company has declined rapidly since then, and with Wang An's death, a generation of legend has come to an end. Almost most of the giant companies in the United States have been subject to antitrust investigations. The Rockefeller Oil Company created the concept of trust and was dismembered by the United States into dozens of oil companies. The American Oil Company, currently ranked third among the world's top 500 companies, is Rockefeller Oil. Part of the company, the American communications giant AT&T, was forced to break up due to its monopoly. The famous Bell Labs is owned by AT&T. IDM also encountered antitrust investigations, but in the end nothing came of it. Microsoft was also subject to an antitrust investigation and was almost split into two major companies. However, due to the manipulation of various relationships by Microsoft, the antitrust investigation was ultimately not established. Intel was also subject to an antitrust investigation and had to start supporting and at the same time, it also licensed the x86 architecture to its competitor and, in order to avoid antitrust investigations. In the 21st century, IDM's market value has shrunk significantly, and its current market value is only $150 billion. However, the number of patents it holds ranks first in the world, and a large number of patent applications continue to be filed every year. With the development of mobile internet and the strong rise of AIM, Intel's market value has also shrunk a lot, but in the computer chip market, its x86 architecture still has a monopoly. With the help of the development of the internet, Microsoft's market value once soared to $1.8 trillion. Because of the rise of AIM, Android systems, and Fruit systems, the Winter Alliance began to create gaps. Microsoft has been trying to catch up with AIM's platform, and Intel also tried to enter the field of SoC, but finally withdrew. Sadly, despite this, the Winter Alliance still exists. At this moment, facing the rise of Baichen computer system, Microsoft is very likely to persuade Intel to jointly strangle Baichen technology. This is what Luo Yang is most worried about. This is also the reason why Baichen technology must get involved in the semiconductor business. Operating systems and chips have always been inseparable. Any chip architecture system has a corresponding operating system that provides software ecological support for IT. In addition to the Winter Alliance firmly dominating the personal computer market, the mobile phone market is also dominated by the AAA Alliance, Android system plus Fruit system plus AIM chip. In addition to the above two major combinations, there is also a combination system of RISC architecture chip plus Unix system in the field of servers and high-end hosts. The Winter Alliance is also gradually encroaching on this field. The Unix system is owned by Bell Labs in the United States. Before being divided by antitrust laws, Bell Labs was owned by the American giant company AT&T. In the early days, Unix was licensed for cheap or free of charge, and later the paid license was restored. Linux was also inspired by the influence of Unix, and then it was born. As the oldest system, Unix, and Unix-like systems developed based on its derivatives occupy the vast majority of markets such as workstations, servers, mini-computers, mainframes, and supercomputers. Among them, the MAD computer system and iOS system developed by the Fruit Company are also Unix-like systems. The remaining market share is dominated by the open-source Linux system, and part of the market share is occupied by the Win Server system developed by Microsoft. Linux is a completely open-source operating system, but strictly speaking it should be an open-source system kernel. Its developer is a Finnish person. Any individual or organization can modify it on its basis, including commercial applications. At present, most self-developed systems developed by individuals, enterprises, institutions, etc. around the world are mostly developed on the Linux kernel. GUGE's Android desktop system is also developed based on the Linux kernel. Among the world's most famous computer operating systems, Bell Labs' Unix system, Microsoft's Win system, and Fruit Company's MAD system are all affiliated to the United States. The Linux open source system is the only choice for most independent developers. Coincidentally, in addition to the 4 major operating systems mentioned above, there are also 4 most widely used mainstream chip architectures in the world. The first is the x86 architecture, which is a complex instruction set.
It was developed by Intel in the United States.
It is basically no longer authorized to external parties and occupies an absolute dominance in the field of personal computers. Then there is the AIM architecture, which is a simplified instruction set.
It was developed by the AIM company in Ingwa.
With the help of the 2 major mobile phone systems of Android and Fruit, it has been fully popularized and occupies a dominant position in the field of mobile chips. The licensing method of this architecture is chargeable, and there are 3 different levels of licensing models: the Ace series mobile phone chips developed by Fruit Company, the Fire Dragon chip owned by Gaotong, the Wanwan Lionfake chip, the Hunter chip developed by Samsung, and Hayes Semiconductor owned by Warwick all use the AIM architecture. AIM was originally a Chinese enterprise, but was later acquired by SoftSound of Neon Country. Not long ago, it was bought from SoftSound by Invista of the United States, and it is now affiliated with the United States. At present, AIM has complied with the US ban and prohibited Huawei from continuing to purchase its latest version of the chip architecture. The third is the MIPS chip architecture, which belongs to the Streamline instruction set and is also affiliated with the United States. The company's operating conditions are getting worse and worse, and the MIPS architecture has also declined. At present, Longshin uses the MIPS chip architecture. If Longshin had not persisted, the commercial development of MIPS would have stopped long ago. The fourth is the RISC-V architecture, which is also a reduced instruction set. Its developer is the University of California, Berkeley, in the United States, which is also affiliated with the United States. The RISC-V architecture itself, like the Linux system kernel, is completely open source, and any individual or organization can modify it on its basis, including commercial applications. In view of the US ban, several major operating systems and chip architectures are unwilling to open authorization to Longwa, or stop authorization at any time, resulting in bottlenecks that may occur at any time. One of Longwa's previous solutions was to develop domestic systems based on the Linux kernel and domestic chips using MIPS and RISC-V chip architectures to replace the dilemma of lack of cores and little soul. Not only Longwa, but also many other countries, companies, institutions, individuals, etc., have all adopted the solution of Linux system plus RISC-V chip architecture. At present, several domestic system manufacturers in China, including the Spare Tire Hongmeng system developed by Huawei, all use the Linux kernel. In terms of chip architecture, many domestic companies have begun to move towards the RISC-V architecture, and Shanghai has also introduced relevant support policies to support the development of RISC-V chips. In the fields of mobile chips, Internet of Things, automotive chips, etc., RISC-V has become the best choice to replace the AIM architecture. Honey Badger Semiconductor, invested by Alibaba, focuses on the RISC-V field and recently released a chip to the market. Many automotive chip manufacturers have also begun to develop and design chips with RISC-V architecture, but in the field of computer chips, several domestic chip manufacturers in China have their own choices. There is a manufacturer based on the x86 architecture, but its method of obtaining x86 architecture authorization is relatively complicated and it is borrowed. It may face the dilemma of Intel withdrawing the authorization at any time. Moreover, the internal situation of the company is relatively complicated, so it's okay not to talk about it. Sunway uses the Alpha architecture of the American DEC company, and the products currently developed are used in the domestic supercomputer Taihulite. Fading's development process is relatively chaotic. It adopted the MIPS architecture in the early stage, then developed the Alpha architecture, and finally switched to the AIM architecture. Its products are mainly supplied to domestic supercomputers. Longshin, which targets the PC market, chose the now faded MIPS chip architecture. It has launched several finished chips before, but they have not been widely promoted. One is because the performance is not enough, the other is because the output is low and the price is expensive, and the third is because there is no support from the software ecosystem. Although MIPS has declined, Longshin's attempt to acquire MIPS company did not pass the approval of the United States. After persisting for more than 10 years, Longshin is also preparing to abandon MIPS and embark on a road of self-developed chip architecture from scratch, especially since the entire Longwa semiconductor industry has set its sights on the RISC-V architecture. If the United States still ignores any opinions and forcibly orders or controls RISC-V and prohibits Longwa from using it, then Longwa's chip industry will suffer again. Huge setback.
Looking at the well-known domestic chip manufacturers in the country, the best way to truly break through the US sanctions dilemma is to start from scratch. At present, in the field of domestic operating systems, the sole problem has been solved due to the emergence of Baichan technology, and in the field of basic software, Baichan technology has gone to several cities and made breakthroughs in operating systems, databases, middleware, office software, and domestic assembly language. It is precisely because of these reasons that Baichan technology has won the reputation of the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The emergence of Baichan system means that the software ecological problem that the semiconductor industry is most worried about has been solved. With the support of Baichan system and time machine simulator, Baichan technology can provide ecological support for any domestic chip from Longwa. The problem that domestic chips have no system support and no rich software to use will no longer exist. This is Luo Yang's greatest confidence. This is also why he is not worried about failing in the semiconductor industry. To solve the problem of domestic chips, we must first clarify the current situation and the problems we face. Luo Yang has read the information submitted to him by the Public Relations and Planning Department. The overall situation is similar to the situation in his previous life, so after analysis, Luo Yang has a general understanding of the Longwa semiconductor industry in this world. To make a chip, simply put, there are 4 important steps. First, the chip architecture. Whether it is a self-developed architecture or the architecture of other companies, only the chip architecture can be used to design the chip. This is the prerequisite. Second, chip design. After we have the chip architecture, we can design the chip on this basis and develop versions with different functions and models. Third, chip design tools, also known as EDA software in the industry. EDA refers to electronic design automation. To design a chip, you must use EDA software to assist in design, simulate circuits, etc. Without EDA software, it is like cooking without rice. Fourth, after the chip design is completed, it needs to be tape-out tested. At this moment, the most important part appears. If you want to manufacture the chip, you need to use a photolithography machine. And in the production process, in addition to photolithography machines, there are also a series of difficulties to overcome, such as wafers, photoresists, etc. But photolithography machines are definitely the biggest obstacle in the semiconductor industry. Luo Yang rubbed his temples to relieve the feeling of swelling in his brain. Among the 4 major links, except for the design link, the other 3 major links are all firmly controlled by foreign countries. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for domestic chips to break through these links. The problem of chip architecture has been very clear: either use the RISC-V architecture, or develop it completely independently. The former can save a lot of time, but it does not rule out the problem of being threatened again by the United States. The latter will take a long time, and it's a huge consumption of manpower, material resources, and funds. The chip design aspect is actually the simplest. The chip design industry is where domestic chip manufacturers are most involved. EDA software only occupies 2.2% of the $450 billion global semiconductor market. The market share is about $10 billion, but it is indispensable. Currently, EDA software is firmly held by the 3 major foreign software giants, with firm control. These giants have created strong patent barriers by investing huge amounts of R&D funds in doing mergers and acquisitions with peers. When the United States sanctioned Zhongting, the 3 giants responded to the ban one after another, and Zhongting was paralyzed instantly. So we can't hold out hope. Luo Yang looked through the information. There are 3 relatively well-known companies in domestic EDA software, but the only one that is truly established and successful is Longda Zhoutian. Longda Zhoutian is the largest EDA software in China, but compared with the 3 giants, its technical content is still very far behind. Its current customer range has covered 9 of the top 10 domestic IC designers, and it is currently preparing for IPO listing. Preparing to land on the big AGM. Finally, in terms of lithography machines, the Dutch company ASL is the only one, occupying the vast majority of the world's high-end lithography machines, and the highest technology has reached the 3 nanometers process. Currently only Xinjiang Microelectronics is making domestic lithography machines, and the current production process is still the same as 90 nanometers 18 years ago. However, according to rumors,
the new generation deep ultraviolet lithography machine secretly developed by Xincheng Microelectronics is expected to be released next year. Its production process has reached 28 nm. It is said that after using multiple light refraction technology, it can produce chips with up to 7 nanometers process. Finally, there is good news. If, as rumored, Shanghai Microelectronics can mass-produce 28 nanometers lithography machines next year and complete the development of multiple photorefraction processes, Luoyang will face much less pressure. Judging from the current market situation, 28 nanometers process chips still occupy the vast majority of the market share. In addition to high-end computer chips and mobile phone chips, 28 nanometers chips are sufficient to meet the needs of most chips. For daily use chips such as car chips and electrical appliances, 28 nanometers chips are enough. No matter which link among the three major difficulties, huge funds, manpower, and material resources need to be invested to tackle the problem. The semiconductor industry has always been unpopular in the country, and capital is pursuing higher profit real estate and the internet industry. If it were not for the blockade in the United States in recent years, most people in the country would still not turn their attention to semiconductors. Without the accumulation of technology, investing in the semiconductor industry is really like throwing money into water. If you throw 100 billion, you may just make some noise. In terms of money, Beichin technology currently has no shortage, but it is very weak in terms of technology accumulation. So Luoyang currently has two options. Point 1 is to directly acquire companies in the semiconductor industry, or spend money to buy out the entire technology team. Another option is to poach people from everywhere, build a technical team from scratch, and accumulate technical capital bit by bit from the bottom. It takes too long to build a technical team from scratch, and it may not be possible to recruit people. Talents in the semiconductor industry are already very scarce. Many top talents have gone abroad, and those who remain in China are basically poached by major domestic semiconductor companies. If you go around poaching people by yourself, you may not be able to find them first, and you will also offend your peers. Among the three major difficulties, the lithography machine, as the hardest nut to crack, has been overcome by Shanghai Microelectronics. Luoyang no longer needs to develop the lithography machine from scratch, which is a complete waste of time. In terms of computer chips, Intel's latest chip technology, which is squeezing out toothpaste every year, is only 14 nanometers, while Wannilaorand has already adopted the 7 nanometers technology. From this point of view, the lithography machine developed by Xincheng Microelectronics is sufficient, and Luoyang has other plans in preparation. Once completed, he will be able to get rid of the limitations of higher processes such as 3 nanometers lithography machines, mobile phone SoCs, or even worse. Warwick's Kirin chips use a 5 nanometers process, and Xincheng Microelectronics lithography machines are still worse. In terms of lithography machines, Luoyang considered investing in Shanghai Microelectronics, assuming that he did not plan to do it himself. In the Dragon Kingdom of the previous life, Luoyang did not wait for the emergence of the latest lithography machine before traveling through time. In this world, Shanghai Microelectronics scientific research funds have never been large, and it will only be 600 million in 10 years. This is hard to imagine. ASL, the world's number one, has invested billions of euros in scientific research funds for EUV, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, alone, and has also roped in Intel, Samsung, and Taiwan Electromechanical to jointly bear R&D funds. This is why it has the world's most advanced photolithography machine. In comparison, Shanghai Microelectronics has done very well. Shanghai Microelectronics' 28 nanometers lithography machine is fully domestically produced and self-developed in all aspects, which is what Luoyang values most. There are two benefits to investing in Xincheng Microelectronics. On the one hand, it can speed up the research and development of lithography machines, thereby solving the chip threat of the Winter Alliance, and it can also share part of the profits of lithography machines. Currently, with the rapid expansion of the Beichin system, Beichin technology has sufficient cash flow, so it is not a problem to provide some scientific research funds for Shanghai Microelectronics. Luoyang would like to buy Shanghai Microelectronics directly, but it is obviously impossible. Longbo will not allow Shanghai Microelectronics to sell it, and now that Shanghai Microelectronics has made achievements, it will not approve it, but it is still possible to invest in shares. First, Shanghai Microelectronics does need funds. Second, it is Beichin Technology that wants to invest in the company. After developing a domestic operating system, Beichin Technology has now become one of the companies that Longbo focuses on. Beichin Technology is willing to take out the profits it earns and plow it into the bottomless pit of the semiconductor industry. Longwei is definitely happy to see it.arrive. At least Longwei won't worry that Beichin Technology will just take one vote and leave after taking a stake. Longwei directly rejected the idea of investing in other capital in the market. With the influence of Beichin Technology and the support of Shanghai City and Party J, Luo Yang believes that taking shares is not a big problem. After investing in Xinjiang Microelectronics, the problem of photolithography machines has been solved. Regarding EDA software issues, Luo Yang plans to directly acquire Longda Jiutian. As the largest EDA software vendor in Longwa, Longda Jiutian has good potential. Regarding chip architecture issues, Luo Yang plans to directly acquire Longxin or poach the entire technical team, and then use Longxin's technical team as the basis to recruit chip industry talents across the country and poach the corners of other chip companies. As long as Longwa sees Beichin Technology's determination to invest in the semiconductor industry and agrees to Beichin Technology's investment in Shanghai Microelectronics, then the acquisition of these two companies will not be a problem. The IT is different from Huawei, which has a great business, but is struggling to survive, and the blockaded Beichin Technology is small, easy to turn around, and has more abundant capital flow. The huge profits earned are reinvested in the semiconductor industry. It is a good investment for Beichin Technology, and it solves the concerns of the semiconductor industry for Longwa. Both parties are happy. Although Beichin Technology has never disclosed its financial reports and system installation status, it is impossible to say that Longwa knows nothing about it. Which changes in the capital flow of Beichin Technology do not need to go through the bank. In terms of funds, Longwa has nothing to worry about. In terms of EDA software, Luo Yang is confident of making a breakthrough. As for the RISC-V architecture, Luo Yang does not plan to adopt it. He plans to copy the chip architecture design called Kunlun developed by the Dragon Kingdom in the previous generation. Before Luo Yang traveled through, the Dragon Kingdom in that world was also facing a similar situation. The difference was that the Dragon Kingdom in that world was directly organized by the government from the beginning, gathering many talents and related industries across the country, and separately allocated scientific research funds are dedicated to solving problems in this area. Luo Yang is involved in the software development department and is mainly responsible for conquering two major projects, basic software and industrial software. Major basic software projects include Chinese assembly language, domestic operating systems, computers, mobile phones, servers, etc., domestic databases, office software, middleware, etc. Industrial software projects are mainly divided into three categories, namely R&D and design, EDA, CAD, CAE, CFD, etc., production scheduling and process control, MES, industrial automation system, and business management software, ERP, CRM, SCM, etc. EDA software, known as the pearl in the semiconductor industry, belongs to the R&D and design industry software. After conquering the basic software project, Luo Yang was transferred to the industrial software project team and participated in the development of a series of industrial software. During this period, Luo Yang followed many national treasure-level experts and was immersed in them all day long. He eventually taught himself professional knowledge of integrated circuits and participated in the development of EDA software together. The development of EDA software requires dealing with chip manufacturing throughout the entire process. From architecture development, to chip design, to final packaging and testing, Luo Yang participated in the entire process. During this period, the semiconductor project team successfully developed a newly designed chip architecture using a simplified instruction set, which was eventually named Kunlun. Kunlun architecture is a key development project of Longwa. As a streamlined instruction set, Kunlun architecture can perfectly replace the AIM architecture in the mobile SoC field. In the server field, faced with the RISC architecture, which also has a simplified instruction set, the Kunlun architecture also performs extremely well. In the field of computer chips, the Kunlun architecture has been very powerful after many improvements. The performance of computer chips using the Kunlun architecture has reached the mainstream level in the market. In every aspect, it is tied with Intel's chips. In this regard, Kunlun architecture can be said to be one step ahead of AIM, because AIM has also been trying to enter the field of computer chips. During the development of EDA, Luo Yang naturally came into contact with the detailed information of Kunlun chip architecture. After strengthening his memory in this life, Luo Yang has an impression of most of the designs of Kunlun architecture. As long as Luo Yang is given more time and with the help of a professional technical team, Luo Yang is very confident that he can recreate the Kunlun chip architecture. Although the overall design cannot be said to be 100% the same, these differences can be improved by the technical team. In this way, The problems of EDA software and chip architecture are solved, although Luo Yang does not have a system that is common in novels. His rich experiences in his previous life and his enhanced memory are his biggest golden fingers. It is also the capital for the rise of Baichen technology. At the same time, Luo Yang still has a big trump card that he has yet to unleash. That's graphene technology. Just like indecision, quantum mechanics, the current graphene has a similar situation. Longwa has been trying to overtake in the chip industry, and this possibility is indeed possible. The key point is graphene technology. Many people are familiar with the word graphene, but graphene is indeed very magical and has various powerful effects. The current chip industry is all silicon-based chips. The silicon wafers used in the chips are extracted from sand. Graphene is composed of carbon atoms, so it can also be called a carbon-based chip. The development of silicon-based chips has always followed Moore's law. This law, summarized by the founder of Intel, has reached its end. Present, the world's highest level EUV, extreme ultraviolet, lithography machine has a maximum process of 3 nanometers. However, every time it advances to a more cutting-edge process, the difficulty becomes higher. Silicon-based chips have actually reached the end of the road. It's just that in the past few decades, global semiconductors have relied on silicon-based chips, forming a market of up to $450 billion. So even though we know that silicon-based chips are coming to an end, global semiconductor manufacturers are still trying their best to maintain the status of silicon-based chips. But even so, many semiconductor industry players are already considering their options. The only option is graphene chips. The performance of chips made of graphene material is very powerful, and its performance exceeds that of silicon-based chips several times with the same process. The performance of current 3 nanometers process silicon-based chips is roughly the same as that of 28 nanometers process graphene chips. This was witnessed by Luo Yang personally in his previous life. That's right, the Dragon Kingdom in the previous world had great courage and directly abandoned silicon-based chips and completely turned to the broad platform of graphene chips. Luo Yang, who develops EDA software, was fortunate enough to have access to the latest graphene chip. According to the test results at that time, the 28 nanometers graphene chip completely beat the 3 nanometers chip in terms of high-frequency performance and heat dissipation. Although the highest technology for silicon-based chips has reached 3 nanometers, the technology is not yet mature. The 5 nanometers chips of Samsung and Taiwan Electromechanical have frequently overturned, let alone 3 nanometers, so Luo Yang still has plenty of time. In the previous life, Luo Yang, who was very enthusiastic about graphene technology, finally got approval from the upper management after making great efforts and gained access to some core information of graphene technology, although not all. The technology that can produce graphene in large quantities has been firmly engraved in Luo Yang's heart. If Luo Yang replicates the miracle of graphene chips in this world, then the Dragon Kingdom will completely get rid of the blockade of the global semiconductor alliance and directly leap to the 9 heavens. Graphene chips will become the gravedigger of silicon-based chips. The importance of graphene goes far beyond that. Graphene is a new material with very broad practicability. In addition to being used to make graphite core chips, it can also be used to make graphene memory. At present, the global flash memory particles used in memory, its manufacturing process and related patent barriers are firmly in the hands of Samsung and Helix of Bangsi, Micron of the United States, and Elbida of Germany. Originally, Neon Country also had a memory particle manufacturer, but it has been acquired by the American Micron company. Among the 4 companies, Samsung has the largest market share, reaching a near monopoly position. If these 4 companies are unhappy, global memory prices will rise. The explosion of Samsung's Note 7 caused great losses to Samsung Electronics. Coupled with the very timely fire at her Lexus factory, in order to make up for the losses, Samsung directly joined forces with the other 3 major memory giants to announce the global memory price increase. The price of memory modules, which were not cheap in the first place, has skyrocketed again. Judging from the financial reports released by Samsung later, the revenue from the increase in memory prices directly made up for the losses caused by the mobile phone explosion, and there was also a profit. What kind of huge profit is this? In order to break through the limitations of memory, Longwa supported the 3 major domestic memory manufacturers. However, due to patent barriers and the United States announcement to cut off the supply of industrial software, Fuzhou Jinhua, one of the 3 major domestic memory manufacturers, is currently half dead. The current Changshin of Huizhou province has made progress in memory, but he also encountered patent barriers set by Micron not long ago and was sued by Micron.
The future is unknown. Once graphene technology breaks through, Luo's memory storage industry can directly get rid of the patent barriers set by the three major overseas memory manufacturers and directly enter graphene memory. By then, the patent barrier mode of graphene memory will be built by Luo memory manufacturers. Graphene memory, its stability, memory capacity, and other aspects of performance are completely better than the current silicon-based memory. In addition, the screen industry will also be dominated by graphene materials. Flexible screens made of graphene materials will truly be able to be bented wool. Moreover, the graphene flexible screen has better light penetration and can fully realize the technology of under-screen cameras. By then, mobile phones around the world will no longer have to wear big bangs. The so-called water drop screen and hole punch screen will completely withdraw from the world. Graphene also has broad prospects in other material applications. For example, mobile phone bodies can also achieve stronger bending angles. With a graphene screen, it is entirely possible to create a fully transparent mobile phone that can be bent at will. Of course, the most well-known is the graphene battery. Almost all battery manufacturers in the world began to invest in graphene technology as soon as they had money. It can be said that among the graphene research laboratories around the world, the battery industry is the most likely to be the first to make breakthroughs. Graphene batteries completely outperform current lithium batteries. With super battery technology, in the same volume, graphene batteries have higher density, larger power storage, and faster charging. There is no need to worry about the explosion caused by crystallization of lithium batteries. Moreover, graphene batteries will also become a necessary choice for new energy vehicles. More powerful battery packs and faster charging speeds will not only kill the lithium battery industry, but also the world's traditional fuel vehicle manufacturers, as well as global energy. The industry will face unprecedented changes. This is a change that is enough to affect the world structure. This is the power of graphene technology. This is the super killer weapon in the hands of Luo Yang. By then, the global graphene industry chain will form a huge interest alliance with Baichun Technology as the core. The Dragon Kingdom is naturally the biggest beneficiary. America has Silicon Valley, China has Carbon Valley. By then, Baichun Technology will be able to dominate the world just by relying on the supply of graphene materials. When these technological breakthroughs occur, Baichun Technology will officially enter the hardware manufacturing industry. Graphene mobile phones, graphene computers, and graphene cars will all be in full swing. Operating systems, chip architecture, EDA software, and photolithography machines will ultimately revolve around graphene technology. This is also the reason why Luo Yang doesn't develop his own lithography machine from scratch, because the 28 nanometers lithography machine of Xinjiang Microelectronics is enough. Through the 7 nanometers photorefraction process, Luo Yang is confident that the performance of the graphene chip with the 7 nanometers process will surpass that of silicon-based chips with 1 nanometer and higher processes. The largest R&D investment by Luo Yang and Baichun Technology in the future will be in graphene technology. A week has passed since the computer system war began. During this period, Baichun Technology and Microsoft were at loggerheads and kept blocking each other. Everyone in the company is very busy, and overtime work has become a daily routine. Luo Yang is paid as much as he deserves for overtime work, and he will not be stingy in this regard. Luo Yang is not that stupid if he wants to let the horse run without giving it grass to eat. During this period, Luo Yang basically never left Baichun building. He stayed in the company for food and accommodation. Fortunately, he had a private bedroom exclusively for him on the 16th floor. After he and Baichun Technology settled in the building, the private bedroom had been renovated, and all the furniture and daily necessities had been replaced. At least compared to the place he rented before, this extra-large bedroom was luxurious enough. This private bedroom has been designed by professionals and has 2 oversized bedrooms, a large living room, and a simple kitchen. There are magnificent river views outside the window. The bedroom's dynamic and static partitions are well done, perfectly separating the private bedroom and the office area. There is a separately installed security door at the entrance, and Luo Yang's fingerprint has been recorded. During this period, Luo Yang planned to let his parents move to Shanghai to buy a villa to live in, but his parents refused again because they felt they were not used to the life in Shanghai and they had to take care of Luo Yang's grandmother at home. In desperation, Luo Yang directly transferred 5 million pocket money to his parents for them to use first. After a few days, when they have time, Luo Yang will return to his hometown to help his parents buy a house. As a result, Luo's mother was shocked after receiving 5 million. And she and Luo's father gave Luo Yang a lesson, because they thought Luo Yang was spending too much money. Luo Yang couldn't laugh or cry, and explained the situation that he had become a billionaire.
Luo's father and mother accepted it after struggling for a long time. The money my son gave me tastes so good. However, Luo's father and Luo's mother still did not spend money. Instead, they saved the money and planned to give a big red envelope to their future daughter-in-law, and the rest would be used as pocket money for their grandchildren. Luo Yang has no choice but to face his parents' insistence. In addition to these, Luo Yang also arranged for 3 instructors from Beichin Security to go directly to his parents to protect them secretly. Microsoft has begun to take action, and Luo Yang has to prepare for the worst. In addition, after determining that the semiconductor industry and graphene technology will be the 3rd and 4th stages of Beichin Technology's strategic development directions respectively, Luo Yang predicts that Beichin Technology's profits in recent years will be invested here, and the total investment is expected to be as high as 2,000 billion yuan. Luo Yang directly brought the latest financial statements and prepared to see how much funds Beichin Technology currently has. The first is the operating system business. As of November 1st, the global installed base of Beichin systems has exceeded 180 million. Among them, 145 million are the regular version, 30 million are the flagship version, and 5 million are the professional version. The operating system business alone has brought a total of 67.2 billion yuan in after-tax profits to Beichin Technology. It has been a week since the release of Beichin Office software. According to department statistics, a total of 5 million sets of personal permanent versions and 7 million sets of personal annual versions have been sold during this period. As well as 3 million sets of commercial permanent versions and 5 million sets of commercial annual versions. The Office software business provides a huge profit of 7.4 billion. Good guy, the profits of the Office software business greatly exceeded Luo Yang's expectations. No wonder the Office software business has become Microsoft's #1 profit growth point, and its huge profits are no worse than operating systems. In just 1 week, 20 million sets of Office software have been sold. A total profit of 7.4 billion. Hiss. No wonder Microsoft must ban Beichin Technology. Putting Luo Yang in the supervisory position of Microsoft, Luo Yang will also make the decision to ban Beichin Technology. Blocking someone's money path is like killing your parents. After carefully reviewing the financial report analysis, Luo Yang understood the reason for the huge profits. There are 2 main reasons. The first is that Beichin computer system already has 180 million users worldwide. With this huge base, 20 million sets of Office software is somewhat inconspicuous. Products produced by Beichin must be high-quality products. These 8 words have become the consensus of everyone outside. Therefore, after the Beichin Office software was released, these Beichin system users downloaded the trial version immediately. They were very satisfied with the 3-day trial period, and then started paying subscriptions one after another. What Luo Yang noticed is that the users with the highest proportion of paying users are the users of the flagship system and the professional version system. These users are richer and have the strongest awareness of purchasing genuine paid software. The second reason is because Beichin Office software is not pirated. Users who are accustomed to using pirated software will either continue to use pirated Office software or use the free version of Yinshan Office. This has also led to the fact that the activation ratio of Office software for users of the ordinary version of the system is less than 1/10, about 1.5 million sets. Although the number of activations is not high now, there is still potential for users of the regular version to tap. Luo Yang made his own judgment. When the user potential of the flagship and professional versions is exhausted, the activation ratio of the Office software business will gradually decrease, and profits will also decline. At that time, it will be necessary to find ways to convert these pirated users into genuine ones. Beichin Office software is divided into 2 series, personal version and commercial version. The 2 series provide permanent version and 365-day annual subscription version respectively. The permanent version of Office software is directly bound to the computer motherboard activated by the user and is unique. However, as long as the user does not change the computer and motherboard, it can be activated once and used permanently. The personal permanent version is priced at 399 yuan per set, and the commercial permanent version is priced at 1,299 yuan per set. The 365 annual subscription version is divided into different versions. Users can customize different combinations of versions according to their own needs. The annual package price of the personal version is 199 yuan. And the annual package price of the family version is 299 yuan, the commercial basic version is 199 yuan, the commercial standard version is 599 yuan, and the commercial advanced version is 999 yuan. Basically, the pricing of each version is half the price of the same combination package from Microsoft, for many businesses, institutions, and professional individual users. Purchasing genuine Office software is undoubtedly a huge expense. Bachin Office software is only half the price of Office software, which saves you a lot of money in a year. Moreover, the suite provided by Bachin Office software can replace most of Office software. Judging from the feedback results of market research, companies with foreign business can only continue to use Office software because overseas customers use Office software and need to use Microsoft's instant messaging software, and most companies, institutions, and individuals without overseas customers have begun to switch to Bachin Office software. In addition to the computer operating system and Office software businesses that have begun to make profits, other software businesses have not yet made profits, but their businesses are already in full swing. After reaching cooperation with computer manufacturers such as HP, Dell, Huawei, and Lianxiang, Bachin server systems have begun to be installed and used on a small scale. However, most customers have little confidence in Bachin server systems. They are still in the wait-and-see stage, which is expected. Middle. In addition to the above-mentioned companies, the marketing department has reached relevant cooperation agreements with two other major domestic server manufacturers, Hailang Group and Shuguang Group. The two major companies will launch servers equipped with Bachin server systems. In addition to the server system, Bachin database has also been included in the inspection scope of the two major companies and is currently undergoing all-round testing. Luo Yang is quite satisfied with the business progress of the server system and database. The situation in the domestic server market is relatively complex and the competition is very fierce. In addition to the three traditional giants IBM, HP, and Beast BoneScript, Dell, Warwick, Oceanwave, and Shuguang have also performed well in recent years. However, Unix systems and Linux systems have dominated the server market for many years, and it is not something that Bachin technology can shake in a short time. This is exactly the opposite of the situation in the personal computer market, because server systems value stability and security more, and Bachin server systems need more sufficient data to prove themselves. In addition to the server market, mini computers are also an area that Bachin server system will enter. In terms of databases, several major state-owned enterprises are still continuing to test, and it is difficult to speed up. Everyone is worried that other problems will arise, especially in the financial industry. Once there is a problem with the database, the losses caused are no less than a collapse. In terms of Aurora Search, user activity is still growing rapidly. As the second largest search engine in China, Aurora Search's reputation is better than Chengdu. However, because the company insists on not placing ads, Aurora Search's current profit is still negative and continues to throw money in there. Aurora's payment department currently does not charge cash withdrawal and transfer fees, and its credit, financial management, and other businesses are temporarily closed, so it is not profitable. Moreover, all aspects of advertising, local promotion, publicity, etc. cost money, and it has been losing money. The Egret Cloud department has been in a state of loss before being acquired by Bachin Technology, and it is not yet profitable. After deducting a series of previous acquisition expenditures and after summary by the finance department, the company currently has a cash flow of 65.05 billion yuan in its account, 65 billion yuan, which is still 135 billion yuan short of the 200 billion yuan Luo Yang plans to invest in the semiconductor and graphene industries. However, the investment amount is not all at once, but will be carried out in batches. The first phase of investment is expected to be 30 to 50 billion yuan. Luo Yang began to consider the allocation of this fund. This money cannot be fully withdrawn at once, and other businesses of the company also need funds. Luo Yang found the company's investment plan report, which contained a series of investment plans drawn up by the company, most of which were internet businesses and were submitted by He Siyuan not long ago. Aurora Search Department plans to add three major businesses: online translation, online encyclopedia, and online map. It is also developing other sub-projects, including Aurora Input Method, Aurora Picture Recognition, etc. The online translation project is independently developed by Bachin Technology and is preparing to launch the 1.0 internal beta version. The online encyclopedia and online map business are prepared to be carried out through the acquisition of companies. The search engine department plans to invest 150 million yuan to fully acquire Orange Network Company. The company's Orange Encyclopedia business ranks among the top 5 in the Longwei Internet Encyclopedia market. After the acquisition is completed, Orange Network will become the second subsidiary of Aurora Search. Level Department and changed its name to Aurora Encyclopedia.
Aurora Encyclopedia will be redesigned, relevant information will be updated, and various activities will be launched to increase user interaction.
The search engine department plans to invest 600 million yuan to fully acquire Pengcheng K-Lite Company. The company was once the largest vehicle map provider in China and has Class A map surveying qualifications. In recent years, due to the company's operational strategy issues, its current market share has continued to decline. The company has car navigation, mobile online maps, and web online map services, but a lot of the data is out of date and has not been updated in a timely manner. After the acquisition is completed, the company's map business will be renamed Aurora Map, merged into Aurora Search, and become a secondary department. After the acquisition, personnel from the parent company will be sent to take over, and some funds will need to be invested to remap and update its map data. Below the report, there are detailed information about the two major companies. Luo Yang is no stranger to Orange Encyclopedia and Kelly's Map. Luo Yang took a closer look and found that the problem was not big. These acquisition projects were submitted by each major business department, and then the investment department and the finance department jointly reviewed the acquisition target, gave a valuation price, and finally came up with a set of only after the complete acquisition plan is completed will it be handed over to Luo Yang for a final decision. After thinking about it, Luo Yang signed his name on the two acquisition documents, approving the acquisition. Now that Aurora Search has established a firm foothold, we can start to increase our branches. The previous Aurora Search was like a newly planted sapling, bare without any branches or leaves. Now this sapling has successfully survived and started to grow new buds. Sooner or later, Aurora Search will grow into a towering tree. As for Bailu Cloud, it is preparing to continue to expand the number of data centers. Before being acquired, Egrid Technology had already selected a location for the construction of a new phase of data center. However, due to funding issues, there was no follow-up, so it prepared to conduct Series C financing. Now backed by Beichin Technology, Egrid Cloud site selection plan was submitted again. After joint approval by the investment department and finance department, it appeared on Luo Yang's desk. Egrid Cloud plans to invest 7 billion to build 5 ultra-large data centers and 30 large data centers in the Yangtze River Delta, Pearl River Delta, Beijing Delta, as well as the central and western regions, thus completely covering the whole country. The specific locations are as follows. There are two investment plans. The first one is the original plan of Egrid Technology, which plans to invest 5 to 6 billion yuan to open a total of 35 large data centers in China, Southeast Asia, Europe, and the United States. Currently, due to the all-out war between Beichin Technology and Microsoft Corporation, the overseas market business is in jeopardy. The investment department is not optimistic about building overseas data centers at this time, so it rejected the original plan. The second plan is to invest 7 billion. These 5 ultra-large data centers will become the key nodes of Egrid Cloud, enough to support the huge data business nationwide. Regarding the location selection of the new data center, the investment department and the finance department have jointly sent a professional team to conduct on-site inspections and tested third-party data to confirm that the location is suitable for a large data center. Once construction begins, it will take about 2 years to complete. Of course, if you use money ability, the time will be accelerated a lot, but in this way, the final construction cost is estimated to exceed an additional 500 million. And there is another problem, that is, the server to be purchased after the data center is established. Luo Yang must consider the possibility of Intel cutting off chip supply. Therefore, server buyers should have multiple choices. After clarifying the company's investment plan, Luo Yang made a decision on the use of the funds. Of the 65 billion yuan, 8 billion was first set aside for the acquisition plan submitted by He Siyuan, 7 billion was used as the company's cash reserves, and 50 billion was set aside separately to invest in the semiconductor industry and the graphene industry respectively. As of now, Beichin Technology does not have any bank debt and is traveling with ease. After the plan was completed, Luo Yang dialed Ouyang Ming's phone number, and the other party was a little surprised. Is Beichin Technology determined to enter the semiconductor industry? That's right. Luo Yang didn't hold back and expressed his thoughts directly. It's not our style not to fight back when beaten. We are more accustomed to taking the initiative. Sooner or later Intel will end up participating in the sanctions, so Beichin Technology has decided to enter the semiconductor field. We are prepared to invest at least 100 billion yuan into the semiconductor industry in 2 years, and the first phase of capital investment will be no less than 30 billion yuan. Beichin Technology is preparing to get involved in these 4 major aspects. chip architecture, chip design, EDA software, and lithography machines. However, we do not plan to start from scratch. Instead, we plan to acquire several Longhua companies as an entry point. One of our current plans is to acquire Longxin, a subsidiary of Longka Academy, and Longda Jiutian, a subsidiary of Longhua Electronics Group. We also have the idea of investing in Xinchang Microelectronics. Beichun Technology is planning to design a new chip architecture from scratch, using a simplified instruction set. Longxin has been studying the MIPS architecture for more than 10 years and has its own achievements in many aspects of the simplified instruction set. This is what Beichun Technology is interested in. Faced with the investment plan proposed by Luo Yang, Ouyang Ming did not dare to neglect and directly reported it to a higher level place. Although Ouyang Ming is from J's side, at this moment he also serves as the mouthpiece between Luo Yang and Longhua officials. For example, for this investment plan, Luo Yang needs to keep the entire process confidential. Mr. Luo, your proposal comes too suddenly. The upper management will need to consider it for some time. Ouyang Ming quickly called and informed Luo Yang of the news from his superiors. Okay, you can contact me directly after the results are available. Luo Yang is not surprised. Such a huge plan involving hundreds of billions of investments cannot be decided in a short time. Regarding the investment in graphene technology, Luo Yang also made relevant arrangements and began to let Zhou Hao secretly pay attention to senior talents in graphene. When it comes to poaching people, as long as the money is in place, most of the corners are easy to pry. After entering November, Longhua Internet began to warm up for the annual Double 11 war. Just as many e-commerce companies were sharpening their skills, the second wave of bad news came again. In the United States, the New York Times. This newspaper reported that today, on the morning of November 2, three major technology giants, Microsoft, IBM, and Beast Bones, jointly submitted an information security review report to the U.S. Congress. The report declares that it is very necessary for the U.S. Congress to conduct an information security review of Beichun Technology. The reason is that Beichun Technology may collect sensitive user data and eavesdrop on important U.S. information through computer operating systems, office software, search engines, databases, and other businesses. This will pose as a huge threat to the national security of the United States. At the same time, in view of the fact that Beichun Technology has seriously damaged the rights and interests of the three major companies through disrupting normal market prices and other bad means, IBM and Beast Bones have also joined Microsoft's camp and will form the MIO Alliance, announcing that it will implement an all-round ban on Beichun Technology. The products of the MIO Alliance will not be able to coexist with Beichun Technology, which means that users can only choose between products of Beichun Technology and the MIO Alliance. At present, the U.S. Congress has officially accepted the security report and will hold a hearing for discussion. If the hearing approves the results of the report, Beichun Technology will face a ban from the United States and will be forced to withdraw from the U.S. market. At the same time, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, Wang Dong, also stated on Tweet that no one understands information security better than him, and he will approve this security report as soon as possible. At the same time, he also expressed dissatisfaction with Congress, believing that the review of TikTok should be stepped up, and urging ByteDance to sell it as soon as possible. Finally, he also emphasized, the security of the United States must not be in the hands of others. When the news spread back to China, it immediately caused a huge sensation. After a series of dragon state companies encountered sanctions, Beichun Technology finally faced sanctions from the United States. At this moment, Longhua is already in a state of chaos. Here he comes, he's here. Ever since Beichun Technology released the computer operating system, I knew this day would come sooner or later. The last company to be sanctioned was ByteDance, and this time it's finally Beichun Technology's turn. The United States is determined to destroy us. Any company that makes a breakthrough in the technological field will be the target of the United States' full attack. IBM and Oracle are furious. The enterprise-level database released by Beichun Technology has directly stolen the hometowns of the two giants, haha. I heard that IBM is negotiating with major state-owned enterprises to sign exclusive agreements. Any user who purchases an IBM server is not allowed to use Beichun database. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to purchase IBM servers for customers who forcibly transfer data to Beichun database. The middle IBM refuses to bear any losses caused. Not only IBM, but also Animal Bone Inscriptions also put forward similar conditions. Damn it, isn't this forced buying and selling? Let's just stop doing this and eliminate all the servers and databases of IDM and Beastbone script. I am an employee in the financial industry. It is impossible to completely eliminate IDM. The current stability of domestic servers and server systems is even worse. The financial industry attaches great importance to the stability of servers and databases. Once data is lost, the losses will be huge. What about HP? Didn't they reach a strategic cooperation with Beacon Technology? Their servers should be pretty good. The people above are too optimistic. If the US Congress announces a ban, HP will probably be the first to terminate its partnership with Beacon Technology. We still don't know how wide the ban will be. If Beacon Technology is only banned from entering the United States, there is still hope. Netizens are talking a lot. The media who responded quickly came to the downstairs of Beacon building immediately, hoping to interview some inside information, but they were stopped outside by Beacon security personnel. The entire Beacon building was like a clockwork alarm clock, running busily. The conference room was filled with gloom at this moment. Since the war with Microsoft began, this was the second time the company had fallen into such a gloomy situation. Han Feng and He wanted to smoke a few cigarettes at this moment, but they couldn't hold it back. At this moment, Luo Yang walked in. Mr. Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone said hello. Luo Yang nodded, and after getting the news immediately, Luo Yang came to the conference room. Mr. Luo, if the United States really issues a ban on Beacon Technology, what should we do? Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yang. What should we do? Of course we can use it as a warning. Soldiers will come to block it, and water will come and the earth will cover it up. Compared with the murderous look on Luo Yang's face the last time he went to war with Microsoft, this time, Luo Yang's face was very calm. The company must be prepared to completely abandon overseas business. If the United States does not move, it will be a thunderous strike. Let us not forget what happened to Warwick. Everyone looked at each other, as they were naturally familiar with Warwick's experience. The United States attack methods are nothing more than three axes. The first move is to block the attack within the United States. Back then, the 4th Division kept retreating in the face of Warwick and was beaten to the doorstep, which prompted the United States to take action. TikTok has risen strongly globally and has become the most active social platform in the United States. Even the social giant Facebook cannot defeat TikTok. Later, Facebook lobbied the US Congress with the same reason of threatened national security. Then TikTok was sanctioned by the United States. At the same time, Penguin's Weixin and Ali's payment packages were also forcibly removed from the shelves in the United States by Answa's system and Fruit system. The second move is to completely cut off supply. Zhongting, Warwick, and domestic memory manufacturer Fuzhou Jinhua have all been threatened by the United States cutting off the supply of industrial software. Without industrial software, the business of Zhongting and Fuzhou Jinhua directly and completely paralyzed. Especially for the three giants of EDA software, once the supply is cut off, the business of any semiconductor manufacturer will come to a halt. The third move is a global ban. The scope of the ban has been expanded from the United States to the world. Countries around the world, led by the United States, will respond to the US ban and comprehensively ban sanctioned companies. Warwick's 5G communication equipment is used in many countries. They have been forcibly demolished, and the trend is getting worse. Luo Yang knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention and then said, TikTok was blocked because Facebook was unable to compete with it, so it found its end in the US Congress. Similarly, the three giants, Microsoft Stock Market, IDM Company, and Beastbone Text Company, are constantly retreating in the face of Beacon Technology's offensive. They realize that they cannot defeat Beacon Technology with their own strength, so just like Facebook, the Latin American Congress is in trouble. Beacon Technology is an internet technology company and has not yet been involved in the hardware business. If the United States launches a ban, it is estimated that we will be treated more harshly than TikTok. Although we have reached cooperation with the 6 major computer manufacturers, we must consider the worst-case scenario and be prepared for comprehensive overseas business. Mr. Luo, our loss is too great. Lu Bai, the head of the investment department, looked unwilling at this moment. Old Lu, we are in a war now, and we cannot focus on the gains and losses of one city or one place. Luo Yang looked at Lu Bai. This man in his early 30s used to work in an investment bank in the United States.
He was later hired back by the well-informed Zhou Hao to take charge of the investment department of Beichin Technology. This is different from your job in an investment bank. The current overseas market is like a vegetable field for Beichin Technology. We need to cut a crop of leeks before being kicked out by bullies. Cut leeks? Everyone's faces were full of get up expressions, as if they were saying, "Mr. Luo, are you kidding me?" Luo Yang spread his hands helplessly. In fact, I was ready to give up overseas business from the beginning, because I knew very well that neither Microsoft nor the United States would allow us to continue to seize customers. Since we have to exit sooner or later, we might as well cut a crop of leeks first. At least the overseas business can contribute a large amount of cash income to Beichin Technology. After Beichin Technology wins the domestic market, we will return to the overseas market again. Then it will be time for us to harvest the remaining leeks. Everyone said that Mr. Luo has the final say. Luo Yang's calmness also calmed everyone's mood. This is the influence of being a core figure in the company. As for the Mio Alliance's ban, there is no need to take it too seriously. Beichin Technology has been a life-or-death enemy with the three giants from the beginning. Originally, Longbo planned to use domestic servers and databases to replace the products of the three giants. Now the three giants are threatening domestic corporate users to force them to choose one. This is an opportunity for us to rise. The only prerequisite for the replacement is that the comprehensive performance of domestic servers can reach the level of the products of the three giants. The servers of IDM and Beast Bone Script have strong performance, good stability, and powerful scalability. This is the technical advantage of the established manufacturers. As for domestic servers, Warwick, Hailang, and Shuguang currently have the most products, but they have the most complete product lines. Yes, it should be Wave Company. The stability of domestic servers is still relatively poor. The hardware problems are not big. The main problems are the operating system and database. This aspect happens to be Beichin Technology's strength. Han Feng, please contact these three companies, and then send a technical team from each to stay directly at the manufacturer to help them debug the server. As long as the products are strong enough, the products of IDM and Beast Bone Script are not irreplaceable. Just like the supply cutoff crisis caused by Microsoft, which led to the rapid rise of Beichin system, the alternative plan between IDM and Beast Bone Script is equivalent to giving up the server market. The meat is already in your mouth, how can you not eat it? Okay. Han Feng nodded, already a little eager to try. Facing the ban, Beichin Technology must not only respond passively, but also fight back. Everyone's ears suddenly perked up, and they were looking forward to Luo Yang's prepared counterattack. Just like the last time Microsoft announced a ban, Luo Yang directly and forcefully announced anti-ban measures, causing Microsoft's stock price to fluctuate. This time, facing the fierce and aggressive North American giants, what kind of counterattack will Luo Yang have? Next, let's do this. As Luo Yang narrated, everyone present had expressions on their faces. Is Mr. Luo's plan too whimsical? What a magical brain circuit! How could Mr. Luo think of launching a counterattack from this aspect? This method is a bit naughty, haha. Luo Yang's counterattack plan shocked everyone. These are the counterattack methods currently prepared. I will personally be responsible for the implementation of this plan. The United States will not give us too long to prepare. We must seize the time and adjourn the meeting. Everyone dispersed in a hurry, and now that Luo Yang has formulated a series of countermeasures, are they still worried about a goal? Just do it and it's done. The entire company is running wildly again, and the reporters standing guard at the door can already smell the smoke. A war is about to break out. After Han Feng contacted the three major server manufacturers, he sent 3 technical teams, while Luo Yang made several calls. Finally, after dusk fell, the reporters all left, and then he led a team of people there in a low-key manner. Somewhere in a hotel that had been arranged somewhere, a team of people in suits and ties were already waiting. Hello, Mr. Luo. Facing the newly rising giant company, and with Luo Yang, the founder of the company in the limelight, personally leading the team, the other team's supervisor did not dare to neglect. We have booked this hotel, and the entire process will be kept confidential. Luo Yang nodded, then the two sides started a secret negotiation.
After the negotiation, the other party will become one of Luo Yang's backup players for counterattack. November 3, United States. The hearing was officially held. As the submitters of the security report, Microsoft Corporation, IDM Corporation, and Beast Bone Script Corporation all sent senior executives to attend. The Commander-in-Chief of the United States, King Wang, also entered the venue surrounded by bodyguards. Members of Congress also entered the venue one after another. Reporters from many world-renowned media outlets have arrived outside the Congress, waiting for first-hand news. This hearing was very long, a whole morning had passed. Domestically, the two sides are divided over the decision of whether to ban Beichin technology. The first is the strong party that supports the ban. Its supporters include the three major companies Microsoft, IDM, and Beast Bone Script, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, Mr. Wang. Damn, Beichin technology has spread crazily around the world. If it is not stopped now, the losses to American companies will only increase in the future. Microsoft's share price has evaporated by $200 billion. This is a huge loss for the United States. Gentlemen and ladies, think about it. When the Beichin computer system spreads to the whole world one day, your every word and deed will be secretly recorded and uploaded to the cloud, and finally fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Our privacy will no longer exist. Beichin technology can use its products to conduct pervasive eavesdropping on the United States. We implemented the eavesdropping plan and successfully monitored the whole world. At that time, we were the king of the internet. But what now? Longwei can completely use Beichin technology and TikTok to carry out anti-eavesdropping on us. A congressman who supported the ban expressed his opinion hoarsely. Quiet, quiet. The noise at the scene was so noisy that the speaker had to bang the hammer. I opposed the ban on Beichin technology. Everyone, take a closer look. Since our leader came to power, he has started a series of sanctions against Longwei companies. What is the result now? As the world's second largest economy, the Eastern Dragon is already awakening. Our series of strikes not only failed to kill it, but actually accelerated its awakening. Since the ban began, the stocks of many American companies have plummeted. Now there is a chip shortage crisis around the world. American car manufacturers can no longer even buy chips for car manufacturing. On the other hand, the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom seem to be effective, but in fact, they are exactly the opposite. Warwick's 5G technical standards have been implemented throughout the Dragon Kingdom. However, due to sanctions, the entire Dragon Kingdom's attention has turned to the semiconductor industry. In the field of operating systems, the freak Beichin technology has appeared. Whenever we sanction something, the desperate Dragon State will try its best to develop something. When they break through the blockade of this industry, that will be the day American companies fall. And what about our leading student in TNT? I heard that his companies have been going bankrupt. But his personal wealth has been increasing crazily. Based on the above reasons, I think it is very necessary to impeach him. Because I very much doubt that Commander-in-Chief Wang Dit is a spy sent by the Mao Shong Kingdom. Good guy, the entire audience was in an uproar, especially the last sentence, which can be said to be a very serious accusation. What was a good hearing turned into a battle between the donkey and the elephant. In the melee, it was not known whose shoes were thrown directly on the king. Understand that Wang's entire face looks bad. Asterisk asterisk. After a series of words that couldn't be broadcast, the King of Understanding finally got angry and left the field directly to participate in the battle, and the chaos escalated again. By the time the war ended, the sun was already setting, and the sleepy media finally received the news. Representatives of the three major companies, as well as Wang Dong, walked out with expressions of victory, while the opposition members of parliament had expressions of dissatisfaction and their ties were a little crooked. Damn giant. The congressman cursed in his mind. Next, it will be me who announces the final outcome of the hearing. Walking onto the stage of the temporary press conference that had been prepared for a long time, Mr. Wang showed an expression of victory. The reporters from the overseas branch of the official media felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. Beichin Technology's situation is extremely critical. As a gust of cold wind blew by, the chilling atmosphere of early winter filled the air. It was like an incoming powerful cold air, trying to freeze all living things on the ground. In fact, the sanctions against Beichin Technology are not just the opinion of the US government. In Los Angeles, in a British-style mansion covering an area of 10 acres, a group of big bosses were sitting together and watching the news on the TV. After shaking off the ash from his cigar, a bearded middle-aged man sneered, "Our commander-in-chief is still so pushy. None of this matters. As long as it can bring us dollars, we can support him to sit in this position. If he changes his mind, we can also let him get out," said another. After this ban is issued, Beichin Technology's overseas expansion will be completely blocked. Without our help, they will never leave the Dragon Kingdom again. Luo Yang, this young boy from the Dragon Kingdom, is a very difficult opponent. In the information submitted to the Black Palace by the security agency, Luo Yang's computer talent was set at the level of Kaimon Mitnick. The reason is that he developed time machine simulator algorithm and disordered array encryption algorithm. I have sent the fruit company to test it out, and separately offered $30 billion to acquire these two algorithms. But they were still rejected in the end. A bald man said angrily that he was one of the major shareholders of the fruit company. The last time the fruit company made an offer for acquisition, it was his idea that he proposed on the board of directors. A person who eats alone will not end well. If he were not in the Dragon Kingdom, he would be a dead man now. A certain boss has a cold voice, and he has his own armed force in his hands. Can't we consider killing this Dragon Kingdom boy directly? Do you think I haven't tried it? After the press conference, I immediately sent people to the Dragon Kingdom to catch this kid, and guess what? Everyone became interested after hearing this. Our people just got close to Beichin Technology, and then they were arrested by the security department of the Dragon Kingdom. They are still missing. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom immediately raised the security level of this kid. Later, the boy from the Dragon Kingdom formed a security company. Although the conditions were very simple, those people were all retired elite personnel from the Dragon Kingdom, which improved the daily protection of him and his parents. If we want to take action, we must use heavy firepower weapons. Otherwise it will be difficult to succeed. The big man cursed angrily. Everyone present felt very sorry when they heard this. Originally, they had a chance. No matter what, we must take a bite of the fat meat of Beichin Technology. After this ban begins, you can ask the company to launch a second round of quotations. As long as the Dragon Kingdom boy can't bear the pressure, there is still hope. In addition, the members of our Mio Alliance can consider continuing to expand. If Gugu and Fruit Company can join, I think the effect of the ban will be more obvious. Let's take it one step at a time. The Longhua market is very important to the Fruit Company. We can't express our position easily, otherwise it will cause Longhua to counterattack and I will lose a lot of money. Brother Gu can consider it. On the TV, Mr. Wang looked proud and officially announced the results. During this hearing, Congress very carefully considered the impact of all aspects and finally passed the Information Security Review Report jointly submitted by the three major companies, Microsoft, IBM, and BeastBones. Considering the threats to national security and Beichin Technology's unfair competition, the United States has decided to impose the following sanctions on Beichin Technology. First, from now on, Beichin Technology is prohibited from conducting any business in the United States. American companies are prohibited from conducting any business cooperation with Beichin Technology. All businesses operated by Beichin Technology in the United States have been suspended indefinitely. For companies that have reached cooperation with Beichin Technology, the cooperation agreement will be terminated immediately. At the same time, the Security Department will conduct a security inspection on the company to determine whether it is suspected of leaking American secrets. Second, in order to ensure the information security of allied countries, the United States does not recommend that allied countries use Beichin computer systems and other Beichin series software. It also proposes that allied countries impose joint sanctions on Beichin Technology on a global scale. Third, from now on, global hardware manufacturers are prohibited from pre-installing and selling Beichin computer/server systems, Beichin Office software, and Beichin database software. Any hardware manufacturer that pre-installs and sells the above-mentioned software will enter the U.S. black market list, prohibiting the purchase of chips made by Intel and companies. 3 bans in total. The media present took a deep breath, the first two directly cut off Beijing Technology's overseas market channels, and the third is even more heart-wrenching. Intel has finally come to an end. This technology giant that monopolizes personal computer chips has officially launched an attack on Beijing Technology. It's over. As soon as this ban comes out, the 6 major computer vendors will probably terminate their cooperation as soon as possible. Official media reporters immediately realized what was going on. In Luoshanji, after many giants saw the ban, they finally showed smiles that they were confident of winning. The time when the United States announced the ban happened to be 6:30 in the morning in Longguo. Reporters from the overseas branch of the official media immediately spread the news back to the other side of the ocean, Dragon Kingdom, capital city. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Beijing is gradually waking up from its deep sleep. Pedestrians going to work have already gone out, and the November morning has begun to get cold, so many people walked into the breakfast shop. Boss, a bowl of soy milk, 3 steamed buns, 2 leek eggs, and 1 fennel egg. Okay. There are empty seats over there. 2 bowls of wontons, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 sugar cakes, and 2 tea eggs. A bowl of millet porridge. I want tofu puffs and a pie. Okay, you guys sit down first. Uncle, here are 2 pancakes with fruit, more green onions and more chili oil. Okay, the young man is quite harsh. Another millet pancake, with extra crispy skin and ham sausage. The small breakfast shop is very lively. The small place is filled with pots and pans, and a few tables and benches support the entire breakfast shop. At the door is a pancake and fruit vendor, a pancake vendor, and a roasted sweet potato vendor. This stall was crowded with urban white-collar workers in suits and ties holding briefcases, blue-collar workers in work clothes, plain-faced community owners in pajamas, and adults and children rushing to send their children to school. Warm wontons, sprinkle with chopped green onion and chili oil, and some fried dough sticks and sugar cakes. For lighter ones, get a few steamed buns, and eat them with refreshing pickled radish. Ha! That's called a simple one. Mornings in Old Beijing are so simple. As an old Beijinger who lives at the foot of the imperial city, what he likes to talk about most on weekdays is national affairs. He scolded Feng Qiu one by one, pointed out the country, and finally became red-faced and thick-necked over the topic of global warming. Then global warming is causing the icebergs in the Arctic and Antarctic to melt, causing the global sea level to rise by 1 meter. Polar bears and seals have no place to stay. Why are you catching seals? Why are you catching penguins? Good guy, you made me laugh. Polar bears are in the Arctic and penguins are in the Antarctic. These two things are incompatible. You are still arguing with me. In the breakfast shop, there is an old TV. The channel with the clearest signal is the state-run news station. At this time every day, the TV will play the morning news.at. This time, a piece of news directly attracted the attention of everyone in the breakfast restaurant. Our news is that at 6:30 this morning, the U.S. Congress officially ended its 8-hour hearing and passed the information security report submitted by the 3 major companies, Microsoft, IBM, and Beastbones. Decision. The Commander-in-Chief of the United States, King Wang, officially announced the decision to impose sanctions on Beijing Technology. Beijing Technology will be included in the U.S. entity ban list and will be prohibited from conducting any business in the United States. All business that has been carried out will be closed, and the scope of this ban will be expanded to a global scale. At the same time, major hardware manufacturers are prohibited from pre-installing Beijing series software, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the United States and unable to purchase chips from Intel and Intel. Currently, our station's Shanghai reporters have rushed to Beijing building for interviews. For more information, please pay attention to our station's follow-up reports. The entire breakfast restaurant was suddenly silent at this moment. Some young people's eyes turned red. K. I don't know who cursed angrily, immediately breaking the quiet situation. What the hell are Americans doing again? Last time they suppressed Warwick, and this time they suppressed Beijing Technology. This is endless. Beijing Technology is the backbone of our Dragon Kingdom. The previous battle with Microsoft made our Dragon Kingdom people feel bad, but now it has become a thorn in the side of the Americans. They actually prohibit computer dealers from buying chips from Intel and. This is such a vicious move. Who doesn't know that these two companies have a monopoly on the global computer chip market? Chip again.
How many Dragon Country companies have been killed by Americans using chips? Zhongting. Warwick. TMD, when will our Dragon Country have domestically produced chips? MD, I won't eat this meal. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I become.
The name of Bachin Technology can be said to be resounding throughout the country during this period of time. IT has become one of the most popular words in Dragon Kingdom this year. After the United States sanctioned Warwick, Warwick has become the incarnation of the hero of the Dragon Kingdom in the past few years. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom have purchased Warwick's products to express their determination to support domestic products. At this autumn's press conference, Warwick's Mat series flagship mobile phones have been out of stock from the time they were launched until now. As the proud product of Warwick Company this year, the MAT series uses the latest Kirin chip, which uses the latest 5G baseband developed by Warwick. Its performance in all aspects has surpassed Gaotong Company's Fire Dragon chip. However, due to the US ban, Taiwan Electromechanical was forced to terminate its cooperation with Warwick and no longer OEM Kirin chips. There are rumors in the world that this will be Warwick's last Kirin chip, and future Huawei flagship phones will purchase Lientech chips as a replacement. This has once again triggered a rush to buy Mat models. Coincidentally, in August this year, the incident that Microsoft may cut off the supply of Longway computer operating system broke out, and the entire Microsoft company was pushed to the forefront, when the entire Dragon Kingdom was angry because there was no domestic system that could completely replace the Win system. Bachin Technology came out. The press conference held on August 8 became an important turning point for Longway in the field of operating systems. From this day on, Longway no longer has to look at others' glances, and no longer has to be controlled by others, although there are still many people who are skeptical and suspect that it is another domestic system with a modified Linux kernel. Their fingers still downloaded the Bachin computer system involuntarily, and then clicked to activate it uncontrollably. This is the expectation of countless Dragon Kingdom citizens, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Bachin Technology finally lived up to expectations and successfully fought its way out. As the founder, Luo Yang has therefore become one of the most well-known people in the Dragon Kingdom. His experience of becoming famous at a young age has spread throughout the country and has become the life idol in the hearts of countless young people in the Dragon Kingdom. I want to be like my brother Luo Yang, study hard, and finally be admitted to Fu University. This was the answer of a left-behind little boy when the state media interviewed a school in a remote mountainous area. In order to support the family, his parents left their hometown and went to work in electronics factories in coastal areas. They could only come back during the holidays every year. There are many children who have gone through the same thing as him, and Luo Yang's name is also remembered by these children. A great man once said, "Read for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom." These children all represent the future of Dragon Kingdom. Bachin Technology and Luo Yang have become the second company after Warwick Company to make the people of Dragon Kingdom proud. He is also the second hero in the hearts of the people of Dragon Kingdom. Not long ago, after the system war broke out, Bachin Technology's battle with Microsoft was talked about by everyone. However, in the blink of an eye, the behemoth of the United States came to an end and tried to strangle Bachin Technology in the cradle. Anger surged into the hearts of all the people who saw the news. MD, I want to support Bachin Technology. At the breakfast bar, a white-collar male wearing glasses had red eyes and tugged on his tie with a computer bag next to him. The male white-collar worker directly opened Warwick's laptop, then directly logged into the official website of Bachin Technology and started downloading the Bachin computer system. Before the system was downloaded, the man had already purchased the activation code. The company's computers have been replaced by the Bachin computer system. Now this personal computer has been completely replaced. Good boy. You really give credit to our men in the capital. As for them, I will ask my son to give me the entire computer when I get back. I don't want it if it's not Bachin computer system. I switched to the Bachin computer system 2 months ago. I just bought the Office software activation code not long ago. Now my computer is Warwick and the system is Bachin. Good guys. They are all good. The eyes of several elders and aunts who were eating suddenly became moist when they saw this scene. How many years have passed? How many years have passed? I never expected to see this scene again. A retired man from a state-owned enterprise had a trembling voice. Compared with when he was young, the current 21st century is a bit confusing to the uncle. When he was young, although the country was poor, the relationship between people was very simple. If someone falls on the road, it's not a big deal to help him or her and send him to the hospital, but now? If your family doesn't have tens of millions who would dare to support it, today's society is becoming more and more impetuous.
Young people are busy making short videos. In order to attract attention, all kinds of vulgar methods are used in an endless stream.
Sometimes the old man wants to slap him in the face.
What a mess!
Although there are more and more programs on TV, the boys are more girly than the girls. Several times, the uncle thought it was a girl, but when he asked his granddaughter, he realized that it was a boy.
Whose men look more like women than women if they are painted with makeup and have fine skin and tender flesh?
As a result, a quarrel broke out between the uncle and his granddaughter because of this incident. It turned out that the sissy was his granddaughter's idol, and all the girls in the school were chasing him. The uncle was angry at that time.
Idol, do you know what an idol is? Look at Luo Yang.
Not only was he admitted to a prestigious university, he also started his own business and established Beichin Technology.
In terms of appearance, character, and contribution, how is Luo Yang not better than this sissy?
Because he is a star and can sing and dance.
Luo Yang is just a programmer.
What else does he know besides studying codes, you?
The uncle was so angry that he was so angry at the generation gap between him and young people makes the uncle feel more and more obvious that he has been abandoned by the times. Originally, he thought that in this impetuous society, it would be difficult to see the grand scene like before when the Dragon Kingdom was first established. Everything was waiting to be revitalized. Countless people silently contributed their efforts, and only then did the Dragon Kingdom take off now. But now, in the face of successive attacks from the United States and the sanctions imposed on Beichin Technology, the young people of the Dragon Kingdom have begun to express their support in their own way. Beichin Technology will definitely become the pride of Dragon Kingdom.
The uncle tremblingly took out the elderly phone in his pocket and dialed his son's number.
Hey, son. Dad, what happened? I heard something wrong with your voice. Why are you crying? Did Nini make you angry again? I will cut her when you get back. Who's crying? Urabi *******D. Don't take it out on your child. Okay, Dad, you have the final say. Do you have anything else to do? Our company is working overtime? Let me ask you, which company does the computer system you use come from?
Microsoft. The company bought a genuine system 2 years ago.
What happened?
Let me tell you, starting from today, I will change all the computer systems in your company and our home.
They will all be replaced by Beichin Technology.
And the typing software will also be replaced by me.
Dad, you don't have a fever, right? Dozens of computers in my company have to be replaced with Beichin Technology products. How much will it cost?
If you don't change today, don't call me Dad in the future.
Okay, Dad, I was wrong. I don't know why you keep thinking of this, but just change it.
Anyway, I heard from other companies in the office building that the Beichin system is not bad.
That's right. Beichin Technology is now the pride of Long Country. It is everyone's responsibility to support domestic products. Okay, let me get busy first. After hanging up the phone, the uncle looked at the people outside and had a different view of this impetuous society.
Times are changing, and people are changing, but that red heart will never change.
Luo Yang, that's all the old man can do. The rest is up to you.
As time goes by, more and more people know about the US sanctions against Beichin Technology. News about the ban also spread directly throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Department of shocked. After Zhongting and Warwick, the United States has once again banned a Dragon Kingdom company. Penguin News, Beichin Technology has entered the US ban list. Nexscarf hot search, chip supply is threatened, and computer manufacturers are about to terminate their cooperation with Beichin Technology. Tomorrow's headlines, can Beichin Technology persevere in the face of attacks?
On the banks of the Huangpu River, Huangpu Bay opposite Beichin Building, and residents in Zholi on the Bund, you can see the lights of Beichin Technology lit up all night. The lights in Beichin Building have been brightly lit since yesterday. Except for those who are on rotation, all other employees have stayed in Beichin Building. Luo Yang's work phone number has been maxed out at this moment, and many calls continue to come in. After the ban was issued in the morning, all website entrances under Beichin Technology have been blocked by the US Network Department immediately. prohibiting access to any data flow within the US. This means that users who use Beichin computer systems and Beichin Office software will not be able to obtain system updates and upgrades from today, but it will not affect daily use. The domain name of Aurora Search has been completely blocked and cannot be opened in the United States. There is also the issue of data transfer. Egret Cloud currently does not develop overseas business. Most overseas and American users use the cloud services of the three giants. Even if Beichin Technology's website is blocked, it will not be affected. Major computer dealers have also received a ban, requiring all computers with Beichin computer system and Office software pre-installed to be removed from the shelves in the United States. Only computers that have been reinstalled with Win system are allowed to continue to be sold. Luo Yang was introducing the latest situation. All Beichin Technology executives were present, listening to Luo Yang's story. At the same time, as soon as the third ban came out, several major computer vendors were furious. Currently, Hewlett-Packard, Dell, Hongqi, and Huashua are forming teams to lobby the Black Palace. If they didn't have no choice, several major computer vendors wouldn't want to terminate the contract. After all, there was a stipulation when signing the cooperation agreement that once the contract was terminated, Beichin Technology would be compensated for huge expenses. The liquidated damages of each of the top 5 computer companies are $50 million. The liquidated damages of mobile phone giants such as Shinchuan and Warwick are slightly lower. But even if the company has a big business, there is no reason to just give away $50 million to others. The 5 giants will have to pay $250 million in liquidated damages in total. Everyone present nodded. This rule was added specifically to deal with today's situation. No wonder several major computer dealers were anxious. In order to avoid such huge losses, several parties quickly formed a team and began to lobby the Black Palace, trying to delay or cancel the third ban. When faced with the dilemma of withdrawing from the domestic market, several major computer manufacturers had no choice but to pinch their noses and sign breach of contract clauses with Beichin Technology. Now, because of the ban, if they continue to sell computers with Beichin system pre-installed, they will not be able to buy chips from Intel and Intel. This is completely undermining the fire. The chip and operating system are definitely the two most important things in a computer, and one is indispensable: either comply with the ban, cancel the pre-installed Beichin system, and then compensate Beichin Technology for $250 million, while also facing the possibility of losing the domestic market. Either violate the ban, but face the crisis of not having any chips available. Several major computer vendors directly scolded Congress. The first is the first ban. Beichin Technology is required to withdraw from the US market. This is what we expected. The development of overseas markets mainly relies on pre-installed activation by major computer vendors and the sale of activation codes through the official website. The main products sold are computer operating systems and Office software. The database and server system business has not yet been launched overseas. Due to the third ban, the channels for pre-installation by computer vendors are currently blocked. It's not a big problem that Aurora Search is blocked. Originally, the main direction of attack was domestic. It's not the time to compete with Brother Goo yet. To sum up, because overseas business is relatively simple, Beichin Technology has not opened any overseas branches. In this way, Beichin Technology is completely lightweight. There is no need to consider layoffs or server transfer issues, and it directly closes data for American users. Just interface. We will give up our overseas business first, and then Beichin Technology will come back and cut another wave of leaks. Users in the United States cannot update the system and Office software. This is not a big problem. They can do it through a third-party website. Anyway, just copy the latest patch directly from the Beichin Technology official website. The second ban, the response measures are the same as above. The only change is that the scope of the ban is expanded from the United States to the world. The third ban will hit us the hardest. Because in addition to computer vendors, server manufacturers are also restricted. Among the 3 major domestic server companies that cooperate with Beichin Technology, Highline Group uses Intel chips, Shuguang uses chips developed in cooperation with and Warwick it is the Dapeng chip developed by ourselves. In the absence of chip replacement, Highline and Shuguang may end their cooperation agreement with Beichin Technology ahead of schedule. This means that we actually only have one partner left in the server field, and that is Warwick.
Actually, if we don't consider other reasons, we are a perfect match. Warwick makes hardware and we make software. We are a powerful combination.
Warwick can provide finished servers, while Bachin Technology is responsible for providing server operating systems and enterprise-level databases.
For cloud, customers can choose Warwick Cloud or Egret Cloud. The entire Dragon Kingdom was no longer peaceful because of the ban. After the meeting, Luo Yang received a call from Ouyang Ming. The news cheered him up.
"Oh Yang, is everything you said true?"
"Of course it's true.
Hurry up and make preparations and send a technical team to support.
The superiors have given orders to death.
We must use this opportunity to drive the three giants out of the dragon in one fell swoop." The good news brought by Ouyang Ming made Luo Yang feel more confident.
The national team is finally taking action.
After calling Han Feng, Luo Yang directly explained the news that Ouyang Ming had brought, and Han Feng's eyes widened. At this moment, in addition to Bachin Technology being in crisis, several major banks in Long Country are also in trouble.
"Leader, should we sign this agreement or not?" In the office, a vice president of Cosmos Bank was worried. "Signing is definitely not allowed. The superiors have long required all units to implement DIOE. Now that a substitute like Bachin Technology has finally appeared, how can we sign an agreement? But if we don't sign, IDM and the engineers from the Beast Bone inscriptions will withdraw. They are deliberately threatening us."
It turns out that since the MIO Alliance was officially formed, IDM has required its customers to sign the latest exclusive agreement. The main content of the agreement is that users who have used IDM Zero Force products can no longer use Bachin Technologies products. For those who do not sign the agreement, IDM directly refuses to send engineers to participate in the subsequent maintenance of the product. This is why the vice president is going crazy. As one of the four largest banks in the Dragon Kingdom, Universe Bank's core business is conducted on mainframes, rather than using server clusters. A mainframe computer, including software, plus a separate computer room, the whole set starts at 100 million, and if there is any problem, the mainframe manufacturer will be asked to send someone to repair it. The maintenance engineers sent will charge 20,000 yuan per person per day. At present, the mainframes of the four major banks all use the products of IDM and Beast Bone, mainly because they have no choice. Domestic servers and mini computers cannot meet the stability needs of the four major industries, although the current x86 server cluster can theoretically replace mainframes. But the problem is that after the bank data is migrated from the mainframe to the server cluster, no one dares to take the responsibility once a downtime causes data loss or confusion. Moreover, the biggest difficulty in migration is software problems. Whether it is an operating system or a database, a complete set of technical solutions is required.
China is still insufficient in this regard and can only rely on IDM and Animal Bone script. The DIOization has been going on for several years. Alternative products have appeared on servers and mini computers. Some non-core businesses have also been transferred to x86 server clusters.
Even occasional downtime is not a big problem, but no one dares to take advantage of the core data on the mainframe. Now IDM and Beast Bone script force them to sign an exclusive agreement just because they have noticed this.
These giant companies are really good at what they do.
The Bachin database has just been released for a few days, and it has received such a crazy blow. The vice president's face was filled with sorrow. Bachin database has been tested in the industry for nearly half a month, and its performance is perfect. The data migration of servers and mini computers is also very stable, and there has been no crash problem so far. Judging from the current performance, Bachin database is performing very well. Moreover, the Bachin database is used in conjunction with the Bachin server system. In terms of software, the technical team of Bachin Technology provides all-round support. But even so, no one dares to try to transfer mainframe data to a server cluster equipped with Bachin database and server system, because no one dares to take such a big responsibility. While the vice president continued to struggle, the secretary knocked on the door and came in.
"Leader, the latest order from above. Give it to me quickly." The vice president got the document and after reading it carefully, the cloud between his brows dissipated. "Great. The superiors are not allowed to sign the exclusivity agreement of the MIO Alliance. At the same time, they have also issued a fatal order. They are going to take this opportunity to speed up the progress of DIOE and directly transfer all the core data businesses of the four major banks to the installation. On the server cluster of Bachin database. Beichin Technology will send technical teams to the 4 major banks to provide support and ensure data security.
This document is like a ray of light. The business of the 4 major banks is too large, and the establishment time is very long.
The database stores huge data for decades.
No one dares to directly migrate this data except for orders from above. Once you make a mistake, it's easy to just ignore it. This time, with the guarantee from above, a death order was issued directly. We must seize the time to complete the data migration, because Longhua has also been worried that the United States will use IDM's mainframe to destroy or deliberately destroy the bank's core business. At noon that day, the technical team from Beichin Technology had arrived. This team consists of 30 people. The team was led by a senior engineer named Qin, who had previously served as a professor at Hangzhou University, and was recruited by Zhou Hao to Beichin Technology not long ago. During this period of time, Beichin Technology has been constantly poaching people, among which the most talented people are from the computer science department.
Hello, just call me Lao Qin. I am the leader of this team.
Hello? We have received orders from our superiors, and the technical team is already in the computer room.
I will take you there.
The team led by Professor Qin quickly got into work. Long before this, Universe Bank purchased enough x86 cluster servers and installed Beichin database and Beichin server system for testing. At present, except for the core business, other data has been transferred to them. In the huge computer room, rows of servers are neatly arranged, constantly flashing with various lights. After sufficient testing, Professor Qin began to lead people to check the backup data and prepare to start the migration work. Looking at the nervous vice president, Professor Qin comforted him. Don't worry, Beichin Technology has simulated the situation of transferring mainframe data, and you have also done
data backup.
As long as the data is transferred to the server, you don't have to worry about it.
Question:
what should I do if there is a problem with the server? Hardware problems are solved by the server manufacturer, and Beichin Technology is responsible for software problems. There is no need to worry about data security. Beichin Technology's information security business is very powerful. As for data loss, there is no need to worry. Beichin server system and Beichin database provide it.
Time backtracking function allows you to easily recover lost data.
The above has already tested various data in Beichin's system and database, otherwise this transfer will not be approved.
Not only Cosmos Bank, Beichin Technology's technical team also went to the 4 major banks.
Among the current banks, only the 4 major banks have the most business, so the core business is placed on the mainframe. Other small and medium-sized banks have already transferred their core data to server clusters a long time ago. On the one hand, it is more cost-effective compared to mainframes, and on the other hand, it is also the requirement to DIOE. After receiving the order, the small bank in the picture has started a comprehensive replacement of Qin database and Beichin server system. The next afternoon, Professor Qin, who had been busy for 24 hours, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The huge data stored in the mainframe of Universe Bank has been completely transferred to the server cluster in front of him. Since then, Universe Bank's DIOE operation has completed the most critical step. The database used in core business has officially become the domestic Beichin database. The sword of Damocles hanging upside down in the financial industry has been completely lifted, and the danger of data security being controlled by overseas giants no longer exists. The vice president next to him had his hands trembling with excitement at this moment.
How many years? How many years? We finally used a domestic database.
At this moment, he was already in tears. Professor Qin next to him was also in a complicated mood at the moment. If it weren't for Beichin Technology's strong invitation, he would not have brought his research team to join. This is a big surprise prepared by Zhou Hao for Luo Yang. Or Professor Qin had been researching a certain topic while he was in school, and later applied for project funds. Later, Zhou Hao recruited the entire project team. There are more than 30 members in this group, the lowest academic level of which is a master's degree, and all of them are top students in the computer science department of Hangzhou University. After re-establishing the computer department of the University of Science and Technology, Beichin Technology once again extended its claws to one of the leading computer departments in the country, the computer department of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. After the last job fair, Beichin Technology started a new round of recruitment. In addition to Professor Qin, many well-known schools and companies in the industry have been poached by Zhou Hao. Now Zhou Hao has become one of the biggest rivals of headhunting companies, being able to sneak into the position of head of the Human Resources Department of IDM. Zhou Hao's abilities are much more than that. after the data migration was completed, Professor Chin did not leave but continued to stay. When no problems occur for another 24 hours, everything will be basically fine. On the other side, the situation of the other three major banks is similar, and they have all completed the comprehensive transfer of core data without incident. The leaders of these three teams include an associate professor and two PhDs, both of whom were recruited by Zhou Hao. After completing the data migration, the four major banks immediately reported the latest situation to their superiors. The data in all aspects is very stable. The server system developed by Beichin Technology is more usable than the system developed by IDM. It has all the functions of IDM and has been optimized in many places. In terms of database, it is perfectly compatible with IDM's database. We are currently conducting follow-up observations. If no problems occur within 24 hours, we can basically confirm that everything is safe and sound. The technical support operation this time was completely confidential. The arrogant IDM did not realize that the exclusive agreement they launched had actually accelerated IDM's decline in the domestic market. From today 137, DM mainframe has officially withdrawn from the stage of the financial industry. Instead, it is an x86 server cluster, taking into account the reasons for the ban. Several major banks have reserved redundant servers in advance as a backup force. They will replace domestic chips after other domestic servers reach the corresponding level. In addition to the four major banks, other state-owned enterprises that have purchased mainframes are also very concerned about this. The three major telecom giants also have a large part of their core business data stored on mainframes. However, the difference between the mainframes purchased by Beast Bones and the hidden mainframes purchased by banks is different. The three giants have also received death orders from the upper echelons of Dragon Kingdom, and are currently paying attention to the follow-up development of the four major banks. When there are no problems for 24 hours, the three giants will start the data migration work as soon as possible. Similarly, the server cluster used to replace the mainframe has been prepared a long time ago, but it has not been fully used due to various concerns. This comprehensive database migration is being kept confidential. A week later, Luo Yang will join forces with the national team to give the United States and the MIO League a big surprise. I'm looking forward to the expressions of the three giants. Under the premise of confidentiality, this series of things were carried out secretly. On the surface, in the face of the US ban, Beichin Technology behaved extremely low-key. After the ban was announced, Luo Yang only appeared once, announcing that he would hold a press conference a week later. After that, he would respond to the ban, and he no longer appeared in public. The media who came to interview looked at each other in confusion at this moment. The last time Microsoft took action, Mr. Luo was very domineering and announced directly that he would ban Microsoft. His response was very strong. How can he be so low-key this time? Are you preparing some big move? After all, the opponent this time is the United States, which is not on the same level as Microsoft's opponent. Beichin Technology will definitely not take action without adequate preparations. Then let's wait and see. While Luo Yang and the technical team of Beichin Technology started poaching the customers of the three giants in full swing, the news about the ban from the outside world continued to ferment. A week flies by in a blink of an eye. After the ban was issued, Maple Leaf Country was the first to announce its response to the US ban and began to block Beichin Technology in its own country. Then, like dominoes falling, within a week, more than a dozen well-known countries had joined the camp to ban Beichin Technology. Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country, Asin Country, Neon Country, Stick Country, Ing Country, a series of names shocked everyone. This is to unite and kill Beichin Technology. These countries that responded to the call of the United States are already taking action. All websites under Beichin Technology have been blocked. Many overseas users of Beichin system have all expressed strong dissatisfaction at this moment. After all, the product was good, and was suddenly blocked, and no one would be happy to replace it. During this period, there were no accidents in the server clusters of the four major banks, nor was there any data loss. After completing their tasks, the four technical teams once again went to the headquarters of the three major telecom giants to prepare for the migration of mainframe data. Luo Yang himself has signed a series of secret agreements with Dragon Kingdom officials and major state-owned enterprises. The time has come to November 10th, the last day before Double 11 this year. Double 11 Shopping Festival begins again. At this moment, the streets and alleys are full of pre-publicity for Double 11. The e-commerce carnival is about to begin. Before that, Luo Yang also presented a super gift package to the United States and the three giants.
The press conference is about to be held.
Major news media, including some overseas media, were waiting outside the door of Beichin Technology. At 10 a.m., the press conference started as scheduled. The location of the press conference was still in the lobby on the first floor of Beichin building.
Luo Yang, who had disappeared in front of everyone for a week, now appeared in everyone's eyes wearing a black suit. Those who experienced good things afterwards concluded, whenever Luo Yang wears a suit, it means something big has happened.
Welcome everyone to the press conference. A week ago, the US government issued a physical ban on Beichin Technology on the grounds of information security threat and prohibited Beichin Technology from conducting any business in the United States. We are very sorry for this, because the one who has suffered the biggest loss is not us, but the United States. There was no regret on Luo Yang's face, as if the ban was not a big deal to him.
Beichin Technology, as a high-tech company, doesn't even bother to engage in eavesdropping. What we want to do is provide users with better products and services. Next, let me announce the first thing to everyone. After a long test, Beichin Technology has officially passed the official test. From today on, Beichin Technology will become one of the official software suppliers of Dragon Kingdom. Beichin Computer System and Beichin Office Software will become the designated software products for all official departments of Longhua. After a comprehensive comparison of multiple domestic systems, Beichin Computer System came out on top with an overwhelming advantage. It has won the official recognition of Dragon Kingdom. Longhua's major departments, institutions, state-owned enterprises, public institutions, etc. will undergo large-scale replacement across the country. It is expected that all operating systems and office software replacements will be completed within 3 months. The surrounding media were in an uproar. Beichin Technology actually won an official order. What the F***K? Let's focus on the key points. The key point is to change the system nationwide. This means that from now on, the domestic operating system will be dominated by Beichin Technology. This is the entire Dragon Kingdom's endorsement of Beichin Technology. This is the first thing. What is the second thing? Second thing. Luo Yang smiled. This was his huge surprise for the three giants. After this period of testing, Beichin Database and Beichin Server System have successfully passed the rigorous tests of major state-owned enterprises. Just a few days ago, Beichin Database has successfully replaced the core data databases in the three major industries of finance, telecommunications, and electric power. With the help of Beichin Technology, the four major banks and the three major telecommunications giants have successfully completed the transfer of mainframe core data, all of which have been transferred to the server cluster where the Beichin Server System and Beichin Database are installed. From today on, all software and hardware products under IDM and Beast Bone script will be eliminated from state-owned enterprises. It will be replaced by a domestic server. After the scene was quiet for a moment, it exploded. Mr. Luo's move is so ruthless, he directly stole the hometown of IDM and Beast Bone inscriptions. The three giants are still forcing users to sign exclusive agreements, and now they have directly lost the Dragon Kingdom market. It turns out that Mr. Luo has been doing this week, so I said it's not Mr. Luo's style to admit defeat. The major domestic media were delighted. The audience in the live broadcast room was also in a panic at this moment, and Luoshan has made another big move and actually directly replaced the mainframe with a server cluster. Replacing the mainframe is theoretically feasible, but no one has dared to do it for so many years because no one can ensure that there will be no problems during data migration. But now, Beichin Technology has done it. Mr. Luo N.B. Broken voice, with the loss of long-term important customers such as state-owned enterprises, is it equivalent to IDM and Beast Bone script withdrawing from the Dragon Kingdom market? Almost, anyway, the two giants will suffer big losses. It is estimated that the losses caused by this wave will cause at least $4 billion in direct losses to the two major companies. The stock prices of the two giants have now begun to collapse. In the United States, many investors also learned the latest news through overseas media at the press conference. WTF. It's my stock. Damn Animal Bone Script, and IDM, you made me lose a lot of US dollars. The stock market is extremely sensitive.
After Luo Yang announced that he had acquired IDM and Beast Bone Script as the largest customer of Dragon Kingdom, the stock prices of the two major companies began to fall. The stock price of Animal Bone Script Company was $60 at the opening of trading today, with a market value of $173.70 billion. IDM Company, with an opening price of $119, has an overall market value of $106.30 billion, and now, in just a few minutes, the market value of Beast Bone Script has plummeted to $165 billion. IDM has also directly fallen below the $100 billion mark, falling to $960. Add the two together, and $19 billion evaporated in just a few minutes. This is the surprise gift package Luo Yang gave to the two giants, F***K. IDM director Bob, who was watching the live broadcast, had already smashed the cup on the table. Once IDM loses many state-owned enterprise customers in Longwa, it is equivalent to losing the entire Longwa market. Because those who have the ability to purchase mainframes are only a few giant state-owned enterprises such as banks. Ordinary companies mostly purchase servers or domestic mini-computers, which means that IDM's stock price will continue to plummet. Bob pulled his hair in despair. He could already imagine that the board of directors was very dissatisfied with him and might even lose his position as director. God, please tell me this isn't true. The executives of Beast Bone Company, which previously joined forces with Microsoft and IDM to form the MEO Alliance, have now been scolded by the board of directors of Beast Bone Company. You idiot! Do you know what it means to lose a state-owned enterprise in Dragon Kingdom? This means that we will lose the entire Dragon Kingdom market. Because of your decision, we have lost at least $2 billion. This is only the direct loss of losing the Dragon Kingdom market. On the New York Stock Exchange, the stock price has evaporated by $8.70 billion, WTF. Microsoft Corporation, the smile on Jesai's lips has completely disappeared. Why is this damn Bachin technology always able to complete impossible tasks? Aren't they worried about data loss when migrating mainframe data to server clusters? The Dragon Kingdom is a bunch of lunatics. Angry voices filled the spacious office. The MEO Alliance, which was proud and majestic not long ago, is now in disgrace, and was directly angered by Lin Yang's super gift package. As for the poor Microsoft executive John, his vision went dark again at this moment and he fainted. 020 MD, I should never provoke this guy in my life. He is what the people of the Dragon Kingdom called a broomstar. Sir! Call the doctor quickly. After Luo Yang announced the second thing, the whole world was in a state of uproar. On the other side, each giant in the three major industries sent a senior executive to cheer for Luo Yang at the press conference. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom has swept away its previous decadence. From today on, Bachin Database and Bachin Server System will also become one of the designated software for state-owned enterprises and official institutions. Egrid Cloud will also provide independent cloud services for state-owned enterprise customers, improving confidentiality and security, and making its functions more powerful. 0-inch at present, Bachin Technology has signed a purchase agreement with Longwei officials, and the specific content is confidential. Then comes the third thing. The smile on Luo Yang's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression, exuding a strong murderous aura. Not long ago, Bachin Technology officially reached an acquisition agreement with Xincheng iVoice Company. Bachin Technology will fully acquire the assets and related patents of Xincheng iVoice Company at a premium of 3.5 billion yuan. After the acquisition is completed, the voice company will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Bachin Technology, and the original management team and technical team will be retained. The fanatical atmosphere in the audience suddenly fell silent at this moment. Everyone, you look at me, and I look at you. Who is the voice company? Does it sound familiar? Voice, damn, is this the company that is in litigation with the fruit company? I also remembered it, that's it. I remember that the valuation of this company seems to be between 1.5 and 2 billion. Why did Bachin Technology pay a premium of 3.5 billion to acquire it? Everyone was talking about it, and suddenly a reporter's eyes widened and he thought of some ridiculous idea. Oh my god! Could Bachin Technology have come up with this idea? This move is so coquettish that it's hard to guard against. You mean, another media reporter seemed to have thought of something and his glasses widened.
Suddenly I feel my scalp is numb.
Mr. Luo is also Tuin. This move is to knock the mountain and shake the tiger, use the strength to fight.
I have goosebumps. It seems that some media friends have already guessed it. Luo Yang glanced at the media below, and his voice was as cold as the cold wind in the 12th lunar month.
That's right, just like you imagined. After the voice company became a wholly owned subsidiary of Beichin Technology, its assets, patents, etc. were all transferred to Beichin Technology. This means that from now on, Beichin Technology will own all the patents of the intelligent chat robot in Longhua.
And some patents worldwide.
As the earliest chat robot service provider in China, iVoice has a huge customer base. Behind the automatic replies and intelligent customer service that everyone comes into contact with on a daily basis, Voice is providing technical support. Intelligent customer service in the telecommunications industry, automatic replies for e-commerce shopping, and voice technology patents are everywhere.
Of course, among iVoice's customers, there is also a very special company. At this moment, Luo Yang of August 17th was finally revealed.
That's Microsoft. Boom, the audience was instantly shocked. F***K. F***K. F***K.
Now my scalp is numb.
What was Mr. Luo thinking, and how could he launch a counterattack from such a tricky angle? I remembered that the earliest technology supplier of Microsoft's intelligent voice robot Bingshan is iVoice. Mr. Luo's routine is so G sexy. It's hard to guard against it. To be honest, Mr. Luo really made me laugh. The media at the scene were covered in goosebumps, and the barrages in the live broadcast room were densely packed at the moment. When it comes to the coquettishness of positioning, I, Madala, would like to call you Luo Yang the strongest.
Hey, isn't this the brother who appeared in Chapter 2? We meet again.
You are on the second floor, I remembered. Are you the great master of Qi Xiong? Oh shit, you guys are clinging to this idea, right?
Please be a human being.
Facing the fiery gazes of everyone, Luo Yang sneered, in view of the fact that Microsoft has repeatedly slandered Beichin Technology, and has teamed up with other companies to maliciously manipulate the market and launch unfair competition against Beichin Technology. Beichin Technology will make the following decision.
From now on, the cooperation agreement between iVoice and Microsoft will be forcibly terminated, and Microsoft's smart voice authorization in Longhua will be withdrawn.
As the breaching party, Beichin Technology will pay Microsoft 30 million new Taiwan dollars in breach of contract fees. After the agreement is terminated, Microsoft's intelligent voice robot Bingshan will no longer be able to use the technical support provided by Voice.at the same time. Without the consent of Beichin Technology and the payment of patent fees, the Win system will no longer be able to be used in China. Chatbot.
Otherwise, it's infringement.
In front of the live broadcast room, I suddenly felt the urge to vomit blood.
Acquiring a voice company? Obtaining a patent for an intelligent chatbot?
Guess I never expected that Luo Yang would give Microsoft a trick from this weird angle and look back. You must know that after more than 10 years of cooperation, Iceberg Robot now has a lot of users. The current Iceberg Robot has become independent and is being commercially developed as a separate project, and has already received a round of financing. Its valuation by the outside world has reached $500 million. This is also the development plan that Microsoft hopes to make a breakthrough in artificial intelligence. As a result, Luo Yang now gave him a move to look back and dig. Good guy. This means that Microsoft's Iceberg Robot project will be stalled because it has to pay to continue development. But will Beichin Technology accept the money? Of course not. Even if you are not in the Dragon Kingdom market, you still have some voice patents around the world. If Microsoft wants to continue using Iceberg robots, it still has to pay when it comes to patents for intelligent voice robots. Microsoft has never been able to bypass Beichin Technology. This is the power of patent trolls. Fake. Geiji was really furious this time. Although there is no real intelligent AI emerging now, major companies are happily developing their own intelligent chat robots. For example, the mobile phone voice assistants developed by major mobile phone manufacturers, such as Fruits CC, Samsung's Bixby, and Warwick, Dami, Vico, and Apuz mobile voice assistants, are all products under the banner of Smart AI. It doesn't matter when a truly intelligent robot can be developed. What matters is that all mobile phone voice assistants, as long as they are used in longua, it means that they have entered the patent scope of intelligent voice robots. In other words, all the voice assistants developed by the above-mentioned mobile phone manufacturers are all infringement, because no one has paid patent fees. This is also the reason why voice and fruit companies have been entangled for several years. Although iVoice holds a patent, because the company is too small, it has always been in a weak stage and does not have any advantage in the patent lawsuit. For domestic enterprises, Voice of China just turns a blind eye or closes one eye, but for overseas enterprises, it is necessary to settle the accounts clearly. Microsoft had a cooperation agreement before and was a legitimate user. The fruit company's CC is an infringement. iVoice previously claimed 10 billion yuan from the fruit company, but after 8 years of litigation, it still didn't get the money. 8 years later, the market value of the fruit company has exceeded $2 trillion, and the two are not in the same order of magnitude. But iVoice still hasn't given in and is still persisting. Luo Yang also took a fancy to this, and not long ago he had a private meeting with the person in charge of the voice company and reached a cooperation agreement with him. Small voice volume, it doesn't matter. From now on, Beichin Technology will be its strong backing. After Luo Yang won iVoice, the first thing he did was to terminate the cooperation agreement with Microsoft. At the same time, there is something else I want to tell you. After acquiring Voice, when our company was sorting out property rights dispute cases, we found that CC, a subsidiary of Fruit Company, had infringed on our patent for intelligent voice chat robots. After calculation by our professional staff, the Fruit Company has been infringing for 9 years since 2011. During this period, the Fruit Company has made a lot of profits relying on CC robots. In order to safeguard our legitimate rights and interests, Beichin Technology will restart the litigation of this infringement case in the near future. Beichin Technology will sue Fruit Company to the 2.5 Shanghai court. Its CC robots seriously infringes our patents. Beichin Technology will propose a one-time compensation of 9 years to Fruit Company. At this moment, Luo Yang is finally revealed, under the hot gaze of the live media and witnessed by tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room. Luo Yang said a number that shocked everyone. According to professional calculations, the Fruit Company must pay at least 1 trillion renminbi in compensation to Beichin Technology. Converted according to the real-time exchange rate, that is $150 billion. The media at the scene were all shocked. A sky-high price claim of $1 trillion, $150 billion. Everyone was shocked by this number. Have you ever been fooled by Luo Yang's coquettish tricks? And 1 trillion was not written casually by heavy rain. There is indeed a saying on the internet. After a while, a gasp erupted from the scene. Hiss. Luo Yang is so terrifying. Oh my god. A sky-high price claim of 1 trillion yuan. I finally understand why I paid a premium to acquire iVoice. Compared with 1 trillion, a mere 2 billion premium is nothing. iVoice has already claimed 10 billion yuan before. Now that Beichin Technology has joined, it is very likely that it will come back. This 2 billion should be enough to make up for iVoice's losses over the years. Damn it! This money is well spent. By cutting off supply to Microsoft and claiming compensation from Fruit Company, Luo Yang gave Ligua a resounding slap in the face. Ha ha ha. $150 billion is equivalent to 1/3 of the value of the semiconductor industry. Previously, the United States cut off supply to Beichin Technology, and now Luo Yang backhandedly sued Fruit. This war is so exciting. It's a good move to hit an ox across a mountain. Use your strength to fight. Luo Yang's routine is so sexy that it's hard to guard against. Ha ha ha. Fruit Company, people sit at home, and pots come from the sky. Fruit Company, I'm in a hurry. The entire media at the scene was excited. The main reason is that Luo Yang's move was so arrogant. Who would have thought that a company with a valuation of just over $1 billion would become the Achilles heel of Microsoft and Fruit Company? The barrage in the live broadcast room is now dense, and the Huya server cannot support it again. Damn it, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million, right? Now it's at least 1 billion people. The main reason is that this press conference is so exciting. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. 1 trillion. How many houses can I buy?
The one upstairs looks like a house slave, he doesn't know anything except buying a house.
The person in charge of Huya was also panicking at this moment, and his voice changed a little.
Hurry up and take over all the servers in the company.
I'll kill all the other live broadcast rooms.
Quick, quick, quick.
At the moment just now, Huya's backstage showed that the official live broadcast room of Beichin Technology has exceeded 1 billion in popularity.
And the actual number of people watching it has exceeded 100 million.
And it is still increasing rapidly. Countless people who had just heard the news were rushing to the live broadcast room frantically. After a few seconds, the number of people in the background was refreshed again, 110 million people. This is already comparable to the Spring Festival Gala live broadcast. At this moment, Huya's live broadcast rooms, large and small, instantly went black.
Damn it, where is my female anchor?
One of the top guys on the list had just finished playing rockets and was watching the female anchor dance when the screen suddenly went black and he started yelling.
Sorry, the live broadcast room you are watching is temporarily closed. Could it be that the superintendent took action?
After launching the live broadcast room and browsing around the homepage, I discovered that the entire Huya live broadcast room had a black screen, only the big tweet on the official homepage is still on, and Beichin Technology's press conference is being broadcast live.
What's going on with Tiger Teeth? Go in and take a look.
Without the female anchor to watch, the top brother on the list could only go to the official live broadcast room.
As soon as he entered, there was a dense barrage. 1 trillion warning.jpg.
I have made an emoticon package. If everyone here angers me, Long Outyan, just wait for a trillion warning. What the hell is 1 trillion? The top brother on the list was full of questions, but when he learned the reason from the barrage, he was shocked. 1 trillion dragon yuan claim for fruit.
Cut off supply to Microsoft.
Beichin Technology is really cheating. Boom, the big brother on the list took action directly and 100 rockets took off on the spot. The entire live broadcast room was in chaos at this moment, and the gift banners never stopped. Huya's backstage urgently called the supervisors of all the company's servers, and then wiped away the cold sweat. It almost collapsed.
Fortunately, it was still in time.
Even so, the supervisor decided to wait until the press conference is over and apply to the higher-ups to buy a few more servers. If that doesn't work, just use cloud servers. Every time Beichin Technology launches, something big comes out. Tiger Teeth are also painful and happy. These huge flows are all in vain. Now Beichin Technology is a walking unlimited data package. USA, Fruit Company headquarters, seeing the fierce battle between Beichin Technology and the three giants of the MIO alliance becoming more and more exciting. The Fruit Company executives who were watching the live broadcast with a smile had completely frozen. At this moment, a big pot fell from the sky and hit the Fruit Company on the head. Fac. Shet, asterisk 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 asterisk, the sky-high price claim of $150 billion US.
Luo Yang, are you kidding me? You are fighting with the three giants of the MIO alliance. What's the matter with me and my fruit? $150 billion. Why don't you rob the Fed's treasury?
Shet, asterisk asterisk asterisk. The water glass on the table was smashed to pieces by this executive. At the press conference, Luo Yang waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. Although Beichin Technology has been in business for a short time, it strictly abides by the laws of various countries and has a good reputation and image. We will never tolerate anyone who slanders Beichin Technology, or who infringes upon Beichin Technology's legitimate rights and interests.
Beichin Technology has never been afraid of any opponent.
We will never let our opponents do whatever they want.
That's it for the press conference. Thank you, everyone.
Whoa whoosh, warm applause resounded throughout the entire hall on the first floor. The Dragon Kingdom media at the scene were applauding, Beichin Technology employees are applauding, representatives from major state-owned enterprises applauded. Only the media from overseas were livid at the moment, staring at Luo Yang, wishing that Luo Yang would be wiped out. Especially the last few sentences of Luo Yang are exactly the lines that Microsoft said when it announced the ban on Beichin Technology. Now, Luo Yang has returned these words to Microsoft intact. It's simply heartbreaking. Good. I don't know who shouted 743.
Everyone cheered immediately. Well done to Beichin Technology. As expected of Mr. Luo, he is as aggressive as ever.
I, Mr. Luo from Society,
No one can bully me and still walk away safe and sound. Ha 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 ha. This will really relieve my anger today. A week before this, the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom were worried about Bachin technology. Many users of the original Win system downloaded and activated the Bachin computer system. However, at this moment, Luo Yang, who had been dormant for a week, and Bachin technology gave the people of Dragon Kingdom a big surprise. The three giants of Microsoft Corporation, in the name of endangering national security, invited the United States to take action and launched severe sanctions against Bachin technology. As the head of Bachin technology, facing the behemoth of the United States, Longhua also made a sharp counterattack. If you don't take action, it will be a thunderous thunder, directly driving out the software and hardware business of the three giants from Longhua's institutions and state-owned enterprises. From now on, Longhua's information security will no longer be threatened by overseas threats. Luo Yang and Longhua secretly prepared the super gift package for a week, which can be said to surprise the United States and the three giants. If you don't believe it, take a look. Nasdaq and the New York Stock Exchange, all technology company stocks began to fall at this moment. The ones that suffered the worst fall were naturally the three giant companies. The first is the three giants of the MIO Alliance. The stock prices of IMD and Beast Bonescript have plummeted before, and their market value has evaporated by $19 billion. Then came Microsoft, and its stock price began to plummet. Bachin Technology won the official order from Longhua, which means it has completely occupied the Dragonhua market. It is only a matter of time before Microsoft is driven out of Longhua. The stock price, which was originally maintained at $1.65 trillion, fell directly below $1.6 trillion and continues to plummet. And just now, after Luo Yang released the killer move of iVoice, Microsoft's stock price fell even faster. It fell. On Nasdaq, the stock of the fruit company, which was originally the world's #1 stock, suddenly ended its continuous upward trend. After a moment of pause, it took a sharp turn. In just 5 minutes, the market value has fallen below $2 trillion. Luo Yang directly announced a claim of $150 billion to the fruit company in front of 110 million viewers in the live broadcast room. That's $150 billion, directly equivalent to 7.5% of the market value of the fruit company. It's over, it's my stocks. Countless people were holding their hair with both hands and looking at the red screen with disbelief on their faces. Note, green means the US stock market is rising, and red means it is falling, which is the opposite of the domestic stock market. Watching the live broadcast together, there were also major Wall Street giants, and some short-selling institutions that reacted very quickly, and they had already started shorting the three giants and the fruit company immediately. Many of the big guys who were originally gathering at the Luoshanji mansion no longer had the mood to smoke cigars. Damn the Dragon Kingdom boy, it's a shame he can think of a $150 billion claim. The major shareholder of the fruit company is already working hard. Dragon Kingdom is so insidious. It is simply unreasonable to unite with Bachin Technology to attack the MIO Alliance. Among the other big guys, they hold the stocks of IDM and Beast Bonescript, and of course Microsoft. Because the promotion of the MIO Alliance was achieved with their tacit approval. Mike, this is not in line with our original plan. According to the plan, after Congress issues a ban, Bachin Technology will be unable to withstand it, and then we will buy it at a higher price. But what about now? Not only did they not get the fat piece of Bachin Technology. On the contrary, they also joined the Longhua market. Can you blame me? We agreed on this decision together, and the responsibility cannot be put entirely on me. Several big guys were glaring at each other angrily, losing the harmonious atmosphere they had before. In fact, it's normal, because their circle is originally based on an alliance of interests. Now that we have not made any money, we are still repaying billions of dollars, which would not be much better for anyone. Okay, don't make any noise. Above the hall, there was a golden chair covered with red velvet. A figure hidden in the darkness turned his back to them, with only the cigar in his hand shining red. Yes, Joker. When the big bosses heard this, their expressions suddenly stiffened and they shut up honestly, because for them, the man on the chair is their leader and the king of darkness. The man called Joker has a deep and magnetic voice. We lost this confrontation. We all underestimated the young genius and the determination of Longhua. After all, it is one of the top 5 and the second largest economy. Faced with our suppression,
it is normal for the Dragon Kingdom to make such a meticulous counterattack.
Although I lost this game, I just need to win the next game.
Our Plum Blossom Club will still be the king of darkness. In his hand, a clown card emerged from the playing cards, shining with a pale golden light. That's a clown card made of pure gold. There is a hint of ferocity in the clown's funny face.
Yes, Joker.
These big guys all quieted down at this moment and began to prepare for the second round of conspiracy against Bachin Technology. After the press conference, many media immediately released the news. Be patient for a week, just to avenge today's bloodshed. Good guy, people's eyelids jumped when they saw this news headline. Some people thought it was a movie, but after reading the news, this person suddenly felt excited. It's as if he has transformed into Luo Yang, announcing a strong counterattack under the spotlight. The opponent he fought back against was the powerful Mio Alliance. Behind the alliance stands the powerful United States. In the subway, a young man with headphones on was reading the news, his face flushed with excitement.
Mr. Luo is so domineering. The sky-high price of 1 trillion is a claim. If it were anyone else, who would have the courage to propose this price to the fruit company? The word 1 trillion instantly became popular on the entire Longway internet.
On this day, almost everyone would ask this question when they met.
Do you know 1 trillion?
What the hell, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know, then you are behind the times.
Listen to me. Countless netizens have immediately turned 1 trillion into emoticons and posted them online. While chatting in the group, he inadvertently posted a picture of 1 trillion warning.jpg, which shocked everyone. In addition to 1 trillion, Luo Yang has also been used as a joke subject by netizens.
Trillion warns President Luo. Suit thug Luo Yang.
These two titles quickly won the recognition of many netizens. Trillion warnings need no explanation. As for the term suit thug, it has only become popular in recent years. It often refers to some bodyguards wearing suits or villains. These people are often very good at fighting. The originally elegant suits suddenly showed completely opposite temperaments when they were put on them. This kind of different temperaments, both literary and martial, appear in one person at the same time. Actors with this kind of image are very popular now. What a handsome thug in a suit.
Look at that actor from Hong Kong.
He obviously plays the bad guy, but he steals the spotlight from the protagonist.
Yes, he looks so handsome when he fights in a suit.
My figure is not good enough, and I don't look good in a suit.
I can only envy you.
Suits are very flattering on the figure. Just like girls' cheongsam, not all girls can wear cheongsam. As a technical nerd, Luo Yang originally wore plaid shirts as his standard outfit. He also dressed in plaid shirts at several product launches. He still has a strong bookish style and is the idol of many young people. However, netizens with good intentions discovered that Luo Yang was wearing a handsome black suit during the two press conferences where he launched a strong counterattack. His whole temperament also changed from a gentle and gentle technical geek to a domineering and arrogant person. Money. Li Hao, overbearing CEO, Luo Yang, wearing a suit, has cold eyes and exudes an invisible murderous aura, attracting many fans. Because of this, he was nicknamed the Suit Thug J, especially the moment when Luo Yang announced 1 trillion. It was already made into a gif by netizens, and the word Shi Xiang, you, and I want them all, have become emoticons that everyone has. In the past, I didn't love money. Jack Ma, Peking University was fine. Sao Baining, I didn't know my wife was beautiful. Lu Shidong, now I have another trillion to warn President Luo.
President Luo, that's nonsense.
I have no money at all. I only have an IOU worth 1 trillion.
Too bad for you.
Ha ha ha. Remember, if you meet Luo Yang in a plaid shirt, you can chat and laugh with him. But if you meet Luo Yang in a suit, turn around and run away, or wait for a 1 trillion warning him. If this discovery continues, Luo Yang's suit will become a new meme sooner or later.
Don't touch John's dog, and don't touch Luo Yang's suit.
Ha ha, I already have a picture in my mind. After the press conference, the entire Bachin building was in an uproar. Luo Yang is still the same Luo Yang, giving the United States a sharp counterattack in his own way. Didn't you ban Bachin Technology? Didn't you force Bachin Technology to give up overseas markets? Now I want to get all this debt back. Bachin Technology's overseas market users currently number more than 50 million, contributing a total of $2.7 billion in profits to Bachin Technology market. A considerable number of these users were obtained through the 5 major computer vendors, and the rest purchased system activation codes. Because of the ban, Beichin Technology can no longer continue to expand its overseas business, and subsequent losses are conservatively estimated at $3 billion, because now is the peak period for the rapid proliferation of Beichin computer systems. Now Beichin Technology has directly stabbed the United States hard by suing the fruit company. $150 billion is enough to drive Shuequan company crazy out if they don't want to spend money in vain. The fruit company has only two options, either to file a lawsuit with Beichin Technology in Longwa, or to lobby the Black Palace to revoke the ban. If it comes to a lawsuit, as the United States continues to target Beichin Technology, Luo Yang dares to pat his chest and say that this lawsuit will definitely win. There is absolutely no way the fruit company can win. Once the lawsuit is lost, the fruit company will either lose money or withdraw from the domestic market. The former lost $150 billion, and the latter 960 lost even more, accounting for at least a quarter of the fruit company's annual sales. After the press conference, Beichin Technology appeared on the evening news again. According to our news, after 3 months, Beichin Technology has officially passed the strict official test and been selected into the official procurement list. Among domestic operating systems, Beichin Computer System performs very well in all aspects and ranks first. Its security performance has surpassed the world's first-class level. The official has decided to comprehensively replace Beichin Computer Systems and Beichin Office software in official agencies, major departments, enterprises and institutions, and it is expected that all replacements will be completed within the main users. As the evening news was broadcast, more and more people knew the news, because many people actually don't like to use smartphones and computers, especially older people, who are still accustomed to using traditional methods to obtain news information. Television, newspapers, and radio still have a large number of users. The news that Longwei officials had completely replaced Beichin Computer System was like a thunder, shocking the entire people of Longwa. The entire Dragon Kingdom official has changed its equipment, which means that the performance of the Beichin Computer System is extremely good. Longwei is using its own way to support Beichin Technology. I am from a state-owned enterprise, and the above has issued a document today, allowing us to familiarize ourselves with and master the operation methods of Beichin Computer System as soon as possible, and complete the full replacement in 1 week. After the previous ban was issued by the United States, the entire Dragon Kingdom set off a craze to completely replace the Beichin system. Just like people in Long Kingdom bought Warwick mobile phones one after another after Warwick was sanctioned. Countless people like old men and white-collar workers in the capital silently chose to switch to the Beichin system. Unlike Huawei, which mainly engages in hardware business, Beichin Technology's current business scope only includes software in the internet. In terms of software, computer systems and office software have experienced explosive growth. When the ban was issued on November 3, the domestic installed base of Beichin Computer Systems was only 190 million units, but a week later, when Luo Yang held a press conference today, the domestic installed capacity had surged to 240 million units. In 7 days, a full 50 million new users were added. You must know that before the ban was encountered, the average growth rate of Beichin Systems' global installed capacity was only 20 million units per week. At the same time, the number of office software activations has also surged from 18 million to 4000 at 2400 hours on the night of the press conference. The Double 11 Carnival began, and the entire e-commerce industry in Longwa fell into a happy time. Thousands of people crowded together on the same day, frantically emptying their shopping carts, and the numbers in their bank cards decreased crazily. It's not just the major e-commerce companies that are busy, Beichin Technology is also going crazy. Mr. Luo, the number of users is still growing rapidly. The employee in the technical department who was in charge of looking at the data looked at Luo Yang with some excitement. On November 10, Beichin Computer System once again added 8 million new users, and 3 million new sets of office software were activated. Called Luo Yang let out a breath, and the data in his hand became heavy. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. On the second day, the number of users of Beichin Computer System once again experienced a terrifying growth rate. In just one night, the number of units increased by 4 million. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, after yesterday's news was broadcast, more people joined the camp supporting Beichin Technology. In terms of safety and credibility, the Dragon Kingdom officials set an example and provided guarantees. The remaining Dragon Kingdom people no longer hesitated and began to change their clothes on a large scale. This is an action initiated by the people of Dragon Kingdom on their own. In a certain community, several aunties who were walking in the small garden were chatting and gossiping. Do you know Beichin Technology?
Yesterday, my son said he wanted to support domestic products, so he changed the computer system at home and spent 1,699 yuan, 16.99? Another aunt was a little confused. Isn't it 299 yuan? Did I remember it wrong? Hashtag the one priced at 299 yuan is just a normal system.
My son bought a professional version system, which is much more advanced than yours, another aunt said proudly. For them, parents who are usually short-lived can become targets of comparison. The two sides can argue for a long time about their children's academic performance, how much they are paid at work, whether they are married or not, whether they have children or not, and even over a handful of vegetables. At this time, the target of the dispute between the two parties was the Beichin system. TCH. What's so great? I'll let my son buy the professional version of the system when I get back. Another aunt was very unhappy. After returning home, she dialed her son's phone directly. The son on the other end of the phone couldn't laugh or cry. After learning what happened, she had no choice but to switch to the professional version system. Similar scenes have been staged all over the Dragon Kingdom. Has your home changed to the Beichin computer system? It has become a hot topic. At the same time, Microsoft is also in a tangle in the face of a rapidly decreasing number of system users. Who can tell me? Why do those Longhua people who are reluctant to buy genuine systems take the initiative to buy Beichin systems and office software? Ethan, the third manager of the Longhua branch of Microsoft Corporation who had just been transferred from the United States, fell into deep thought while holding the latest data. Starting from the issuance of the ban on the 3rd, Microsoft's backend found that the number of installed users of the Win system was declining rapidly. This means the user completely uninstalled the system, regardless of whether it is a genuine or pirated system. As long as the user is connected to the internet, Microsoft can record it through the backdoor left behind. Generally speaking, even if a user has installed dual systems, as long as the Win system is not uninstalled, Microsoft's backend statistics will still include them in the number of users. In 2018, Microsoft revised its original public data and announced that it had 1.5 billion users worldwide. After 2 years, the latest user data has reached 1.6 billion. The system versions used by these users are not the same, from XP, which has been abandoned by Microsoft, to 7th generation, 8th generation, and now 10th generation systems, all are included. There are even some outdated computers running the Win98 version of the system. Since Beichin Technology released the operating system in 3 months, the number of Win system users has dropped by 250 million. These are all users taken away by Beichin system. Ethan felt very headache after taking the report provided by the technical department. A total of 250 million units. It's already equivalent to 15% of Microsoft's user base. What made him even more depressed was that starting from the 3rd, in just 1 week, the installed capacity of the Win system plummeted again, 50 million units. This has far exceeded previous data. Of the 1.6 billion users, overseas users account for 850 million, and Dragon Kingdom has a full 750 million users. Among them, there are 500 million genuine users and 250 million pirated users. This data is Microsoft's top secret. Among the 1.6 billion Win system users, Longhua actually accounts for 47%. If you include computers running Linux systems, Android desktop systems, and Fruit computer systems, Longhua has even more computer users. This is why the United States is very afraid of the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of computers, Longhua has begun to quickly catch up and even overtake it. Of the 250 million users currently lost, 50 million are overseas users and 200 million are genuine users of Dragon Kingdom. If this rate continues, it will only take up to 2 months before all remaining legitimate users will be lost. By then, Microsoft will have lost 2/3 of the Dragon Kingdom market. From the analysis of the think tank, it is expected that all the 500 million Longhua genuine system users will be lost to Beichin Technology. As for the pirated users, the think tank believes that the loss is unlikely. The founder of the company once said, "People in the Dragon Kingdom are greedy thieves and like to take advantage of small things." When the Win system first entered the Dragon Kingdom, they were forced to use pirated systems to seize the market. Later, after the Win system gained a monopoly, the company started to launch the Genuine plan, forcing all computer dealers to pre-install the Genuine system, and blue-screened the pirated systems. Black screen and downtime have only increased the proportion of genuine paying users of Longhua. But even so, there are still 250 million pirate users in Dragon Kingdom. The person in charge of the think tank talks eloquently and is full of strong confidence in his analysis.
Boss, even if all the 500 million genuine users are poached by Beichin technology, we will not lose the Dragon Kingdom market.
Because the remaining 250 million users will never spend money to buy genuine systems, even if Beichin Technology's system only costs 299 Dragons Yuan.
I learned a word in the Dragon Kingdom called Bai Pao.
The people of Long will love to take advantage of others, which means that pirate users will always exist.
As long as these users exist, we still have hope of counterattacking Beichin technology. After careful consideration, Ethan expressed his approval of the think tank's analysis.
Jack, what you said makes sense. These users that are being lost now are all genuine.
This is driven by their so-called patriotic sentiment. We have no way to stop it.
As for the cause, it is naturally caused by the company's strategy and has nothing to do with us.
This supervisor sent from the American headquarters has some research on the Dragon Kingdom, and at least he has learned Chinese.
For him, he actually looks down on the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are like a swarm of greedy bees. Wherever they go, they will seize resources, causing other people to lose their jobs and reducing the high profits of the original products.
They're just so annoying. However, even if Beichin Technology wants to steal users, we must try to retain them.
I have already discussed with the headquarters and are preparing to conduct a large-scale limited-time price reduction in Longwei to see if we can retain some genuine users.
How much is the price reduction?
Directly reduced to 25% of the original price. Our prices in all aspects must be based on the prices of Beichin Technology's products.
They are low, and we are also low.
This time the headquarters has made plans to reduce quarterly profits and is preparing to cooperate with Beichin Technology. Let's have a price war.
This price reduction is limited to Dragon Kingdom and lasts for 1 month.
0, please give me flowers. Ethan announced the decision from headquarters. ASA result, Microsoft's Longwa headquarters announced the price reduction on the same day. In the stores of major computer dealers, advertisements for limited time price reductions of the Win system have been posted. After the price reduction, the price of the Win system is dozens of dollars cheaper than the Beichin system. Luo Yang received the news immediately. Microsoft Corporation announced a comprehensive price reduction within Dragon Kingdom, for a limited time of 1 month, with a price reduction of up to 75%. It is estimated that there have been too many user losses during this period, and Microsoft is getting impatient. The Market Research Department of Beichin Technology received data feedback immediately.
Microsoft's price reduction activities are still useful. The new additions of Beichin systems have begun to slow down, and there is even a downward trend.
On the current situation diagram of the report, you can see that the tip that was originally rising all the way suddenly flattened out, and then began to move downward, but the amplitude was very small.
The reason why the Beichin system is able to dominate the world is, firstly, its domestic system brand, and secondly, its low price.
Now Microsoft has also started a price war, and it is normal for some users to choose Microsoft.
Han Feng suggested, then should we also reduce prices? It's not necessary for now.
Luo Yan thought for a moment and said, Microsoft has a big business and can afford the subsidy war. Although they say they will only cut prices for 1 month, as long as they are willing, they can continue it even for a year. Don't forget that Microsoft is currently in a situation where it is possible to withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if it is reduced to 25% off now, it is still more cost-effective than if all users are snatched away by us. If we follow the price reduction, it will just go with their wishes, and the price subsidy war will only become more and more intense.
Our capital reserves are limited and we cannot use up Microsoft.
According to reliable sources, Microsoft currently has a cash reserve of $120 billion. Everyone gasped, $120 billion in cash reserves.
Why, is this surprising?
Let's put it this way, each of the several well-known technology giants has generous cash reserves. As the company with the highest market value currently, Fruit Company's cash reserves have exceeded $300 billion, $300 billion, equivalent to about 2 trillion Dragon Yuan. What is this concept? In your province in 2019, the entire province's annual GDP was only a loss of 2.1 trillion yuan. As of today, November 12, the installed base of Beichin computer systems has exceeded 260 million units. Yesterday on Double 11, 10 million units were added to the installed base again. Most of them are regular version systems priced at 299 yuan, as well as some flagship version systems. They made at least 3 billion Dragon Yuan on this day. It only took one day. Luo Yang glanced at everyone, picked up a pen and pointed at the data on the big screen. After more than 30 years, the market saturation of Microsoft's Win system has been very high. Except for new computer users, the growth of Win system and other aspects is very slow.
It has become a typical red ocean. But for us, Longwa's computer market is a huge goldmine, a blue ocean with huge capacity.
The first choice is for Microsoft to commit suicide and threaten to cut off supply to Longwa, regardless of whether 910 calls him to do so. At least it is no longer safe in the eyes of Longwa people. Out of the panic of cutting off supply to the system, Longwa people will subconsciously look for a substitute, and then Beichin system appears. This means that the market is a red ocean for Microsoft and the door is open to Beichin technology. According to the speculation of a professional organization in the industry, among the 1.5 billion Win system users, at least 700 million are computer users in Longwa. Of these 700 million users, at least 200 million are pirated users of the Windows system. It will be very difficult to get them to pay. But even so, there are 500 million genuine users waiting for us to discover. Among the current 260 million installed capacity, there are 210 million domestic users, which means there are still 290 million genuine users to fight for. When we win over them, the global installed base of Beichin computer systems will reach 550 million units. At that time, if we think of ways to win over the remaining 200 million pirated users, the installed base will reach 750 million. By then we will truly share the world with Microsoft. The overseas market belongs to Microsoft, and the domestic market belongs to Beichin. If the ban is lifted, or we enter overseas markets through other methods, we can get more customers. However, this means that Microsoft will lose its number one position in the world. Microsoft dares to reduce prices in China, but it absolutely dares not to implement it around the world. Assuming that the original profit of a system is as high as 1,000 yuan, a comprehensive price reduction will shrink to 25 yuan. The board of directors and shareholders of Microsoft Corporation will never allow them to do this, so this is the opportunity for Beichin Technology. After Luo Yang decided to maintain the original price, Beichin Technology did not say anything about Microsoft's price reduction. On the other hand, as early as after the United States issued a ban, major computer vendors were forced to remove computers pre-installed with the Beichin system and replace them with the Win system due to the ban. But in Longwa, in August no one was willing to buy computers with Win system. At that time, many computer vendors gritted their teeth and agreed to Beichin Technology's conditions because of this. As a result, after being forced to remove computers pre-installed with Beichin system from the shelves, the stores of major computer dealers became deserted again, and the business of computer assembly dealers boomed again. Unless the United States bans Intel from selling bulk chips. Otherwise, it will be impossible to stop computer assemblers. Most of the computer assembly vendors are private stores. They do not use a secret key to activate the system. Instead, they flash the machine on the spot for the user, and then let the user purchase the activation code to activate it. The lobbying team composed of the 4 major computer dealers has been working hard to solve the problem in the Black Palace for a week, but the result was still driven out by the King of Understanding. There's no need to talk about the ban. Several well-known brand computer manufacturers have already scolded the Congress and the King of Understanding in their hearts. Damn it, this ban completely disregards the interests of our computer vendors. Sooner or later, it will be removed from power. In addition to the angry scolding, brand computer manufacturers also began to actively save themselves. Finally, they really came up with a solution. Okay, aren't we prohibited from pre-installing and selling Beichin computer systems? Well, let's sell branded Bear machines directly. In desperation, in order to avoid a huge liquidated damages of $250 million and to avoid losing the Longwa market, brand computer manufacturers began to adopt this strategy. As a result, advertisements for selling Bear machines were placed in the stores of major computer brands. After a user purchases a Bear machine without a computer system in a store, He only needs to walk a few steps to see a private computer repair shop with a line of words written on an extra-large billboard at the door.
Provide free installation of Beichin computer system. Installation only costs 5 yuan per time.
Well, that's right, these computer repair shops have absolutely nothing to do with branded computer vendors, absolutely not. Customers only need to take the brand's bare metal and spend 5 yuan to install and activate the Beichin system here, after a set of procedures, except for the computer manufacturer's brand logo affixed on the computer. There is no other difference from the computer manufacturer that assembles it. Ever since, this strange scene appeared all over the Dragon Kingdom.in. Overseas markets, because various countries have blocked Beichin Technology's websites. Even if the system is activated, most services cannot be used, so the growth rate is relatively slow. But, because of the low price of Beichin computer system, some overseas users who are shy about their wallets but are unwilling to use pirated Win systems still choose to install Beichin computer system.
Is Beichin official website blocked? It doesn't matter, major overseas computer repair shops provide
scientific internet services and you can still purchase activation codes normally, even though major credit card giants have immediately terminated their cooperation with Beichin Technology due to the ban. It doesn't matter. Today's virtual currency business and third-party payment business are very developed, and there are many payment methods. It's just that when paying through these channels, users need to pay a small fee that is not expensive. As a result, under circumstances that Luo Yang could not have imagined, Beichin computer systems still managed to survive in the overseas market, because he did not expect that in order to use the cheap, easy-to-use and safe Beichin computer system, overseas 4.0 users actually came up with a scientific internet access method to purchase and activate the Beichin system. As Luo Yang said, compared to the expensive Win system, one of the biggest advantages of Beichin computer system is that it is cheap. Don't think that there are many wealthy people in foreign countries, but there are many poor people. When the major computer giants sold bare metal to evade the US ban and avoid Beichin Technology coming to ask for liquidated damages, the entire Dragon Kingdom public was amused. It makes me laugh so hard that the world's most powerful computer giant still has such a bad day. It's a shame they came up with this idea of selling branded bare metal without a system.
It's so fun. What's the difference between buying and assembling a computer?
Branded computer dealer, no matter how hard it is, don't tear it down. Everyone here, please give me fat tiger face.
Otherwise, I will stand up and beat everyone here to death.
After brand computer manufacturers came up with this method, they temporarily solved the problem of bans and liquidated damages.
These damn computer vendors are actually engaging in such treacherous tactics. Isn't it just a liquidated damages of 250 million US dollars? How stingy.
Wang Dong, who was far away in the United States, learned the news immediately. However, facing the threat from the big boss behind the major computer dealers, he could only mumble a few words of dissatisfaction and give up for the time being. Faced with interviews from outside media, Beichin Technology Public Relations Department spokesperson Zhang Yang spread his hands.
Sorry? Is there such a thing? Beichin Technology doesn't know about it. Is it convenient for you to disclose the breach of contract agreements between Beichin Technology and major computer vendors? Sorry, no comment. Next one. Neither the United States nor Beichin Technology seem to have seen this incident, nor did they mention the ban.
Now it seems that thanks to Mr. Luo forcing them to set a liquidated damages of 50 million US dollars during the negotiation, otherwise Beichin system will definitely suffer huge losses this time. 04 Everyone at Beichin Technology naturally saw this news. After being happy for a long time, Han Feng wiped the oily water channel from the corner of his eye. Liquidated damages are only one of the reasons. More importantly, the people of Longhua have lost trust in Microsoft and the Win system, and are no longer willing to use Win system computers. 11-inch The major computer vendors have no choice but to choose to withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom market. But this will face huge losses, which is obviously impossible.
Luo Yang nodded. This move of the major computer vendors was also very coquettish. It was not much weaker than his move of acquiring Voice and then attacking Microsoft and Fruit Company, especially when the back-end of Beichin Technology discovered that there were still overseas users activating the Beichin system through scientific internet access. Luo Yang was also amused, judging from the data sent back by the Hong Kong Island branch. These overseas users who scientifically surf the internet have a variety of payment methods,
and one of the most popular ones is Bitcoin. Because Baichen technology does not bear the handling fees, these additional fees need to be paid by users who purchase activation codes. Even so, there is still a steady stream of overseas users buying activation codes, for many well-known reasons. Things that are harmonized are more likely to arouse people's interest. Even at the Hong Kong Island branch, we received scalping business from overseas. The other party directly purchased a batch of activation codes at the same price. The largest order among them actually sold 10,000 activation codes for the regular version of the system. The travel-stricken counterpart went directly to the office building of the Hong Kong Island branch, and finally alerted Zheng He.
Zheng Sheng, this is a tentative cooperation between us. If the sales can be good, I hope you can give us some discounts next time you come back. We don't want more, as long as it's the same as the rebate price from brand computer vendors.
Good guy. Even Zheng He, who had experienced ups and downs and witnessed great storms, was shocked by the scalpers' pervasiveness. Sure enough, the profession of scalping does not distinguish between countries and ethnic groups. Zheng He also called Luo Yang to report the situation.
Even Luo Yang was shocked by the news for several seconds. Sure enough, as long as there is a big enough profit to be made, there will always be people who will take desperate risks. The Marxist-Leninist boss will not deceive me.
On the other hand, in response to Microsoft's 25% discount on the sale of Win systems, some people in Longwa bought Win systems and computers with Win systems pre-installed in order to get the advantage without taking advantage of it, but more users are still wary of Microsoft. When domestic systems were just starting out, Microsoft deliberately allowed pirated Win systems to spread, eventually killing all domestic systems. Then the Win system changed and began to threaten pirated users to buy genuine ones. Even if you buy the genuine version, you will still be threatened by Microsoft to cut off supply. Some Longwa users who experienced what happened that year actively spoke out online, reminding others to be careful of Microsoft's wild ambitions. Coupled with the secret push by some people, this post was directly ranked on the top of the trending search for scarves. As a result, the stores of major computer brands originally welcomed a wave of new customers after Microsoft announced price cuts, but by noon, the number of users buying Win systems had dropped significantly, even in the afternoon. No one bought a Win system. Microsoft and major computer brands conducted a private investigation and immediately discovered the top search news, and directly turned their suspicious eyes to Baichen technology. Baichen technology, it's not me.
I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
This hot search has absolutely nothing to do with us. We never hire trolls. Hot searches for neck scarves. Our hot searches are absolutely fair and impartial, and they are definitely not something you can get by spending money. Absolutely not.
Microsoft Corporation computer dealers of major brands, stop talking, I understand.
As a result, Microsoft's price reduction campaign only lasted for 3 days and then stopped, because they found that even if they sold the Win system for tens of dollars cheaper than the Baichen computer system, not many people were willing to buy it.
Fake. Damn trolls. Damn trending searches. Damn Baichen technology.
The methods used by these bastards are so shameless. 237 Dragon Kingdom headquarters, the new manager Ethan picked up the cup on the table and smashed it into pieces.
This be asterisk 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 D Luo Yang. Do you think all of us are blind? Do you really think we don't know that he is behind this?
Ethan tugged on his tie, furious. The marketing director next to him was very embarrassed, but he still cautiously said, "Boss, in these 3 days, we sold a total of
2,500 systems, 2,500 for riding a horse.
These stupid Longwa people have no idea what they are thinking.
Is the so-called sense of national glory so important?
It is simply unreasonable to regard Baichen technology and Warwick as the saviors of the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, Microsoft's price reduction campaign only lasted for 3 days and then stopped, because they found that even if they sold the Win system for tens of dollars cheaper than the Baichen computer system, not many people were willing to buy it.
Fake. Damn trolls. Damn trending searches. Damn Baichen technology.
The methods used by these bastards are so shameless. 237 Dragon Kingdom headquarters, the new manager Ethan picked up the cup on the table and smashed it into pieces.
This be asterisk 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 D Luo Yang. Do you think all of us are blind? Do you really think we don't know that he is behind this?
Ethan tugged on his tie, furious. The marketing director next to him was very embarrassed, but he still cautiously said, "Boss, in these 3 days, we sold a total of
2,500 systems, 2,500 for riding a horse." These stupid Longwa people have no idea what they are thinking. Is the so-called sense of national glory so important?
It is simply unreasonable to regard Bachin Technology and Warwick as the saviors of the Dragon Kingdom.
He couldn't help but feel angry.
Originally, he and Microsoft's headquarters were full of confidence and believed that the launch of the 25% off Win system price reduction strategy would pose a huge threat to the expansion of Bachin Computer Systems. As a result, who would have thought that a world-class giant that has been in business for more than 40 years and spans the world would only sell 2,500 computer systems in 3 days? Speaking of which, it makes people laugh out loud. Ethan could almost imagine the ridicule of his rival, Fruit Company. Only then did he realize how stupid Microsoft's decision to announce that it might cut off the supply of computer systems to Longwa was. Microsoft's limited-time price reduction strategy in Longwa lasted only 3 days before announcing its cancellation, which directly became a laughingstock in the eyes of industry insiders. It turns out that the powerful media got the inside information from somewhere and exposed the sales data of Microsoft Corporation.
In 3 days, only 2,500 systems were sold. It's hard to imagine that this is the result of Microsoft.
As soon as this news appeared, it immediately became a hot search topic. Everyone who saw the news felt incredible. Although Microsoft has been boycotted by users in China, after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, so it won't be reduced to this, right? And what's even more incredible is that the Win system is directly discounted by 25%. The price has been directly reduced by several hundred yuan, which is even cheaper than the Bachin system.
It can't be sold. Microsoft Corporation has completely lost the trust of the people of Dragon Kingdom. Not many people are willing to continue using the Win system when there is a replacement. The best proof is that it is ranked first in the hot search. I don't believe everyone here. Can't you see whose handiwork is the #1 trending search? Hush! Be careful of President Luo's trillion yuan warning. Nonsense!
The #1 trending topic has nothing to do with me, Luo Yang. Netizens in Longwa are very happy at this moment and continue to make trouble for Microsoft. At this moment, Microsoft's mentality has exploded, and they can't wait to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. In sharp contrast, the continuous explosive growth of the Bachin system. From the 12th, Microsoft started to launch a 25% off price reduction strategy, and it officially ended on the 15th. It lasted for a total of 3 days, and a total of 2,500 Win systems were sold. In the same 3 days, the domestic installed capacity of Bachin systems surged by 40 million units. The total domestic installed capacity reached 300 million units. An average of 13.33 million units were added every day. After Luo Yang got this latest data, he was also shocked. If this growth rate can still be maintained in late November, then the Bachin system can continue to add 200 million users and reach 500 million units. This means that all the 500 million genuine computer users in Longwa have been taken over by Bachin Technology. Counting the 50 million overseas users, the global installed base of Bachin system can reach 550 million units. Microsoft's 1.5 billion users will plummet to 950 million. Bachin Technology has already taken away 1/3 of Microsoft's customers. The people of Dragon Kingdom are so awesome. Luo Yang knows very well why the Bachin system suddenly bursts out with such powerful vitality, because this is in the Dragon Kingdom, because Bachin Technology is the backbone of Dragon Kingdom. He had previously seen media interviews with people from the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people expressed their willingness to pay 299 yuan to install the genuine Bachin system. 299 yuan doesn't sound like much. For young people, it might be just a few meals or 2 or 3 months' worth of phone calls. However, due to the pirated Win system, many people in Longwa do not have the habit of buying genuine paid software. This situation was very obvious 10 years ago. Under a series of forced actions by Microsoft, many pirated users began to switch to expensive genuine software system, but still very resistant in my heart. But now, these users have expressed their willingness to spend money to support Bachin Technology, and they have actually taken action, which made Luo Yang's eyes a little red, just like Warwick. When many companies are now purchasing servers and other hardware equipment, as soon as they hear that Warwick is participating in the bidding, they directly purchase Warwick's equipment without saying anything. people from the Dragon Kingdom have their own pride and persistence. At the critical moment when Microsoft decided to cut off supply, Baichen Technology stepped forward to resolve the crisis. At this moment, when Baichen Technology faced a ban from the United States, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom came forward and chose to install Baichen systems, hoping to support Baichen Technology through this crisis. There is an old saying that best describes this scene. You treat me like a countryman, and I will repay you as a countryman. In addition to the Baichen system, Baichen Office software has also experienced explosive growth. The enthusiastic support of a large number of Longway individual users has brought about earth-shaking growth in other business aspects, such as Aurora Payment. As of November 15, the number of registered users of Jiguan Payment has reached 400 million. The number of daily active users has reached 300 million. Aurora Payment has become the third-ranked brand in the third-party payment market, second only to Weixin and Payment Package. Because there are no handling fees for transfers and cash withdrawals through Aurora Pay, it is currently very popular among users. Now for many merchants, the number of payment QR codes at the entrance of the store has become 3. The dark blue QR code belonging to Aurora Payment has spread to various places in Dragon Kingdom. In Luo Yang's office, Linyo was reporting on the progress of various aspects of the business. The current Aurora Payment brand has begun to show its influence. Many third-party merchants have reached cooperation with Baichen Technology and have access to third-party payment functions. Asterisk on the computer side, the market share is not high because Microsoft has blocked the entrance to Aurora Payment, but offline and on the mobile side, Aurora Payment is making rapid progress. Not long ago, Aurora Payment has officially reached a cooperation agreement with Huarun Vanguard, the largest supermarket chain in China, and Wumei Supermarket, the top 10 supermarket chain in China. The two major supermarkets have promised that their stores will open entrances to Aurora Pay nationwide. The number of self-operated stores of these two supermarkets in Longhua has exceeded 4,000. They are spread across most provinces and cities in Longhua. This will give a huge boost to the promotion of Aurora Payment. If the results of the cooperation are obvious, Huarun Vanguard and Wumei promise to further deepen their cooperation with Aurora Payment and allow Aurora Payment to invest in the two major supermarket brands. You're doing pretty well during this time. Luo Yang is very satisfied with the development of Aurora Payment. The establishment of Aurora Payment took only 3 months, and now it has expanded to the third place in the country, which is very unexpected. Zhao Li Zhao, and the addition of Huarun and Wumei is an important turning point. Huarun is one of the earliest state-owned enterprises established in Longhua. Its business is very large, involving consumer goods business, real estate, electricity, medicine, cement and other services. Huarun Vanguard is affiliated to Huarun Group and is the number 1 among the top 10 supermarket chain brands in Longhua, with operations all over the country. Alibaba and Penguin both wanted to bring Huarun into their camp before, but as a state-owned enterprise, Huarun is naturally not afraid of the pressure from the two major factions and still maintains its neutrality. After Baichen Technology won software orders from Longway officials and state-owned enterprises, Longway gave Luo Yang a big surprise. Huarun took the initiative and proposed to reach a cooperation agreement with Baichen Technology, hence the current situation of cooperation between the two parties. In a sense, Runwanjia has joined the Aurora system by default. As the big brother of a state-owned enterprise, Huarun's joining can be said to be an important turning point. After the mobile payment business expands, it will inevitably develop in other directions, such as online e-commerce, local life service platforms, and offline retail businesses. At present, the two major factions of Longway Internet, the Ali faction and the Penguin faction, have made a series of layouts around payment packages and Weixin respectively. In terms of e-commerce, Alibaba owns Dibo Mall, the largest e-commerce mall in Longhua, as well as the Tianmao brand, as well as other overseas shopping websites. The Penguin department supports Jingxi Mall and PinCC. In terms of local life service platforms, Alibaba acquired Hungry and established Kobe.com. Penguin supported the Kangaroo Group. In terms of offline retail business, among the companies in the Alibaba camp, the more well-known brands include Suning, Carrefour, Lianhua Supermarket, Balian Group, Darmart, Ushang and other brands. The Penguin camp includes Yonghui Supermarket, Walmart Supermarket, Jiajile Supermarket, etc. In addition to these companies, Weixin Payment and Payment Package have also made comprehensive arrangements in other aspects. Aurora Payment still has a long way to go if it wants to compete with these two major companies. The joining of Huarun Vanguard and Wumei Supermarket will be a signal to announce the strong rise of Aurora Payment. Aurora Payment already has 39 to 400 million registered users. It is already a new player that cannot be ignored in the mobile payment market. Other companies that are wavering between the Alibaba system and the Penguin system have the possibility of joining the Aurora system. In Luo Yang's plan, Beichin Technology's internet business will be mainly based on the Aurora series. Just like the original Warwick Company, which only regarded Fruit and Sansang as its competitors, it also gave birth to the honorary mobile phone brand Laiha Rice. Vico Wapu fight in the ring. Similarly, Beichin Technology's opponents have been major international giants from the beginning, such as Microsoft, IDM, and Beast Bones, which have already been eliminated, as well as fruit companies and Google companies that have not yet entered the market. The internet market in Longwei is too small to accommodate the behemoth of Beichin Technology, so Beichin Technology launched the Aurora brand strategy, focusing on the three core businesses of Aurora Search, Aurora Payment, and Egrid Cloud, to compete with BTA and Longwei Internet. Burden. In addition to Huarun and Wumei Supermarket, Jiguang Payment has also made other arrangements. As a well-known travel ticket purchasing website in China, Tuniyu.com competed with websites such as Xiqing, Qunar, Tongqing Ilong, and Feizhu, and it had its glory days. However, in recent years, Tuniyu.com's business has been declining day by day, and its stock price has been falling again and again, from $2 billion at its peak to $100 million now, and there are already rumors that it will be forced to delist from the US stock market. In early October, Tuniyu.com officially launched the delisting process for the US stock market. It has now completed the delisting. After reorganizing its business, it was preparing to seek a sale, and then it found us. Note, the plot here is fictitious. After negotiations, Jiguang Pay fully acquired Tuniyu.com for $100 million. The cost of acquiring Tuniyu.com is not high, but it is a very good complement to Aurora Payment. Tuniyu.com will compete fiercely with the three BTA giants in the travel network business. At the same time, in recent years, community group buying has developed very rapidly. There are community group buying companies all over the country competing for the offline market. BTA has already carried out business layout in this area and has invested in many brands. At present, Aurora Payment has also invested in two companies, namely Mango Fresh Food in Sioux City and Shandong Fresh Food Club. The momentum of development in the past few years has been very rapid. Aurora Payment received the exclusive lead in Series B financing of Mango Fresh, investing $30 million and holding 25% of the shares. The Fresh Food Club participated in the A+ round of financing and was also the exclusive lead investor, investing $15 million and holding 20% of the shares. The two will develop in the north and south directions respectively, and Aurora Payment will continue to invest in the two east. The possibility of a merger between the two companies will not be ruled out in the future. Vegetable baskets and rice bags are always the issues that people are most concerned about. After all, people always need to eat. I am personally also very interested in community group buying. Luo Yang nodded, and the series of investments above were approved by him. At the same time, Aurora Payment is secretly preparing a new project and preparing to restart the group buying business. Feihai Finance previously participated in the Thousand Group's war on the internet and has rich experience in the group buying business. It is expected that the project can be completed within 3 months. The new group buying platform will then be involved in group buying, takeout, local life services, movie ticket purchase, word-of-mouth evaluation, and shared bicycle business. What is the name of the group buying platform? It's not decided yet, I'm waiting for your confirmation. Linya handed over a document. After Luo Yang read it, he selected Maya from a bunch of alternate names. Mia is a good name, let's use this one. Malia.com, Malia Takeout, will be a strong rival to Kangaroo Group and Are You Hungry? Okay. Among the three BTA giants, Chengdu has fallen behind, and its Daomi.com business has also declined day by day. The original food delivery business has been sold to Alibaba. The MaltNet will continue to move forward on the basis of the RiceNet. After temporarily overcoming the crisis of the US ban, Luo Yang has begun to accelerate the layout of the internet business. What's the data like for Aurora Search? The development prospects of Aurora Search are very good because it is the default search engine of Beichin system. With the rapid expansion of Beichen's system during this period, it has occupied 40% of the domestic search engine market share on the computer side. On the mobile side, Jiguang Search has surpassed Qiandu Search, and its market share has reached 60%.
And it is still improving.
Especially some time ago, after Jiguang Search launched online maps, online encyclopedias, online translation, and input methods, the feedback from users in all aspects has been very good. Currently, many advertisers are contacting us, hoping to place ads on Jiguang Search. The current Aurora Search has become one of the most frequently used search engines in the Dragon Kingdom. In all aspects, it is already on par with Qiandu. Now, whether it's the average daily IP or average daily PV, all aspects have equaled the data of Qiandu Search. According to the current trend, by the end of the year, we will be able to overtake Qiandu Search. By then, Aurora Search will officially become the largest search engine in China. Of course, this is under the premise that we don't provoke the fruit company. Linya poured cold water on Luo Yang. Beichen Technology has too many competitors. In terms of computer systems, we and Microsoft have blocked each other, which has resulted in relatively slow progress in the computer-side internet business. Fortunately, with the rapid expansion of Beichen's computer system, the crisis on the computer side has been resolved. It is expected that in Longwa, Microsoft will be completely surpassed by Beichen Technology. As for the mobile phone, the development is going very smoothly without provoking Brother Goo, but after we threaten the fruit company's mobile phone market may be lost. Fruit company has a lot of users in China. Once Jiguang Pay is removed from the shelves and Jiguang Search is blocked, it will have a huge impact on us.
Luo Yang nodded. Of course he understood what Linya said.
You are right, but it is impossible for everything to go according to our ideas. Threatening the fruit company is to launch a counterattack against the United States, and we have to do this. Luo Yang has never been one to fight back when someone hits him. If Microsoft dared to ban him, he would forcefully ban him back. The three giants joined forces to block it, and Luo Yang directly attacked the hometown of the three giants and took away the server and database market of Longwa. The US issued a ban, which cut off Beichen Technology's overseas routes. Major computer businesses almost terminated their cooperation agreements. Then Luo Yang acquired the iVoice patent and directly paid a sky-high price of 1 trillion in compensation, forcing the fruit company to put pressure on the United States. Using the method of beating a cow across the mountain, it gave the United States a resounding slap in the face. Anyone who dares to provoke him must be prepared to bleed.
Has the fruit company responded?
No. Linya shook her head. Since the day of the press conference, when Luo Yang announced a sky-high claim of 1 trillion, the fruit company has been in an eerie silence. In the face of external media interviews, the fruit company did not make any statement. America, fruit company headquarters. There are many fruit trees planted in the new circular headquarters, and in the high-rise conference room of the headquarters, a fierce debate is going on. The fruit company has been operating around the world for decades and has never been so aggrieved. An executive from a fruit company turned red and pounded the table angrily.
Who are we? We are a fruit company.
We are the technology company with the highest market value in the world.
Luo Yang, this lunatic, dares to be stupid enough to fire at us.
We must fight back against them in the most violent way. After Luo Yang announced a 1 trillion claim, the fruit company immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss future response strategies. The executives within the company were now divided into two factions. On one side is the main militant group that supports the senior executives. They all want the fruit company to end and launch a fierce attack on Beichen Technology. The other side holds a conservative opinion and believes that Luo Yang cannot be further angered.
Everyone, listen to one stone. Another executive said, we all know that Luo Yang's purpose is not to declare war on us, but to threaten the United States by attacking us. This is what the people of Longwa call beating the cow across the mountain and knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. This is the cause of the matter and the most important point.
The executive acted very calm. From a business perspective, we are different from the Mio Alliance and have no direct conflict with Beichen Technology. Our company's products are integrated software and hardware. Whether it is a computer or a mobile phone, it is impossible for the Beichen system to be invaded. Even if the Mio Alliance is completely defeated, Beichen Technology's products are spread all over the world, and the conflict with us will be very limited, just like our coexistence strategy with Gugu.
I think everyone understands this.
Many senior executives nodded, including the main combatants, because there is indeed no direct conflict between the two parties. Everyone knows that Baichin Technology is a software company, and all aspects of its products and development strategies are aimed at the world's largest software giant, Microsoft. Although Fruit Company and Microsoft have been sworn enemies for many years, the conflicts between the two sides are actually very limited. One of the biggest disputes at that time was that Microsoft copied the graphical interface operating system of Fruit Company, and the two parties were at odds over this for many years. Of course, if we have to get to the bottom of it, the Fruit Company also plagiarized Schooler's graphical interface.
Of course, neither gang leader Chow nor Guy Ci would say it was plagiarism, but a reference.
Although they are all engaged in the operating system business, the development routes of Microsoft, Google, and Baichin Technology are actually similar. They do not make hardware themselves, but only supply operating systems to other hardware vendors. The advantage of doing this is that it can quickly win over a large number of allies and capture most of the world's market share. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to get involved in the hardware business. Even if you get involved, you will not be able to do as well as other hardware vendors. Baichin Technology only does software business and has no direct conflict with us. If they get involved in the hardware business at the same time, I don't think Baichin Technology can surpass us in this aspect.
Microsoft and Google are examples of this.
As a witness to the rise of fruit companies, this executive has strong confidence in this. This resonated with everyone present. Indeed, in the computer and smartphone markets, the only company that excels in both software and hardware is Fruit Company. The original Microsoft was also involved in the hardware business, including laptops and tablets. It also acquired Nokia's mobile phone business in an attempt to get a share of the mobile phone market. The same is true for Guj Company.
In addition to the computer business, it also acquired Motorola's mobile department and Wanwan's HTD mobile phone business.
It also reached a cooperation with Jay from Bangsi country, but everyone knows the final result. Whether it is Microsoft or Google, their hardware business sales are dismal, and no one can compete with fruit companies. In the end, Microsoft sold Nokia's mobile phone business and was bought by the crooked Foxconn. Microsoft spent a total of approximately $7.18 billion to acquire Nokia's mobile phone business in patent licenses, but when the mobile phone business was sold to Foxconn, the price was only $350 million, a total loss of $6.83 billion. It's just a waste of blood. Guj didn't fare much better. In 2011, he spent $12.5 billion to acquire Motorola's mobile division, but in 2014, Guj sold Motorola mobile smartphone business to American Licon for $2.90 billion. On the bright side, it's a loss of at least $9.60 billion. Of course, the actual cost cannot be calculated in this way. The biggest purpose of Guj's acquisition of Motorola is the 17,000 patents in the hands of Motorola's mobile department. In view of this, Fruit Company does not feel that Baichin Technology can surpass itself in terms of hardware. This is a powerful and confident small company belonging to the world's highest market capitalization company. At this point, the calm executive continued. War has always existed for profit. No one is willing to start a worthless war unless there is no way out. We have to think about what will happen if we start a full-scale war with Baichin Technology. The purpose of Baichin Technology is to threaten the United States by blackmailing us. From this point of view, as long as the United States does not lift the ban, Baichin Technology will not let go. Luo Yang's purpose is to force us to challenge the Black Palace and ask them to revoke the ban. If we don't lobby the Black Palace, we can only file a lawsuit with Baichin Technology, but we will fall into the trap of Baichin Technology. Now the Dragon Kingdom is fully supporting Baichin Technology. We will definitely lose by then. The executive looked at everyone with a serious face. Guys, Baichin Technology is different from voice companies. They have powerful enough 527 technology, strong background support, and they dare to break up with international giants. Determination. The failure of the Mio Alliance has proven this. Luo Yang must avenge himself. If we choose to block Baichin Technology, I can be sure that Luo Yang will directly lobby Longguo with all his strength and eventually win this lawsuit. At that time, we will either compensate $150 billion or withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom. So we had no choice from the beginning. All the executives present calmed down at this moment, considering the pros and cons. After a while, one executive shook his head helplessly. The lobbying team, composed of several major computer companies such as Huawei and Dell, has been kicked out by King of Understanding after a week of hard work.
What is certain is that King of Understanding is very determined to sanction Beichin technology. Even if the MIO alliance does not lobby Congress, Wang Dao will still take action against Beichin technology.
The reason is also very simple. Everything is for the sake of being re-elected as the commander-in-chief. For this reason, the King of Understanding has been trying his best to suppress the Dragon Kingdom. There is absolutely no way he will let go at this time.
The others frowned and said angrily, if he doesn't relent, the fruit company will either pay compensation of $150 billion or withdraw from the Longhua market. No matter which outcome it is, we cannot accept it.
In this case, even if he is re-elected, the capital behind the fruit company will definitely impeach him, absolute.
Everything has reached a deadlock.
In order to deal with this matter, the fruit company has held meetings for several days in a row, trying to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Before figuring out a way, the fruit company did not dare to anger Luo Yang, so the speculation that the fruit company would ban Beichin technology did not happen.
It's so disappointing.
I thought the fruit company would personally quit and join the MIO alliance.
Are you stupid?
Beichin technology originally planned to threaten the fruit company. If the fruit company ends up, it will fall into Beichin technology's trap.
Damn patent trolls.
Many overseas media are also very unhappy when faced with this. Patent trolls have always been the most commonly used method in the United States and Western countries to make huge profits in all walks of life, and the Dragon Kingdom Gaotong Company in the United States relies on 3G and 4G communication technology and collects patent fees without mercy.
It makes a lot of money.
I heard that Warwick Company in Longhua will also start to rely on 5G technology to collect patent fees, and these customers will originally be Gaotong.
This will reduce Gaotong's future income by at least 50%.
This is not groundless. Warwick Company is already considering the charging standards for 5G communications. Similarly, if Luo Yang can really get infringement fees from the fruit company, then all smartphone manufacturers in the world, one by one, will have to pay the patent fees immediately. In the 21st century, what is a smartphone without a smart voice assistant? Not just fruits.
All mobile phone manufacturers are beginning to have headaches at this moment and are beginning to consider the possibility of paying back patent fees. Bangzi country, Sansang headquarters. If Beichin technology forces us to pay back patent fees, what should we do then?
The head of the mobile phone department looked at the big boss. In the spacious room, only two people were having a secret conversation. Sansang's big boss Li Rongshu, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was looking at the company's financial statements and frowned when he heard this.
Of course not.
The market share of our mobile phones in Dragon Kingdom is less than 1%.
At worst, we will withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom market directly.
A cold light flashed in Li Rongshu's eyes, his whole body exuded a cold aura, and his voice became extremely cold.
All losses caused by then will be borne by Longhua.
The prices of memory, flash memory, screens, chips, and mobile phone lenses will all increase.
For every dollar we lose in Dragon Country, we have to make them pay an extra $100 elsewhere. Sansang Electronics, invincible. Except for the fruit company, no one is our opponent.
The head of the mobile phone department wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Li Rongshu's momentum was so strong that he was shocked. But if we do this, it may have a negative impact on the reputation of Sansang Mobile.
If Beichin Technology hires trolls to spread the word, don't worry.
The company has the best team of lawyers in the country, and they are very good at verbal disputes. As long as it goes beyond the scope of Dragon Kingdom, the right to speak is no longer in the hands of Beichin Technology. Dragon Kingdom City, at the Warwick Company headquarters base, the gray-haired Mr. Rin is holding a high-level meeting to prepare some strategic adjustment plans for next year. The time for charging 5G patents should be announced in March next year, and the standards will be as set now.
Mr. Rin, the outside world doesn't think well of our plan to charge fees. An executive warned.
What did the outside world say? There is a mainstream saying on the internet that our company's charges this time pose little threat to Sansang and fruit companies. Because of patent mutual authorization and supply chain reasons, we can only charge them nominal fees. 5.1 On the contrary, other domestic mobile phone manufacturers have to pay us huge patent fees.
Outsiders believe that this will be a huge blow to domestic mobile phone manufacturers, because the original profits are not too high. In the end, it is very likely that in order to avoid costs, the major mobile phone manufacturers will eventually pass on the patent fees to consumers, and many consumers have also expressed dissatisfaction with this. Especially many foreign media have been deliberately smearing this matter, claiming that Warwick is deliberately suppressing its domestic counterparts. The words of this executive aroused the vigilance of everyone present. Warwick has always been the target of great attention from the outside world. If this issue is not properly handled, it will cause serious damage to Warwick's image, even on the internet. Some people have given Warwick the title of vampire. The atmosphere in the entire Warwick company is extremely serious at this moment. Chapter 72 Secret Invitation. Rush to the capital. While Warwick company was preparing for the situation, Luo Yang, who was also at the center of the outside world's attention, had quietly left Shanghai at this moment. Shandong Airport. Li Chang drove a Hongqi 9, with Luo Yang and Lingya sitting in the back seat. Not far from the front and back of the car, there were also a Volkswagen and a Citroën following each other unhappily. Inside were other personnel from Beichen Security. After this period of development, Beichen Security has expanded to more than 300 people. Li Chang and other 18 instructors trained and eliminated the original security team, and only retained 20 people. The remaining more than 200 people recruited were all retired members of the Dragon Kingdom. Only a small number of them were their comrades. After Beichen Security provided generous treatment conditions and confirmed the situation of Li Chang and others, many people took the initiative to sign up to join Beichen Security. The current training base has also been moved to a larger area. It has also directly rented a large factory building. It is not only larger in area and more complete in equipment, but also more private. Of course, all actions of Beichen Security are officially registered. After joining Beichen Security, Li Chang conducted rigorous training for more than 200 people. Chang's 04 degree was not much worse than the army. In terms of food, Luo Yang was not stingy either. He directly hired a team of chefs from the hotel to take charge of catering supplies. Full board and lodging, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund are provided. Subsidies are provided during New Year's and holidays, and the generous salary has made Beichen Security what it is today. I am going to the capital this time. After we finish talking about things, I will go home. You should go with me. Luo Yang looked at Lingya. Lingya nodded generously, but there was a faint blush on her face. Does this count as officially meeting the parents? Lingya's heartbeat accelerated a little. After getting along for such a long time, both of them had a good impression of each other, but no one broke through the window paper. The reason why I went to the capital at this time is because I have a series of things to deal with. The first is Beichen Technology's plan to lay out the semiconductor industry. The two companies that need to be acquired are both in the capital. Not long ago, Yang Ming called and invited him to go to the capital for a talk. The people above are planning to meet with you to hear about your semiconductor plan, and then hold a meeting to decide whether to sell it. You'd better be more prepared to get all the information and plans. As a result, Luo Yang and his team quickly prepared comprehensive information and set off to the capital in batches. The negotiation and legal teams set off from Puxi Airport and arrived in Beijing yesterday, checked into the reserved hotel, and started making preparations in all aspects. And Luo Yang just set out today to take a Cheong Airlines flight from Shandong Airport to Beijing, where Yang Minghui will pick him up. Even so, Li Chang followed Luo Yang with a team of people and took a flight together. The Hongqi 9 driven by Li Chang has an ordinary top-end version with a retail price of around 600,000, which is not too expensive. It seems to be somewhat inconsistent with Luo Yang's current net worth. But this car has been modified, all aspects of the body have been strengthened, and the glass has been replaced with bulletproof ones. After the overall modification, the final landing price reached 3 million. The modification procedures are of course legal. This car is one of Luo Yang's daily cars. It is low-key and safe, but he will definitely buy other models in the future. It is necessary to have one of the top luxury models similar to Maybach, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce, otherwise it will be a bit embarrassing when attending some public places in the future. RVs and extended-length luxury models are still under consideration, but Luo Yang has not decided yet. Currently, half of the cars distributed by Beichen Technology to senior executives are Hongqi models, and some are BBA models. Luo
Yang doesn't insist on this aspect. It's a bit tired of being all Hongqi. After all, Hongqi only has these models. As for the top of the line Hongqi model, Luo Yang has no choice but to use it exclusively for the superiors above. The journey was very peaceful, and the team arrived at Shandong Airport smoothly, with a salty sea breeze blowing in front of them. After going through security check and entering the VIP waiting room, Luo Yan was already quite familiar with Qianhong when he first acquired the Qianhong building and left the private mobile phone numbers of Qianhong executives. Similarly, Luo Yang has also become the highest level member of Beijing Airlines. Due to the epidemic, the tourism industry has fallen into a cold winter this year, and the aviation industry has also suffered a huge impact. On this Chong Airlines flight, the occupancy rate was less than half. You must know that this is the route from Shanghai to Beijing, which has a relatively large passenger flow. Luo Yang and his party directly booked the entire luxury cabin. Through the VIP channel, Luo Yang and others entered the plane in advance to avoid disturbing the passengers in the ordinary cabin. Now he is considered a well-known figure, and he will definitely cause a sensation once he appears. Would you consider buying a private jet? Luo Yang came up with this idea. After the plane took off and changed to level flight, the girls from Qianhong began to appear in front of Luo Yang like butterflies wearing flowers. Mr. Luo, do you need a drink? Coffee, juice, mineral water, and red wine are all available. A glass of orange juice, thank you. Mr. Luo, do you need a blanket? I need it, thank you. The young lady wearing a Cheongsam uniform made the smile disappear from Linya's face. She snorted coldly, put on a blindfold and began to close her eyes to rest. Bah! Scumbag! The voice was very low, but Luo Yang still heard it attentively, and his face suddenly froze. No wonder I always feel like thorns on my back. It turns out it was a tigress that gave birth. Finally, after taking a group photo with the ladies on the flight crew, Luo Yang pretended to take a rest and then regained his composure. Being too handsome is also a sin. 740. Except for Luo Yang and Linya, Li Chang and his team all wore sunglasses and black suits, looking like the Matrix, exuding the aura of keeping strangers away from them. But Luo Yang didn't know where the eyes under his glasses were looking, whether he was peeking at Cheonghang's ladies or not. When I woke up, the flight had arrived at Masaomi in the capital. Looking down from the plane, the bustling capital exudes an ancient atmosphere. After the plane landed, Luo Yang left through the VIP channel again and saw Ouyang Ming waiting outside. At a glance, good guy, drive directly to the Beijing airport. Luo Yang's eyelids jumped. Ouyang Ming was driving a black Land Rover with an official license plate. Let's go. I'll take you to the state guest house first. You can take a rest today and have some fun in the capital. The meeting won't start until tomorrow morning. Linya and Luo Yang entered Ouyang Ming's car directly to discuss some private matters. Ouyang Ming arranged for Li Chang and others to follow behind. As for safety issues, don't worry, this is the imperial capital. Unless they are crazy, no one dares to attack Luo Yang here. Moreover, in the dark place, there are many people in traffic silently following Ouyang Ming's car. These are the protection personnel arranged by Ouyang Ming. Compared to Li Chang, who was born in the special forces, he is not much weaker. Chapter 73. Checking into the state guest house. Linya's past, Ouyang Ming served as the driver and chatted all the way. Luo Yang and his party officially arrived at the state guesthouse. The place where Longwei receives foreign guests. The state guesthouse is located in the center of the capital, covering a wide area, and the hotel's architectural design style is solemn and grand. To the west of the hotel is Yuyuantan Park, which has beautiful scenery, and not far to the east is the Forbidden City. Because this matter was important, and also to express the importance to Luo Yang, the above directly arranged for Luo Yang and Linya to stay at the state guesthouse. As for Li Chang and other negotiating teams, they live elsewhere and there is no need to worry about their safety in the hotel. After Ouyang Ming left, Luo Yang took Linya around the state guesthouse. The scenery was similar to that in his previous life. Luo Yang had also been here several times when he participated in the Dragon Kingdom secret project in his previous life. Have you been here? Luo Yang looked at Linya, who was not too surprised, and was a little surprised. Linya nodded. My father and I have been here before, and the scenery hasn't changed much. Speaking of which, I don't seem to know much about your family situation. I only know that you are from Sioux City. What does your family do? Luo Yang was a little curious. The two met during college, but the more specific information he knew was very limited. He only knew that Linya was a rich young woman. My dad used to be a medical representative. He traveled to hospitals all over the country all day long to sell medical equipment and consumables. Later, he felt that real estate was more profitable, so he invested all his wealth in real estate. Now he is quite famous in Suzhou City. The hotel negotiated matters with the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, and I was still young at that time.
TSK, another real estate tycoon. Your family mainly develops real estate in Sioux City?
Yes, my dad became a monk on the way, and he can't compare with those real estate tycoons with strong backgrounds.
It's okay to work in a small place like Sioux City, but not outside. Luo Yang is not too surprised. There are too many people who switch to real estate halfway. After all, housing prices in Longhua have soared for more than 10 years. The GDP of Sioux City ranked 6th in the national city rankings in 2019, reaching 1.9 trillion yuan, which is directly the same as the GDP of your province. Therefore, the housing prices in Sioux City are also very expensive, directly approaching Shanghai and Beijing. Waiting for super first-tier cities, a conservative estimate is that the Lin family's assets start at least 1 billion. At Luo Yang's gaze, Linya rolled her eyes delicately. Don't look at me the way you look at a rich woman. Compared with you, a self-made billionaire, I think my dad would even cry with anger. Father Lin, who was far away in Sioux City, sneezed and muttered to himself. I don't know what happened to that girl Xiaoya and Luo Yang. As a real estate tycoon in Sioux City, Lin's father was very helpless as his daughter focused on starting a business with Luo Yang. My daughter is disobedient as she grows up, and her arms begin to bend outward. In November in Beijing, the weather had begun to turn cold. The two of them walked around outside and then returned to the hotel. At this time, Linya answered a phone call and found Luo Yang.
There is already news about the house you asked me to keep an eye on before. There is a King building in Building 8 newly developed by Kofco Seaview, which has not been sold. It is a brand new duplex with a large flat floor, luxurious decoration, an overall area of 1,200 square meters, and an indoor swimming pool design.
The current asking price is 320 million. The price of 320 million is a bit exaggerated. Due to the epidemic this year, the real estate industry has been relatively deserted. Otherwise, this property king would not have stayed until now. I think the price of 280 million is more appropriate.
Linya is worthy of being a werewolf. She cut off 40 million at the first word. The people from Kofco replied to me and said that the price can be considered. When you return to Shanghai, we will go to see the house directly. If you are satisfied, just buy it directly, but they require a one-time payment in cash.
Kofco Seaview looks good too.
Money is no problem, as long as the house satisfies me.
I'm tired of living in the company every day during this period.
Besides, after I finish my work in Beijing, I want to help my parents buy a villa in my hometown.
You can help me with this.
My hometown is in Yen City, and the housing prices are not as expensive as Shanghai City and Sioux City. Just buy a single-family or duplex villa. In this life, Luo Yang was from Yanshi, Hebei Province, which is the provincial capital city that least resembles a provincial capital in the country.
I know your situation. I have also looked up information in this area before. There are not too many high-end villa areas in Yen City. Do you have any additional requirements? For example, stay away from the downtown area? The house is mainly for my parents to live in. I will live here when I return to Yen City.
In addition, my parents have to take care of the elderly on both sides. It just needs to be not far or close to the downtown area. After listening to Luo Yang's needs, Linya took out the tablet directly from her new Hermes bag, scratched it a few times and handed it to Luo Yang. These are some of the more well-known villa areas in Yen City: Shangqing Villa, Yuanhao Villa, and Xishan Villa.
Shangqing Villa is located in the western suburbs, close to the mountains. It is a high-end villa area designed as an art villa. It is considered the best villa in Yen City.
Yuanhao Villa is located in the northern suburbs, close to three rivers. The main selling point is the scenic area along the river. The scenery is beautiful and the greening is excellent. It is not far from the urban area. The house types are townhouse, single family, and duplex. Mainly, it is considered a well-known villa area in Yen City.
The Xishan Villa is the same as the Shangqing Villa.
They are both located in the western suburbs, but closer to the city. The architectural style is a garden house.
The three villa areas are all good. It depends on which one you like.
In his previous life, Luo Yang was from Beijing, but in this life he was from Yen City, so he was not too unfamiliar with Yen City. However, there are differences between the two worlds after all. For example, some well-known companies in the previous world did not appear in this world, but there were similar companies in their place. This is probably the parallel world theory. After time travel, Luo Yang has been studying at university in Shanghai. During this period, he led a team to secretly develop computer operating systems, and only returned to his hometown a few times. At this time, Luo Yang can be considered a homecoming, destined to have a good gift. After comparing 3 villas, Luo Yang chose the second Yuanhe villa. The 2 villa areas in Shangcheng and Xishan are too remote, and there are elderly people at home, so it is really inconvenient to live in a nearby place, so we should stay at Yuanhe villa. Usually, parents can take the elderly for a stroll along the scenic spot along the river, and it's not far from the city. It takes a few minutes to drive to the second provincial hospital, and shopping is very convenient.
What about the house type requirements? Detached houses are the best, and the second best option is duplexes. If neither type of house is available, choose a townhouse.
Linya continued to search on the tablet, and after a while she showed Luo Yang a house plan. Yuanhe villa has been built in 6 phases, including brand new rough houses and finely decorated houses. Single-family villas basically start at 600 square meters, and the average house price is about 20,000 yuan. The largest single-family villa has an area of 924 square meters, and the average price starts at 34,000.
And it's a rough house. Chapter 74, both sides are excited. Luo Yang's confession plan. Rough housing?
Yes, according to the current average price, it is about 31.4 million. If you want a new house with fine decoration, it is also available, but you may not like the style.
Do you have any reference pictures?
Luo Yang took a look and found that there were not many houses for sale. There were 6 houses in total, and there was only one hardcover house. Luo Yang didn't like the hardcover set and the decoration style.
It was too dull.
Then choose a rough house. When the time comes, ask a professional designer to redesign it, then find a reliable engineering team to decorate it and buy all the furniture.
By the way, does your real estate decoration team take over the market drawings?
It was a bit hot inside the hotel. Linya took off her small suit and wore only a white knitted sweater. She stretched out at this moment, and her beautiful body curves were clearly visible, which made Luo Yang's mouth go dry. Feeling Luo Yang's hot gaze, Linya was a little shy.
No problem.
Our decoration team has business in major provincial capital cities and can take your order.
There is absolutely no problem with the quality, and the price can be discounted for you. I have something else to do, let's go first.
Linya fled in despair. Looking at Linya running away like a frightened deer, Luo Yang also began to think about his lifelong events.
123-inch. Do you want to confess your love to Linya?
To be fair, Luo Yang likes Linya. The first encounter between the two was like a bloody situation in a novel. The heroine accidentally fell down, then met the hero and was saved by the hero. Luo Yang likes Linya's gentle temperament very much, but he doesn't like that aggressive personality. For Luo Yang, family means that after returning home from get off work, he can relax his nerves from a tense day and watch TV with his wife and children in his arms. A place to enjoy family happiness. After more than 2 years of getting along, the two of them have a detailed understanding of each other's personality. Linya even knows more about Luo Yang than he does himself. As Luo Yang's housekeeper, Linya is actually like his wife and has become Luo Yang's good wife. In my last life, I was single for decades. In this life, I must not follow the same path of my whole life again. Since you like Linya, then get it as soon as possible. Although Luo Yang is a straight man, it does not mean that he knows nothing about feelings. He knew that Linya had a good impression of him, and their trip to the capital made the relationship between the two edge one step closer. Luo Yang decided to find an opportunity to confess to Linya. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, once you have a love goal, you will attack it. I have to think about confessing my love. Since I want to do it, I have to give Linya a big surprise. Luo Yang began to prepare his plan. On the other side, Linya ran back to her room and buried herself directly in the soft quilt. Her face turned red from suppressing it.
It's so embarrassing.
Linya's heart was beating fast, and her face was so hot that it seemed like water would drip from her face. Normally, the two of them get along as superiors, subordinates, and friends, and Linya doesn't think anything is wrong. But for some reason, in Luo Yang's room just now, a strange feeling made her shy. Ah! Linya, you big idiot. Wasn't it just a good opportunity to take down Luo Yang? You're so stupid, you're so stupid. Linya complained to herself, thinking about it carefully. It seems that when I came to the capital, I saw Miss Chonghang walking around Luo Yang, and I started to feel a sour feeling in my heart. Is this just jealousy? Linya's face turned redder. She likes Luo Yang, she likes the smiling Luo Yang, she likes the domineering Luo Yang in a suit. Linya felt like the heroine of a romance novel, who had a silly crush on a domineering president. Both parties had a crush on each other, but neither one of them wanted to confess. Wait a minute, according to the routine of love novels, wouldn't the next step be to have a female lead appear and compete with the heroine for the male lead? It can't really be so bloody, right? Ah! I'm so annoyed. Because of this incident, the two of them didn't go out to play at night. They had dinner directly in the hotel and rested for a night. However, both parties suffered from insomnia tonight. Luo Yang, it's really boring when I don't write code or deal with files. I really want to find a cute and gentle girl to express my love to, and I really want to sleep with my soft wife, Linya. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know how I will face Luo Yang tomorrow. A night of silence. The next day, Luo Yang and Linya woke up with a pair of dark circles under their eyes. Looking at each other's dark circles, they suddenly laughed together. Luo Yang, you look like a panda. If I were a panda, then you would be the crispy noodles. The two of them had some childish banter. After breakfast, Linya went back to the room and started to touch up her makeup. Finally, she also helped Luo Yang touch up his makeup to cover up the dark circles under his eyes. In the morning, the elusive Ouyang Ming arrived again, but this time he was the leader and the driver was someone else. The car was also changed from a Land Rover to an old-fashioned Hongqi. In the Hongqi car, Luo Yang accidentally touched Linya's hand. Linya trembled but did not shrink back. Luo Yang, yes, the meeting place was very secret, and Luo Yang walked in with a detailed plan. The next day. Yesterday's meeting was very long. After the report, Luo Yang and Linya were sent back to the state guesthouse, waiting for follow-up replies, but this does not affect the two of them going out to play. As an old Beijinger in his previous life, Luo Yang quickly became familiar with the capital of this world. He took Linya around the capital and started a crazy buying and shopping mode. Dongdan, Xidan, Olympic Village, Zhongguancun. The footprints of the two people cover most of Beijing. With the tacit understanding between the two of them, Luo Yang naturally took Linya's hand. At that time, Li Chang, who was scattered around to protect the two of them, almost had his eyes popping out of his sunglasses. Damn it! Mr. Luo and assistant Lin are holding hands. This is big news. Although he joined Beikong Technology not long ago, Li Chang, as the captain of the first batch of employees of Beikong Security, assumed the role of Big Brother and was one of the people most familiar to many employees of Beikong Technology. Of course, Li Chang was no stranger to the gossip that the girls at the front desk and finance department chatted about all day long. One of the biggest gossips in the company is when President Luo and assistant Lin will make the official announcement. When everyone in the company looked at Luo Yang and Linya in private, they had the tender eyes of an old mother looking at her son-in-law. There is nothing wrong with your own pigs butting your own. Chapter 75, 10 billion. The semiconductor industry layout is initially completed. Out of professional credibility, Li Chang resisted the urge to take out his mobile phone and take pictures of this scene. Impulse is the devil, so resist it. The two spent 2 days in the capital. As the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the capital has gathered the headquarters of countless companies. In the past 2 days, Luo Yang took Linya and Li Chang drove around most of the capital. Luo Yang and Linya naturally went to Zhongguancun, a well-known landmark in the capital. This software park is located in the northwest corner of the capital, just north of the Summer Palace. It can be said to be nationally famous. The capital headquarters of Penguin, Chengdu, Jiulong, Guangxi, and Lianxiang are all gathered here. Alibaba's headquarters is located in Wangjing Sahu in the northeast corner. In addition, Alibaba is also building a new Beijing headquarters, covering a larger area. Sooner or later, Beichin Technology will build its headquarters in Beijing, and Luo Yang and Linya are also checking out locations here and there. In Zhongguancun, Luo Yang took a fancy to a piece of land, located in the southeast corner of the software park, which has not yet been developed.
The exterior plan of the first phase of Zhongguancun is a circle. In addition to the building in the center area, there are buildings at regular intervals outside, evenly distributed around the center of the circle. Only the southeast corner of the land is empty, and one of these buildings is the capital headquarters of Beast Bonwan. The headquarters of Penguin, Chengdu, and other internet companies are located directly to the west of the software park. Employees of major companies take the same subway to and from here every day. Beichin Technology's first headquarters has been determined to be in Shanghai. Beijing's use as the second headquarters is actually limited and has more symbolic meaning. Luo Yang considered the pros and cons. As more and more companies move in, land prices in Zhongguancun are becoming more and more expensive. In addition to Zhongguancun, Luo Yang also went to Wangjing Sahu and saw the strange-looking building. In recent years, architectural styles have become more and more strange. The newly built headquarters of the official media, the alien building of Wangjing Sahu, the large long pants of Sioux City, the large copper coin building of Huacheng, etc., are all representatives. Luo Yang just can't get enough of the beauty of these buildings. When Beichin Technology builds its headquarters and invites design proposals, Luo Yang will never adopt these ugly buildings. On the morning of the third day, Luo Yang finally received news from his superiors: approve. Then Luo Yang and the negotiation team, who had been waiting for several days, went directly to the headquarters of the two major companies and secretly signed the acquisition agreement under the witness of representatives sent by the upper management. Longxin Company, a subsidiary of Longxin Academy, is expected to complete its internal split and reorganization within 1 week. The original technology development team and all the company's chip patents will be acquired by Beichin Technology at a price of 4 billion Dragon Yuan. The company's other businesses and physical assets, as well as all management, will continue to operate under the Longxin brand. Longda Zhoutian Company, a subsidiary of Longwei Electronics Group, will also undergo an internal split and reorganization. All conditions are the same as Longxin, except that the acquisition cost of the technology development team and related patents is 6 billion yuan. After paying 10 billion yuan, Beichin Technology directly took away the core technical team of Huaxin and Longji Yushin as well as various semiconductor industry patents. This poaching is completely legal and has been officially approved. It is different from privately poaching employees. In fact, it is no different from directly acquiring two major companies. Longxin's technical team has a total of more than 300 people, and Longda Zhoutian's technical team has reached more than 400 people. In total, there is a huge technical team of 800 people, of which the Longda Academy of Science and Technology alone has 5 people. The remaining staff are also composed of well-known professors and associate professors from major universities, as well as doctors and masters from major famous universities. This is a technical team composed of top academics and senior technical talents. If you want to poach people privately, you won't be able to do it even if you dig them for years and months. Especially Longda Zhoutian, which makes EDA software. There are only more than 2,000 people engaged in R&D of EDA software in Long Kingdom, and most of them have gone abroad to serve the 3 EDA giants. The remaining 400 people were basically concentrated in Longda Zhoutian's team. Luo Yang wants to gather an EDA R&D team by himself, which is extremely difficult, because of the non-competition agreement. Even if he poached people from other companies, he would not be able to work for Beichin Technology within a few years. In desperation, Luo Yang could only take the path of acquiring Longda Zhoutian entirely. The development of EDA software, even Luo Yang cannot develop it alone. A technical team is a must. The same goes for the Longxin technical team. Luo Yang just remembers the core architecture of the Kunlun chip. If he wants to develop it, continuously improve it, and finally fully digest it into Beichin Technology's own technology, he must have a professional chip R&D team. Leading point 0. Please give me flowers. Luo Yang is not a god and cannot do everything by himself. This cost of 10 billion can be said to be nothing compared to the revenue brought by the breakthrough of EDA software in Kunlun chip architecture, as well as the completion of Beichin Technology's territory in the semiconductor field. And even if Luo Yang does not acquire, Longxin and Longda Zhoutian are also seeking to go public. Even if there is no breakthrough in technology by then, both parties will be able to surge in value just by relying on concept stocks. For example, like Longxin, Cretaceous Semiconductor, which is also owned by Longda Academy, has a market value that has soared to 50 billion yuan after a lot of speculation. Longda Zhoutian, as the leader of domestic EDA software, has an external valuation of no less than 10 billion yuan. Once listed, the stock price will soar. the outside world predicts that it will soar to 100 billion yuan. Of course, this is an inflated high. The market value will definitely shrink. At this time, for a price of 10 billion yuan, he directly obtained the technical teams of Longxin and Longdejiutian, as well as all patents. Luoyang will definitely not lose money on this business. It should be said that I made a lot of money. If it weren't for the shocking semiconductor plan he reported to his superiors and the fact that he himself developed a computer operating system, the superiors would never have allowed him to complete this acquisition. The upper management also placed their chips on Beichen Technology, hoping that Beichen Technology could really make a difference. This is also the promise made by Luoyang. As for why it is not fully acquired, firstly, it is to reduce disputes. After all, the two major brands are state-owned enterprises, and mergers and acquisitions will have some troubles. If someone deliberately uses conspiracy theories to discredit Beichen Technology, it will be very difficult. In addition, Luoyang has no interest in the management team of state-owned enterprises and the physical assets under his name, so he used this method. Both companies are headquartered in Beijing and have many other assets, but these are not important to Luoyang. All he wants is a technical team and related patents. After all, if you eat meat, you have to leave some soup for others to drink. After signing the agreement, Luoyang shook hands with the executives of both parties. Later, Luoyang also met the technical leaders of both parties, namely Gao Gong and Lu Gong. Both of them are experts from Lonka Academy, real senior talents. At this moment, as Luoyang spent 10 billion, they and its huge team now all belongs to Luoyang 1. Chapter 76 Invitations from Major Forces. Fight for talents. Young man, your future life is terrible. The gray-haired senior engineer is very happy at the moment. He has been at Longxin for many years and has been responsible for the development of simplified instruction set chips. He can be said to be one of the leaders in Longwa's semiconductor industry. If not through the official route, Luoyang would never have been able to find him. I heard that after arriving in Shanghai, Beichen Technology will allocate enough scientific research funds for us? Lu Gong, who also had gray hair, also spoke at this moment. This was the issue he was most concerned about. Two teachers, please rest assured that there is absolutely no problem with scientific research funds. Beichen Technology has allocated 30 billion yuan in the first phase of investment in the semiconductor industry. This time it will cost just 30 billion yuan to acquire the technical teams of the two major companies. 10 billion, which is enough to show the determination of Beichen Technology. Gao Gong and Lu Gong looked at each other and nodded. 673 We are very happy that Beichen Technology is willing to invest money in the semiconductor field. We hope that after joining Beichen Technology, we can make more scientific research results. After signing the acquisition agreement, the biggest task of Luoyang's trip was actually completed. Luoyang could not intervene in the internal split of the two major companies, but he left Gao Yunhai, Zhou Hao, and Zhang Yang to be responsible for related formalities and liaison with the technical team respectively. After the split is completed, Zhou Hao and Zhang Yang will lead the two teams to Shanghai, and the corresponding work area has been vacated in Beichen Building. At the same time, in order to accommodate this group of technical talents, Beichen Technology rented a 26-story high-rise residential building directly near Beichen Building as a dormitory building for Beichen Technology employees. Only when the accommodation problem is solved can these technical talents with families be able to work with more peace of mind. Otherwise, with a huge team of more than 800 people, each dragging their families and raising their families, and worrying too much, who would have the heart to move to Shanghai? The construction of Shanghai's first headquarters must also be put on the agenda. Now there are more and more employees in Beichen Building. Counting these two teams, the number has reached 2,500. Luoyang has already made up his mind to start planning to build a new headquarters in Science and Technology Industrial Park after returning to Shanghai. After the matter was done, Luoyang couldn't leave immediately. As a rising technology tycoon in China, Luoyang has already become a popular figure, and I don't know how many people are staring at him. After learning that he had appeared in the capital, many invitations from strangers were sent directly to the state guest house. The Long family, Lin family, Yi family, Xiao family in Beijing invite Mr. Luoyang to a private party. Good guy, these big families are all well-known ancient families in the capital, and 3 generations of their descendants have sent invitation letters to Luoyang. In addition to major families, many well-known industry leaders have also sent invitations. First of all, the heads of several major state-owned enterprise giants who have the closest cooperation with Beichen Technology,
including major companies in the telecommunications industry, banking industry, and electric power industry, all in Beijing, have sent invitations to Luo Yang. Other private companies, including big names in the internet industry, real estate industry, venture capital, and financial industry, especially Lian Xiang, as a local leader and the global strategic partner of Beijing Technology, also sent invitations.
If you even think about it, you'd better reject it. Cooperating with them is just unreasonable.
Xiandu Company, as the opponent of Aurora Search, will naturally not send out invitations. There are too many invitations. It would be inappropriate to reject them all. It would make everyone lose face. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity to broaden Luo Yang's network. In Shanghai, Beijing Technology's position can be said to be more and more stable. Backed by Fuda and a high-tech enterprise strongly supported by Shanghai, Beijing Technology's position is probably similar to Penguin's position in Pengcheng, so Luo Yang welcomes the fruit company very much to come to Shanghai and fight with him. He will let the fruit company see what Temple City Pizza Hut is. Luo Yang didn't have many connections in the capital.
Apart from Ouyang Ming, a friend from a foreign background, he was probably only familiar with a few state-owned giants.
The poaching of the technical teams of the two major companies this time was done with official approval, and it can be regarded as a peaceful breakup. This time I got acquainted with Lonka Academy and Longwei Electronics Group. Regardless of whether there will be business competition in the future, the relationship still needs to be maintained. As the top institution in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Academy's influence naturally goes without saying. The joining of senior engineers, Lu Gong, and 3 other experts from the Long Academy of Sciences has directly raised the technical foundation of Beijing Technology to a higher level. This is no joke. The current technology of Beijing Technology is entirely supported by Luo Yang. After all,
the ability of the original computer science student is limited. This is why Luo Yang continues to
poach people everywhere to increase the company's technical foundation and talent reserve. In this era, the most scarce thing is always talent. With the joining of 5 experts from Lonka Academy, their students and disciples are very likely to join Beijing Technology in the future. Moreover, many people in this technical team hold professor and associate professor positions in many high-end universities in Beijing, and they have great influence. After the acquisition plan was completed, Shanghai City received the news immediately. They were very interested in Luo Yang's trip because it was equivalent to poaching senior talents from Beijing to Shanghai, and it's Xinjiang's favorite semiconductor industry. Luo Yang is indeed his own cub. I have learned to pick up other people's treasures at home. Xinjiang and Jingcheng, the 2 major cities, have been fighting openly and secretly for more than a day or two. Beijing is engaged in the internet, and Shanghai is engaged in semiconductors. The capital is engaged in the introduction of talents and technology, and all major cities have followed suit. Therefore, Shanghai City directly provides these high-level talents with preferential conditions for talent introduction, allowing them to directly settle in Shanghai, and provides various technical subsidies. As Luo Yang's alma mater, Fuda immediately sent an invitation after receiving the news revealed by Luo Yang, hoping that he could concurrently serve as a professor in the school at Jiaotong University, Tongde University, and even Zhejiang University in neighboring provinces, which were a little later, also sent out invitations. Major universities and institutions are vying for the talents Luo Yang has poached. This is the charm of 0.8 top talents. In order to stabilize these talents, Luo Yang also offered generous salaries. Basically, everyone received an increase of 5% or more from the original standards. At the same time, he also signed a series of strict confidentiality agreements. One of them is that after participating in a series of highly confidential projects of Beijing Technology, you are not allowed to leave your job within 10 years. After all, what is to be developed next is the semiconductor project that Luo Yang has high hopes for, and he will never allow it to fall short due to leaks. Of course, Luo Yang also gave generous bonuses. As long as the project breaks through, both parties will be happy. So this technical team of 800 people signed this confidentiality agreement after careful consideration. In the next 10 years, they will all be bound to the big ship Beijing Technology. Chapter 77: Investing in Domestic Lithography Machines. Meet the Wang family and his son. Shanghai Microelectronics shareholding has also been officially approved, allowing Beijing Technology to invest. As the leader of domestic lithography machines, Shanghai Microelectronics has always been highly anticipated. This year, Shanghai Microelectronics is already seeking A-round financing and is preparing to accelerate the research and development of lithography machines.
This is why Luo Yang wants to take a stake. Reason: the current situation is that Shanghai High-Tech intends to take a stake.
Judging from the feedback from Shanghai, it should invest 223 million and obtain 10.779% of the equity. Based on this ratio, Xincheng Microelectronics is valued at 2.069 billion, and the overall price is not high. Beichin Technology is not short of cash and can provide sufficient scientific research funds, but the official decision is to maintain the relative controlling stake of Shanghai Microelectronics, 51%, which means that up to 49% of the equity can be given away. At the same time, as the place where Beichin Technology and Xincheng Microelectronics emerged, Xincheng High-Tech will definitely get a share of the pie, and the maximum shares can be diluted. Luo Yang has sent Han Feng, Shanghai High-Tech, and Shanghai Microelectronics to discuss the specific ratio in detail. 0 For the bottom line given by Luo Yang is that the shareholding is no less than 46%, which means that Shanghai High-Tech's shareholding is at most 3%. But even if it is 3%, the future value will be higher than the previous value of 10.779%, because with the addition of Beichin Technology, the outside world will be more optimistic about the future of Xincheng Microelectronics, and the market value will not be blown up like a balloon, just explode. Shanghai Microelectronics, Longxin, and Longda Jiutian are all important players in the semiconductor industry. Many people and forces plan to use the concept of chip localization to create a wave of hype. Now Longxin and Longda Jiutian are acquired by Beichin Technology, leaving only Xincheng Microelectronics. Negotiations are still ongoing and are expected to take several days. Here in Beijing, Luo Yang decided to hold a large private party after sorting out all the invitations. Otherwise, if he accepted the invitations one by one, he would not be able to do anything in the next month. Luo Yang decided to hold the event in a hotel. Among the people who invited him, those working in the hotel industry included Hooray Hotel and Wanda. After Luo Yang considered it, he contacted Wanda. The invitation was sent by Lao Wang. As Lao Wang has a small goal of 100 million, his Wanda plazas can be said to have opened all over the country, and his son Wang Dashou has become an internet celebrity in Dragon Kingdom. Lao Wang and his son had very wide connections. After receiving Luo Yang's reply, they directly sent someone to drive a Bentley and parked at the door of the state guesthouse to pick him and Lingya up to their mansion in the capital. A narration. Hello, Mr. Luo, Miss Lin, Mr. Wang sent me to pick you up. The driver was a middle-aged man wearing white gloves. Let's go, my bodyguard will follow. Luo Yang and Lingya entered the Bentley, while Li Chang and others followed behind the car in a rented car. The motorcade drove southward and gradually left the downtown area. The Wang family started out in the real estate industry and had many properties in the capital. This time, the target was a European-style manor in the southern suburbs. It was a high-end villa area developed by Wanda before. Lao Wang had a property here. Luo Yang checked on his mobile phone and found out that the cost of building this European-style manor covering an area of 7 or 8 acres reached 170 million. After the appreciation of land value over the years, the current price has started directly at 250 million. Sure enough, real estate makes money. The car drove into the spacious manor, and Luo Yang saw Lao Wang himself for the first time. Mr. Luo, hello. Lao Wang was very polite, and the famous internet celebrity Mr. Wang also followed him and nodded to Luo Yang. Mr. Wang, you're welcome. Elders are the most powerful, just call me Xiao Luo. After the two parties were polite, they entered the interior of the manor. They were faced with a wide corridor decorated with splendor. After entering, they entered a large and luxuriously decorated living room with a huge Swarovski crystal chandelier hanging above. Just this customized chandelier costs over 5 million. The luxurious but not tacky decoration made Luo Yang very satisfied with this manor. After taking a sip of hot tea, the two parties got down to business. Beichin Technology, founded by Mr. Luo, can be said to be in the limelight during this period and has aroused the envy of many people. Lao Wang spoke first. There are many popular people, right and wrong. I think the Lord has more say in this aspect than me. Young Master Wan was a little embarrassed. Mr. Luo, please don't laugh at me. I am only a second-generation rich man. I can't compare with a self-made billionaire like you. No one among the third-generation children in the Beijing circle dares to say that better than you. There must be quite a few people sending you invitations this time. There are several major families in the capital. Why did Mr. Luo come to us first? Xiao Wang. Be polite when talking to Mr. Luo. Lao Wang was a little unhappy, just like Mr. Wang said. Although Luo Yang is young, he is different from the second generation like them who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths.
He is truly self-made. Some time ago, Beijing Technology received a quote from a foreign giant.
The outside world did not know the specific price, but they, the big guys, had already heard the news. $50 billion. Good guy. Most of the top rich people in Dragon Kingdom at that time were shocked by this price, because Luo Yang held 94% of the equity at the time. If the deal is really completed, Luo Yang's net worth will instantly skyrocket to $47 billion, directly surpassing Shuangma's net worth and becoming the richest man in Dragon Country. This made many big bosses, including Lao
Wang, a little confused. These big guys who have experienced ups and downs immediately realized that Luo Yang was definitely not an ordinary person. He was not only playing in the technical field, but also the weakest basic software industry in Longwa. The subsequent development also verified the ideas of many big guys. Luo Yang, who was only 22 years old, led Beijing Technology, which was founded just over a year ago, and directly launched an all-round mutual ban on Microsoft, a company with a scale of $1.8 trillion. What a powerful confidence this is. How high-spirited is it? Afterwards, Luo Yang joined forces with many state-owned enterprises to launch a strong counterattack against IDM and Beast Bone Script, directly driving the two foreign software giants out of most of the Dragon Kingdom. Later, Luo Yang acquired iVoice, cut off supply to Microsoft, and threatened the fruit company with a sky-high price of $1 trillion in compensation, which directly caused the well-known bosses in the entire Dragon Kingdom to take a breath of cold air. Luo Yang is so ruthless, a whole $1 trillion. Luo Yang's move of acquiring iVoice for RMB
3.5 billion and slapping the fruit company in the face with 1 trillion renminbi, thereby threatening the United States has been regarded by many big bosses as a very classic business war case. This move can be said to kill several birds with one stone. Even many professors and teachers in business schools regard this business war as a classic case to teach students. Luo Yang is so terrifying.
Therefore, Wang was somewhat dissatisfied with Major General Luo Yang's
behavior of treating him as his peer. In his heart, Luo Yang has been placed on the same level as himself.